Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Toronto Open here at Major 3. We are live, of course, for day 2 with our 32 teams left in the tournament. It all started with 96, but sooner or later they will dwindle away as well. We are getting ready to jump into the action and jump right into some banger matches, and taking you through the action will be myself, Visions. Alongside me, I got Seymour. Brother, we're here for day number 2. It's about to be a banger.
It doesn't get better than the Toronto Ultra Open. Every single year it's a banger, and this year is no different. Yesterday we had so many games go the distance off stage, back in the pit, so many people getting loud, so many chances for big teams to fall to the lower bracket, but they didn't. They prevail. Everybody moves forward. That was expected. And now for today, day 2, gonna have to say goodbye to some teams down in the lower bracket, but you and I, we're gonna be taking a look at the winners bracket.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be taking a look at that winners bracket, take a look at what's going to be kind of taking place for you guys and where everyone's at, because we had a lot of action play out. We got up to about those winner round 3s. We got through those, so now we're jumping into those winner round 4 matches, and these are also the best of 5. So this is where things definitely start to get a little bit more exciting, because this is where, you know, they're used to playing those best of 5s online and those elites, whatever it might be. So it's going to be very exciting, man, and I honestly cannot wait.
No, neither can I. And, you know, you talked about the difference between best of 3s and the best of 5s. It's a lot of time for teams to kind of warm up. There's a lot of times for teams to, you know, make those mistakes. Yesterday, it's cutthroat. It's tough. Teams are worried and, you know, pressured into, you know, making the right decisions as fast as possible. Now we get to see the best of each team unfold. I think that is what I'm really kind of excited for, because now, you know, they're standing behind us and they get to look at this beauty that's right here as well. The Toronto Open belt, which we were told
lovely.
Every single member on the team gets a belt for the winning team. And the coach.
And the coach, right. There's going to be 5 of them up for grabs. So, I mean, that thing is just absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Toronto for putting that together here. They're always great and always very kind to the Challenger players and the Challenger scene. So, we love Toronto, and we will be getting into the action here very, very shortly. But let's see what they're fighting for here, ladies and gents. As you take a look at the pricing, $40,000 up for grabs for first place, $20,000 for second, third place $16,000, so on and so forth here. Total, though, $100,000 up for grabs this weekend, Colin.
Yeah, and I mean, you take a look towards the bottom there, top 7th, $2,000. Today we're going to be cutting down 32 teams to 6. So at the end of the day, there will be a little bit of the money to fight for. So a lot of these teams, this is what's going to be on their minds. This is what, you know, you're fighting for across the day. And any small mistake might cost you $40,000. And that is definitely a pressure that's going to be weighing down on your mind.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it definitely does. But we'll take a look at the teams that we do have coming up here for you guys. Lore Gaming up against Good Hearts. I believe that also might be a different name, Soul's Perception potentially as well, unless they did change it. But either way, this squad here, Prolute, RCDs, Classic, and Capsule, vets in the scene. I mean, what else can you say about these guys? It's almost like their names speak for themselves based on what they've been able to do. And then Lore Gaming, of course, we do have Too Real. We have Yuli, Major Maniac, and last name is not correct there.
Mr. X. It's Paul X.
Paul X. Is
Paul X. Yeah, maybe a face-it name, you know, just a username for sure. Sure. Mr. X. You know, it's very professional.
I'll call him Mr. X if he starts frying, you know.
I mean,
I'll call him whatever he wants. The man shoots.
Everybody's got a price. Everybody's got a price, Austin. Well, I think this is interesting because, as you say, for Good Hearts, you know, what can you say other than this team are a bunch of veterans? Well, I'll say there's a lot of eyes on this team, you know, to not make mistakes here in Toronto, because with veteranship comes a lot of pressure. And for some of these players, you know, dropping down from the CDL into the Challengers today, RCDs, you know, I feel like this is kind of one of those opens for him. I think his first ever Challengers Open outside of playing in that CDL, where it's like, what will RCDs bring to the pit? And now, you know, you make that change, bringing Capsule in instead of Craze for an event like this after taking top 32 in the Cup. Top 32 just isn't good enough for these players. So when you come to Toronto and you make a change like bringing a player like Capsule in, suddenly you're thinking, this is where we need to perform at our best. And you look at these players, these are 4 players that you expect to be on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely you do. I mean, again, you look at this team on paper and you're looking at that saying that should be a top 4 team. But with the competition that we've had in Challengers this year, that has just simply not been the case. You have to fight for everything. Yeah. There is nothing that's going to be gifted for you. And you can see that this is a team that needs to show up on LAN. Again, that experience, that championship experience.
Exactly.
Like RCDs, who has, you know, a couple rings. You know, this is really where he needs to shine back on LAN.
And not even that, Classic in Miami, a winner, taking the first ever best of 7 reverse sweep in Call of Duty history. I think that was just kind of one thing that a lot of people were not expecting versus FaZe Clan back, and that now Classic kind of continuing on in the pit now into Toronto. You know, kind of what kind of waves can you make now with this Souls Perception team? But on the other side, I mean, for Lore, it's kind of like a similar deal. Not the best kind of success, I would say, for this team, and going up against somebody like Souls Perception so early in a best of 5 on, you know, your first match on a Saturday, this is kind of where you can set pace for your entire day.
Yeah, it's a true test, right? Because I think on the other side, you look at this squad that has also been performing pretty well. You know, you look at you know, all of these guys, basically this core 3 with TwoReal coming in, they come second in that last elite. So, you know, there is a little bit of experience also coming in, a really good success as well. We'll see what ends up happening. But first, we'll take a look at our map set and see what we do actually have planned for you guys here. And for our first 3, guaranteed it will be a real hardpoint, Rio Surge.
Let's go.
Invasion Control here. So we got a pretty solid first 3.
But it is a best of 5, so we have more maps possibly to look at as well if this does go the distance into, you know, 4 and 5. So, you know, these are the guaranteed maps, and I think, you know, it doesn't get better than starting a day with a Rio. I mean, a little bit of Rio to shake off that rust, Austin, in the morning, and I think that kind of what I'm excited to see when it comes down to a map like Rio Hardpoint, how the subs can really handle it. You know, how hot are your subs looking in the morning on a Saturday? Have you had your morning coffee? Are you ready to fry for both of these teams? It's definitely going to really set the standard for the rest of this, because then you head into the Rio Search and Destroy, where again you're going to be looking at those playmakers in the sub players to kind of open up this map for the ARs to kind of sit and wait for that opening to kind of shut down those opening first bloods. So it's going to be an interesting first 2 maps, and you know, for teams like Lore and Good Hearts, I feel like this is really going to be a back and forth start to this best of 5.
Yeah, I think so too. And just like looking at like the Rio Search that we were even watching over a little bit yesterday, it felt like we were just getting, you know, tons of action, a lot of aggressive plays, and then we would see the tempo completely shift. So I think that's going to be a huge pivotal map, especially with both of these teams being really solid search and destroy squads.
I will say, yeah.
Like, you just look at these names and you're like, oh, this could be like a search and destroy tournament, right? It absolutely screams that. So we'll maybe figure out what our 4th and 5th map will be later on. Again, these are best of 5s. These are no longer best of 3s. So we will probably check that out at some point in time. Either way, coming back in, also important to mention that TwoReal and Yuli getting back together. They were playing a lot throughout last year. We even saw it, I think, maybe through a little bit of Vanguard potentially as well. So I think that, you know, coming in, it was obviously a comfort pick saying, I know how this guy plays.
Yeah.
I think this could be a good replacement, and you know what TwoReal can bring to the table here in China.
And like, we had a little bit of a wave of roster mania towards the end of stage 2, heading into Cup number 8. I mean, TwoReal kind of leaves that Boston Academy, New World Order for Purge heading into there. So then, you know, that opening, like you say, of Yuli and TwoReal, it's an easy kind of decision once Johnny gets picked up by Vegas, because there's that opening. And I'm sure like this team like Lore, who just got 2nd in stage 2, you didn't necessarily want to make a change, I'm sure, but your kind of hand is forced. You pick up TwoReal, and that is not a bad change at all. Now you've had time to kind of sit and stir. You come 4th place in the Syndicate Invitational just before Toronto. That's good warm-up as a team. You get good practice. In fact, you played against this Souls Perception team inside of that bracket. You lost to them, but now you can kind of go back there. You can look at, you know, what mistakes you've made, what kind of changes you need to make, and every single day that this Lore team plays together, they're just going to get better.
I agree. I think that with time, these guys are going to figure out the game. They're going to know what they need to do, and you can just never count them out, especially if they make it to a Sunday. So
yeah,
that's what you're really going to be looking for. And you know, this is one of those pivotal matches, like we set up at the beginning, that you need to win to get your Saturday rolling. You don't want to lose your first match on Saturday and go right into that lower bracket and have to be forced to win. That's where we start to see some of those upsets. We've seen it, you know, time and time again here in Toronto. So we'll see what we get. Players getting ready for our first map on Hardpoint Rio. This is going to be a fantastic one. Again, both these squads very evenly matched. It's a hell of a way to kick off Saturday, and I am amped, Colin.
Yeah, reminiscence of the bocages that we had a couple of years ago to open up those days. Rio Hardpoint, I'm ready. The players are ready. You're ready. I'm sure the viewers are ready, and this whole venue is ready to kick off this Saturday of action here in the 6. So let's get Good Hearts and Lore Gaming into this Rio Hardpoint, and let's get it underway.
Let's get it underway. Also, we have player names for you guys today, so that's going going to make it a little easier for us as well. Telling who actually is putting in the good work here, or maybe who's slacking. We'll see. Already the engagement's taking place. Going to be a little 3-for-3 trade as Arsenis is able to pick up a nice little 2-piece. Then that actually turns into a 3-piece. So Arsenis already shooting, firing it away, and now he's got a chance to soak up a bit of time.
I feel like a lot is going to ride on the performance that we see out of Arsenis today. So kicking off with a nice 3 is going to be important for this Good Hearts team. But right off the respawns, Lore Gaming was going to fight back in. Classic through the bridge with the Renetti, not able to secure this kill. Will end up finding 2Real, but the trades again. Lore in for the advantage. Scrap time to fight for Good Hearts with the better spawns, and they are going to still battle for this.
Yeah, Major Maniac looks like he might be looking to take a route around the outskirts here of the bridge side, or maybe even cut back into lobby and see if he can maybe get some of these kills and trades. And so far, it's been pretty clean. 2Real's able to grab himself a nice little 2-piece. Major Maniac found another one. Now there's a chance to try to break into P2, but you got to get through Arsenis. He's only good for 1, and now just like that, they're able to flip things out and rotate perfectly to P2.
That's a really fast flip, and I think Good Hearts, it's a really big gamble to go back in for the contention over towards P1 so late with only 18 seconds left. You give up those spawns, but look, they flip the map yet again. They win every single gunfight, and now they're in control. Prolute looking for space.
Talk about the impact right there. Good Hearts, I mean, they really could have felt just how devastating it would have been to fall down to about, 80 points potentially here if they didn't break this. So that is a huge moment for them to make sure it's still tight. But not a whole lot of time has been picked up since that break. Forward push going to come through for some of the sub players here on Good Hearts as they already start looking to put a bit of pressure on the outside of the map.
And Prolute 4 in a row, an early cruise missile. I mean, I think that's something you can ask for here if you're Good Hearts, so you can see the kind of patience to wait for the team off spawn to back you up here. Prolute waiting for that chance to strike, hoping that Lore Gaming feeds into it.
Of course, we'll be shorthanded as the scrap time is picked up, so these gunfights are huge. That gunfight itself is just about pretty difficult as the heady will work out just for favoring and holding on to the power position. Kills coming through right now for Arsenis. Through the back, Prolute still on that force spear, remember. He's looking to earn that cruise missile. He's just looking for kills. He will challenge wide, but 2Real will make sure he does not earn the cruise missile. Big kills, big break, and just like that, it feels like they're able to get in there with no problem whatsoever.
This is a really scrappy hill for Lore Gaming off that spawn. They're finally going to get some time collected on their half, but Good Hearts contesting early was diminishing the amount that Lore Gaming really could grow that lead to. So a tie game into P3. Contention again, Good Hearts fighting from the front, and they're actually going to break in from that front side. Still Lore Gaming with the spawns, but a split spawn's coming out, a pinch unfolding. Good Hearts have to be ready.
Oh, Major Maniac has to swap to the pistol, runs out of ammo there. 18 seconds up for grabs. Players getting loud all over the place. But this one's still very tight. Again, we've seen a lot of reels play out like this, haven't we, Colin, where it feels like the score hasn't actually gotten that big. Sometimes it's the game clock that wins out in the majority of the hills initially. It's just going to be about 20 seconds that separate the two. And again, the battle for new about 2 and 2.
Yeah, it's not just a battle for new, it's a battle for P4. This is usually when we see those Rios separate. This is a good hill to stack if your ARs can get hot, and if they can get set up in these power positions. You have Good Hearts spawning behind P3, so Lore, they're definitely not going to be in the advantageous spot for the setup, and they have to be careful for these subs to run routes.
Challenging inside garage. Paul X, sub in hand, looking to clean up some of the players from the back end. Good snap for 1, but the quick trade will follow. Arsenis, again, has been cooking so far. There's been a lot of talk about him this year, but he is 13 and 7. He is firing on all cylinders, and that's what you need out of one of your key AR players.
Still going to fight for this one if you're Lore. You don't want to give this one up just yet. In for the contention, Classic and Prolute cutting you down to size. Arsenis with the sub, not able to get that second kill, but Prolute there to trade it. And there's a lot of time for Good Hearts to start growing this lead, looking at about a 90 to 46 rotation here into P5.
Yeah, the slaying has been the big difference so far, hasn't it? You can see Paul X sitting at 7 here, Yuli as well. So haven't exactly got everything out of them just yet. And a lot of it's becoming because of Arsenis. He's just been absolutely cooking. So 40 points really separating the two as P5 is going to open. Mid-map control critical on this hill. And that will be just about a flood through mid. A chance now to come over top of bridge or maybe even flank around the outside for the break.
But the kills don't come through mid. And there's a lot of pressure for Yuli. You can see hops out the hill. Nobody getting time here for Lore and Good Hearts. Prolute on a 5 spree looking for that cruise missile yet again. They are just having themselves a Rio right now. Triple digits acquired. They're in control and the kills just continue to flow their way. Prolute still looking for that cruise missile, still on 5 in a row. He's going to get shut down.
That's tough. He's now missed out on 2 potential cruise missiles so far in this game. And again, you can find a lot of impact with them on those P2s, those P3s to get to the back spawns. But all things said and done, We go through the first set of hard points for us, and it will be just a slight lead here for Good Hearts, but they have been coming up just really in big plays, it feels like, for some of those scrap time hills, breaking halfway through those hills. That's what's gave them a bit of that leader's advantage. We'll see if that continues now as P1's about to pop.
Better spawns for Lore, but Good Hearts for the initial time. They have the winner's advantage. Lore just cannot give majority up here, and they need to get a break soon. Major Maniac's going to win a big fight. 2Real now looking to push the pressure. A pinch coming in. 2Real gets the break for Lore Gaming. It's 4 down clean for Lore.
All right. Can they actually accumulate some time on P1 is really the big question. Classic will get a challenge in, able to get one, just can't really lock down the second. No trade's gonna follow onto Yuli. Yuli's able to come up with a nasty little two-piece. That's gonna slow things down just a tad bit for Good Hearts as they try to sprint into the hill, but they have been denied just about every single time. Through the backside now, Prolude has been able to get himself one. 16-8, looking to fight for scrap time or maybe even move the nuke.
This triple sub setup for Good Hearts, it is just relentless. Arcitys, he's slowed down a little bit from 14-8 to 19-13, but you look at Prolude, 17-8. It's just continuous, just a continuous issue for this Lore Gaming team. Lore, they have the better spawns for P2, but they haven't been able to really secure this time at all when they do get that first rotation. Good Hearts, they constantly find these breaks, and Capsule, he's looking to do it again.
Yeah, he's looking to do it again here through the backside. Capsule on 3 in a row. Huge opportunity to run away with the game here if you're Good Hearts. And they deal with the player in the back. That is beautifully done. So Paul X not going to have a chance to influence those spawns. 40 seconds up for grabs. You need a break from the front here if you're Lore Gaming.
Desperately for Lore. Good Hearts are just in full control. Winner's advantage is feeling good right now as they're keeping Lore down to 91. Capsule on that front line. Look at the ARs. They're cooking. Classic finally able to get trade, but Prolude on 5 in a row is hitting a flank. This could be the cruise.
This could be the cruise. Third time's the charm. Prolude doesn't want to stick around for the jowl, so still yet to earn the cruise missile just yet, but more importantly, his team has collected huge amount of time on this P2 hill, and Prolude is still looking for that final kill. Oh, he gets it. Prolude has to work so hard, but the cruise is finally earned.
21-8, and I feel like Lore just cannot catch a break on these rotations every single time. It's either Lore getting broken within 10 or Good Hearts just winning these fights in the transitional battles. They're playing so well today on this Saturday. 60-point advantage into what could be a money hill if they hold through the middle of the map, but Major's going to find a big 2. Yuli off respawn, looking to get into form. 2Real's going to hop that contest. Can they hold it? So far, not so good. Yuli going to hop in for the time.
Yuli just comes flying down the stairs, able to get himself one, but again, the trades are pretty much back and forth here. The spawns are still very much in the back for Good Hearts, so the pressure on. Down through mid, have to find a way to cut through Prolude. He's on 7 in a row. You can see Capsule doing the exact same thing through the bridge side. All the kills just absolutely flowing, and they're still getting good time.
And Prolude's still on a streak. He's got 7 in a row yet to die over towards the bridge. They have about a 100-point lead heading into P4 with the cruise missile as well. So even if Lore break this, Austin, it is not guaranteed. Right now, Good Hearts have every tool in their arsenal to put away this map number 1, and Prolude is cooking them.
Look at the sprees. You got an 8 spree for Prolude. You got a 5 spree for Arcitys. At the moment, it feels like you can't shut these players down. Through the back alley now, have to get through Prolude, but he is on 9, looking for double digits. And we'll see if Byron can really get it. They are slowing down. They have to wait for each other before they push. They're still having to cut through Prolude. There's number 10. He's got assistance. Almost number 11, but the spree finally comes to an end.
The trade there for Arcitys with the help of Classic. Another cruise missile for Good Hearts, and now 224 and counting. Lore, they have to break this. Good Hearts, they can win off of this hard point, so you're seeing 2Real lead the charge.
Oh my goodness. Good Hearts, they have kicked it up a notch. There's a moment here of relief for Lore Gaming, but too much work needs to be done on a real hard point to make a flawless comeback. You can't afford to give 16 seconds over these next few hills, and you can see the early rotation. 2Real here with one of his teammates. They have a chance maybe to set up and win some of these early gunfights.
They're gonna have a flank coming out too. Capsule's looking to run this route. He's all the way in behind. Paul X has to turn around in reaction. He will find the trade. That's gonna allow Arcitys now in Classic to start running these routes right down the middle of the bridge. Good Hearts, they're in. 15 seconds to win it.
Good Hearts could end it right here on the bridge hill, looking to make a statement here for day number 2 at the Toronto Open. One final attempt to break in. The cruise missiles are raining down from above. The slaying is way too much, and Good Hearts strike first in map 1.
What a game from Good Hearts. What a game from Arcitys and Prolute. Remember that at the start I said, Good Hearts, if there's anything that is going to determine their success in Toronto, it's Big Alec and how he performs on these days. And just showing that whether it's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, he's going to cook. And, it helps when you're having Prolute throughout the middle portion of that second set of rotations going just about a 10 spree. It just seemed like this team wasn't losing a battle on rotations. They were flowing. The rhythm was in their favor, and for Lore Gaming, they just could never set up on a hill. And when you just have those submachine gun players breathing down your neck, you start to worry about if there's a player behind you, and that's not going to allow this Lore Gaming team to really properly set up in these games.
Wow. I mean, that one was looking pretty close up until we got to some of those rotations. You called it beautifully, right, Colin? You said they're having a very hard time getting through the map, and it feels like it's because of those play styles like Prolute that can really play his life in some of those key situations and really stop you from having a chance of finding a free rotation without losing one, maybe even two. And we saw the sprees just get completely out of control. You're seeing it up to 9, seeing it up to 6 and 7 for Arcitys as well. I think the double digits came through there for Prolute at the very end. You take a look at the scoreboard, and you can see it.
Goodness.
The slaying was just absolutely off the charts.
30 and 19 out of Arcitys with a minute 44 in that hill, Austin. I think the last time I can remember Arcitys, maybe putting up numbers like this was all the way back on that phase team with that triple sub setup that you would see from him sometimes. And you got to see it on a Rio there with the Rival 9. I mean, Arcitys just was feeling himself in that game. And, you look at Prolute, 26 and 12, going on a 9 sprint. He's not even like at the top of his team right there. So when, you have a player like Prolute performing like that and, Arcitys on top of the leaderboard, it's a recipe to success for the Souls Perception team. Exactly what you need to see if this team's going to make a Sunday.
That's right. That's a good start here. And again, I feel like you get into the search and destroys and they're right there with you as well. So this is a squad that's looking pretty well rounded, and Capsule coming in here, maybe giving them exactly what they need for as far as hitting that form, hitting that level that is required in order to win an open like this. So it's a heck of a way to start, man.
Oh, yeah.
Rio is a good way to get the blood pumping for sure, and that's exactly what we get. So coming in here for that very first one, I think we do have a player that will be doing a bit of a reset. So coming into the search and destroy, you lose this one, pretty brutally, it feels like, on the other side. But, what are you really looking out for coming into this Rio search now here for our guys that are down by 1?
Well, you see that, Rio's one heck of a way to start the game, and we're not done with Rio. We got a Rio search and destroy up next, and, you kind of look towards the end and how in that Rio hardpoint, you started to see the subs for Lore Gaming kind of catch pace there. 2Real was leading the charge into the break for that P4, and you see, the backup from Major Maniac just kind of working off that space that is given, and you're going to need that again in this Rio search and destroy. You just need it from the start to the finish.
That's
and
right.
I think for this Lore Gaming team, on paper, I mean, they have exactly, the tools to win tournaments like these. I mean, 2Real has been a champion in the Matme Center before, and that these players are winners. It's just kind of finding that confidence early on a Saturday. This is probably going to be one of the toughest first matches that you're going to have today across the entire brackets. And for Lore Gaming, it's just kind of finding that comfort in your team, working off of each other, not playing the game of Good Hearts like you were throughout the entire of that hard point. Be the playmakers, be the initiators there. And into the search and destroy, especially on a Rio, you have chances to do that, especially over towards the A site where you can just bang it out as a team early on, get some early rounds in your favor, and completely change the rhythm of this series.
I like that call. And I mean, you even talk about some of the smoke plays that you can pull off on a map like this too. You can get, just put your team in some really good spots. Like you said, rush into the site, really find a way just to bang it out, get inside, get that bomb down. And most of the time, you only usually see one defender kind of at the back, one player maybe kind of hovers around boxes. So if you're able to start to pick that apart, then you have a lot of options. And then even the plays through mid, that was the big thing yesterday for me. Was it felt like it was almost just like both teams bashing heads of some of the teams we were seeing in Rio Search, and then everything would pause for a moment. It's like, okay, we're going to wait the stuns and nades out, and then we're going to re-hit this and try to see if we can get back in there, grab control, and get control of bridge, whatever it might be, to get that bomb down. So we were seeing some different tactics certainly come into play, and with both of these teams being as good as they are in S&D, I'm excited to see what they may have potentially in store for us here.
I definitely think we were seeing a little bit of a loose style of Rio Search and Destroy yesterday, a lot of defensive aggression right at the start of those early rounds, and I'm not really excited to see rounds like this. I need to see, that patience out of the defensive team.
See the aggression call?
I mean, like on a defense like Rio, that immediately you can fall into the trap right away. There's so many openings for the offensive side to kind of wait for that defense to kind of make a mistake that, you don't want to be on a map like Rio and having to retake a site in a 4v3.
I understand that. I can completely understand that. But also, I think the teams that were doing a really good job of winning the defenses were taking the map control, getting the first blood, and it felt like your options were really limited without winning a really tough gunfight getting back into. So we'll see what happens. Again, both these squads very well measured when it comes to search. And like I said, I think at the top of the broadcast, it's like you look at this squad on both sides and you can say this is like an S&D tournament, right? With all these guys that you have here. It's just like S&D galore, 2Real, Yuli. That's where they came up. Major Maniac as well, with Teddy Rex and Mutex way back in like the World War II era. So these guys certainly have a lot of experience here, and you expect this one to be at least very high caliber. And more importantly so for this Lore Gaming roster, considering that that hardpoint didn't exactly look great for them.
I mean, you look at these two teams and you think that you don't need to explain who these players are all the time. I mean, there's players who have been around Call of Duty for numerous years at the top, all throughout Call of Duty, whether it's CDL era, CWL era, it doesn't matter. These players have been here, they've done that, and now, towards the end of this Toronto Open, they're looking to do it again. So just taking a look back at this this team for both sides, I think for Lore Gaming, somebody who I wasn't really seeing the best performance of was, Mr. X in that game number 1. I think that, when you look at the way that 2Real and Major Maniac were playing towards the end of that game, they're really bouncing off each other. But in a lot of those rotations, especially over towards the early P4 or the early P5 in that first rotation, you were getting there first constantly if you're Lore Gaming, but your ARs weren't able to hold those lanes. And in a search and destroy, like Rio again, you need to look at, somebody like Paul X or Major Maniac, again, to shut down these lanes, make sure that these players on good hearts can't get up in your face, make sure that Prolute and Capsule can't be those playmakers like you had in that Rio hardpoint. And a lot's going to fall onto their lap yet again to make sure that 2Real and Yuli have that space to work, make sure that, good hearts aren't just covering the entire map.
Yeah, I like that you bring up Prolute, I like that you bring up Yuli, because it feels like that battle can be taking place a lot.
It really can.
Some of those early submachine gun gunfights, those two can certainly set the tone when it comes down to some of these search and destroy rounds. I believe players getting back into our lobby. Again, we do apologize just about the brief wait here before we get into our map number 2, but it certainly gives Lore Gaming a bit of a chance to hit the regain and refocus back into the search. And this is, I mean, they also have Major Maniac, so I don't care if they're 0-2 down and then go 0-2 in the control. It's never chalked. We learned that a very long time ago. This man is, as icy as they come, so you can always rely on him to also keep everything very, very high hopes for his squad.
He just brought back a really bad
the
thought.
Facts, though. He's the Iceman.
It is facts. I feel like Major Maniac can take anybody, and he could give them a war cry to run through a wall. He can bounce you back from anything. And for this Lore Gaming team, it's a best of 5. It's not a best of 3. You don't want to count them out no matter what. Yeah, bad map number 1. But the search and destroy players throughout this series, this is going to be a really determining map number 2 for Lore Gaming. It kind of feels like a must-win after that respawn. If you win this search and destroy, you look towards that map 3 and map 4 for a chance to prolong to that map 5.
Well, all right. Kicking it off here again, Lore Gaming down 0-1 in this best of 5. Need to get something back. Long-range gun battle already taking place through the bridge side, and there is no one really positioned inside of mid defensively. You're going to see one player come up the Eskies, but it's going to be enough to get the bomb down in time, and Prolute backs up.
Yeah, early plant, 3-on-3. Retake going to have to be through the front of this B side, and they're already on. They're in the middle of the map. They're looking to fight this head on.
Yeah, they got to fight Arcades. What a win that is. Submachine gun up close. They'll get the job done for Yuli. So 3v2 we go. Capsule trying to take a route through the outskirts. It is read well by Major Maniac. Prolute the last one up, and how about that retake from Lore Gaming?
It really all comes down to taking Arcades out of bridge. As soon as Major Maniac can set up on that angle, it's just curtains. Capsule gets caught in the rotation, trying to hit a flank through that P5 side, and Lore Gaming with a flawless 3-on-3 retake, not losing a single member after those first blood engagements. And that is a fantastic way to kind of stabilize after that game 1 loss. You take round 1 in the search and destroy in an emphatic way like that. I mean, like I said, you can't count these guys out.
You can't count them out at all. All right, Lore Gaming looking pretty solid here for the round number 1. The retake was just about perfect. Everyone fulfilling their role exactly how they want it. Now, round number 2. Chance to try to get 2 on the board early. Offense here for Lore Gaming. Nades over the top here through mid. Same idea that we just saw from Good Hearts. Looks like they want to just get this bomb down quickly.
Yeah, this time in a 4-on-4. Big fights over towards the bridge. Might have a route here. Nobody's going to be watching for this one. In fact, Major Maniac doesn't spot it out. Up top, Arcades wins the fight on the outside. Prolude on the inside. That's 2 quick kills for Good Hearts. Now that's 3. Paulex, no man's land, nowhere to go. What a round from Good Hearts.
It's even cleaner. Nobody drops when they're actually going for the retake, and it's really starts with that great teamwork from Arcades and Prolude through the bridge side, doesn't it? Prolude's just hanging close, just in that little corner, tucked away, and Arcades watching over them, and they're able to get the communication. Prolude challenges, wins a huge battle coming off of the bomb. And that's a heck of a way to tie things up early and give you a taste of your own medicine.
It's just what you kind of look for, and Prolude to kind of be that one player to catch those timings. And Major Maniac does not spot him hopping on that top. Arcades has no idea that you're going to be taking that early engagement. And so you saw in round 1 the rival versus the MCW, and it's just not a fight that you expect to take and win. So for Lore Gaming, you kind of learn your lesson there to kind of expect the unexpected there from Proludes. And B-side once again open for an early plan.
The same play over and over again. And this is, something you can't do when you do get that defensive contest, but not going to be the case. So right away, bomb is down. Now we're playing retake.
Yeah, you've been trusting your retakes, though. This has been back-to-back flawless retakes for both teams. So how's Lore going to find it right through the Eskies? This time, Prolude smokes down. Capsule going to fly. Turiel comes out with it, but things are getting a little chaotic on the inside. Prolude trying to stay alive. Dispatches of Turiel with that Renetti. 3 versus 2.
Yeah, Arcades, little bomb check. Does get punished for the play. All down to 1.
Classic.
Major Maniac for a 1v2, but the time playing against him has to go for the check. First kill is good. Has to get a read on the second, and well, as he pushes, that will be an easy cleanup and an easy trade here for Good Hearts.
And even, you're jumping down the escalator. Even if you find that kill, I don't know if there's time to defuse. There's only 14 seconds left as soon as he made that jump, and I think that for both of these two teams, it's kind of going to bank on these, early rounds when you're going for that quick plant over towards B. So far, it seems like each team really relying on these retakes to go your way. But the change here for the side of Good Hearts is you drop that smoke for Capsule to kind of rush over towards Eskies. Prolude opens up for their first blood, gives him that timing. Yeah, he doesn't win it, but it forces the side of Lore on this retake to kind of be scattered. And that's exactly where Good Hearts wants to kind of put you. You got to let this player like Classic feel comfortable in those post plants, and that's exactly what happens.
Well, we finally get our tempo change coming in here. And as you call out, Prolude is on 5. Took him a little bit to earn the cruise missile last time around, but might be a little bit better this time around. Now moving into the site. Prolude's going to get information on this cross, so you're going to start to see some of those red arrows shift forward. Prolude again looking for that 6th kill, hoping for a call out.
Another quick plant on B, another post plant, and another first blood, this time for Good Hearts. Prolude looking for the route now on the entire flank. This could be the cruise missile, and he's going to be spotted there. Turiel with the read. It's still a pinch though from Info's side. Paulex going to be there to help out. Down to 2 members for Good Hearts. Capsule brings it into 2v2.
Clean up kill. 25 seconds left. Arcades alongside them, just trying to figure out where the setup is looking like the smoke. Oh, it creates a bit of an awkward gunfight with the auto aim. And now there's just no real time to work with. Capsule can't get there for any trades. Does he back up to the site, tries to turn, and wow, Lore Gaming, how about it? They shut down the cruise missile, and they're also able to come up big here in round number 4.
You win your fights over towards the lobby, you shut down the flank from both Info and Bridge, and you set up a flank of your own through the middle of the map. You flood through P3, you wrap over towards the bridge, and as soon as you win that fight versus Arcades, you saw both members just separate. Time's in your hands, you set up 2 individual gunfights, you burn that clock, you guarantee the round. That is just really good search and destroy coming out from the side of Lore Gaming as they are just continuing this back and forth affair of just going tit for tat on both of these teams. 2-2 we go on Rio. Nobody yet finding an advantage. And they shut down the cruise missile from Prolude, so another chance for a streak gone.
Oh, big nades over the top, though. That's really one of the first times he's actually seen the defense have some favor with the first blood initially in this round. But that's not going to stop them from going for the plant. Prolude's going to drop it.
Big flank, triple hit through A. They're going to hit that Info right away, and they have no idea. Second down, Prolude gonna fall to Turiel. 4 in a row now. He's gonna hold this right away. No, he chooses to hit another flank through mid, but that's gonna be all set and done. Yuli, Paulex win their individual gunfights over towards the bridge, and Lore now gonna break with a advantageous position here in the search and destroy, going up 3-2.
Man, these two just absolutely swinging at each other, aren't they? Holy, tit for tat here between these two squads. Lore Gaming, though, will grab a slight edge here halfway through this search and destroy, as they are now up by a single round. And you called it the flank. That was a huge part of that retake. A huge amount of gunfights also coming up here for them as well. We'll see if they can continue to build off of it. And 2Real also on 4.
You just see the way that, you know, Lore just spread the map in those situations. As soon as you get those 2 down, you see 2Real doesn't hop the bomb right away, flies over towards P3, just guaranteeing yourself to kind of trap these good heart players. And now you're just waiting for one of these teams to take a 2-round gap, as it looks like we're going to see our first hit over towards A. Only person here is going to be Classic at range. He's going to have to give this one up.
Not 2Real, no fear. He knows he's on a spree, but he's still the bomb carrier.
Yep.
He will get this bomb down. Finally, our first real look at A. The back will be cut off. Yuli will win that first battle, and then we do get a trade, so 3v3 on the retake.
Yeah, and Paulex is going to fly for this one, still looking for that streak from 2Real. Smokes out. A is going to be weird, but that's 3 immediate kills from Lore Gaming. It's going to be our first 2-round advantage in the search and destroy.
Wow, I mean, what a response it is, right? The smoke comes through boxes. They're hoping just to flood through, but everybody is just in the right position to shut that play down, giving them just zero opportunity. And you can see 2Real on your screen. He is smiling. He's having just a lot of fun right now, man. I think he's now up to 5. So it looks like he should just be 1 off of that cruise missile, and that is the case.
Yeah, he's, you know, it's early in the morning. He's the only one who brings the pillow to the tournament. He's cozy.
He's always cozy, man.
Always cozy on that main stage. Having a good time here in the search and destroy. 5 in a row. See if 2Real can get that cruise missile where Prolute could not. And it looks like we're going to be seeing another attempt over towards A, but a very default setup for Good Hearts. Finally, we're going to see some patience out here, looking to draw first blood from aggression.
Oh, 2Real, he wants to push forward for that, but his teammate Paulex will connect with the nade. Yuli does also drop here, so you have a lot of options. You know this has been high tempo so far in a lot of these offensive rounds, but looks like Good Hearts might be looking just to slow down a tad bit. That said, the bomb does make its way over to A, and the rest of the attackers will also follow up.
Now for the full wrap around. Lore Gaming gonna have to fly through the defensive or the attacking spawn. Arcades actually gets caught for this, and that's gonna be Lore Gaming calling an audible to group back up. You spot the player info. It's all down to if Capsule can make this play. You shut down 2Real, you have a chance for the round.
2Real looking for that 6th kill. Capsule up top gets 1. Is there a trade? No, there isn't. Capsule for 2. Paulex gets the trade back. 1v1 we go.
Not planning
and it's gonna be a push inside of boxes, over the top. Oh no! This Prolute gets every time. Oh, he does, just barely. That one comes down to the wire. No defuse will come through, and Good Hearts will keep you within 1.
I don't know about you, Austin, but as soon as those shots come out while the player's defusing, I feel like the defuse time, at least in my mind, it feels like it gets longer. Just that period of time where you're sitting there like, come on, defuse it as fast as you can, hold it down, and it's just not happening. You know, you don't have really any chance there from Paulex as soon as you hop that bomb. It's just a really good call for the rotation through boxes and a much needed round from Good Hearts to get it done. It all comes down to Capsule. Shuts down the streak from Yuli, gets a 2nd kill, brings it into a 1v1, and you trust the ice there from the side of Good Hearts.
Still no streaks in play. Talk about that 2-piece from Capsule and how important that might be going forward. Good Hearts still need this round back. You can see the mid-map aggression defensively, not letting them just move into the site for free and get those B plants off like we've been seeing.
Complete change of pace from what we got in the first 3 rounds. Nobody going for B this time. Everybody looking over towards A. A group up into lobby, and there he's picking Capsule to get aggressive here. He doesn't need to. It's going to be Lore going to Capsule. Only good for the 1, but Prolute will trade it out. Advantage to Good Hearts.
Still, though, position in the back. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they read this. Major Maniac has gotten all the way through. He's in a pretty key position here to at least get 1, you would imagine. And he's going to come up behind the site. He's going to spot Prolute as that bomb goes down to B.
Oh, but Prolute gets away. So that's just information. And 2Real goes down. So this whole wrap around the world from Major Maniac might be all for naught. Timing's here. He's going to find an MCW in the ground. And 2 MCWs versus 1 versus 3 on Rio through the middle of the map. I'm going to take the 3 players all day.
Yeah, 2Real. If he's going to plant that bomb at B, you feel like he's got to get 1 in that situation for Major Maniac, and maybe he can clutch up a 2v1 because Prolute just clears all of that lobby in P2 area. So it looked like the timing might have been good if 1 had fallen, but
I feel like you got to play for the kill
that way.
Just kind of flying to the opposite side lobby towards P3, group up with Major Maniac, and hope you can bring it into a 2v2. I'm not a big fan of where Lore played that.
Well, it's all tied up here at 4-piece. So we saw Lore Gaming come away with a couple rounds in a row. Good Hearts will respond. And now it will be Good Hearts back in the attacking round here, looking for 3.
Stuns, nades, trophies, you're going to catch them. And we are back to the basics here on Rio. Cap 8-7, by the way. Has kept Good Hearts in this comeback. We're tied for a piece. Back-to-back rounds for this Good Hearts team. Paulex is going to spot 2 over towards A. Is going to call for a wrap from player number 7, Turiel, to back him up through the middle of the map. These are going to be key fights. Yuli on the side.
Read this. Challenge is good. Prolud's been so good in some of these engagements. We set up how important those early gunfights will be between him and Yuli. And he's bested him a few times. But 3v3 we go. Bomb is now planted. Retake again. Going to come through.
Yeah, Major looking to pinch things out with Turiel. Doubles back, actually, so Turiel has a chance to really blow this whole process up. 33 seconds to make it happen, and all the information.
Turiel to the back, bad timing. But again, 1-for-1 trades. Pistol out, not good for Major Maniac. Classic gets one. 2v1 we go. Paulex looking for the clutch.
Team
oh,
kill.
It's a team kill. It's a team kill, not what you want to see. Paulex now needs to try to run down the player, and
goes back in.
He's going to have to chase. Has to find him. Where has he gone? Is there time? The smokes are out, and the finesse is good. Capsidal says hello and goodbye. Good Hearts with 3 straight rounds.
That's some of the best movement I've ever seen from Capsule, just to stay alive, playing the time. I mean, I would be upset too, Paul. I do not blame you. I mean, Capsule just put on the wheels right there. I felt like you put, you know, some old music over that one in the chase, and it would be a really funny video to watch. I can't think of what it's called. It's just on the tip of my tongue. But what a round there from the side of Good Hearts. Capsule has been unreal, 10-7, showing that, you know, it doesn't really come down to the kills to win these rounds. And that's going to be Good Hearts, 3 rounds in a row. Chance to go up 2-0 in the series.
Oh, pressure again on Lore Gaming. I feel like it's going to be tough if they lose this map, and all the trades not looking good initially. But Prolud challenges the second and then slides away and just gets out with a sliver of HP. Arsony through the outside gets another, and it's all falling apart. Paulex again needs the clutch.
Absolutely no fear for Good Hearts, as that is going to be Lore Gaming eliminated in round number 10, and Good Hearts taking the search and destroy on Rio, taking the hard point on Rio, and leading this best of 5 up 2-0.
3 rounds coming together. That was really the dagger. It was Capsidal being able to survive and finesse, put himself on some skates and slide around there. Paulex just couldn't really lock him down, and then they finish it off beautifully in the end. Prolud has been fantastic today. He has been so impactful with some of these opening engagements. We set it up how important it will be against him versus Yuli, him versus Turiel when the subs are in hand, and it felt like he was really leading the charge in a lot of those opening engagements.
And it was Prolud to find, you know, the first blood in that last round and the shutdown onto Yuli. It just, you know, he's doing everything for the team there. Looking back at it, Capsidal 10-8, wins that, you know, 5th round for Good Hearts off of just a chase with Paulex, running around, not allowing Paul to really get anything done. And then Prolud, I feel like he's just been a first blood machine for the side of Good Hearts, and, you know, definitely, you know, throughout that, Good Hearts really dominating that first blood factor. Sure. It just seemed like always, constantly, whether it was the bomb down early or whether it was a rotation and an execute over towards A, non-stop this Lore Gaming team was playing at a deficit. Whether it was a 3v4 or 2v3, they just could not keep an advantage on their side. It was very similar to the Rio hardpoint. The slaying just not up to par with this Good Hearts team, and that is just allowing them to walk all over you in some scenarios.
It's looking scary right now for the Lore Gaming boys. They are now forced to have to win 3 in a row. We'll take a look, I believe, at some of the highlights that have taken place over the course of this last couple of maps here for us. But at the very least, this has just been a great opening. Again, a double dose of Rio, and it feels like at the moment, this Good Heart squad is loving Rio. Yeah,
I mean, they were feeling it on that map number 1, and, you know, in map number 2, yeah, you know, Prolud just, you cannot really get that cruise missile on in his back pocket oftentimes. He always gets that 5th kill in a row and just can never get that 6th, but it doesn't matter whether you get that, you know, kill streak or not. This Good Hearts team is just feeling so comfortable in this best of 5 early on a Saturday. You know, definitely unfortunate for this Lore Gaming team who, you know, albeit, I mean, that search and destroy, they were playing great up until those last 2 rounds. It's very unfortunate 1v1 for Paulex that you do not win it, and then you lose those first blood battles in that round number 10. I think that Lore Gaming, they didn't play bad on the search and destroy. It was the hard point that I was worried about, where they just were not winning those rotations, were not winning those important gunfights on those transitional kills, and heading into this control, you just need to see things change.
I agree. We are going to take a look at the map graphic here and see exactly what's coming up. We know that the Invasion Control is coming up. I'd love to see what our map 4 and map 5 is, and there it is, production coming in clutch here. So we will get a 6-star hardpoint potentially. Again, this is going to have to be reverse sweep fashion if we're going to see Lore Gaming bring this one all the way back. But, you know, you definitely have everything ahead of you for as far as this Invasion Control. You got to come up big. You got to really win some of these key AR battles, and we got to see them show up in a big way.
Hey, I'm really excited if we do get that 6-star hardpoint. I feel like the 6 stars and the Vistas are really going to separate some of the good teams from the great teams today. That we'll be seeing in those hard points, the map 1 or the map number 4, if they want to go to it. Just having that 6-star, having that Vista is just so important for a lot of these teams. And I hope we get to see that map 4 here. But Good Hearts, I mean, they play so good in that Rio hard point, just dominating when it comes down to that slaying. You had constant sprees from Arcitys and Proluz. Arcitys drops 30 kills in that map number 1, and into this Invasion Control where, you know, the defensive side is going to be so much more dominant than that offensive side. Again, you're just kind of looking to see if Lore Gaming can start to find some form when it comes down to these long-range gun battles on the ARs. You know, Paulex and Major Maniac, I mean, they haven't been playing bad at all in that map number 2. It's just heading into Invasion. It's a completely different ballpark than Rio, and you have so many more gunfights with the MCW that you need to win.
I agree. It is a different beast. You have to come in here. You have to play perfect. You don't want to get put in the blender right away, you know, as we jump into an Invasion Control, because we know how difficult it is to try to regain and try to get back onto the map in some of those situations here. So a lot of pressure on the ARs to certainly show up and try to shut down what we've seen so far from Arcitys playing extremely well.
Yeah.
For the playmaking looking fantastic for, you know, players like Caps and Prolute that have just been so difficult to deal with here and are coming up with those big 2 pieces. Need to see trades, need to see some clean COD, and need to see a good first round if you're going to really make it.
Need to see an offensive win. I mean, I feel like if you really want to make your day easy on Invasion Control,
that's the way to do it.
You win an offense. Easier said than done. Easier said than done for sure. But Lore Gaming, they're starting on the offensive side, so, you know, right away you're kind of thinking that, you know, Lore, if it's going to be any time, it is now to set up. It's going to be hit through mid. All 4 members leaning over towards B. It's going to be a pinch play onto this B zone to get it capped early. Classic goes down, but a team nade onto Turiel, and Capsule can stop this.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Lore Gaming, though, still on the attack. Will make their way towards B, and that should be that first tick locked in. And Yuli's also in a great position right now in top treehouse.
And look at that. Turiel off spawn clears out Arcitys, so you have no water street control. You have to be aware here if you're Good Hearts to chalk this B zone and make sure that Lore Gaming can't get to A early. And they're going to do just that. They give up B. 2 takes a progression already, and they clear out A, which is the more important job here for Good Hearts.
Well, flank to the backside. Classic found through 2 through mid, so he was looking to follow up with a 3rd. And he will be shut down, but you still have Yuli in a forward position, so this is really stopping the defenders from being able to position back inside of Broken and push up even bottom or top treehouse. Yuli, good for number 3. A lot of pressure coming his way, but he's dealing with it well, and that will be the B zone secured.
I mean, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. You got to think. You got a real chance here to cap A. I think that I like this out of Lore Gaming. You have no pressure on which zone to go to, so you get the easy one done right away. Now for the hard part, but Yuli in the spawn has a chance to cause some chaos. You need these fights to the mid to go your way. Paulex, unfortunately, not going to read that onto Prolute. And still Cafe control, still H Street control for the side of Good Hearts.
Yuli, he's going to go all the way through the defensive spawn. There's a lot of defenders here to stop him from getting this cap off. He's also on 4 in a row, but the trophy system will help keep him safe. Major Maniac helps, gets one on the cross. Challenge from Yuli. He gets number 5, and I like this play. Dips off the point for a second, wants to secure the cruise.
Yeah, it's just distraction right now for Yuli. Major makes the big play, sliding in. You need that 3 down for Good Hearts right away. Arcitys with a huge win versus Yuli, and the support arrives. Good Hearts, they clear it. 18v16. Now minute 36 already. Good Hearts, they've almost shaved an entire minute off this clock.
That one was a little bit scary, but all 3 players going to go down. So last one up, really pushed forward, is going to be Classic. Everyone else coming off the spawn. Capsule dies as soon as he moves right into Rugs. Yuli did not earn the cruise and will be shut down as he makes his way again through the defender spawn. Paulex is the one to go all the way through gas, though, and he might be able to catch a couple players off guard here.
Yeah, but he has no teammates here. Paulex is going to make the play. You need your team to make the play as well. Unfortunately, the fights through mid just have not been won by this Lore Gaming team at all. And yeah, the player on the flank is making these important gunfight plays, getting onto that A zone, stopping the time. But if you don't have Cafe control, if you're not backing up that player, it's all for nothing. You're down to 50 seconds left.
Paulex loses a big one right inside of Cafe. And that time has slowly dwindled away. The one thing you got to give credit to Lore Gaming for is getting through the backside and being able to potentially threaten the flank. But now down to 30 seconds. Life's also still in favor of Lore Gaming if that even comes into play. Major Maniac now looking to pounce. Needs to win this battle on the hill, and he does. He's on the zone. He's got the trophy with him as well.
And now through mid street, it's unfortunately too real. Not able to stay alive at the double stack from Lore Gaming, but you have no help. Good Hearts off the respawn. They're going to be able to hit this with their full entire force. Major again needing to go big. Finds the first one. Second one runs out of bullets. And Arcades, he lines him up.
Arcades, what a huge moment that is to make sure there was no trade and there was still no threat on the zone. There was still maybe one final attempt to try to fly here, but Paul X would have to do just about all of it by himself. Maybe gets a sound cue down low, but has to fly. Reeds in the back are there. The trades are good enough, and no one else is close enough to the zone to get a touch. That got a little bit dicey, but in the end, Good Hearts able to hold on.
And it's so frustrating too, because I mean, Lore Gaming are setting themselves up so well on these A executes. And it's just the way Invasion goes. You get those spawns on the defensive side over towards blue, you're able to kind of reinforce through that cafe streets, and with the way that the MCW is shooting, I mean, you can just put so much support on that lone player that is still alive over towards A that it's just cleanup crew there for Arcades to get that big double kill onto Major Maniac. No stress onto anybody else really trying to follow that one up. And Good Hearts, I mean, you win that first round, but you know, you have to give Lore Gaming some credit. They get 4 segments. They get that one tick over towards A. So now if they can shut Good Hearts down completely, they can look to start to work this round 5 defense.
All right. Good Hearts' chance at trying to grab an offense of their own. At the very least, try to even up the ticks a little bit. Arcades, 3 in a row. Going to be hard-pressed to make some kills happen here, and, well, that's going to be an easy pickup there for Yuli. Capsule, though, he's able to push through to Treehouse, and he's now in a pretty solid position. Does give away his spot, but has to try to play some kills to get his teammates forward.
A little too eager. Now the hunt is on. Major going to be challenging this one. You don't see that every day. MCW in the low ground winning out versus Arrival 9, but it's a good clear from Lore over towards B. They stop Capsule from making that flank play. Now you have the players off respawn for Good Hearts hitting B once again. Classic's going to touch down. You clear Arcades over towards A. All focus for Lore on Major Maniac now hitting the flank.
Yeah, I like this for Major Maniac. And it is being held here from Arcades, where the timing might work out for him, and it does. That's a good vet discipline play from Arcades. And Alec will come up with a big one, gets some comms on the player in front. Yuli is in a very awkward situation and is low. He'll be taken out, but Turiel on the flank might be able to find some kills, tries to slip away, and he is overwhelmed. Now this looks like maybe a good opportunity to try to lock down the B zone.
Yeah, how many times on Invasion over towards B do we see that flank player from the defensive side actually make that game-saving play? Arcades is not a player that's going to overlook that whatsoever. You still get one last chance here towards B, but Yuli, the nade stops it.
Oh. Should still get it.
But it's going to be capped by Arcades. So
yeah, if Yuli gets that third, though, it gets interesting, doesn't it?
And the beatdown, too. Major with bridge control. Good Hearts, they get that 3 segments over towards B. If they get 1 over towards A, it's a job well done. You're even in segments. If you get 2, you're in the advantage. And again, you're still playing for that round 5.
Life's even. Minute 15 on the clock. Have to work through Cafe. Yuli holding it strong. We'll go for a couple challenges. Got a couple players to deal with, and while he overextends, he's punished for the play. Classic has been great so far, by the way. 13-8. Arcades now also in a pretty prime position to cut off some of the respawners. Major Maniac just trying to finesse play his life, but Arcades just needs to be annoying, maybe find a kill or 2.
Yeah, Arcades looking to stay alive. Won't be able to extend that force break to 5 or 6. 15 playing 15, 49 seconds left. Good Hearts starting to run out of any progress here to work this A zone, and Prolude has been spotted, so you can see Lore just trying to clear out their spawn, make sure that nobody can sneak through blue.
30 seconds time slowly dwindling away here for Good Hearts. This feels like this might be one of their last really good team pushes in this round number 2. Nade over the top, does find a connection, but Prolude loses every single one of his teammates. It is now solely on him to try to make up some trades, and he's only good for 1 with the nade. 15 seconds left, deep spawns, and it looks like this one might also be wrapped up.
Now Paul looking to feed in the streaks. Arcades says nope. As it has been tough trying to get those cruise missiles within this series so far, but I think for Lore, you're checking all the boxes on, what is your win conditions on a map like Invasion. You completely stop this Good Hearts team so far. Hold on, wait a second. It's a 2-stack on A, and that's the A progress set in stone. Working on number 2, you're finding the kills. Arseny takes down Yuli. It's all down to Paul to shake things up.
All right, final tick. Classic tucked away in the corner, waiting for a challenge. Snaps on one, but his teammate needs to come up big, and they're unable to slay out everybody as there's almost a last-second touch. And it was looking scary, but they're able to hold on just barely, Cal.
That goes from Lore Gaming playing a fantastic defense to somehow allowing Good Hearts to slip through that A, S, and D street and get into the zone for not 1, but 2 segments on that A zone. So now, heading in towards this round number 3 for Invasion, teams tied 1 apiece, but when it comes down to the ticks in control, it is a 1-segment advantage for this Good Hearts team. So Lore Gaming, again, they're gonna have to go into overdrive for this offense, their last chance to really determine their round 5. If they win the offense, hey, job well done, but again, like we said at the start, easier said than done. It's gonna have to be an emphatic round here from Lore.
Well, B going to be the first attack here for Lore Gaming. They had a pretty successful job of it last time, and again, their breakoff looks pretty solid. They have yet to dive. Finally, Arseny is able to pick up 2, and that slows things down to make sure they don't start attacking both zones, but they do manage to get Yuli through. He's on 2 in a row, and he's just going to try to bring some members to him, and they clear him off pretty easily.
I was going to say, the whole call there from Lore Gaming to actually pull Major Maniac off of B to help Yuli over towards that A zone. It's very bold with those close spawns from Good Hearts. Now, you only have 1 segment over towards B. Good Hearts are able to clear out A, and now set up a defense at this B zone as well. Good Hearts realistically can shut down Lore Gaming in total now in this round.
This next wave of kills are really important for our attackers. Lore Gaming need to come up with 1, if not 2. The setup looking good. Capsule might have gave some information there to his teammate Prolude, and they're able to work out for some very clean kills. So B has now been cleared off. They are spawning at the back of Palace, and this is not where you want to be with 45 seconds left in the round.
This could be the dagger, Austin. This could be the dagger. You have the spawn trap set in place. Good Hearts, they can put this one away with only 1 segment given over on this defense. Everything is pointing towards the heart of these players.
30 seconds left on this clock. This is not a good round number 3 here for Lore Gaming. They are just in the blender, down by about 10 lives as well. Classic is picking up multi-kills. Arseny is also on a killing spree. And you just have to fly to a point. They might have a chance to get through, but Arseny is just laying prone, gets 1, looks for the secondary challenge, will be taken out. Maybe there's a chance for Paulex to fly, but he's got to go now.
It's a foot race, 6 seconds left. You get to B, but you don't have a full stack of the squad. Everybody from Good Hearts setting up for the pinch from this one through DVD, through Treehouse, through the street. This has got to be perfect.
Final tick, needs to get locked in. And, well, you can see everybody pressing for the front. Arseny is able to double up with 2. Paulex needs to come up big. It is now all on him, and he is cleared off. There is no capture of the B zone. What a defensive round from Good Hearts.
The pressure's on, backed into a corner, backed into the ropes now for Lore Gaming. You take that gamble at the start of the round when Yuli gets on towards A, you call Major Maniac off that B zone, only getting the 1 segment, and it doesn't work. You fall flat on your face. You get the spawn trap set in place for the side of Good Hearts, but then heading into now this round number 4, the only way you can determine a defensive round 5 if you're Lore Gaming is if you completely hold this Good Hearts team to 0 segments. It has to be a perfect round.
Well, Good Hearts could put it away here with some offensive pressure, and they do decide to split up some of their attackers a tad bit. Capsule's going to take a little peek, see what's going on over by A. Get some good timing here on Paul with the sub, and yeah, he does. That's a good kill. So A now will be pressured. You even got a bit of assistance here from Arseny. He's also got the cross in the back.
Yeah, I like this from Arseny. You're not going to jump on this. You're not going to bottleneck your defensive setup on towards A, but Arseny goes down, and that's not a take on towards A. So, sweat wept off the forehead of this Lore Gaming team, and an unfortunate team kill onto Yuli, but that is going to be back over towards B. We go for Good Hearts. Arseny's going to push on through, finds the first one, traded by Major Maniac, and you're having a setup from Paulex to maybe hit this one through dark.
B now the target for Good Hearts. Still a lot of defensive members in and around Treehouse, and
Capsule
even a chance to come through dark. Capsule, though, up top. He's able to deal with one. Gets a read on the second. No, he doesn't get it. It looked like he might have been good for it, but what a win that is. And now TwoReal, or rather, excuse me, Major Maniac, he's on 5 in a row.
0 segments on B and A. So far, so good for Lore. They are clutching up in these moments. You have a player in towards Cafe. You're not going to spot out Arcitys right away. Not able to win that gunfight. Big fight happening in Cafe. And Paulex is going to win this one. Major Maniac, a second one, 6 in a row. That's a cruise missile for Lore. And you're starting to put lives in your favor.
All right, 25 seconds on the clock. This is a good moment to finally get some of those segments, though, on B. Classic will start it off here with the first tick. Trophy systems down. No real defenders here because A is also under attack. Arcitys needs to win some big battles, and he's doing exactly that. He gets one, almost snaps for another. Major Maniac, though, comes up with a big 1v1.
That is perfect, though, from Goodhearts with 25 seconds left. You send everybody around the map. You get that presence on towards A, and Classic secures the defense in round 5 for this team. Just getting the job done for this Goodhearts squad. You might not win the round, but you're setting up yourself for success in the long run.
Oh, there's the capture. So an extra minute up on the clock. Goodhearts down by 5 lives. Little finesse from Yuli. Gets assistance there from Paulex. And maybe this is your chance to at least keep them in the blender, limit them from getting any kind of an attempt onto that A zone.
Now you're really thinking about this one if you're Lore Gaming. You not only have to now shut down Goodhearts, but you don't have to worry about getting that defense in round 5. The only thing you're worrying about is holding on to that Major Maniac cruise missile. You do not want to give Goodhearts the time of day to use that streak. And with the team kill there, 2 kills out of Lore Gaming, that's going to reset the map for Goodhearts. Back to the respawn, 50 seconds left, 16 playing 7.
Down to about 45. Everyone's still in a great position defensively to stop any kind of an attempt to move out to the map. Paulex on 2. Love to earn another streak here. That's really what you got to be looking for. Try to earn some late game insurance for this round 5 offense that's looking inevitable. 28 seconds now, 5 lives. Lore Gaming at least looking good here for this round.
Nice shots here from TwoReal. Gotta watch out how many pumps we get. With 17 seconds left, it just doesn't seem like Goodhearts have the resources. It is gonna have to be some magic in the barrel of these MCWs to charge at this one. Capsule's gonna win the fight versus Major Maniac. Here comes the rush. Arcitys on the water street. The kills aren't coming through. There's no time to make it. You don't have the lives, but you are going to have the defense. We're going round 5 in the control. But right now, Goodhearts, everything pointing in their favor.
And it was looking really solid. It felt like there was maybe even a moment where we were seeing Lore Gaming hold on and have an opportunity to limit them to 0 ticks. But it really did feel like that moment where they were able to attack both zones. You know, that splits up the defenders. You know how important A is to protect. You have to dedicate your resources to that. And that's what really allows that B zone to essentially go over fairly uncontested with the numbers advantage coming through there for the attackers. But you said it best, Colin. Round 5 defense. It is going to be here for Goodhearts. They just simply need to do what they've been doing here so far. But on the other hand, it's going to have to be Lore Gaming that come out here swinging and have a fantastic break-off.
Yeah, I mean, Yuli on 4 in a row. If you can get a second cruise missile, maybe I'll give you that chance. It's Major Maniac, 21 and 17, who has really been kind of shifting the tides in some of these rounds. But TwoReal's going to find a route over towards blue. Capsule goes down. They're on towards B early, and they're looking for space. TwoReal is flying.
Yeah, they have to worry about where TwoReal's going to be and where he is at. And it's not a gunfight you want to take. So he just needs to finesse, play his life. They are now focused on him. That takes away focus from the zone, but they do manage to clear it off for a second. Prolute now in the back. Doesn't want to take the one-on-one. He's just going to back up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to kind of jump the gun here if you're Goodhearts. You just need to clear out your own spawn and then look towards B. It's going to be slow. Only 2 segments here. Yuli going to find his 5th one, staying alive, 32 and 22. Yuli looking to make these plays. Major jumps off B, finds Classic, and helping out the teammates perfectly. Yuli gets another streak.
Yuli gets another streak. There's now 2 streaks in the pockets of Lore Gaming. They just have to capture this final tick over at B, and they can set themselves up for some gnarly offensive plays. But you still need to now deal with TwoReal here, who is alive on A. Can you find this kill? The kills are still coming through the middle of the map, and you've got protection here. You've got reinforcements coming your way.
And Major Maniac, he is shooting straight right now. If there's anybody to help you, it is him. Major's going to jump on towards the A zone, stays alive, and TwoReal is pushing the aggression over towards Gas. He gets traded. Capsule with the Renetti clears out Major, and it's back to the start for the side of Lore.
What a snap that is. And you have to feel like you're just going to move over to B. You should have a capture here on that final segment, no problem whatsoever. And that would give you about 1:45 if you can get this cleanly. Well, Larceny's let it go over cleanly. They do find the nade, and now a quick move over to A. They keep moving back and forth, just keeping the defense here on their toes.
Classic's in trouble. Classic's getting chased. Yuli's going to clear out Laundry. The B zone not getting captured. Everybody from Lore, they know they need to put this one away. Capsutal's getting the transitional. Major goes down. Capsutal gets 2. It's Paul on this A zone all alone on an island.
What a moment that is. Paul, can he come up big with a second one? Oh, Prolute just waits perfectly in the corner. His teammate is there for the assistance. And now 35 seconds left. Still no capture on B. 2Real can't find anything in the back. And now the cruise missile will come through for some info and maybe some kills.
1 minute and 32 seconds. 17 playing 16. We're going around the world with the cruise. Where is it going to land, though? Who is it going to find? Where's this going? Absolutely nowhere.
It doesn't find anything, but more importantly, they're able to grab that B zone. So the kill's looking favorable right now for Lore Gaming on the attack, up by just a few lives, but those are some critical kills that come through for Goodhearts to slow the offensive pressure down. Everything comes to a halt for a moment, but Yuli's on the zone. Have to pressure and have to find him. They do it with ease.
Doesn't expect Arcitys to kind of split the zone right there, and that's going to be a huge kill. Minute 4, 13 playing 13, in towards Cafe. The setup towards Blue. You have player number 7, Capsule in DVD. All angles covered for Goodhearts. They are bleeding out Lore.
Yuli again with another 2-piece. He's up to 37 and 25 right now. He is popping off for his squad. That is going to be a forced gunfight there from Paulex as he was pinched up there from behind. So he is again dealt with. 9 lives, playing up against 10. We're now down to 40 seconds.
This is it. This is it for Lore. It's now or never. You got to pick up the pace. Only 40 seconds left. 2Real's on alone. He needs help. Paul's going to find Classic. Capsule's going to press the issue. Arcity helping him out. Back and forth kill feed. 2Real gets shut down. Prolute finds 2. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. Paulex needs to stay alive here. He is the only one on this side of the map. His teammates are now coming out of Palace, and Paulex just can't play his life. Time dwindling down. No lives remaining for Lore Gaming, and Goodhearts might have just done enough.
So many clutch plays, so many isolated gunfights, so many chances for Lore, but invasion stays invasion. Defense reigns true.
Major Maniac just can't get there, and what a series from Goodhearts. The 3-0, every single map though fairly close, outside of the hard point realistically. But you look at that search, you look at that control, there were winnable moments. They had the double cruises in the end. Just doesn't work out here for them. Yuli put up big numbers as well there, Colin. Almost gives them a chance to steal away an offense in round 5. They just barely come up short.
You can see that. I mean, Lore, they were doing everything right in a lot of those rounds. Again, it's just, you kind of got to say it. It's like, it's just the invasion way. Those defenses, it's so hard to crack the code over towards that A zone. You need so many things to go your way. And constantly, in a lot of those rotations over towards A, you had, 1 or 2 members from that Goodhearts team always slipping into the side of Lore. I think over towards the stack that we almost had on that A zone for Lore Gaming, you had Classic and Arcitys over towards that AS&D stream. Mid-tank was covered. You were winning the gunfights that you needed to do. You were bleeding out that Lore team, constantly keeping them at a disadvantage. And it was only a matter of time before the time runs out, before the lives run out. And, although you had those 2 streaks, you really never saw those cruise missiles open the map like you really needed to from Major Maniac and Yuli. It was an honorable fight into the invasion, but it's going to be a 3-0 sweep for the side of Goodhearts to move forward.
Yeah, 3-0 sweep. Yuli doing everything, man. He was 2-piecing just about every single life, it felt like, in that round number 5. Puts up 37, but just can't get them over the edge. Arcitys also, again, he had a fantastic map number 1. I think it's also important to note that he has been cooking. He looked really good here for his very first set alongside the rest of his squad that was just coming up big. And I feel like that was really the big factor, right? It was a lot of clutch plays coming in when they really needed them. And you take a look at some of these replays and some of these highlights, and there was a hell of a lot of them here to talk about.
I mean, how many times do we see sprees for Goodhearts here on the Rio hardpoint? So many times where they're just putting together those multi-kills, so many times that they were breaking the hill within 10 seconds or winning the fights on rotation to get those early setups. The time goes their way, and the slaying really favoring this Goodhearts team across the whole series except for that control. It was map 2 that it really kind of was determining how this series was going to go to. Lore really needed that search and destroy to go their way. I didn't think their respawns after that Rio hardpoint were looking as polished as this Goodhearts team was when it comes down to the pacing of the series that we're seeing. But very clutch plays coming out from Good Hearts in that S&D, leading into a 2-0, heading into this invasion control, and it's just back and forth defense constantly. Pop-off moments galore in that map number 3. Unfortunately, Lore, I would have loved to see that 6-star hard point, but not able to get it done
with the way this one's
that map number 3. And now Lore, they're down, but they're not out.
Well, that's a heck of a way to kick off day number 2 here for the Toronto Open. And this lower bracket is going to get very, very interesting here because Lore Gaming now dropping down. That is going to be a tough team to beat.
Yeah.
One of our higher seeds, of course, at the Toronto Open. So just about every single match here is going to be a competitive one, whether it's in the lower bracket or especially this upper bracket, where I think our EU squads are going to be going head-to-head here very, very soon as well. So the action is going to continue. It's going to get better. But, man, I'm looking at this squad right now, and I'm thinking that this Good Hearts team has a potential to really go a long way if they can keep playing like that, Colin.
I know we were kind of discussing this Good Hearts team heading into this tournament, and we were kind of wondering, waiting to get our eyes on the squad. Is it everything you hoped for?
I think so. Yeah. I think that they've shown up in a big way, Colin. I think that this is a team that, had a lot of eyes on them, had, a lot of expectations. You look at these 4 names, and again, you expect them to almost beat Top 4. Living up to it so far, so I'm impressed.
I would agree so. I was kind of looking forward to seeing another hard point from this team, but, in an early Saturday, your first match against the day, you have a tough draw going up against this Lore team. You beat them in the SGP tournament leading into Toronto, and the narrative's not going to change today.
That sounds like the play completely. But for now, guys, we are going to throw to a break right after we come back. For all you EU fans, we do have a fantastic EU matchup, so make sure you guys do not go too far. We'll be back on the backside of the break.
Let's go, boys. Energy every fucking map.
Oh, it starts here, boys. Hello there, Sean. So a champion in the making.
Champ treatment.
He's hyping himself up.
Yeah.
Champion.
I already have yes.
World champion.
A world champion in the making. That's better.
We're visualizing. We're ahead of the clock.
So you have that dog in you.
I do have that dog in me. Ruff.
Am I getting froze?
You look buff, Charlie.
I am buff.
Charlie, we go to the gym?
Yeah, mate. Sean, can you tell?
Look at this. Look at this. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Take my headset.
Look jack. Yeah. Alright. Controller. Earbuds. What? Water. There we go.
There you go.
Hey, Toby's going home.
Yeah, Toby, f***ing hell. You walk to the facility, mate. What's going on?
He's ready.
An idiot.
Yeah, no bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
My game felt dog shit. And it was on exclusive. I switched it off exclusive to borderless, put it back on, and it felt different. Now it feels way better.
Oh my god, what the f*** did you just do?
Did I not bring my water? There it is.
No way, dude.
My water.
You're tweaking me now, dude. I'm still keeping going. Give me it.
one in the water, one arches, one Mackies, I think. Yeah.
I should be able to kill the guy, arches.
I'm just gonna get straight in there. I got flock on. Let's go. Come on,
It's fine, this is fine.
There's two on time.
Can anyone be do? Yeah, deep back near me. Deep back near me.
Okay, I gotta be where?
You got me. Deep back gas, Jars. On the gas heady. On the gas heady, sneaking it. 100%. 100% there.
Gas
heady still.
That dome. No, bro. Okay, one's in the water, low left somewhere.
Can you get my low left?
And one's, yo, shed. Block for
Team low left.
I'm blocking.
Yeah,
It's a bit right side, stay alive.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm short.
How do you jump out?
I'll see him.
Go top office.
I'll see him.
Tap DC.
What's up, P2?
Top office now.
What a surprise. Yeah, I knew I was feeling good.
Could you just
Bro, never playing in a hoodie again, by the way. Yo, holy
you just did that yourself.
yo, I know, I was like, that first knife I hit was dirt. Bro, he was full sprinting with a knife across the house. I snapped on him. Yeah.
They can never fucking beat me, ever. Add it to the tally, bro.
I mean, Champs is basically everything for you as a player. It's kind of what you're leading up to the whole season, what we as a team try to peak for every single year.
And it's the one, it's the biggest one, it's the one that everyone wants to win, obviously.
Can put everything right, can make the whole season worth it. All the pain, all the glory, I guess, everything can just make it all worthwhile if you can just win that one event.
All the majors are cool to win, but then once the year's over, no one really cares about them. Everyone just remembers the 2023 World Champions. Champs is everything.
You know, that's kind of how you cement your legacy in COD history, getting that ring, getting that big trophy in front of all the fans and, you know, with the biggest crowd there is. I mean, Champs is literally everything as a player, so.
That's the big one.
You know, Scrap came in and been playing lights out for the whole season. 99 rated. To me, he was my MVP, worthy rookie of the year. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Kid's unbelievable.
I know how my skill is, I know how good I am. You know, I knew that, you know, and I had a really good team around me. I can't give more credit. Obviously, people are gonna look at me and see like, you know, I was probably the star player, but you know, I don't think there's one star player on our team. I think every match we played, everyone was doing their job. That's all it was, you know. The people that I play with just set me up like crazy. How Charlie plays, how just Jamie plays, how they all play just complements how I play. They just get in good positions for me to just, you know, mow people down when they're coming out. But yeah, overall messages, I'm not surprised, so. Yeah.
Finally got it.
Well, that
got Rook of the
really
Year.
add to the case. Not me.
Just got it. I got it 3 years late.
Hey, sorry, Jerry. Sorry.
Thank you.
The kissy monster.
I think our biggest challenge was going to be the match coming up. FaZe had our number all year.
But again, it was weird that we had this weird confidence about us this event. It was kind of like we didn't really care who we were playing. We were excited to play whoever. Obviously, when we first got the bracket, we were kind of like, oh, great. You know, like LAT into a FaZe, like it never gets easy for us. So 2 of the 3 teams we've only lost to in LAN this season is FaZe, LAT and New York. So obviously going to that game was like, oh my God, here we go again. But no, there was a confidence in the camp and you could feel it just being around us that we weren't going to shy away from this game and we were going to come out swinging.
Into these fucking plumbers, yeah?
Oh yeah, big boy.
Let's go. Go boys, come on.
With the first map that he's had.
So fucking passion, yeah, come on. Yeah, let's go boys. That is our main thing, is just map 1 against FaZe.
I feel like every time we've gone into FaZe, we've always said, if we get map 1, we're going to take the series, man.
We kind of wanted to put them on the back foot. They're a team that always used to pretty much coming out hot against us, so kind of wanted to try to switch up the series a little bit.
We're looking Slasher. Slasher's probably them.
That's both.
Nice scrap.
Someone come back to me.
Maybe Tom.
No, from P4. He's dead.
There's lock.
Yeah.
Nice, Charlie.
Get him, Charlie.
We've been cut.
Charlie.
It's done.
Looking for one.
One more lock is on me, one more.
Come on, pitch me.
Nice, 20
We knew their breakoffs, we knew everything, so at that point the game was in our hands and we were just smoking them on every single rotation, which ended up helping us, keeping some confidence going into map 2, 3, and 4 because that map was probably the most crucial map of the entire Champs.
Ultra in control, FaZe miles away, this might be game. Get your headline ready, Charlie Hicks puts the dagger to Atlanta FaZe on this map.
No, pallets hit, get now.
first map, baby.
Okay.
Come on. Hey. Go fucking let's go. These guys are fucking dog shit.
Yep. But they're not used to this, trust me.
Keeping that high level mentality, just that we're gonna win this thing, and if we just keep playing us, that we can get this done. And then honestly, it showed. We come out. I think our biggest thing was our defenses leading up to the tournament. We really didn't have good defenses. We couldn't win them.
For about a week, we were awful at LSU control. We didn't win the defense for a whole week.
But we knew exactly what adaptations we need to make and what changes we needed to make, and I mean, we just brought that into the game.
And then when we loaded in against FaZe,
we just fully smoked them. We were just clearly making all the important kills that we weren't making the day before.
So it was just, a good, nice 3-0 map, and gave us a lot of momentum going into that fourth map.
You look at Sim's average placement on the champs going into this event, it was 1.5. That's absurd. He's been to 5 champs now. So taking them down is no easy task.
Simp was in the first half of the map, honestly just smoking us, just running around doing whatever he wanted.
Slasher pushes out, was Mima up on the pressure, but Simp's on an 8 spree, and has continued to pop up for the Atlanta FaZe side.
But, we never gave up. We kind of just kept going. We played, correct Call of Duty. Everyone was doing their 25%. That winning moment, we just knew that this is our tournament to win.
FaZe coming off the respawn. They are about to hit the lower bracket in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And to beat them the way we did was just such a confidence booster as well. It's not like we scraped the win. It felt like we earned the win throughout every map. Just felt like we won the event, to be honest.
I fucking like that, man.
I was getting choked. I fucking held that map.
Yo, we're fucking top 3, man. Come on.
Got it here.
Him. Yeah. Just falls around it, bro.
Yeah, he just falls around it.
Jump in your face.
Never stop, bro. Oh my god.
Don't blame him, please. I look so brain that I just saw it in the camera showing. Oh my god, look at this.
Dopamine. Fucking shit on these kids.
Everyone's like a controller.
The winners finals against New York was not even close. New York played horrific. I think they knew that. I think we knew that.
We came out and honestly just smoked them. We knew we were just going to be the better team. And to be honest, we felt like we were the best team at the whole tournament.
Full stun. He's running. He's laying down. He's laying down. One shot. Into go into big door. That's the
Nice.
Turn around. Charlie, go win that.
Yeah, Charlie, let's go, baby.
Good shit, bro.
Yo, these guys are fucking oh fuck. Yeah. They don't know, we just know exactly what they're doing right now.
They didn't even really fight back.
We played really well. They played really bad. It's as simple as that.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
Good, bro. Feeling great.
Let's let's have a good night tonight.
Yeah, they don't fucking want it, bro.
They don't. They've broken the down. Let's go.
That 3-0 in winners finals, you expect a bit more when you get to a match like that.
It did feel kind of surreal because I didn't expect the series to be that quick. I didn't expect it to be a 3-0. I thought they were going to put up a way bigger fight than that in the winners finals.
Obviously we played well, they didn't, is basically all I can say for him.
Nice!
One.
Get it!
Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Come on.
Beating Sublime 3-0, it was definitely it felt really good. And obviously it was really confidence filling.
At that moment, I was like, this is it. We're going to do it. We're going to come in tomorrow. We're going to do what we do. And, we're going to walk out here world champions. You kind of think, this is it. No one's going to beat us.
Yeah, late that night we're at dinner and we find out we're playing New York. We're all gassed. We're like, okay, New York final. We just smoked him the night before. Just do the same again tomorrow. And then
I had a good night's sleep. Everything was going good until we got to the venue.
I've in the same girl stall the past 4 days. I'm locked in. I
Yeah, get slam map 1, slam map 2, slam map 3, slam map 4, and slam map 5. That was kind of that.
They came out fucking frying. I don't think in my entire career that I've ever felt a team with that much like slaying power and absolute like playmaking ability. They were doing everything correctly.
They played better that day. It's just this how COD is these days. One day you're the best team, next day you could be the worst team.
I remember when we were still behind the curtain, it showed it on the screen, the casters, they said Toronto were favoured in the first 5 maps, and like we were, backstage as well, we were saying like, we thought we were going to win all 4, and I think 5th might have been Embassy, so we were literally saying like, this is going to be 5-0, like this is going to be 5-0, and we heard the caster say as well, and then I think in my head I'm like, holy shit, we're actually going to smoke them, and I think we all thought that, and it just didn't happen.
So we told it miracle in the desert. Miracle in the desert, who's game?
Matt by Matt. Fucking chill. We're playing good right now. We're playing pretty good. Like we just gotta play better. When this has to do with all best control.
It's just, you do just need that one. And, you know, we didn't get that one. Yeah, that's just how it is. Like, I did believe that we could come back and we could make, you know, write history books with the greatest comeback ever for 3 rings for Europeans. Just didn't happen though, did it? So.
Just to end it, I want to make sure I say thank you to all the fans who've been here the whole entire way through it.
You know, they've also been a part of the ups and downs, the roller coaster of a season.
Sorry that you had to watch that final.
I've been here for the longest while. I've seen the growth in the fan base.
When I first joined the team, when first going to events, I think there was 1 Ultra jersey in the crowd. And now there's not a sea of purple, but we'll say a wave of purple now.
But, you know, we heard them. We definitely heard. I'll give a few shots. You know, Tactics. He was almost at every event. There's a guy named Roberto. He's a cool guy. He was at a lot of events. But just overall, in general, the online, you know, everyone was showing love on Twitter, and it just means a lot. You know, it's my first year that I've ever had like a fan base like this.
It's always love from you guys. So we do appreciate it, and yeah, thank you for sticking with us this season.
You guys support me in everything. You guys support the team in everything we do, and just want to say we appreciate it. And I think every single player in this team can agree with me that you guys are the best fans in the entire league. So thank you.
What's next for Tobias, Phoenix, Beyonce?
You can't fucking ask that, bro.
What's next? You know, hopefully another year of just ass whoopings, talking shit, people being mad at me.
I don't think I can answer that.
No?
No.
All right.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I do not know.
For Jamie Insight Craven, we'll see where the wind takes him.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
You know, hopefully carry on this story with Ultra, but we'll see what happens. Good to go?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Toronto Ultra Open here. We're ready to get in our second match of the top 32. I'm Infinity, this is Proper, and we're in for a treat here because it's time for an all-EU affair, mate. You know, I love the European matches. I can't really decide, honestly, because, you know, I'm a super biased caster as it is.
Totally.
Every time we get EU, I can't be biased here because it's 2 European teams.
You know, true story, when we were going over amongst all the matches that we were going to be having on this Saturday morning, yesterday I was talking to Mar Gnomes over there at the front desk, and I was like, yeah, we're for sure going to get that Clutch Rain versus Team War matchup. And I walked over to Brody, and I was like, so first match is going to be Lure versus Souls, and then we have Clutch Rain versus War. He's like, we're doing the second match. We're doing the second match. Yeah, he's very biased. It's really, really good to be back again, as we were talking about all day yesterday. This tournament here is always impeccable. The staff is always on point, throwing on a massive tournament here in the 6. But here on Saturday, starting off with 32 teams, got to get all the way down to 6.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough as well to lose some of these teams today because, you know, we were talking a little bit yesterday. Some of the matches are maybe more mixy than today's most certainly will be.
Sure.
And we get down to the top 16 teams here in the winners bracket, and this is where some of these matches are going to get really spicy. I mean, look, we might have just had a 3-0, but it was a close 3-0, and I think we're going to get a lot of close matches today, and I think this one is going to be no different. So we talked a little bit about the European teams. Let's actually talk about them a little bit more, right? We've got Team War and Clutch Rain. For anybody who has been watching European Challengers over the last year, you'll be pretty familiar with these guys, but there's been some roster changes relatively recently, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically for War, right? I mean, it feels like that we're getting a different iteration of Team War, realistically, since the beginning of the year, right? I mean, you start off the entirety of the season, you got Nasty on that team alongside Beans, playing alongside Hixie and Bance. So, like, that was the original roster. They end up playing with that same roster going in towards Boston. Not exactly the outcome that they had wanted for sure, and then the team gets broken up, players getting picked up to the league throughout that time, and then through the Elite Season 1 with Nasty going to LAT, Beans going to Boston inevitably, Hixie then going over to Omid EU, and now we end up at this iteration of Team War with well, I guess, what is he now, the young 19-year-old phenom for F-Dot, playing alongside Ash for Afro, and then Harry and Bance will be rounding out this Team War roster. I think that this is a very good iteration for this team, but they have their work cut out for them going up against Pac, Cobra, Twiz, and Denza. His revenge tour for Sleep on this Clutch Rain roster. We saw it at the SGP 2K. How far can that one picture go with the blood dripping out of the lion's mouth?
I didn't even ask him, actually. I meant to ask him before this game. Has he got it like loaded onto his phone?
I'm pretty sure it's just
after the
match.
Yeah, he's got it there. It's like it's bookmarked. He's got like a folder dedicated to that one picture. But yeah, the new Clutch Rain roster, I think, is actually a pretty good team. I don't want to say surprisingly so, but I think they've taken aback a lot of teams in European challenges because you go back towards that roster change that Clutch Rain made, right? You know, swapping out Rafi and Henry here for Denza and then Aspect before Pac has now recently joined the team. And I think a lot of people are like, why would we do that? You know, Rafi and Henry are really good players, and it's a massive gamble to do so. Obviously, it was a gambit to try and break what was a top 4 ceiling for this Clutch Rain roster.
Right.
It seemed to have worked out pretty darn well because Pac has been a brilliant addition to the team most recently, and you know, Denza. I mean, he's Denza, mate. He's good in every tournament. So yeah, really good Clutch Rain team. Of course, recently they've done super duper well. They did just win the last Challengers Cup, and of course that SGP Invitational, Andy.
Yep.
So a lot to talk about with this Clutch Rain team.
Yeah, I think what it mostly just comes down to this entire acquisition alongside Pac, right, is that it adds stability to the team that already had immense pace. Like, there's no shade towards Aspect whatsoever, but like being able to get Pac inside of this roster alongside Cobra, like that AR duo in between can not only set pace, but it's also the stability to be able to reference the SMG presence that is Twiz on the map. This guy's been continuously getting better since we've been seeing him play through the Challenger circuit. Last year, we were kind of gassing him up continuously. This year is a continuation of that same story, and he's playing alongside Denza. You want to look for pace. That boy right there in the black cap, he definitely got it.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with that team. I think Twiz is just such a wonderful story, right? I mean, we often talk about it, and I suppose people do get fed up us talking about it when it comes down to Clutch Rain. Twiz is just one of those players that he's kind of upgraded the roster incrementally over the course of the last year, right? I mean, he was playing with like a full French roster. Some of his ex-teammates are here in the pit as well. I think it's Fibron and Yazo, right? I mean, I think they were winning their last game last time I saw as well. But he's just got better and better as well. I think not just in terms of the people he's playing with, but also individually. I mean, I think there's been kind of a very clear chart of growth for him as a player, right? Where I think he's learned to play super duper selflessly, and also just in terms of the way he's playing around these players, he fits so well with this roster.
I mean, then you put him alongside Denza, who's been competing for God knows how long at this point as well, through injuries, through trials, tribulations. Like that is a veteran of European Call of Duty, and I think that's only going to help Samir try to grow more mature-esque as far as an SMG player. Like, we have no idea what that ceiling is going to look like, but you want to talk about veterancy, you look on the complete opposite side of the stage, right? I mean, you got players that have been doing it for quite some time, Bance is definitely one that jumps off the page.
Yeah.
Harry has also been a long-standing AR player in and out. He played for London Royal Ravens at one point during a stage when he was substituting in for Gizmo. And then you also have Afro, setting pace, been doing it for a long time. FDOT soaking up everything like a sponge. How far can they truly go? We don't know what the rest of the best of 5 map set will be, but talk about a square up as far as your opening map is concerned here on Saturday for the Ultra Open. It is going to be Vista HP between these two EU juggernauts.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, of course, we didn't really get a chance to talk too much about kind of the weaknesses and the strengths of Team War and Clutch Rain, but it is worth saying that Team War back in Season 2, and that, of course, was with this roster, they were not all that hot at hardpoint. They were getting really close with a lot of teams. They were getting within 50 points or so, but they could never really close out many of the games, and it was a big issue for them. It's their Achilles heel throughout basically the entirety of Season 2, and you've got to imagine the coaching staff on that roster, Andy, would have been putting a lot of effort in to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the most recent acquisition. Josh got dropped from Boston Breach, and then moves over to be playing with War, and you already got good old Marky B, the Scotsman, leading this team as far as the Commander-in-Chief is concerned. Can only get better, surely, but starting off hot is going to be Team War in blue, just immediately getting themselves at a majority of time here on P1. It is not easy to do to be able to get 40 seconds this quick, but even Afro's already on the rotation over towards New Clutch Rain, forced to fight for what is about like 3 seconds there at 1. What a start for War.
And maybe they have already fixed their hardpoint woes. I mean, it's very early to tell.
Well, yeah, one hardpoint's good so far. Yeah.
I mean, look, it's a P1. You don't get a little time back kill. That's a great start for Team War as far as they're concerned. And, of course, they've also managed to garner rotation as well. That is a big kill against Denzer. He was the last remaining player around the railing side. So now you know that the Clutch Rain are going to be spawning out towards P3 and P4. Just going to try and cut them off the source before they could start to cause some carnage on this rotation. FDOT with a nice double as well over by Burger Town, and Team War, I mean, they are winning pretty much every engagement you could possibly ask for at the moment.
Jeez.
Clutch Rain just cannot shut them down.
No, not at all. I mean, it's been a seamless rotation. I mean, in between 2 different hard points, Clutch Rain have put up a measly 6 points. The Team War are threatening to be over 100 points, about the first 20 going in towards P3. Big 1v1, maybe for the scrap time coming through. Harry also has the reader player on the back, but FDOT's right there to assist him for the exit, so scrap time secured for Team War. The rotation over towards New, not exactly a long one. It's just pack over by pillars. He's going to get isolated, dealt with swiftly, but there's still more players to cut through for Clutch Rain, but Team War very quickly on this rotation.
You have to make sure you hold this rotation. If you're Clutch Rain, you are down 80 points or so to start this game off.
Yikes.
You cannot afford to let this push around the back be successful for Team War, and you can see the way they're mounting it already. Bans through the middle of the map, trying to time this perfectly with a couple of players on the flank as well. This is perfect from Team War on the initial break, and Clutch Rain have just completely folded here in this situation. Yeah, they've still got players hanging about the joint, but they are losing the gunfights. All that remains is Pack on the defense of the hill.
Jeez.
Afro doubles up just like that, and Clutch Rain, I mean, they hold the hill for like 10 seconds, not even that.
Yeah. I mean, it's legitimately what? They actually only held it for 6 seconds. Yeah, 6 to 12. What a leap to double digits, but it's Team War up to triple digits right now. It's looking like it's going to be a good old 129 to about 12 going into the rotation over towards 4. And look, it's really tough to say. We're still in the first set of HPs, but you got to have it here if you're Clutch Rain. The rotation over towards 4 is exactly what you need. But the problem is you're spotting all the way over in Bufu. Team War can just continue to anchor out the spawns back P4 house through pillars. They're just going to watch these players try to whittle their way down these staircases, but you got to square up now if you're Clutch Rain. You got to win the gunfights, but the kill feed again erupts in blue. Team War can do no wrong on Vista HP.
That is just not acceptable.
No.
It's just straight up. These gunfights go the way of war.
Not good.
Every single rotation has been theirs. Now finally a push through the front coming through from Clutch Rain. Pack and Denzer do find some value, but FDOT finds yet another 2-piece this game. He is going nuclear at 15 and 5. Now making it 15 and 6 as finally Denzer takes him down, but it is always an Olympic-sized effort trying to make your way through the front of this hardpoint. It is so difficult to deal with those back spawns being as entrenched as they are. Those kills now coming through from Team War. Andy, what is happening? What are we watching right now?
Well, to coin a phrase of Infinity BL back on Mercado HP last year, it's the money rotation from 3 to 4 for Team War, man. If you break the back end of P3 and you just anchor the spawns for P4, that's an unanswered, what was it, about like 70 points that Team War just got for themselves. Clutch Rain have put up 16 points through 4 hard points. They got broken over by 3. They couldn't even try to break inside P4 before they thought about it. Team War already got all of the kills, and now they're on the better side of the map again. FDOT is having himself a whale of a time, 19 and 7. Harry, by the way, who has a minute and 30 of OBJ time, has only died 4 times. These boys are shooting, and they ain't dying either.
This is just insane. Clutch Rain, they're at least trying to garner some time off this hill. They are in for the moment. F-Dot really weak on the chow there, so wasn't really likely to win that one. There's also some coverage up top coming through from Clutch Rain. So they're doing a good job at the moment to recognize where Team War are spawning and doing a relatively good job at keeping them at bay. But in terms of actually earning time for themselves, this is just not happening. Every single time they get a good look at the hill, something like that happens. Team shots from F-Dot and Afro. The team play at the moment from Team War, and never mind the individual efforts of these players that are going nuclear.
Yeah.
It is just superb. And again, we talk about the kind of the hardpoint gameplay we wanted to see fixed from Season 2 to now. Looks like Team War have put the effort in.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, it also, like, it helps out when your SMGs are just gutting the way that we're seeing right now. The triple submachine gun for Team War has been absolutely on point. And we talked about this continuously for Felix's very young career. This guy plays with a lot of pace. You put him on a map like Vista, Rio, 6-star with an SMG in his hand, you will get such a result. 22-9 is a Herculean stat line coming through for Felix, taking another gunfight over the desk because why not? It's 2-11-27. If you get broken up here, fine. Just rotate over towards New. This is Team War's game to lose.
Andy, have you ever heard the story about a hardpoint comeback?
I've seen it, but like this would be something different. I mean, Twiz is 6-21 for crying out loud. Like this is not the pace that I was expecting to be set. Even Cobra 9-18. He's the only defending champion from that Webabubs roster this time last year for the Toronto Open, and they are just not showing up. Team War are blowing them out of the water.
There is just no slaying right now. This is not the Cobra that we used to be seeing at 10-18 now. I mean, look, he's not double negative, but he might as well be at this point. 24 seconds, all that will require to close out this hard point. They're in a good stead to get it done. And I mean, every time you see a power position coming through from Clutch Rain, it goes awry. Attempted flank coming through from Denza there does not go all the way. Team War now looking to close out this hard point, and all they need is one more wave of gunfights to get it done. Harry, unfortunately, does get overwhelmed by Cobra up top. So here we go. Something to talk about positive for Clutch Rain. They're in the hard point.
I mean, yeah, just hold it for the entirety of 30 seconds and then get a clean rotation over towards 3, and then get a clean rotation over towards 4, and then maybe, just maybe, you'll have enough points accrued to get yourself back inside of the game. Bance is gunning, has pack weak, assistance right around the corner to the Renetti. Twiz will finally find that trade, but Team War broken back in, looking to call a game.
Clutch Rain. Desperation starting to set in here. F-Dot, no trophies to protect him from the stun. So again, Team War, they're going to be denied the victory for the moment here. And to be fair, this rotation hasn't been guaranteed just yet. Team War were kind of focused on getting the time in old. So Clutch Rain, good for the rotation here, but Spawn Out now starting to come through. It's going to isolate just one player inside the hard point. Twiz, a hell of a lot to do. Overwhelmed are they, but Pack from the backline, able to find a double here. So again, Team War, they might well have the back spawns in this situation, but at the very least, they've still got to fight for it.
Yeah, it's all going to be a hold from the front. Clutch Rain have to hold from the front. If they get another wipe, they can push through for the spawns, but they got to get these kills first.
Well, that's a good start. Pack able to find one, but Twiz has just fallen, so Pack now needs to go ham. He's not going to get it done. Team War, they take a little bit longer to close it out, but close it out they do. And oh my god, we were bigging this up as a battle of European Titans. Clutch Rain, a roster that has been performing online. I feel like we might have captured the stunt doubles and brought them into play.
Yeah, Ryan Gosling, are you on stage right now? Is this a stunt double? Because that is just an abysmal performance. Golly. And look, like again, I'll say it, like that is the most uncharacteristic I think I've seen all 4 of those players for Clutch Rain play all year long. Whether it be the online to land transition, it just was not there at all. We're talking like even just early door rotations. We're talking early door trade opportunities, just never really there. 29 and 15 for Felix. Golly, that guy was moving. And you even see like Harry's stat line too, 25 and 14. I was already pointing it out. He had a minute and 40 of OBJ time. Like Afro could just kick his feet up. He went 16 and 15 with a minute 14. He just had to be the tip of the spear for the rotation. These highlights will be indicative of all that. It just started off with a quick kill feed, electric blue. They got about 40 points off of P1 and did not look back in that first set.
I mean, one of the things I was kind of ready to talk about with Team War, right, is maybe a kind of a lack of slaying power, at least online, right? From what we saw back in Season 2, you look at the slaying power across the board, and I think what they were really lacking is kind of that massive burst of energy from any of these players. And you look towards the likes of maybe Afro's going to deliver it coming down from the CDL. You know, we know what he was doing in challenges before making his way up towards the CDL, right? And then you talk about the likes of F-Dot being kind of the young 19-year-old phenom that we always talk about. And, you know, those are the kind of players where you're like, you know, maybe they're going to be the big slayers for this roster. And back in Season 2, it just didn't really look like that was coming to pass for this team. Now, this is Team War. This is the Team War I think that we were promised post-Rostermania. FDOT is, I mean, this is a whole new FDOT, bro.
Is it? Because I'm like, we've been talking about this dude's skill stealing like ever since he bounced on the scene at the beginning of like Elite Season 1 qualifiers last year when he was playing with Kelsa Rooney. So like, I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like that this guy just continuously gets better and better, and the more he continues to surround himself around veterans of the scene, he's just going to continue to produce effort after effort, and that is going to be a continuation in this best of 5. Again, guaranteed to see Karachi control. 6-star Search and Destroy is up next, but if somehow, some way, Clutch Rain can just regain from getting 100-point clubbed in that Vista HP, we will see a Rio hardpoint and potentially an Invasion Search, but this is now an uphill battle for Clutch Rain. We talked about Team War's woes. A lot of it comes through in the respawns, but now we go into their wheelhouse for Search and Destroy. And again, we talk about the acquisition of Josh. Is that Search and Destroy going to continuously get better for Team War? I would say possibly. If these boys are feeling themselves, I saw that Afro was laughing on the main stage. That is a scary sight to behold.
Yeah, man, and this is really awkward now. I mean, you talk about the series as a whole here, and we kind of mentioned the way into the series would most certainly be the hard point for Clutch Rain, right? We know that War have been struggling in that game mode, and now you're going in on a Search and Destroy where this is where Clutch Rain have looked weakest.
Yeah.
You know, even going back to the SGP Invitational that we got to cast, and, you know, Clutch Rain just didn't look that well put together in Search and Destroy, not certainly against the 5 Media Clan roster that they played in that grand final. So we need to see improvements. If not, you're going to go 2-0 down in a series that really you probably shouldn't be at this stage. So in towards the 6-star we go. It's going to be a slow rollout. Remember, folks, there are no trophies here in round number 1, and I think Twiz has just realized that if you didn't know already.
Can't just ego chow inside of you like that. Not round 1. 4v3, bomb site is being secured so far, but Bance gets tagged with a nade, and that smoke is going to dissipate really soon. 3-player retake from the back here.
Yeah, you've got to try and do this fast. If you're Team War, Cobra able to find Harry, but Denza and Pack are down. At the very least, Cobra will survive the engagement and now trying to approach this from a different angle, but it is still regardless a 1v3.
Well, if there's one person that might be able to do it, never mind. It's just all the angles, and he also gets the read's going to be pushed through P3, but yeah, gunned immediately. I mean, that is just, I wouldn't say an easy first blood, but kind of gifted, right? I mean, if Twiz is wanting to take that challenge inside of you round 1, you should at least expect that that nade's going to be come flying through. Good presence there from Harry to place his nade wonderfully inside of U-Haul to be able to get that opening first blood, and these boys are feeling themselves, man. They just start flying over by that A site. The nade kind of scathed them away for the time being, but once they had the presence, once they saw 2, if not all 3 nameplates in the backside of that hallway, it was all wraps for that first round. Clutch Rain looking for a response here in their first offense.
Great start from Team War. Clutch Rain. I'm going to go to the usual A site to kick this one off. They're choosing to play one somewhat more passively towards B. Team War through the middle of the map, though.
Why not?
And I think this might be a play for the flank here. Will the timing be there? Well, they do find Pack now, and I think this is going to make Clutch Rain entirely rethink how they want to play this round. They were already passive as it was, Andy. Now they're going to be super cautious.
And Vance is just also constantly checking over by the A bomb site. Now, unbeknownst to him, Twiz is over here at this moment of time. The timing could actually be impeccable for Samir. Yeah, can he be able to at least find one? Gets away with his life, and that's going to cause considerable doubt for the other 3 players that are left in the middle of the map.
Yeah, this has been a really good round for both of these teams, right? Constantly double-guessing themselves. Stenson now thinks maybe the best way to play this round is to get that bomb down and, again, rely on the fact that you've got Twiz in a power position to catch War off guard. And you can see the concern, the anxiety in these players, but Harry's going to pick Cobra off from the pool. And now the last remaining players for Clutch Rain here. Twiz and Denza very much split up, isolated away from one another. A route is being taken from Denza here through the middle of the map, and Afro reads it perfectly. And of course they know that Twiz is not over towards that bomb site. Easy read. Team War able to take that round.
And I love that call coming through from Team War. Look, you knew that Twiz was over on the A-bomb side of the map, over by Statue, right? So you just elect to take the 3v3 on the other side of the map. You know that he's probably going to be flanking through momentarily, so you just put Afro in a position that he's playing over by the DJ booth. He catches Denza, and then by proxy, you're like, okay, well, Twiz is on the flank. He's not coming through P3 side, so surely he's going to be coming through the ventilation shaft, and absolutely was the case. Team War, just decision-making on top of slaying, is at an all-time high right now. Now we start talking about the adaptations. Trophy systems will be online surely. The offense incursion for Team War the second time around is leaning towards A. Clutch Rain have a grip on the situation. A lot of presence through mid so far.
And Cobra's going to back away from the site as well. So that's a lot of real estate you're effectively giving up for free here. A couple of trophies down on site, so all of this utility is going to get caught before it can actually do anything of value, even provide any information. And now War know, given the amount of investment that's been made from Clutch Rain here on this offense, or excuse me, Clutch Rain know on the defense, know what War put into towards that offense. But look at War here. Just going to rotate away towards B. And this is a question to me, Andy, of how quickly they realize this clutch rain on the defense.
They had to have counted nades. They had to have understood that there's more than 3 players that are over there by A. And Bance still has his smoke grenade as well. So going to go for the quick plant here. Has the smoke for the exit. It's a 4v4 post plant.
Smoke going down, though, doesn't benefit Pack in this situation.
Wow.
It doesn't even benefit Denza, that's for sure. Afro still hasn't died in this search and destroy yet. And a big kill in front of him for a cruise. Oh, goodness me. He gets much more of a look at that than he should have done. But all of a sudden, this round does flip on its head. Now 1v1 after that flurry of kills. Bance versus Twiz. Bance, the veteran, Twiz, the relative young gun. And around the middle of the map, they go. The dance, and oh my goodness me, 2 left feet for Bance. Twiz is going to win the 1 versus 1, and Clutch Rain. Oh, good. That was a great round for them.
This is really cool. Did you hear like the music was like literally dropping as soon as Bance's like body hit the ground, bro? Like, yeah, 2 left feet is an insane comm out of you. But you know, nonetheless, like just a brilliant retake altogether. I mean, look, if Afro's gonna find 2 through the smoke, everything worked out exactly like I said, right? You get that quick plant, there was no resistance, smoke for the exit. Afro is able to flourish inside that rave, finds 2, but then the retake just through the sidebar comes through and they triple down. I mean, no trades there is kind of wild for Team War. Not really too sure what happened in that situation, but at least Clutch Rain stopped the bleeding, keep this within 1, and they're looking to keep up the pace. They're trying to hit towards B very quickly.
Yeah, it's a super fast hit. Stun check goes good, though. No immediate reaction, really, from War, besides Afro moving up towards Sight, and he's playing this one super cautiously, super stealthy, but no, gets caught out from Twiz anyway. The route taken from Twiz around the Tiki bar means that now they have the option to get this bomb down.
Any exits? Probably not. Well, Bance is going to be late to this, but where do you go if you are Twiz? My backpedal expecting the gunfight. Headshot multiplier not as heavy as it used to be, but Bance still gets the job done. 3v3.
Yeah, they found their in towards the bomb site now, but they still ideally need another frag before actually making their move in towards the site itself. F.Dot tagged on the cross. But that's information. You know where one of these players is now off the back of that big kill for Bance hit by the pool, and he finds it versus Pack. And now, if you're Cobra and Denza, you were the players moved away from the bomb, but that is a lovely Semtex from Cobra. Brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Time running out here for Team War on this retake, but never mind. The 1v1s are good for Team War. Bance gets it done.
Yeah, he sure does. Bance having himself a really good search and destroy here. Had himself a really good map 1, so I guess so far, at least through halfway through the search and destroy potentially, it's just a really good series overall. Good day to be a Team War fan. And possibly even if your handle is Surge, probably watching this sweating at home or on a golf course somewhere, not too sure. Love you, Kev. But hey, nonetheless, this Team War roster, you go back all the way just from a namesake back at Boston. You look at all their elite stages, Florida as well, to this moment in time versus Clutch Rain, a team that did beat them online, albeit playing different maps, is a very good look for them. The decision-making is impeccable, the retakes as well. What more do you have to offer? Clutch Rain need a response here. As far as their defense is concerned, it's the same exact rollout. Look, Team War want no part of it. They're just going to hit through mid.
And there's just so much information being garnered off these early stun checks as well. Now you know exactly what Clutch Rain are doing, but do you know this push is coming through from Afro? Oh, no. Afro able to win that first blood. Oh, trades galore. It's a pinstripe kill feed, and all of that ends with Cobra. Now for a 1 versus 2. I mean, to be honest, if you want anybody in this situation, it's going to be Cobra, but he's been tagged up, having a Scarper away. And Bance not going to go for the immediate reach out. Instead, taking a second here, taking a beat, and might have just got the perfect time on towards Cobra. Hits the reload, and that's going to be the thing that stops him getting the gunfight for now. Cobra is away.
The glass, though. It breaks. So now Bance has to reconsider the positioning. He's going to see him cross the shadow. Chase, and the gunfight is won. Oh, Bance having himself a day. Good reads. Obviously, the reload kind of haltered him to be able to get that kill as quickly as he wanted to, but 6-2 stat line, 5 in a row now for Bancy Castle. Good decisions all around. Another 1v1 to his name.
Dude, so many of these rounds, man. Just, Bance is having a hell of a game. He's been so crucial to so many of these plays. Now he's on 5 in a row. They couldn't get the cruise missile earlier on. Afro was cut shy. Can they get it this time around? If they do, it might well be a death knell. Of course, I mean, it's difficult to get the cruise missile around the big building here on 6-star. But
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it can be difficult. But you know what? Still feel like Bance might be able to get it on the way he's performing at the moment. But here we go for the middle of the map. Team War looking for the first blood. They're being so aggressive, oppressive on towards Clutch Rain. They wanted some kind of movement from the middle of the map. They have to now earn it. Flying out towards the middle. Twiz is going to draw that first blood. It's trades in favor of Clutch Rain.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to get the cruise missile either. Is Bance no bait to become the switch. So 3v2, you have numbers now if you are Clutch Rain, but the hesitancy might not have them prepare for the flank, but at least you have Denza watching it for the time being.
It is this hesitancy that's the problem, I think, for Clutch Rain at the moment, right? I mean, the way that this Search and Destroy has gone so far, I kind of don't blame them. But still, you need to be more decisive against Team War. Player waiting patiently. It's going to be Harry on site. He activates for Cobra, but can't find any more value than that. So we're still one man down for Team War. F-Dot, phenomenal hard point. Looking to follow it up with a clutch in the Search and Destroy. Denzel wasn't looking in his direction, so brings us down to a 1v1. Pack on the other side of the site. F-Dot has time.
Yeah, he's expecting the challenge, but the more time that he takes to try to take a route, his options become a little bit more limited. Sees Pack all the way in towards the back. Has a Semtex, is going to delay the timing. He's just going to hop the nade, but the bomb's playing it perfectly for Pack. Just tag and run.
F-Dot still waiting patiently. He's made the call. He's made the call, and F-Dot finds the frag as well. How many 1v1s in this Search and Destroy are gonna go War's way?
Oh, Felix just let him know across the stage. These guys literally teamed together like 2 months ago. I mean, even Florida and Boston, these guys were sitting in hot tubs smoking cigars together. He's just letting them have it like that. It's a good veteran call coming through from the young 19-year-old. I mean, you get the information. He's not going to try to hit the route all the way through you because at that timing, Felix could have just hopped the bomb and got the defuse. So he just pushes up a little bit, gets a top-down angle to be able to confirm the kill as Pack had to wide swing for where the bomb was planted from. Good patience, good flank coming through for F-Dot. Up to 4-3 after his crazy performance in that Vista HP. Team War looking to go up 2-0.
Clutch Rain feeling like a bit of a misnomer right now.
Yeah.
No Clutch Rain. Team War looking to close things out here. Again, they didn't get the cruise missile in the last round, but they are, I mean, do they really at this point? First Blood's galore. They're going to get it. Good trade coming out from Twiz, though, but I guess they've got a bit of information enough to try and get this bomb down over by B. Bance able to find more value. How much more is he going to be able to find in this game? It's a man advantage here for War.
Yep, sure is. I mean, you're counting your blessings. If you're packing Cobra, you're stacked up together. The bomb's not being planted, so information is not really there, but you know that they're still lurking around this B bomb site, surely.
You're going to check it. Too much there. Giving too much of himself away, and now that's the certification that, hey, you know, we can probably get this bomb down. We've got the numbers. But even now, they're playing it steady. They're waiting for Cobra to make that first move. And that smoke is going to keep Cobra away from sight. It draws him in, and that a perfect play once
so
again.
Brilliant.
These guys are playing 4D chess at the moment, and Clutch Rain, I mean, I don't even think they're even playing checkers.
Bro, like, it's just 5-head. And Bance is playing in his socks, too. This man is just having himself a fun little day at Call of Duty. Opening match on a Saturday. Bance looking to get back up to the CDL eventually. A handful of these players are, let's be candid as well. Everybody besides Felix has actually had time spent as far as the CDL is concerned, but 9-3 out of Bance. I mean, everybody just over about 1,300 damage. The only player that wasn't was Afro, but he still finished 6-4, so he's just able to at least clean up on a lot of these kills. The damage is being laid down constantly from these AR players, and even when it is 3 ARs, it's just how do you even try to work your way past that? Denzo, 1-7. Not a good stat line for you if you are looking for a comeback in this series. But we talked about it. How was their woes? Search and Destroy has been the weakest game mode for Clutch Rain. Team War have exploited that and is riding the momentum from a 100-point club that they just handed Clutch Rain and smacked it on their forehead. A 2-0 lead in the series in the most emphatic way possible between these two EU showcasing here.
And, you know, again, I think the same kind of issues lay there from what we saw in the SGP Invitational for Clutch Rain, right, where it's just like there is just a lack of decisiveness. Now, I'm not going to act like that 6-1 S&D was solely because of that, because let's be honest, there were a lot of 1v1 clutch-ups that War managed to take away, so it probably could have been closer had those gone Clutch Rain's way. But still, those same issues that were prevalent back 1-2 weeks ago are still there right now, and I think Clutch Rain, I'm kind of concerned in a way that that needs to be fixed now. And again, it's only one Search and Destroy map. There's only so much you can extrapolate from that, but at the end of the day, if that's not fixed, that is an issue that's consistently occurring. If it's not going to work versus War, if you're not going to be able to fix that versus War, you ain't going to be able to fix it against the Omit EUs, the Houston Spartans, the FC Blacks of the tournament. Like, you got to make sure that is a lot tighter.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, like we were sitting here talking before we actually went live with this match, and it's just like, so this is canonically the matchup for #2 European team, right? Because Team War has kind of been the Silver Surfers to Omit EU through a handful of the elites and Cups as well, barring the first elite season, of course, that I believe that Team War were actually able to win, but I digress. Since Omit EU have been putting themselves together, they have just been absolutely on top. But I mean, this is not a day that you can sit here and try to fine-tune a lot of your problems. You have to come in absolutely boots on ground, and you have to come out like a bat out of hell. Team War is acing in that department.
Man, looks like Team War have made some serious improvements now. 2-0 up versus Clutch Rain. We've got a control coming up next, so we're back after this break with that map. All right, folks, it's time here for a Karachi control. Could this be the end of Clutch Rain in this series? And I think it's fair to say, mate, I don't think you and I expected this series to go exactly this way. I mean, it's been Team War all the way throughout.
I'll keep it $150 with you, and you can hold the change, man. I thought that Team War was going to have to come in Neslo to beat Clutch Rain, but they're coming into a Karachi control. This is a good map mode combination on paper for Clutch Rain, but again, this is supposed to be a good series on paper for Clutch Rain, especially for recency bias, but the offensing opening salvo for Team War, a great kill feed. The TK on the F-Dot's not going to help out your efforts at all. Stopping that progress today immediately is Clutch Rain.
And you're already trying to get players in advanced positioning. The way that Bance has been playing this series thus far, it wouldn't surprise me if he'd have been able to get a couple of kills, a little bit of value off the back of that flank. But so far, it's okay for Clutch Rain. It's not quite as indomitable around these power positions as you otherwise would like. Team War were able to get a couple of players through over and over again. This time around it's F-Dot trying to make his way in towards B, and it's a courageous play, but Twiz will deny. So Clutch Rain not giving a ticket progression away just yet, but now kills starting to come through from Team War through the bus. Bance is able to find one. And again, I mean, all of this is just splinter pushes between A and B. It's okay for Team War in this instance. They're very happy with just trying to spread Clutch Rain thin.
Yeah, and that's the right call, right? I mean, F-Dot spawns parallel over towards B, then immediately spawns parallel over towards A, just trying to work that pinch because it actually split a lot of the defenders up for Clutch Rain. They were putting themselves in a position to maybe try to stop that B offense from happening, and they still think that the majority of hit is going over towards B at the very least until they get the information that it was just one on the zone. Now you got players over by B. Afro's waiting for the dumpster hop as well. 3 players trying to hit through the front.
Yeah, and Afro just needs to draw the attention of these players, right? I mean, that's the entire play here. And oh my god, he's absolutely bamboozled them. He's picked up one, not able to find any more than that. But again, that's okay here because you're pulling Clutch Rain all the way back on the defense here. It's allowing War a lot more room to breathe than they otherwise should have. They are continuing to hit these power positions over and over and over again, and now starting to attack A. 30 seconds on the clock though. Have to make this hit work. Harry and F-Dot, they find a couple of kills. Only one player in the middle of the map that could do anything in the situation would be Twiz, who's able to find one, but will not be able to stop that A capture.
Through all of that time and effort, it's a lot of lives spent for Team War. Luckily enough for them on the exit in between A and the transition to be able to get that last segment, they have rectified the life differential. Now just only within one. Denza to the drop shot just rips Felix's head clean off. It is rolling across the floor at Mail. Oh, man. And now you can stabilize. The segment wasn't locked over by B. You have a 3-life lead.
Well, again, B is safe for the moment here. They'll be able to deplete that point, and now you've actually got somebody up top red that's trying to force Clutch Rain, or Team War, excuse me, to spawn further back. But they've dealt with them. So now closer spawns here from Team War. Nobody hitting a route just yet. Everybody being honest with it by pushing through the front, but you've already lost bounce on this attack. 8 versus 11, 50 seconds on the clock. Not a lot more chances to make this one work, so this has to be the kit. FDOT's the only player to find anything in those trades. Cobra and Plaque, they clear house. But again, nobody from Clutch Rain inside red. You're okay with this if you're War for now.
5v9, 40 seconds. This is your last hit if you are War. Already lost FDOT. Vance has to get this kill, confirms it, but has to wait for the regen. You have time to wait for the fourth to come through.
Oh, Afro. Oh, you really wanted that kill if you could get it. Cobra has the coverage, though. He's got life insurance. But Harry and FDOT are going to find some more kills here towards the point. They might well have one out of the round, and they just needed a little bit more than that, and Clutch Rain able to take that one. And I'll be honest, I think if Warmer maybe a little bit more composed on their hits, maybe a little less wayward, because you could see the way they were playing throughout that round, just trying to cause havoc for Clutch Rain on the defense, maybe that one would have gone their way.
There was a lot of those times, even for like Afro and the control. We saw, I think it was like maybe one in the search, not really much in the hardpoint whatsoever, but that he gets into these situations that like you feel like it should be a very easy kill, a very easy 2-piece, but he just doesn't finish the food in time. Which is the difference in between the Rival 9. You miss even 1 bullet, you don't get that 6-bullet kill immediately, 5-bullet shotgun, whatever it may be. And you can see how punishing it is for Team War. With the amount of lives spent, could not get that control over by B, so only 3 segments were captured. Now it's Clutch Rain's turn to respond.
Good start coming out from Clutch Rain here in round number 2. It is worth saying, of course, they did get a cruise missile in the last round by way of Denza, who's had a hell of a start of this game at 10-4.
Yeah, much better for him.
Much better, and that's a lot more of what we've expected from Denza in the past. Cobra also up there as well, so the usual suspects are starting to perform right now. The kill feed lighting up red as well. Clutch Rain doing a good job at clearance of space over towards A.
Twiz. Oh, he's dancing with them. Oh, I was about to worry, like, who's going to run out of bullets first there, but Twiz Dead Silence not going to help out in that effort. Felix up top inside of the hole with the Rival 9 just obliterates Denza down low inside of rubble. So 2 segments have already been captured. Still a lot of gunfights to be had over here on the A side of the map. Vance is playing inside of the credit corner. Can only maybe find one, will be the case. And nobody's in a position to try to stop this A capture, but you're fine with this. Look at where Harry's at on the map. You're going to be forcing him to take these very long routes and try to get through all these players playing cutoff.
Yeah, you've managed to capture A now. Now looking to make the rotation over towards B. You've already got 1 player over the half wall here, so Twiz could do some serious damage. Instead, he jumps in towards the point. I'm kind of surprised here that he didn't jump on the half wall. I think his preoccupation there is just trying to clear some space over towards red. There was 1 player to deal with. There is still 1 more in the form of Harry, but towards the point, Twiz, a little bit to do, and FDOT's going to win that crucial gunfight. And on the other side, I was talking about Harry. Harry is still finding value.
Yeah.
War is still finding value here inside bottom red. This is problematic for Clutch Rain.
It really is. It's going to cost a lot of time and lives potentially to hit these routes, but Twiz is looking to be the tip of the spear, already being able to find a kill through red. Denza is trying to think about maybe getting this flank, and his timing might actually be impeccable to get over this half wall. Nobody's really expecting this pinch to come through.
Oh, premature shots though, not able to hold his trigger down. Somehow still gets away with the gunfight, and the Semtex lands for the second as well. And all of a sudden here, Team War now no longer in control of this point. Clutch Rain, they've got players on, but they don't actually have all that much. And I like the play call from Team War here to push this one all the way through red. You've isolated Denza, and FDOT absolutely beams him. They were under pressure, they were under fire, but it didn't last that long.
No, it really didn't. But is the damage good enough, right? I mean, that first segment is captured. So, I mean, that's already a good step in the right direction should you want that round 5 defense, but still plenty more left in this round, just under 1 minute. Battle through the top side of Garage. Twiz might just be locked inside of the situation. And they're going to invest the cruise missile. They really want to call this offense.
This is a big investment. You can just about bend this one through. Of course, it forces them back in towards the closet. And off the back of that, you really need Pack to find some value here in the gunfight. It's not going to happen. A couple extra bullets in the body there from Afro. I'm not really sure if that was intentional or not. But that streak did not go the way that Denza planned. And now 30 seconds left on the clock here for Clutch Rain to pull, well, a clutch in this situation. Very little map control to speak of. You have to deal with FDOT around Scrap here, and all he wants to do with a waste of time. But Twiz is actually going to take him out of the equation now. A couple of players still by Hotel. Harry, one of those, having to push back all the way towards the desk in the mail room. This is a retreat coming through from Team War here. 1 player did manage to make that wrap around the flank. It's going to be Twiz.
Yeah, immediately gun though. Denza's next up. Harry's just going to flank him around the small room. 14-9. Harry is looking electric in these respawns, trying to match the pace that Denza is bringing to the table. And that's going to do it as far as this round is concerned. Consolation kills at the end, but nobody's in a position to try to touch that B zone. That cruise missile was vital because you wanted to be able to invest the cruise missile to get yourself, or get the players for Team War either trapped inside a mill, trapped inside P2 or the B control zone to even get that first segment. They don't get that as far as the ROI for that cruise missile did not go in their favor. So now we're just tied up for segments, and you expended a very powerful resource.
You just got to make sure that, I mean, you got to make sure you either use that cruise missile on A. I mean, that's obviously the one where you're going to find the value on it. If you're going to use it over by B, make sure somebody is there to actually act on that information. The pack just could not follow up on the players being pushed in towards the closet. You really wanted that cruise missile to be more effective than it was, but no matter. 1-1 we go. It's not the end of the world for Clutch Rain here in this situation, but an attack off A to kick this round off. F-Dot's going to be the player in the point. Coverage provided by Afro and Bance to kick things off. Pack on that little cross from top soda to top bricks is able to find a little bit of value, but while all these kills are going down, it's a slow and steady capture being made right now by War on A.
Yeah, it's a tough angle to take if you are Pack versus Harry, who was top bricks to your point there. It was actually up on a 4 spree, so it would have been a potential for a cruise missile to be earned, but you know, we talked about it in the Search and Destroy. It was a conversation in the hardpoint. Do these guys today even need a cruise missile? Because they are absolutely frying right now. F-Dot is going to be last over by the A control zone. Everybody's trying to transition through red. Bance is good for 4 in a row. 18 or 13 out of Bancy Castle gets pinched, but still presence on this side of the map as they add 60 seconds. 2 minutes and 15 on the board.
Well, A has fallen by the wayside. Nobody can test with around Hotel. Afro playing this one silently, and it works out perfectly. Cobra falls right into his trap. The kills starting to come through for Team War here. And I think the way that Clutch Rain on the defense want to play this one is to make sure they get control of red before making the move forward. But over the half wall goes Cobra. It doesn't last that long. Around the flank here, Pack's able to find a double. Still not quite certain to get the point just yet. There go Afro and Harry. F-Dot now the next player to do something, or get some shots in towards Twiz, but it's not enough for the frag. Twiz is able to double off the back of that. And it was a good effort there from Team War on the offense, but they're not able to get anything done. Perhaps after this one, perhaps with these 2 kills, they might be able to do something.
So have to maintain presence. And even doing so, you have a 5-life lead that if you are Team War, this is a good position to have for yourself. Afro back over towards the half wall, gets the stun connection, just spraying some shots right over the top. Needs to watch his bullet count, though. Is going to get pushed over by Yellow, and well, you still have to deal with Bance inside the zone. Wonderfully done for Clutch Rain yet again. You get that first segment over at B, but now Pack's up on a 5 spree, looking to replenish that cruise missile they lost in the previous round.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could have it for later on during this game. Pack just going to chill inside the hill for the moment here. They've lost the player inside red now. He's going to have a couple of options to get it done, and there he does it. Zip kill acquired, cruise missile acquired, but they do get traded out. Afro now looking to regen towards 150 HP. Twiz watching the cross is not going to allow that to happen here. There is still time for this offense to go Team War's way. Still routes that they could possibly take in this instance, and if you're a Clutch Rain in this situation, you're counting numbers. You know where these players are going to be coming from. You've got players by the bus stop, and Bance, the next one. Again, he's trying to be all sneaky-like, trying to be heroic for the rest of his team, but his teammates have fallen around the front of the hill. Can he do anything? He turns and burns on towards Twiz. Bance is having a hell of a day.
I mean, that 2-piece might all be for naught, though. It gets Afro towards the backside of Cafe again, but where's the assistance? 7v6. Afro's good for 1. Trophy System's going to deny the stun, but Afro doubles down. More players to come around the back. Trades need to be there for Team War. They're back on the zone.
6 versus 4. Now a 5v4. Twiz is able to double up here. Got to play this one patiently all the way down to 4v4. No respawns remaining for either of his sides. Bance trying to find some value around the front, and indeed he does. But they've lost the player now. Back and forth we go in terms of kills. Now just down to Afro and F-Dot on this offense. F-Dot finds Pack. 2 versus 2 for the offense that might well guarantee them a win here in this series. And it's around the flank. That's the route they've chosen. It is so difficult to get a kill over this Heavy, though. One player already tagged up, and F-Dot's going to lose that fight, but Afro inside is going to find one. And all of this now down to Cobra and Afro. And they've seen each other. Afro with the shots. Cobra now is going to be weak towards this gunfight. Afro going
he got stuck!
Oh, goodness me. Cobra wins the 1v1 in the end. Not the offensive victory for War in the end.
Oh, you'll see it from Cobra's POV. Look at this hop out. I mean, Afro knew that he had him weak. He wanted to take the advantage of the gunfight. He got trapped on the, was it like the lip of the window? I don't even know what happened, but yeah, Afro couldn't get out from that little peak to be able to get that kill because he really did feel like that Cobra was dead to rights in that moment of time. But iced up when it mattered there in the 1v1. War of attrition of having 2 minutes and 16 seconds on the board, being down by 5 lives, and it coming down to a 1v1 is no easy feat for Clutch Rain. But it was still 4 segments that were captured, so 7 segments is what Team War have on their side. That will lead in towards a round 5 defense, unless Clutch Rain can respond in kind.
By the skin of their teeth, Clutch Rain not going to lose that round. Now needs see something more decisive from Clutch Rain here on this offensive effort. To begin with, they don't have much to speak of in way of map control. Now towards the point, Denza finally looking for something. They've got the one player up top red. That's going to be Twiz, who probably is going to be the most important player in this entire play, given the positioning of Team War here on the minimap. And Twiz, oh, those are not nice shots, Twiz, bud.
And F.Dot let him know about it. Oh, he let him know about it. It's a lot of bullets in the body. Segment being worked on over here. Second one for Denza and Clutch Rain. They got players that are lurking around, watching that mid alley. They did have a player that was top alley, but Cobra actually gives it up and goes all the way over towards top. Church, full F.Dot. I mean, yeah, the centering, the shots are superb, but only able to walk away with a handful of kills, but stabilizing the middle of the map, and Harry's back to his old devious ways, just lurking around Jung, trying to buy as much time.
Yeah, not going to be able to find any more value than that. That's okay, though. It's information gained. And, of course, it's time wasted away here for Clutch Rain on this offense. Oh, Afro doesn't finish his food up top. But it at the very least does play his life. On the hunt now will be Clutch Rain for that kill. And oh, goodness me, Afro might have just found the timing onto one player. Has he found the timing onto the second, though? Yep, there it is. Last bullet in the weapon to get it done. Afro gets it done regardless. 24 seconds now. Denza decides, right, let's just try and get it done over by 8 to add the extra 60 seconds to the clock. But you have to make sure you win this one against F.Dot in the corner. And F.Dot is just wasting time for his team. Denza, don't do that, buddy. Pump Police might be on you.
Didn't even matter in the end. 26 and 25 out of Felix. Bounces up to 27 and 23. 23 and 19 for Harry. These guys can do no wrong in the respawns. The A zone will be captured. Clutch Rain will add another 60 seconds on towards the board. And Twiz finds 2 on the rotation. They were down by about 3 lives once that A zone got captured. But now they have an opportunity to get past the bus stop. F.Dot only has a rival 9 here, top yellow.
Yeah, they've got players inside right now.
Yeah.
They've got players in the power positions as well. Denza is watching the half wall. Cobra and Twiz are going to find some value here. Afro has already been tagged up, and Denza's going to win that fight. And all of a sudden, this is scary. Bance has to put on the cape and become heroic once again. He's going to get shut down. But again, Denza was the player to be removed from that situation. It allows Team War in towards the point. F.Dot is going to be able to find one alongside Harry. Harry is actually going to double up here. First tick going to be through. Pinstripe kill feed. Still one player to deal with inside the point. It's going to be Denza, and Afro is going to deal with him indeed. But Afro's woes are far from over just yet. There are still Team War players about.
There's no good presence, no high ground being held for Team War. Everything is going to be through the backside of the cafe. Clutch Rain are still working with trying to get a player top yellow, and they're starting to flood around the backside of the bus stop.
Afro still around the flank here, able to find one. Trades galore once again. Now a 5 versus 4 after all of that. And nobody from Clutch Rain is home. So they will have one good hit left. And I almost wonder whether Cobra pushes this issue here around the flank, or whether he just goes straight for the alley here for the route around the yellow cart. Big choice to make if you're Cobra here. Has to be perfect on the value. Streak going to come down from Pat. Again, it is do or die time. This is the second time we've seen it now from Clutch Rain here on the offense. Are they able to get anything for it is the question for me. F.Dot inside the point, able to pick up one. Bance finds a double. And now just down a pack for a 1 versus 3 here. They've spotted him as well. He is surely dead to rights, and indeed he is. Team War win around. And I do kind of have to draw our attention once again to the streak usage coming out from Clutch Rain. Now it's the second time we've seen them in those situations try to get out of it with a streak.
And it's the same conversation that we had when Denza called his in the previous offense for Clutch Rain as well. They just needed that 1 segment. If they get that 1 segment, that would be 5 segments earned at least in the single round. That would have guaranteed them that round 5 defense. And now it comes down to a little bit of mathematics, some simple addition on the stage. Those guys can see all the kills. Sometimes get a little wonky as far as the Codcaster stats are concerned, but I can almost guarantee you with the kills that we've been seeing, Team War will probably have themselves a defensive incursion when it comes down to this round 5 on Karachi, and it is absolutely the case. And now you go back to the conversation about that streak usage. You should have just bit the bullet. You would have been able to save at least a cruise missile for where you needed it the most. A round 5, the potential last few gunfights taken here in the winner's bracket for Clutch Rain.
You really would have wanted that. And I think it's going to be something that might be revisiting at the end of this control, perhaps even at the end of the series. But Twiz doesn't want it to be the end of the series just yet. And he's putting in his all to make sure that it is not. A couple of kills to kick off this control. And already you can see the way that Team War are responding to this one. They're playing to make sure that the transitioning over towards B does not happen if A falls. But Afro on the flank is able to clear point momentarily here. Again, it's just wasting time off the clock in this situation. Clutch Rain jumping straight back on. And the response from Team War, get players in towards these power positions. Bant's not able to find any value on the flank here. So a couple of players now looking to make sure A is going to be captured. And Twiz on the transition as well. Again, it's relatively splintered for Clutch Rain here, but they are starting to get that slow capture on A.
Yeah, they sure are. Gonna leave Cobra all by his lonesome. F-Dot is he's setting pace, bro. The 60 total engagements, 30 and 30. Like, what is this guy on right now? Harry for 2. Denza's gonna be there for the trade. The A-Zone's going to get captured, and Denza's very hot on the flank. Afro's aware of it. Timing's not the greatest, but still able to win the gunfight. That's a big one to have for yourself if you are Team War, stabilizing the map.
Oh, boy. Some of these fights have been super janky in this map so far. That's just yet another one. And again, we talked about the control here for Scrap. Afro, he definitely wants it, and Afro going to find his umpteenth double here in this game. Might not be showing in his KD, but he has had so many of those crucial 2 pieces that have given Team War a hell of a lot of map control. Bant's now being annoying inside Scrap as well. Finally, he has been dealt with, but just look how much pressure, how much presence Team War have around this point. Harry does get cameraed there by Denza. So all of those players that are around Scrap are down, and F-Dot inside Red is down as well. So hold on your 4 horses here for a second, folks, because Clutch Rain now starting to make the move forward. Afro almost melee down low. It's going to hold on towards that power position here, but Clutch Rain, I mean, again, they've got some of these kills here. They are starting to kind of claw their way back into the map control.
It needs to be said that Afro has actually turned around this control. There was at one point, like I want to say through round 2, he was sitting closer to double negative than he was further away. Now up to 29 and 29 on a 3 spree as well. Inching his way closer towards another cruise missile to be earned, but the first one for Team War here in the Karachi control. So much time has already been shaved off the clock here since that A-Zone got captured, Brody. And the problem with it at all is that Clutch Rain are also running out of lives.
Yeah.
They're running out of time to try to make one of these plays happen, and they're still trying to jostle for the middle of the map.
Yeah, at this point, I'd be trying to hit a route. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing here from Denza.
Yep.
On the flank. Question is whether or not the immediate read does come through. F-Dot going to jump over the wall instead of looking for it, but I think that bit of a weird positioning going to throw Denza off in the play. And if the lives weren't a problem before, I think it's fair to say they absolutely are now. A 17 versus 6. Twiz going to jump on the point here, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything in this situation. Vance is able to find 2. Andy, I got a feeling this one might be done, mate.
Oh, it's looking pretty over. Here comes the cruise missile. Afro on a 7 spree, 33 and 29, just to call game. Bang! Team War show up in a massive way here on the Saturday, having themselves a whale of a time. Afro is sitting there smiling, laughing. We got some chirping going on from F-Dot in that 1v1 clutch versus Pack there on the 6-star S&D. Back to the drawing board. You still have the lower bracket if you are Clutch Rain, but if Team War can consistently play like that, the sky truly does feel like it's the limit.
And again, I mean, we'll discuss it when we get to the replay package for the entire series here in just a second, folks. But, you know, we talked about those improvements we wanted to see from Team War, you know, in the slaying department, in the hardpoint department, right? You know, those are the things they needed to fix ahead of Toronto. They fixed them. I think that much is abundantly clear. I mean, you look at kind of the slaying power now that the likes of Bance, the likes of F-Dot are bringing to the table for this team. And these guys, I mean, they're coming heavy on these guys. I mean, it's insane, dude. Bance finishing at 40 kills is absolutely insane. This
but it's not just here,
we
too.
haven't seen like this in a while.
Is that Bance was also doing this through the hard point. He was doing it through the search and destroy.
Absolutely.
Every single one of these players for Team War were performing fantastically and consistently at that. And again, it started with the P1 here on Vista. They got somewhere near about 40 points, and they only allowed Clutch Rain to get a whopping 16 before P4 even popped.
Crazy.
It's just insane to talk about like the pace and everything that we talked about, the preamble for Clutch Rain, that they were going to come in like a bat out of hell. Team War just shut it down. Afro just came out setting the pace alongside F-Dot. There was a lot of triple SMG that Team War were throwing at Clutch Rain, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think that they were ready for it. I wasn't prepared for it, but F-Dot, again, any weapon in that kid's hands, he will turn it into an absolute souffle. It was this 1v1 clutch right here that F-Dot started chirping across the stage and put themselves up to 5-1. These boys are feeling themselves, man. It's a hard team to shut down when they're feeling like this.
Dude, just looking at these guys right now, mate, I mean, this is a whole new Team War a phoenix that has risen from the ashes, because you look at Team War in Season 2 and it was nothing like this. You look at just, you know, again, the slaying power. You look at kind of what we've seen in that series. I mean, FDOT, I mean, alone, right? And this is the whole story. We talk about FDOT. We talked about him a lot over the last couple of years, being this kind of young phenom, as it were, right? And I know it's kind of a meme to a certain extent, but like, you know, I don't think he's ever really delivered on that promise. I think it's fair to say. I think kind of the closest he's ever got was that Originals roster with Vortex and Co, right? And that's the closest he's ever gotten to kind of delivering on that. Now it feels like, hey, this is that FDOT that we were promised. You know, this is an FDOT where he's in a comfortable environment where he can play super well, and he is playing super well as well. And he has the support from the likes of Afro, Bance, and Harry, all of which performed across the entirety of that series. We talked about War potentially kind of fighting for that second seed here in European Challenges. I think they might just.
I think they just guaranteed it as well, and we'll be able to see what the #1 seed for the entire tournament and Europe actually get to look like as Omid are setting themselves up on the main stage. But yeah, it just, again, it feels like that the skill ceiling continues to get risen and risen when it comes down to FDOT's potential. Again, a very young individual. He's been soaking up all of this information like a sponge, playing with a lot of veterans through EU COD, talking with a lot of the EU pros that are also in the CDL as well. I just want to see how far this run can go. They're not done quite yet. Team War still have a handful of matches. Again, we got to get the top 6 by the end of the day.
Yeah, well, indeed. Well, look, Team War, they've got one step closer towards that top 6 positioning. Clutch Rain down to the lower bracket they go. But Andy already said it, folks. We've got Omid EU coming up next on stream. So if you want more European action, don't go far, because after this, we've got more of it. We'll see you soon.
Oh. That's better.
Here we f***ing are.
Ah, man, come on.
I'm trying to show the
Not to
front.
plan
I only have a
B.
side.
One P3 and one was the
one
top
actually,
guy.
one take it.
Nice,
Yeah,
two. Nice,
Don't
let's
come
get
in,
you.
I think he's top P3 steps.
Bookies.
Nice.
Good shot, guys.
Nice, give me
No,
one.
dead. One more.
Close
Tops
right,
it,
dead.
dead.
you.
Close right on you,
Dead.
dead.
I'm watching
One
out.
more.
Oh,
Ah, take it maybe.
yeah,
One tunnel.
tunnel now, bro.
Go on.
Tunnel dead, tunnel
So
dead.
you want
Nice.
ticket then? Take
Yeah, I have
it.
a-
Take
I-
it. Doubles now. He's just.
Oh,
Go.
so he did it.
Go.
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 Go, Matt.
Toby.
Fucking off.
Good shit.
Toby.
Seven.
Seven.
I'm trolling. Good shit, boys.
Going on the stage for the first time after 7 months, if anyone tells you they don't have butterflies in their stomach, then they're lying to you.
LAN is so much more different than online matches. The level of competitiveness at a tournament is so much different.
LAN's the highest pinnacle it comes to in gaming. So it's definitely like a level of anxiousness, but
We were pumped to get on the stage with Dill, and I feel like that's what we've been waiting for a while.
The level of just pressure on you, the level of competitiveness on stage, everyone you feel like is at their best. The dopamine levels up there are ridiculous. You know, there's no better feeling than playing online.
The doors are open and the fans are filing in here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Welcome back to Boston, everybody, for the 2024 major, the opening major of the Call of Duty League season.
My God, 25 and 6.
25 and
Slavish. That's.
He's
I'll throw up a next. Don't worry.
He's 25 and 6. Toby? No wonder I couldn't find no one.
I have no idea. I just
What?
don't think they're shooting.
They're tweaking, bro. They're tweaking right
Bro,
now.
they are tweaking.
That's why.
Yeah.
That fucking shit.
Yeah, no, this Seattle match, wow, this was a quick one. I can't lie. I didn't remember it till now, but this was an ass whooping.
Toby put on a show. I'm pretty sure he went like 24 and 6. Had like a 4 KD in hardpoint, which is unreal, unheard of.
When you're on point, you can feel it during the match. It was just all coming together. We're finally on LAN. We get that pump of everything going our way, and I think we took advantage of that, and it showed. And I think after that, it's just over, because the rest of the map you're so confident that they will have no chance.
in the moment, no one knew what was going on because obviously Toby's not like a vocal guy. Perhaps if Scrap was doing something like that, you'd know about it. You know, the only thing you heard from Toby was a "Dad" every now and then, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, let's go, Toby."
Any route I took, I would get the kill. Any gunfight, any ego child I took, I'd win that too. So I feel like they're a team that can't really compete at our level, and I feel like
I feel like we all just went into that series thinking, like, let's just make this a fun series and a quick one. That's what we did.
He's back closet.
Jumped over.
Hey,
That's
that. Nice. What the f?
No one
One more
close.
there. One more there. One shot.
Here's the child. Here's the child. That nice. Good boys.
Boys. Slam it. Shit, man.
Holy shit. These guys are terrible.
Anyway, map ends, and then pull up the scoreboard because you can't see deaths and whatnot until the map's ended. We look at it and we go, Jesus Christ, Toby, you kept that quiet, didn't you?
I can't stop thinking about 25 and 6.
Yeah,
That might be the best map I've ever seen.
Yeah, same. I gotta peep that.
25 and 6?
I gotta peep gaming.
It's insane.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Nasty. Dirty. Did me dirty. Bye.
2 for 1 here.
This is an L.
I just put it right down the middle both times.
I think our PCs and our PPAs, you know, sometimes you have a good computer, sometimes you have a bad computer, you kill better, your bullet reg, it's just different. In a PPA, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting rinsed. But I think the team outside of me, they were all ready to play. But I was still kind of in my head a little bit, I'll be honest. But I think right when we got on stage, right when we got like past like the first couple kills of the match, you know, I was locked back into how I usually am.
It comes down to culture. Team culture is ultimately the values of the team are still upheld in the absence of the so-called leaders. And I think you see that in our team. Ultimately, you know, we have all these practices that we do, mobility, mindfulness, etc. But ultimately the players are happy to take that on themselves, even when there's not necessarily someone that usually leads the practice there. And that proves that the players have kind of taken it on and they believe in these practices to the extent that they are willing to either lead it themselves or undertake it themselves. So I think that comes down to the culture of actually believing in the things that we're doing and it having real tangible benefits for their performance.
Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, you're locked, kid. Oh my God, it's so easy.
Well, just about concentrate.
It's about like the fourth ball.
3 in a row.
Oh shit.
You see that?
That was good. That was good. Bro, put these up more, bro.
You're the one put them down.
And it's really kind of testing what works for them and what can get them to a level where they feel very grounded, they feel very calm and relaxed, and their nervous system is extremely regulated, because ultimately that is going to allow them to perform at the highest level. We ultimately perform under very high stress, high performance conditions, under the highest pressure. So I think, you know, it's been a process about educating them about how these things can benefit them, and then seeing what works for them, and then them kind of reaping the benefits from it, from incorporating these routines, these techniques, to allow them to perform at their best.
I'm locked in. Faster? Hey, get up. Yeah. You can keep throwing. One more. Yes.
Oh, just go. But, you know, my last LAN tournament didn't obviously go as how we wanted to. Champs was just kind of rough for us. So I was just, you know, trying to get back on stage, trying to prove to everyone that, you know, that was just a fluke. We're still one of the top teams, and we're going to be the best team in the game. We know that we're a top team. We know that if we play how we've been practicing, that no one's going to beat us. I look at consistency as just kind of up and down. You know, I looked at Chance as kind of like the downward trend to an insane up year. You know, this is a new year, this is a new me, and we're going to come out and show what we can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we fucking are.
I'm doped up.
Get it, boys.
Let's go, Scrap. Let's go, Toby. Come on.
Let's go, Toby.
Let's get a good start. Let's go, boys. Come on. Let's go into these. Yo, bring some fucking energy. Let's go.
Playing against Rocker, I mean, it's another team that people obviously expect us to win. But you know, Rocker at the time were on a hot streak. I think they were like 12-3 in maps going into the event. Obviously, they 3-0'd New York. the reigning world champs.
So they obviously had some momentum on their side that we knew they had, and we weren't going to take them lightly.
I mean, you can't take anyone lightly in the league. These are 12 teams with 48 of the best players in the world, so it can be anyone's day.
Line up. There's the stack. 1, 2, all 3. A perfect hold there from Ultra.
I think this was probably our hardest match of the tournament. I mean, they played us really close in the hard point.
I mean, the first map was a bit dicey.
Falter, and this is the opportunity to get back in the game. Final 20 seconds you're going to collect, and you are way ahead of the rotation. This is Rocker's single opportunity to get this map won.
The map was really, really close. They were really, really playing well doing the entire map, and I feel like we're definitely getting challenged quite a bit. I think Linz and Awakening was just frying up shit at the start, but you know how we do it. We worked our way through it. We all pretty much calmed down in that moment and just worked out a break and ended clutching up.
Have to play ticket. I have a push.
Okay, I have the chow.
I'm coming tunnel.
Anything
Stun
crossed?
garage, stun garage.
I have garage pitch, right?
Nothing's crossed, right?
Garage, aim right now.
Nothing crossed. I have it, don't see him. Ticket,
double
one shot.
Yeah.
Garage
Cross
now. He can cross. Garage, go.
Dead.
So garage.
Already right.
Nice! Go, boys.
Baby.
Good shit there.
Good shit, Dill. Good shit, boys.
Nice.
Good shit, boys. God damn. The blood pumper?
That's what we wanted, though. That's what we wanted first map, right there.
That's where the series ends. You know, when you get that close win, other teams checked out, we're pumped up. So it's always good with a little blood pumper first map.
But other than map 1, I didn't really feel too close.
We took care of business onto top 3.
Another 3-0 added to the tally. And that was one hell of an effort from Rocker. But it was simply not enough.
Nice, man.
Boys.
You're f***ing
Sunday. Another event, another Sunday.
Oh yeah, now we're feeling good.
Could have pushed B down.
Could be Cubby.
Could be on the map.
Anywhere, bro. Could be hiding in the corner.
B tank.
Front of the
I have the B street pusher.
Dark, dead.
Laundry thing as well.
In laundry. In laundry.
I have it.
Dead. Action point.
Trophy on point.
Hummer weak.
Weaken from point.
Shout out now. Nice, man.
Playing FaZe, I mean, there's a team that speaks for themselves, right? You know, Simp, Nabeezy, and Cellium, you know what they're capable of.
Over the years, Simp and Nabeezy have been by far the two most challenging players to play against.
These guys have been on top of the league since the inception.
So finally get to play them on LAN, first time this season. You know, it was definitely like this is the test right now. You know, this is like the season where we have the best chance to shut them down.
This is for us where I think everyone was like, yo, we win this match, this is probably it. I think everyone in the venue felt that. It was like whoever wins that match kind of is going to win the whole tournament. And honestly, that's what I thought too. We didn't play them all stage. It's always a crazy ass series against them. Every gunfight feels hard, every rotation feels hard, every round feels like you're putting everything into it. When honestly all this is said and done, they'll probably be like one of top 5 greatest players. You know, Simp, 2-time world champion in 4 years or 5 years, whatever it is. Same with Abe and Cell. So obviously just like a team to be reckoned with every single year.
So just finally get in, play them, was like, here we go. Like, we're feeling that we're up for this event.
Get it, boys, yeah? Let's go.
Stop, boys.
These man, bring the energy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get a good start, yeah?
Okay, just make sure we're staying on top of rotations like that, bro. Just do us. We're fucking chilling. Let's slam these kids right here.
Hard ass kills.
All right, Boston, it is time for the winners finals. Only 2 teams remaining that are undefeated.
This should be the pinnacle of Modern Warfare 3 to this point, for 2 Titans have yet to cross paths until today.
2 top right. 5.
Top down, dead. One jump out the window. Jump out the window from B5.
Yeah.
B5 now. He's going AC 2.
I can't hold anything, bro. Calf weak.
Yeah, there's 2 here, bro. 2
Towards the front, Cellium from the high ground clears off the hard point, and Nabeezy right back into the mix, fighting himself clearance, and there's a break for Atlanta FaZe.
That's a big break. They eliminate every single player from Ultra.
We definitely have a good viewpoint. We're all on the same page. I feel like that's the biggest thing for us. We're all on the same page. We know what to do in every situation. If we're backs against the wall, we know how to get out of it.
I can hold it.
Break coming through for Toronto. A key moment as the 3rd hard point was near flawless, and now a chance to really get close to that 250 mark.
We knew we were going to get challenged by them, but you know, we were feeling good that day, so no stopping us.
Long in the first 3 kills go the way of Toronto. It has to be a break from Draza. 243 to 214. If Easy Snake gets there, but can he actually follow up on it? Last couple of seconds are in.
Boys, come on.
Nice!
Baby.
You're slamming him!
Shit, Scrap.
I was about to dump up the fucking ref.
What?
I thought that was Ryan for a second.
Well, Ryan's right out next to you. Nah, good shit, bro.
Slam these fucking idiots.
Good shit, Scrap.
No teamwork. There's 0 from these fucking kids.
I think the first map in any series is just very important.
It's just a huge map in the series, any series you play, to be honest. But to take it against FaZe, like, the momentum is going in your favor.
I mean, when you lose a hard point you shouldn't lose, or win a hard point you shouldn't win, it feels unreal, and that just builds on the momentum going into map 2. You know you've kind of shaken them for the search. So that's literally what happened.
CleanX laying prone. He pops up, finds the first contact, but similarly so, Draza able to turn this into a 1v1.
It's Draza. Think he crossed? No. Yes.
Nice!
Toby?
Way better, man. Way better.
Get the hell.
That was some snap from you, kid. Jesus Christ.
This guy's fucking dog. Let's
Who
go,
the
come
fuck's
on.
he running? The dog.
Good shit, though.
Yeah.
You're just trying to shut them down from the second that you sit down in that stage against them, and I feel like that's what we did.
Where it was a 6-1 search, just clinical from us. Let's just close it out right here, and that's exactly what we did. Came out, showed what we could do on sub base, and it was just clinical.
Cat jumped up, you want?
He's making a second. Just stay alive. Yeah, he's close front. P2 Jen.
Front Jen.
Nice.
So stop that.
I have ult in.
I have all the tunnel.
10 seconds. All tunnel.
You want that?
Everyone look tunnel. Everyone look tunnel.
245 to 128. Put him to bed. Head to the grand finals. Ultra.
Yeah, we were feeling an all-time high after a complete slammage map 4 and going into grand finals.
Oh, man. Holy I'm fucking slamming these kids.
When we were 5-1 up, I had my head in my hand.
Why?
We got a foot man advantage. I seen Scrap on the tank. I was like, please don't do it. And he just went running towards. I knew he'd die.
I don't even know what happened there, I can't lie.
You got first bottom pretty sure about 5-1. Bro. And he just ran a dark. I knew what he was going to do.
When we won against Draza, my screen went so great that I almost just gave up mid-round. I thought I died. If you see my cam, I'm like this, bro.
Ryan, are you just
Actually, look the way.
just lounging around, or?
I'm just lounging around.
Let's go get some fresh air. Do some wind.
Going into grand finals, the job is obviously not finished.
Been great so far, but you know everyone judges you on your last performance at events. So you know we just knew we had to lock in for the finals. Job's not finished. It's time to lock in now, because this is the biggest series coming up.
I don't think I was ever more excited to play a match than I was right there. The only thing that I was thinking of right before we actually walked on stage was like, we just got slammed at Champs. There's no way we're coming out back-to-back second. We're gonna come and show what we are, and like that last match was a fluke at Champs, and it's not who we are. It does. It does. Champs final still haunts me, I can't lie, you know. First Champs ever and I get 5-0'd, like, something I can never forget, but it's just something that lights the fire into me and just wants me to keep going.
Get it, man.
Go.
Get it, boys, yeah?
Let's go.
Let's go, Toby. Bring the fucking energy. Let's go.
Think up, let's get this.
Time. Wait.
Champion.
Late back door. I hit him once.
Nice.
I'm here to Jimmy.
They could go third, bro. I'm still going back
Yeah,
door.
one's going plat.
They want plat right now?
In downer, dead. I can't tell us.
What's the time?
Two time.
One
Weak time.
Nice.
One more time. Back door.
I feel like it was kind of a neck and neck game all the way up until the very end.
Next hard points up. FaZe are in. Lead change once again.
Going through the last moments of the hard point, I actually thought we were going to lose just because they called in 2 streaks. Scrap and Jamie somehow had 2 trophies and were able to stop both streaks.
Break! Ultra hold! And they're gonna get it too. Insight gonna clean house. The spawn is distant and Ultra steal. Game number 1.
Let's go, Jamie. Come on! Holy shit.
Go, man.
Good shit, Jamie.
Feels insane. In the grand finals, you want to go up 1-0. Our blood's pumping. It was a close one, a seriously close one.
Which honestly set the tone for the rest of the finals.
See, that's, bro, this is how it started last time. Now we just fucking slam them. Let's
rinse him in the surge, bro.
here we go. Let's just keep the foot on the accelerator and let's keep going with it. The flow state we had this week on S&D was just incredible.
How well our S&D's been going all weekend just led into this Skid Row, and I don't think any of our searches got close this weekend, and we were just pulling these clutches out of our ass. I mean, a lot of that is to Jamie. I mean, the most clutch guy in the league right now. It's good to be on his side now, but just another dominant Skid Row.
Easy reads right now from Ultra. Every direction FaZe comes from. They are just sprinting into a pre-aim.
We were 5-2 up. I was playing bomb. It was me and Scrap versus Draws and Cell. Scrap makes an unreal play, finds Draws, we kill him. 2v1 now. I see him on spiral steps, I'm playing bomb. I'm like, Scrap, don't die to him.
I said, Scrap, stay alive, spamming in my ear, Scrap, stay alive.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
For it, last man standing, Cellium, a 1 versus 2 required.
And I'm over here jumping over the mattress. I'm like, he's one shot.
Here's the fight. Scrap!
And I die, and as I die, I'm like, oh my God.
Big tags, bomb planted now. Cellium in an absolute 1v1.
If we lose this round, I am never gonna hear the end of it.
Insight right back on the
He was absolute, Jamie.
And Jamie didn't even care that we won the map. He looked straight at me and said, hey, I thought we said not to die. And I said, brother, I got joked. I don't know what to tell you. You know, it is what it is. We won the round. Next time it happens, I ain't dying, just know that.
We go to P1. Every single moment has to go the way of FaZe right now. Ultra, they're in the apartments, they're in fire, they're in money. FaZe have got to get a move on right here and now. Go, FaZe!
Good rotation, boys. Holy we have a breather, Let's get off this breather.
In Ultra, taking full advantage, 1 round away, and they are your champions.
There's no better feeling of checking someone out at the end of the series is us poetically throwing pre-nades off the rip of the offense to go into a 4v3 in championship points.
I think me and Dill naded over the B site, got a pick on Draws.
So Ultra, they can do no wrong. And now in the final round, Envoy throws an absolute doozy, takes care of Draza. It's a 2v2. Simp and Cell going against Envoy and Scrap. Split on the map for the moment. 32 left on the clock, and Scrap gives you the next one. Another gunfight one.
You know, I know Dill has my left side, so all I have to do is watch one side, and then Simp just ran across and onto the bus, and we killed him, and then there it is. Champs, motherfucker.
Arches.
Well, for me, I was like, yo, we just did this shit. Like, that shit was slight. I look over to Jamie, and Jamie's like, I'm like, what do you mean, just that? And I'm like, all right, like, I'm going to say GG's. Like, I don't know what we're on about over here. But then after I said GG's, after I lifted the trophy and everything, I'm like, yo, this shit was kind of easy, bro. I can't lie. Like, it was like some maps were close, but the series was never close. Like, no series for us felt close. I'll tell you this though, like Major 3 last year felt insane. This, different. This was different. This was just like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to go. We're dominant. We knew we were supposed to come in and be dominant, and that's what it showed.
Well, I don't know what it is. Don't know what I was feeling that moment. Obviously, winning felt unreal, but you know, I want to think this season's like, the Boston Trophy is the first of many. And as long as we can keep practicing hard and stuff like that, there's no reason why we can't win more.
I mean, us as a team is we're just a great team. We work well together, and we come prepared. So, game could change for all it matters. Game could be completely different. We could be playing a new game. I don't care. We're still the same team, and we're going to do the same thing with this entire stage. So, as easy as that. Let me see the trophy, bro. Actually heavier than I thought. Can't lie. Has anyone had a beer from it yet? Well, beautiful. Put it back. Let's gonna look nice in the cabinet for sure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Open here at Major 3. We are gearing up for another big matchup on main stage, and while taking you through the action, of course, myself, Visions, as well as Seymour. We got the Canadians rocking it out today. How's it going, brother?
All day long. You can't get rid of me today at all. I'm excited. And, you know, our first match of the day, we got to open up date number 2, and it was a 3-0 sweep, but it was a very close 3-0 sweep, and I thoroughly enjoyed seeing, you know, Good Hearts take the stage for the first time in Toronto, and the team looked fantastic, and it looks like we're going to be taking a look at them again.
That's right. We're going to get another look at them here, and this one is going to be a lot more difficult because they're going up against the #1 seed, right? So this is going to be another great one, and I'm excited for a lot of reasons because this is going to be a really big first test, I feel like, for this EU Omid squad. We haven't exactly seen them play up against maybe the toughest opponents here so far, so this will be a good look at what they're going to bring to the table here for us, and what are really your thoughts coming in with this squad here, too?
Well, my thoughts, I mean, we were talking to Coach Raylis, who actually played this Omid team back in, I think, round 2 of the winner's bracket, and he was saying, well, if Good Hearts get less than 70 against Omid EU, it seems like We Need Hit Jr. put more up than that. So I think it's one thing for sure to, I'd say, kind of banter about between these two teams. But I think the big talking point for Omid EU has to be, can EU find some flow at LAN this year?
Yeah.
Because we have yet to see EU actually have like one of those solidified kind of LAN placings like we got last year with the Wobblebobs or Team Notorious. And when you look at, what you bring to LAN when you're Europe, Omid EU, Team War, we saw Team War beat Clutch Rain. These are the teams that we're kind of looking at to really kind of set the standards for their region. And I think for Omid EU, heading into this match versus Good Hearts, this is kind of their stake on saying, yeah, we belong here. We're looking to win. And this is a good litmus test.
I like that. And Good Hearts on the other side. Of course, we just saw them on stage, as Colin did just point out, but Prolute, RCD's Capstone in Classic. Let me tell you, these boys were fine. They showed up in a really big way. And despite it being one of the earlier matches, for the day to kick off the broadcast, it felt like they were bringing it, and that's exactly what you need to do up against players like Weeman, that it can really set the tone for a match. We've really been talking about some of these individuals that you do have on both these squads, and just about all of the experience you could ever want on both of these squads as well. You're talking about championship experience. You have Hixie, who was all the way, of course, in that grand final last year at COD Champs, and now he's down here fighting in the pit, looking to work his way back up, and it starts right here with a big step forward over this Good Heart squad.
I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking when you actually put it in the factor that you have two players on this Omid EU team who were both in Champs Grand Finals and both got 4-0 swept. And now bouncing back into their MW3 year, Weeman and Hixie, this is kind of where they're looking to find their form once again and elevate their playstyle to kind of find their placing once more in that, the Call of Duty League. So it's kind of big for Omid EU, and their chances. And they've so far in Europe looked fantastic. 6 championships this year in the Europe region across the cups and the elite stages. And I think if there's anybody to really make some waves from Europe inside of challengers, especially at LAN, you look at this team to be that team.
I like that. We'll see if they can really live up to the expectations I think that a lot of the EU fans might have on them. But we will take a look at the maps to see what our rotation is going to look like here for this set. Also important to note that these are the winners quarterfinals here, so we're getting pretty deep into the bracket. And I know you're pointed out already, double dose of Rio. We've been getting a lot of that. We love that. Anything else stand out there for you, Colin?
I mean, it's the Rio. We just saw Good Hearts go up against Lore Gaming on the Rios to kick off our Saturday, and they looked fantastic. Obviously, the Rio Search and Destroy wasn't as flawless as the Hardpoint was, but that Hardpoint was insane from Good Hearts. And kind of now you're matching up against a team like Omid EU, where you're looking to outslay them again, quite like you did to Lore, but Omid EU are used to being outslayed. I mean, you look at them in their last series when it kind of down to their stats, they got outslayed by the side of, I'm pretty sure it was Neptune's team, Revenge Season.
Yes,
they get outslayed in the hard points, but they still win the hard points. So you kind of have a tale of two teams here, and the side of Good Hearts who, are very aggressive. They slay out, and they're good at doing that. And then Omid EU, who weather the storm and win the objective. And I think that is going to be a really fun test on this Rio Hardpoint.
Yeah, I love that. Maybe even having a chance to look over potentially a bit of it. They were also playing their game, I think, maybe at the same time too. But at the very least, we do know that Prolute, RCDs, they looked really comfortable in that Rio Hardpoint. My goodness. I think you saw a 10 spree happen there for Prolute up against Yuli's squad, which was Lore Gaming. He was just going on just streak after streak. Took him like 3 times to finally get the cruise missile, but he did.
He got there.
And then he took that and extended it to 10 to double digits. So he really took over. That was one of the tipping points. And I feel like RCDs, he came out swinging right away, like 3-piece to start off that map. And if you can start this real hardpoint that exact same way, I think that's, really, again, the first step to being able to grab this one, grab this first map, set the tone exactly like you did in the last series.
And I don't want to change my narrative for this Good Hearts team. I think that quite like their first series versus Lore, I'm looking at RCDs to kind of be that player to kind of set the standards for this team. He's coming into this this team after, not the greatest placing in Cup number 8.
Sure.
And now you're back on LAN. This is where RCD is going to probably feel his best when it comes down to, playing amongst the Challengers pit. And I think this is a really good situation for RCD to kind of find himself in, to kind of say that, hey, man, like, I don't belong down here. And I mean, we saw it in that first series, and I don't think enough people talk about it for a map like Rio and why this Good Hearts team is going to be good. It's because of that triple sub setup they have, and nobody talks about the RCD sub anymore, because we saw that on the Rio, and he was frying. He puts up 30 kills against Lore Gaming, and if he can do that again versus this Omid team, I think that's kind of one of the recipes to success for the
It
squad.
could be. It absolutely could be. Now, the other thing I feel like you always have to talk about with this EU Omid squad is the fact that they're always on top of their rotations. They're always on top of their fundamentals. That's what we were really talking about. And a lot of that is led by, you know, their sub player Hixie, who has kind of just been known as that objective player. I will get you the impactful kills. I will make the roads happen. And behind him, who is someone that I love to talk about, is Weeman, because Weeman is somebody who has just been exceptional, it feels like, in EU Challengers, as well as when he comes over to these lands over these last couple of years. He put up some pretty big stats in his first match today, dropping about a 1.25. He's the only one positive on the squad. So you can tell that a lot of that weight does fall on him, and he loves it. It feels like he thrives in that. And that is something that I think will be a fun matchup when we get to see kind of Alec and Weeman fighting off in those long-range battles.
You got to see it last year when he was on the Toronto Ultra team, and everybody was just like, well, like, he's, you know, not putting up great numbers, but they're winning. And that's just because of the player that Hixie is. He gets the job done no matter how dirty an effort it has to be. And for this Omid EU team, I think that this is going to be a fantastic matchup versus this Good Hearts squad. And heading into this Rio Hardpoint, I mean, you talked about Weeman, alongside him, Vortex, one of the most winningest players over in that EU region. And this is a team that you have to be worried about every single time you take the stage against them. So let's kick things off, Austin.
Let's kick it off, man. It's going to be a great one. Again, winners quarterfinals. You're getting deeper and deeper into the bracket, and the matches are just getting better and better. We'll see who gets off to a good start here as Capsule makes his way up to the bridge side and looks for some of those early kills. Good nade over the top for Prolute. We'll deal with Hixie, and now the battle on the hill will take place, and it is going to be a nice little double up. Early time now going the way of Omid EU.
Yeah. Early time, but they don't have the spawns, so looking to kind of test against this next wave of kills versus Good Hearts. Good Hearts have to be careful not to flip themselves out here, so they're going to be pushing up towards bridge. See if they can take another swing at this one. 3 quick kills coming out from the subs, as well as Classic. Last one in will be Austin. He goes down, and that is going to be the break immediately for Good Hearts.
Yeah, it's going to be fun saying my own name in this one. Vortex maybe didn't sign into his account, so he will be playing maybe under a different alias for this one, but we will continue to show some love to his name. Now we'll see Capsule pull out a nice little 1v1 there through the bridge side. That will secure some of the scrap side, but it's all about the rotation and new. Early gunfights already taking place.
And this is some good pressure from Omid. That's going to be nades before the trophies hit, and Hixie's got a trophy now to slide on in. Can't get the third kill. Prolute's going to shut him down, and Omid EU still struggling to get the setup into the rotation. Big kills coming through here. Big fights going on, and Classic standing tall for the side of Good Hearts.
Classic forward position now. Wants to take a second shell, but he'll be denied. That's a big win there from Vortex over the top of the Humvee. Wants to turn it into 2. He will. Third one maybe on the way. He is still full health. We'll get some great assistance there from Mythics, and the sub duo will be able to work their way back through the front.
And this is one thing, I mean, we talked about Hixie, we talked about Weeman. You got to talk about Mythics, one of those players who still is kind of up and coming inside this EU time, and with this Rival 9 has a chance to go toe-to-toe with Prolute, kind of like we set up with the Yuli Prolute matchup versus Lore. And if Mythics can kind of find that form against Prolute, that's where Omid plays their best.
Well, all right. After P2, looks like it will be a solid lead here for Omid EU, coming out here swinging, winning some of those impactful kills that we set up. But the exits look pretty clean here for Good Hearts, and that's going to force at least some of those deep spawns that will come through on the backside of that P2 hill. And you still got to worry about Caps, who's now running rogue to the middle on 4 in a row.
Not able to get the 5, though. Big shutdown from Vortex, who is running that triple sub for the side of Omid EU. Little lead here for Omid, but Good Hearts with their early setup. Vortex not able to get a second one. Another set of kills. Kill feed bleeds red. And it's going to be Omid reset.
Weeman has to slow it down a bit. Wait for his teammates to come off spawn, help him with the break. But so far, so good here for Good Hearts. And actually, Weeman gets picked off with a nice shell from Arcides. That's going to create some space. Arcides is starting to really pick it up. We talked about this. It was a slow start for him, but he's starting to get going now. All that said, it will be a late break coming through with about 20 seconds left as they fight for the scrap time.
Dead even game between both of these squads heading into what is coming up P4, but you still have the back spawns. Good Hearts going to put some pressure here. Stun Capsule trying to stay alive. Pops up, gets the kill onto 1. Pops the nade for the second one, and it's not going to be a kill. Big gunfight here for Prolute to win on rotation, and Hixie's going to get that initial setup.
That's why we talk about Hixie, right? It's always the impactful kills. He can't play his life. It's a good Semtex over the top that will take him out of the hard point. So bit of a 50-50 battle down through the front. Trying to make their way on the high ground, and, well, getting through Weeman is a bit of a problem. We'll see Vortex try to cut through. He can't find anything. It's really all on Weeman, and he's doing a great job of standing up to the pressure, looking for the player in the hill. He will get taken out on the overextension play, and now time's starting to go the way of Good Hearts.
Yeah. Good Hearts constantly finding that break. Same story back on Lore. It's either the rotations going their way or the breaks within the first 15 seconds. This Good Heart team, they know how to slay. They know how to put you against the ropes. And you got Prolute on 5 in a row. Can he get that early streak? We got to see him shut down constantly. He's not going to fly just yet. Capsule loses the fight through the middle of the map. You can see Omid EU on rotation to P5, and Prolute look to become a little slippery snake.
He's looking for number 6. Number 6 almost comes his way. The reach out, there it is. Cruise missile secure, and Prolute's been great on the streaks today. He's up to 15-5 with 40 seconds in the hill. This man is just doing it all at the moment. Huge part of the reason we're seeing Good Hearts actually fight in this one and come out ahead over these last couple of hills. But as this bridge hill has popped, we will see both teams continue to fight from either side. Mid-map control was going to be contested there for a minute from Arcades, but now we'll see Classic win a battle through the long range of the bridge, looking to make their way in. It's still very scrappy. Neither team really getting a lot of time.
We got to mention, I mean, Prolute back in their first series today on the Rio Hardpoint, 26-12. A ridiculous stat line at 2.17 versus Lord Gaming on this map mode combo. And it looks like he's looking to recreate that here versus Omid EU, the #1 seed, heading into the Toronto Open as it's a 116-70 lead. Good Hearts still in that P5. You still have lots of time to collect, and they are dominating the middle map fights for the next setup.
Arcades sub in hand, how about that? Number 8 looking for number 9, gets help from Classic. The streak will come to an end, but the damage really feels like it's been done over these last couple of hills. Again from Good Hearts, Capsule now getting involved in the play. He finds a huge double up. Streaks now available for Good Hearts. P1 time going their way. Omid EU need to step it up, and need to step it up now.
Classic on the wing of Capsule. He's able to trade out Omid in for the time. It is Hixie to fly through. Next contest is up. Arsony gets the break back. Prolute 4 HP, not able to get the trade onto Weeman. It's Weeman's double that keeps Omid in contention of this hard point, but it's off spawn one by one. Omid just flooding this hill. They need the kills. They need some time, and now a break. They get 3 in a row. Make it a quick 4. Finally, some time for Omid.
Oh, it's a good moment to fly forward here. A couple of the players going to spawn out for Good Hearts, and Hixie's going to take full advantage of some of the map control. Another big battle here for Capsule. He's the only one on that side of the map for what would have been an early rotation, but he is also denied that opportunity. Scrap time up for grabs again. 15 seconds. Looks like Good Hearts should be good for it with the numbers, but it's all about the rotation, and there is a lot of zoning happening here from Omid EU.
10 seconds into the rotation, Omid have flipped out Good Hearts, but they still have a mountain to climb before they have a chance at this map 1. Hixie's going to get caught over and towards the P4 setup, so that is that pressure away from Omid EU. Good Hearts, they're grouping up. They're going to 4-hit this together, and the streak from Prolute to lead it.
All right, streak's going to force them inside the lobby, and now they're going to have to funnel out. And everybody from the front's been able to work themselves closer and closer to the hill. Kills coming through. Trade's looking pretty solid for Omid EU. Caps the last one up. 4 go down. Omid EU, they hold on.
I mean, they're just weathering the storm. That's a streak gone, and they're back in the hill. Still 40 seconds. That can bring this closer to another tie game heading into the P3 of the second set of rotations. And I said it was Prolute's streak. It was actually somebody else's streak on Good Hearts. So Prolute's going to use his to break this one again. 3 go down, and Omid still struggling to get time.
Oh, but Vortex not giving them a lot to work with. Finally cleans up as he's forced to go to the reload, but you can see some of the pressure coming through now from Caps, just trying to keep them at bay, force them at the back of the map, do not allow them to have an easy rotation. Classic 1v1 in the back, he'll win that onto Mythics. The slaying looking good, up by about a full hard point, but that is now a chance to win the rotation into the back, 50-50 splits.
It might seem crazy, Austin, but there are positives to take away there for Omid. They get both streaks away from Good Hearts. They are only down by 1 hard point, so if they can get a break here and lock down a good amount of time, they can bring this game right back and not have to worry about those kill streaks.
That's a big moment. Omid EU fighting in this game. They will get some middle map control as well. Won't work out for a kill, but a chance to still hold on to the hill itself. Kills now. Need to rain through here for the defensive members inside the point, but it is just as clean as ever. They respond quite well. Mythics is the only one really up and alive. He does come up with 2, but the numbers aren't there. The spawn slip out. Good Hearts looking for the back 20.
It's just relentless when you're playing it against Good Hearts. You got a combined 44 kills between Capsule and Prolute, and it just seems like they're always breathing down your neck when you have that early setup. If you're Omid EU, they need the slaying from Hixie. They need the slaying from Mythics, because just Prolute is doing whatever he wants.
He's coming diffy this weekend right here.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, Colin. 28-12. He was 22-9 in the last time we saw him play the real hard point. He is a driving factor in why we see the lead that we do. And that lead is still about a hard point apart. Good kill from Arsenes as he picks up the sub. Almost combines for 2. And, well, the follow-up is just as beautiful as you'd ever want it to be if you're a Good Hearts fan. They are back into the hill. The rotations are simply on point.
A 70-point lead heading into P4. This is Wamani Hill on Rio. And, you know, Good Hearts are going to have that setup towards boxes. You have a flank coming out from Hixie. He has a chance to break in through the back, and he's going to find the timing onto Classic. There's the opening.
All right, the opening is in. Omen EU looked like they might be able to grab some of this time. Good shots over the top there from Mythics. And that is a moment where you get to take a breath. Omen EU, though, have to start working towards new, and you can already see Vortex in the middle of the map, cutting off the rotators. Hixie alongside with him.
Yeah, there's big fights through the middle. And Arsenes is going to be taking the rotate through mid. He's got the MCW in hand. It's just not able to connect with those shots. Prolute the next up, teed for the kill. And I expect the second one as well. Cooks to the nade, but playing his life. Excellent awareness from Prolute to take the fight through mid as well. But it's Capsule in the hill. Reads Hixie, can't find the kill. Now Prolute down. Hixie finds 2. Omid, they need this time again.
P5 chaos as ever. It's so difficult to lock down a good chunk of time here unless you can really control the whole lane and middle. And that is a lot to ask with both of these teams being as good as they are. Arsenes, though, swapping back to the AR cores for some of the longer range battles. And he is good for number 4. Will finally be finished off. Omen EU working themselves back in, knowing how important these last 25 seconds are.
I mean, since P2, Omid, they have just been trailing behind by 60 points. Again, you know, you just have to hit on that point. One good hill and Omid are back into this game. It's just the constant slaying from Prolute, 32 and 17, 23 and 24. And Arsenes, another 30 bomb coming out from him. Good Hearts, they're in takeover mode today on Saturday. And it just seems like this is another team in their way.
All right, 219, 142. P1 going to open up yet again. Omen EU, they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that need something special to happen here over the course of the next couple of hills. But so far, not looking great. We'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to it as Weeman wins a big battle in the back for Classic. Secondary challenge. Prolute can't lock that one down. Weeman makes it as difficult as ever to try to find those kills. And now it's looking okay for some of the map control here, but you got a lot of options if you're Good Hearts.
I mean, you wonder why we talk so much about Weeman as plays like that. It's just such a hard kill when it comes down to it. But it's not done yet for Omid EU. Mythics is going to get collapsed on the crossfire from Arsenes. Again, Omid facing a break here. Prolute with the Renetti. Just going to rip through 2. Hixie's triple kill going to be shut down. And Omid still fighting from that less preferred side for the P2 rotation. They're going to have to hit through P1. They send Mythics all the way around through that A bomb site. And he's going to be in the back of the gates.
Mythics, what a role he has to play here. His teammates now also going to be getting closer and closer, but he can't win that one-on-one. Prolute is just too damn hard to kill right now. So another big one as Classic wants to surge forward, wants to cut off the players up close. There it is from Classic. He finds the double, and now this might be good enough for the win.
Nicky D with the rifle 9. Mythics last chance, last hope, and he's gone. 10 seconds left, and they are so far away, Austin. This might be it.
Looking like the end of this hard point for map 1 on Rio, and nobody can touch. Nobody is close. Another double to close it out. Good Hearts looking solid on the real hard point.
The number 1 seed in Toronto out of EU versus the number 1 team with expectations in their favor. And we are treated with this side of Good Hearts showing up on a Saturday with only one plan, and that is to win.
Well, the plan's working out pretty well so far. Yet to drop a map so far on the day. Putting up some big numbers, man. I've been so impressed with Prolute so far over the course of these last couple of series that we've seen on main stage. He has been putting up massive KD ratios. My goodness, he drops 22 and 9 in that first set. Comes out here and drops, I believe it was 37 he ended with. Going on spree after spree, winning critical gunfight after critical gunfight, playing his role well, and getting just about 2 minutes of the hill.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what else can you ask? You can't ask anything else.
It's like Prolute and Capsule are 2 fists. It's a little left, right, good night on every break. And it's just, what do you do against that? On the side of Omid EU, you kind of saw it sometimes. They were finding some good breaks. They were getting into the time, and they were having those setups. They just couldn't find the second wave. And then once that second wave hits, it's just that break that we were seeing against Lore constantly. This Good Hearts team finds a way to just pierce right through the middle. And, I mean, you look at the numbers alone, 37 and 21 from Prolute, 38 and 26 from Arsenes. I mean, these are just numbers that you cannot allow happen if you are Omid EU facing this team inside of a respawn. But I mean, you do have still a team of Omid players who, no matter how much something is not in their favor, they still walk away on top in lots of series.
Wow. This combination right now of Prelude and RCDs is a problem. And you're going to have to find a solution, because looking over a lot of these replays, especially through the second half, it felt like there was just nothing Omid EU could do anymore, because they were just getting pieced up by just about every single member there as they funnel into the end. But boy, oh boy, just map one. Just map one, best of 5 here, Omid EU. I think if there's ever a team that's going to have a lot of composure, it's certainly going to be this one. But it does just feel, based off what we've seen here from this squad, Goodhearts, that they have been coming just a little bit different, and they are a level ahead of the competition based off what we've seen.
No, I totally agree. And heading into the Search and Destroy, I mean, they're already 2-0 on, Rio today when it comes down to the hard point into the Search and Destroy. But it wasn't as kind of clear cut in the Search and Destroy as the hard point was. There were weaknesses to this team, and you and I kind of were discussing why that was on Rio, and it's because Lore and Goodhearts, they're playing a sort of one-dimensional Rio. You didn't really see too much diversity in the early rounds. It was just hit B, get that bomb down right away, and hope that your post plant is really secure. And I think when you're playing up against a team like Omid EU, when you have players like Hixie and Mythics who are going to look for those plays and look to work the map around for flanks, it's not going to be as easy to just look forward and hold those irons. I think you're going to have to work for this Rio a lot more than you did in your last series if you're Goodhearts, and this is a really good chance for Omid to bounce back right away.
Yeah, you do not want to go down 2-0. We saw the invasion control a little bit earlier on, and that one was also pretty clinical for the most part based off what we were getting out of a lot of those rounds. So looks like fist bumps are going out here for some of the players as they're looking to hit the big regain coming into the Search and Destroy to tie this one up. Again, a pivotal one, because there has been no map losses so far for this squad here that we do have, that's Goodhearts.
The one thing that, this Goodhearts team was so good at last time we saw them on Rio Search and Destroy was their First Bloods. They dominated the First Blood column over Lore Gaming. And if you look at something that they can carry over into this series versus Omid, is looking for those openings yet again. If you can shut down Hixie and Mythics like you did back in that hard point, that is going to be, I guess, the bane of this Omid EU's team. Once you deny them of working the map and kind of getting creative, this Omid team will struggle.
Well, let's see how this one kicks off. Attacking first will be Omid EU. And wow, right away, RCD's able to catch Hixie, kind of just slipping and slow walking to the top of the staircase. Nice early first blood, and the punishment is there.
And that's already Omid EU brought to a halt, but what a shot from Wee Man. Can he find two? The challenge out from Classic. Absolutely egregious.
2 HP. Wee Man so good in those long-range battles. We set it up, and he's able to deliver. So, Omid EU now, after losing that first blood, get 2 back. Man advantage. And you can take a look at where this bomb is and this flank. Capsule behind the play.
They have no idea. Capsule gets the information, but they're going to fly. Prelude finds one. Capsule pinching things out. The damage is out, but the kills don't follow. Renetti from Cap. He's dancing around. The finesse with the Renetti 6 HP. He just cannot get it done. Oh my goodness. Capsule, he is so good at dancing.
He is good at dancing. He knows how to tango, Colin. My goodness. Just the finesse. You can see Mythics trying to challenge. Like, where is this guy? And he almost slips back around the corner for the slide for Mythics, gets the line of sight. My goodness, gets a little bit dicey inside of the point, but overall they're able to close that one out. But great read though. You got to give it up for reading that backtracking coming through there for Omid EU, pushing through.
That's after losing the first blood to Arcides too. You got to give that to Wee Man alone for ripping Arcides off that back heady and doubling down onto Classic. If Classic didn't give up his life, Omid, they had no reason to push through that stair.
So Wee Man off to a nice little 3-in-1 start. We'll see if he'll continue the action. And as we talked about, this is a play we've seen quite a bit, haven't we? Instantly want to drop this bomb at B, but it's a triple flank through A.
And this is what Omid are going to do to you. Classic doesn't get the information. I don't think he saw Wee Man. He may have, but do you expect a third player? You don't. No. 3 players push through. Wee Man opens it up. Hixie doubles down, and now it's a 3v2 on the retake.
What a wild card there. Just not able to read that, and well, who could? 3 players flank through, 3v2, Omid again, man advantage, evened up from Arcides. Capsule's picked his moment well. There it is, he finishes off another one, challenges for the third. And how about that little 2v3 out of Caps and Arcides?
We talk about, maybe it is one-dimensional to just go for the quick plant on B, but if it works, it works. You know, dub's a dub at the end of the day. And for Capital there, I mean, what a timing to find there. Just slips the net down the zig stairs, and then getting those two players just in the perfect time ever. I mean, that is COD timing at its finest. But it comes down to, I mean, Omid EU with a triple send through the Glizzy stand. And I think it's that third player, Hixie, just that offset of timing. And I don't think really Classic was going to expect that whatsoever. Omid really giving them a good chance at, you know, kind of pulling at the strings of these hearts.
Yeah, you got to imagine Classic in that situation. Two are flanking, and then you just never.
A three?
Third one. Catches them off guard. But all right. Fun little game of S&D here so far in Rio. And looking for the big swing round now in round number 3. This is what we pretty much saw last time around, except it was Hixie that got first blooded, got caught slipping a little bit, taking it slow up the staircase. That's not going to be the case this time, but it is still RCD's responsible for watching this, and he is good for yet another first blood. This time, it is on Weeman.
Yeah, Vortex on the escalators. Just waiting for a mistake, but Goodheart's not going to give that up. 3 players stacked into the lobby. 4th one through boxes. Capsule's going to slow push this. Mythics is actually even up. Hixie, a second one, and whoa, Vortex with the rival 9. All 3 go down. Capsule in a 1v3. Whoa! Oh my goodness, Capsule is so good.
They get the round, so that's nothing crazy from there on out, but it's still this snap that came through. That was pretty filthy. Capsule showing his mechanics. He's showing us how to tango, how to shoot straight, apparently. He's got it all figured out. Just too many players to run through. And listen, that was at the back end of another first blood, it felt like. RCD's has been great at grabbing that first one, but from that point forward, it feels like it isn't necessarily always coming together. And they're leaving these little holes, these little openings, and Omid EU, they're finding them.
Well, it's just you find, you know, the pick onto Weeman, the AR, and, you know, Omid EU with the triple sub setup. They're like, okay, we're just going to stack mid and watch these lanes. And as soon as Goodhearts, you know, kind of drag those gunfights, it's just one by one. Those rival 9s, they shoot so well on this Omid EU team. So we're going to get another quick plant over towards B. 4-on-4 for the retake. I mean, this is the good old classic for Goodhearts.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. See if Omid EU can have a response to this aggressive play. Hixie kind of left out there in the open. No trade gonna follow. Caps tries to get ambitious, but looking for the trades. Prolude's there for 1. Now a 2v1. Mythics for a 1v2.
Mythics, brings it into a 1v1. He's on 5 in a row. This would be a cruise missile. 23 seconds is plenty of time to work this kill, but look at this. I mean, Nicky D, one of the best to ever do it in these clutch scenarios. He's going to backpedal all the way to his spawn. He's going to bait out the player, and he clutches up for Goodhearts.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. Classic knows that he has a little bit of time to work with here. He can work the map how he sees fit. Maybe he could have got bad timing on the mantle, but all those shots connect as he jumps over. And that is a big one, as you said, because it stops the cruise missile from coming into play here. And as we get into round number 5, we are all tied up, these two playing as close as ever.
It does not feel like it's round 4, I will say.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on here.
But that's where we're sitting. Cruise missile shut down from Mythic, 6-2 from Mythic, 6-3 from Capsule. We are getting a heavyweight matchup right now when it comes down to gloves being off, and it's just a full-blown fight through Rio. Rival 9s are cooking.
Change of pace. This time it's a fast blended A. No defenders are on the site, but they're going to play a full retake from their side. Smoke's going to go down. It's going to give them a bit of cover. Up top is the first gunfight. RCD's finds it. Hixie gets one back. It's just chaos. It's mayhem. Who finds who? And it's RCD's and Caps that managed to get the majority of them. Mythic's down the last one up. Forced to clutch again.
Nice shots there, but no kill. It's the Kobe from Cap. 25 seconds for the defuse. Classic's gonna hop it right away. No, you're just gonna talk amongst each other. I mean, I don't mind this at all. Just gives you a chance to really dissect what just happened. Smokes are dropped. How many smokes got dropped there, Austin?
I don't know.
Because it felt like it was like 15 seconds of just smoke on the map. And we saw RCD's back in their last match versus Lore, where you lose that AA through the smoke, which is definitely unfortunate. But the shots were clean on top of that heady above a garage, and that is a big round for Goodhearts on the retake at A.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Wow. Oh, man. I love that little retake all from your side, all 4 members just funneling through, and you called it right. That's that first gunfight right on top that really sets it off there for them, and they run away with it. So 3-2. Goodhearts up. Capsule, he's also been great. 8-3 here for him. Will also be our bomb carrier. And this is really the first look that we've had. It's not necessarily guaranteed to go to A, but they are spread out, giving themselves options here for this round.
Classic fishing for that first blood at Banana. Bombs just right next to him. Doesn't seem like A is going to be where they set their sights on. Another plant at B. Who would have guessed?
All right, they make their way back. Will this be red is the question, and they're looking. Do they find Caps? No, they don't. Prolude lines up 2. Challenges for the 3rd with the pistol. Prolude, are you kidding me? And just like that, everyone falls for Omid EU. The last one drops just immediately after. What a play from Prolude.
It's just Prolude and Cap do the same thing every single time. Cap drops the rock, moves over towards you, and Prolude sitting in the vending machine for the crossfire between the rival 9s. Everybody lines up for Prolude in that rival 9 shot. I mean, just look at him. He's chilling. He's chilling up there. I think this is the best I've seen Prolude play in a long time.
I agree. And you know what? Andy did tell us that, listen, Prolude said that he's coming a little bit different. He's like, I don't know what it is, but I'm coming to Toronto, and I'm here to win this thing. Here to prove that I am still one of the best challenger players. He's living up to it. Prolude's popping off play after play right now.
I mean, 6 at 5, right next to Capsule, who again, quite like Prolude, is a menace when it comes down to that sub roll. Capsule really opening up the map for Prolude to set it down. Prolude's going to trade it. They flip the map. Vortex gets the info.
Classic forced to shift over after a great set nade is thrown over the top, and that's an opening and a half. Classic should drop here. That is beautiful teamwork.
It's a great read.
Might get a trade right back here, though. This is also the bomb carrier. We'll see if it works out for a kill. Will there be trades? Yes, there will be. Weeman gets 1. And now Prolude, 1 off of a streak, looking for a big clutch.
How many times do we say that today? Prolude on 5 in a row. 1 versus 2. Bomb recovered from Omid, and they have 45 seconds to work this map, so they don't have to rush things whatsoever. You can see both separated a little bit. Vortex leading around. And the timing for Prolude, he's going to be spotted now for the together. Weeman's going to collapse on this one. They're side by side. Prolude's going to get shut down, not able to get the streak. Omid bounce back.
That is a critical round right there. Great. First blood over the top. You eliminate RCDs. You force Classic to also have to retreat a little bit, pick up that left lane. And they're able to find that beautiful opening through the middle of the map there off some nice team shots that came through, I think, from Weeman. So good teamwork works out here for Omid EU to grab 1 back, but they're going to need a little bit more than just 1 right now. Still trailing by a round, looking to try to make it 2 in a row.
So how do Omid bring this one back, Austin? I mean, when you're moving to the defensive side, I feel like you have to adjust this B side, and you're going to see it. They're going to fight through mid this time, send 3 players there, but that's not where the bomb is. They've been waiting for Capsule to rush A.
That's right. This time around, there is an opportunity to go for maybe a couple of flanks here from some of the Omid EU players. Weeman's under a lot of pressure in the back. The nades, the stuns, they all come flooding over the top. Vortex now through the middle of boxes. Looking for an opportunity to potentially find the bomb planner, but that won't happen. Classic works the off angle.
Easy read, Prolude now. Smokes go down. It's a little troublesome. You can't see, buddy. You got to go. And he's going to get right out of there. Hixie trades it. Weeman's going to find a second one. All alone's going to be Prolude. He's escaped into the garage. 1v2.
Have they read this? Garage has not been cleared. 20 seconds to work with here. Challenge comes through. Prolude's good for 1. But you have to burn some more time. Challenge is coming to him, and Hixie will make sure he's got nowhere to go. Big clutch. Huge 1v1. We're all tied up at 4 apiece.
That's really, really good communication from Omid. Prolude, he's hiding. They have no information. They send one to locate him. He does enough damage, and Hixie gets there right before the regen comes out. I mean, that is a really good play call from Goodhearts. We saw it in the last offense where they were kind of lingering over towards Banana, looking to see how many players were actually stacked onto that A site. As soon as they see that there's only 1 player back towards that forklift, they're like, all right, now it's our time to quick plan over towards A. So Omid EU definitely had the wrong read to this one, but the adjustment over towards boxes, the flood through forklift, they start the chaos with those smokes yet again, and this time it works in their favor.
They finally find a big response here to one of the offensive rounds for Goodhearts, but now they need to do it here on the defense. Hipfire is looking good there. Prolude will be taken out. Hixie draws first blood. Capsule wants to chase for this one. He's got to be a little bit careful here, and Mythics is going to turn, so now Caps is a little bit isolated, and he's in a dangerous position.
If I'm Omid, I'm turning around. I'm looking for Capsule here. He's back in towards you, and he's still finding a kill. Hixie's going to trade it, so you know what? The damage not too far gone. Still a 3v2 with an advantage over towards Omid. They have the bomb, taking their time once more, working this one together. Arcades below him. Mythic's going to get tagged low. Arcades gets cleaned up. You know where Classic is. Now a 2v1. They can work this side by side. He's behind them, no!
He doesn't finish it. Classic doesn't finish it. but he gets the reload off. Double chow comes his way, and that one's got to feel a little bit tough there for Classic. It felt like Nicky D had them lined up. He might have had that first one there, but the last Renetti shot just does not connect, and that one's going to sting.
Maybe the Renetti is not as good as I thought. No, it is.
Who are you kidding, Colin?
It's a beast. Best gun of the game, I'm telling you. Well, match point for Omid. What a way to turn this one around. What is that? Three rounds in a row on the bounce. And now for Omid, chance to tie the series up.
And it's Hixie that's on 5 in a row here, so an early kill could maybe even guarantee yourself the round as he makes his way to A.
I like this call.
Stun checks over the top, not going to find anything, but does spot Classic all the way in the back here. Does Capsule want to get a little bit risky? Does have the bomb. Just going to simply hold back up, and now it might be a play to go back to B.
Oh, he's going to rush this one right in. Somebody's going to be holding this one down. Hixie makes it across. Like you said, looking for that 6th kill. Nicky D Classic, he is running for his life. It's a quad setup, but they have no post-plant setup. They are trapped.
3 players on the flank from Omid EU. Hixie still looking for what could be that final kill. There it is. Cruise missile secured, but you might not even need it. Prolute, though, still a chance to go big. 10 and 8. He's been huge so far, and now he's taking a route.
They're chasing him. I mean, but he's burning so much time right now. Prolute looking to go right back in. Hixie's watching it, gets away. Arsenes goes down, so it's all on Prolute.
Prolute for a 1v3, an impossible situation. Hixie red, but the gunfight is not won. And Omid EU, they take 4 rounds in a row to tie this series up 1-1.
That is the X factor right there. Charlie Hixie on main stage, setting up the success of Omid EU in this search and destroy. 11 kills at the end of this map number 2, really turning up with the 7 in a row towards the end there. Here's the final one. We get to see just waiting for Prolute to make that reshell back in towards info. And for Prolute, I mean, it's a tough call to make. You can wrap all the way through A, go through boxes, see if you can flip the map, but as soon as your teammate goes down, as soon as he's pressured out, you have to go chow that bomb. Really tough situation for Prolute to be in at the end there, but you have to get that over towards Omid EU. The adjustment to find 4 rounds in a row to close out that search, we got ourselves a game.
We got ourselves a game. We got ourselves a series. We're all tied up here 1-1. We'll go into the control to figure out who will take the lead. So that's exactly where we're going to be headed, but for now, we'll throw things to a short break. Don't go too far. More Call of Duty action taking place after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Open here at Major number 3. We are continuing our action right now as we get into game number 3. It has been a banger so far here between Omid coming up here, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to be able to respond, carry this momentum into Good Hearts. They just came off of a massive S&D victory with 4 straight rounds there, Colin.
Yeah, trust me, we know bangers. Promise you that. This is the first time we're going to see a map 4 in today's matches for Saturday, at least on the main stage. And Omid, they give it to us with that search and destroy, and it really comes down to the moment where I think we were sitting 4-3 in the advantage of Good Hearts, and you saw the constant B plans coming out from Good Hearts where they were getting those post plant setups, and all of a sudden, Omid change it. They 3-stack B. It forces the bomb plant at A, the smoke play through forklift for those subs to just take over. Hixie and Mythics finally turning up for this Omid EU team on the main stage here versus Good Hearts. And you really get to see Capsule and Prolude struggle towards the end of the game. You see the two of them, as soon as they're shut down, it puts some pressure onto Classic and Arcades to make those hero plays. And, you know, against, you know, players like Hixie and against players like Mythics, it's tough to make those hero plays when they are frying. So heading into this Invasion Control, I feel like we've kind of seen the best out of the sub-duos of both of these teams from map 1 into map number 2. And now moving into the Invasion Control, the map where we saw Classic and Arcades take over on the defense versus that Lore Gaming team. And we're looking back over towards Weeman and Vortex to see if they can kind of go toe-to-toe with both of these players and open up the map for these subs to take over once again.
Absolutely. Classic was huge in that Invasion Control, as you alluded to, and this is a big opportunity for Nicky D to come up clutch, as he just about always does when we get to the LAN or get to just about any important situation.
Plays against FaZe.
Yeah, it does not matter. You can rely on Nicky D in a lot of those key spots, so we'll see if he can bring some of that action out of that last series that we saw him play, where he was dropping, I think, about over 30 kills, I want to say, in that Control. He was going tit for tat with Yuli, who also put up some pretty big numbers there, but able to take them out. And this is always a special one because, you know, again, you look at, you know, the big ARs, right? How is Weeman going to perform? How are Arcades going to battle out here versus each other? Mythics, even with an AR. We saw that a lot throughout the Modern Warfare 2 season at times when he was able to put up some pretty nice numbers and slay out here. So you're looking at those guys to really put up some big performances coming into the Invasion.
Yeah, the only thing I'm kind of worried about is when we were watching this Good Hearts team play the Invasion Control, their defenses weren't sound towards the end, at least towards that round number 5, and you started to see Lore Gaming bring things back. They had so many openings to touch that A zone and actually get 2 players to stack it. It was the clutch individual moments from the players on Good Hearts that kind of bailed them out of a lot of moments.
Right.
And when you're kind of moving up the ladder now in the winner's bracket, I mean, you're not going to get away with moments like that against just anybody. So you have to look at this kind of, I'd say, Good Hearts team in the light of you just cannot allow players to slip through into back gas if you're on the defense, like you did for Yuli or Paul X, who are constantly making those plays. So I'm sure this team has talked about it after kind of winning in a 3-0 fashion. It wasn't the best Invasion Control from this team. They get the win, but they just snuck away with it towards the end. So you're looking at Good Hearts here to bounce back into the respawns. Omid EU looking to carry over that success from map number 2 in the search and destroy. Big swing map mode combo here. Austin, let's turn the tides.
Oh, let's see how it comes together. Attack it first will be Omid. Good Hearts on the defense. And right away, we'll turn our attention to this B zone where Vortex will get an early touch. AR in hand. Nice win there onto Capsule, who wants to really put the pedal to the metal, trying to take him right out the zone. Hixie looking for a couple of players that are positioned around mid. He is good for that first shot, but will be traded out now. But B still slowly going over there.
Weeman just waiting in the wings for DVD. It's 2 down. That's going to be the clearance over towards B. First segment in. Weeman now looking for some real estate. I don't know if he actually got spotted by the member. No, he didn't. Surprise, surprise. Classic still wins it. Renetti versus MCW. It's a big play to clear back in towards blue. Now looking to clear this B zone. Second tick in.
All right, a couple of options here now for Omid EU. They got some players already inside of Cafe, so that A zone is potentially under threat, especially if Hixie's able to win this 1v1 in the back here onto Prolude. He's going to be able to actually just finesse him, finds one, has to go for the reload, and, well, he'll be taken out from behind. And, well, the rest of the Omid players also making their way over to Laundry here, too, to try to assist.
I mean, it's just Weeman alone. Everybody else running back towards B to finish off that zone. Weeman now chance to deal some serious damage when it comes down to the kills. Unfortunately, not able to find anything more than 3 in a row. So onto the B zone we go. Should be captured. We were looking at a minute 49 to move over towards A. Omid EU with the life advantage. 3 go down. Now a chance to hop on.
This is a little bit scary. 5 life differential. Hixie on the point. Time is actually stopped at 1:45. There's a lot of time you have to burn on the defense. That's a tough gunfight, though. Arseny's able to get one in the back. Long-range battles taking place. Classic gets another. Pressure on Hixie to come up big, and he does. 2 in a row for him. Trying to finesse his life. The regen might be there. He reads it. 3 in a row. Challenge comes out. The team shots are in. They're doing it. That first tick should be locked.
And now the setup. The ARs have arrived. You have to Overwatch in the crossfire through this alley. Wee Man looking to cut the flank. Renetti's out. Swaps the MCW. So much damage. So many kills. Wow. Oh, man. Welcome to Invasion.
Oh, my goodness. They might be good for it. Looks like Vortex is going to stack the point, and there it is. Round 1 offense on Invasion. Omid EU, they come out swinging.
I mean, I said last time we went to Invasion Control, if there's any way to kind of make this a little bit easier, you win an offense. And that is such a fast offensive win. We knew that, you know, this side of Good Hearts haven't looked the best on their Invasion defenses. Lots of chances to kind of sneak in towards Laundry, and it just takes one player to make those hero plays, which Hixie does on that A zone. And all of a sudden, Good Hearts are kind of sent in chaos. They're trying to scramble back to clear this map control. And when Omid has players like Wee Man and Vortex who can set up on these power positions with those ARs, it's not easy to battle back into those zones. And I think Omid, I mean, this is the kryptonite right now of Good Hearts on Invasion Control.
Boy, oh boy, need a big response here. Need it early, and looks like maybe a couple ticks on B would certainly help that case. But while that happens, you see Wee Man working to the other side of the map, trying to get some spawn kills, and Classic's going to do a good job of getting one and pushing forward here. So this is looking a little bit similar so far. Classic gets himself into rugs, flies out for number 4, finally able to be shut down here from Omid EU. But while this happens again, B slowly going over for that final tick.
And Cap's going to find a route. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Caps.
Capsule gets 6 in a row. MCW in the Rifle 9 as a cruise missile. B-zone is going to get cleaned up, surely, at some point. And everybody's looking for Cap and Laundry.
Disgusting stuff from Caps. And now it's a 4-life lead also for our attacking team, Good Hearts. Inside will be Caps. He will build his streak up to 7. What a snap for 8. Has to wait a second for the regen. Nate's gonna force him out. Looks for another challenge. Finally, Mythics will take him down. Lots of time to work with, though, and you're still seeing the pressure continuing to build here for Omid EU trying to hold.
Yeah, even after all of that from Capsule, the A-zone still stands for Omid EU. And that really comes down to, again, the ARs really finding their form here for Omid. And that is tough for Good Hearts to make that cross in towards A. Capsule's got the MCW out, moving back in. I mean, Capsule is moving different right now, trying to solo the team in to this A zone. Proloot 2 and 10. I mean, you got to see more out of him.
That's right. He's been off to a fairly slow start. Yet to get too involved. Would love to see it change with this battle. Not the case. Mythic takes him out with ease. Gets a good snap there on Arcades, but it won't work out for the elimination. So now dwindling down in the time. About a minute left on the clock. More and more kills starting to come through. Arcades, though, holding this position and needs to wait for his teammates to come up on the map.
Off spawn. Cruise missile from Capsule already used.
Wow.
Minute and 2, and you have no control of the map. That was just to break out of your spawn. So now you need the kills to move forward. You have a little bit of control into Cafe, but you still need another wave to get on towards A.
Some big opening kills here. Arcades trying to slip across. Trophy system down, but he is one shot and he'll be taken out from Vortex. Vortex still alive. Proloot finally able to get one back. But once again, you're looking at Classic to try to get something done. He's red from the side, so this pinch not really going to work out. Proloot again needs to hold his position, and that investment of the cruise missile doesn't really work out for anything so far.
Back into the spawn trap, almost. Fight for Cafe. Proloot laying down, not able to secure the kill into Hixie. The help arrives. 8 lives versus 12. Austin, Omid, they have silenced the pressure at A.
Capsule's been just the guy here so far that has just been able to create openings for his team, and he's doing it again. Another big 2-piece from Capsule. Mythic's in the back, get some good shots on him, and well, it's going to have to be a forced play onto the zone. They do stop the clock. It's Arcades that's just trying to play his life.
Looking at Classic. Classic, can he help Arcades as best as he can? Classic's going to go down. Segment now being worked on. Wee Man, never count him out for those fights. 2 lives for Omid, but there's no time for Good Hearts. 2 rounds up now. Omid looking for the control.
Omid EU. They're looking pretty damn good here in the control. It gets maybe a little bit scary there, but that's a big investment from Capsule to use the cruise missile. Uses it, tries to get his team forward, tries to give his team the information. It just doesn't work out for any follow-up kills outside of the kill that they get with the missile itself. And that is a tough one, because you would love to have that in your back pocket if you're going to try to force this further and further, but you could see the idea of it. They wanted to find an early response.
Capsule 18-10.
He's fighting.
Fighting for his team. Can Good Hearts pull a reverse sweep out of the bag? Capsule's going to clear B. Pressure through mid. Hixie finds a route through, but not going to slip out for free. Arcitys trades it out. Mythics now working up the water street. Couple early damage, but not able to get the kill there as Arcitys. And Mythics now putting a lot of focus onto this A zone.
Capsule sub in hand, just looking to maintain some of that cafe control. B, though, will be the target now for Omid EU as they get some members out into the map and start contesting the middle of the map, too. Good shots come through. Capsule actually gets team shot there, and that will be some great teamwork to work out some of those kills that did around Cafe, and they're going to run right over to A.
Yeah, you have Hixie watching over Vortex. Time stopped at 47 seconds. Weeman wins the fight through mid. Vortex tagged down to 51. Hixie goes down, and there's no trophy, so the nades are going to prevail. Over to B is the focus. Omid, 41 seconds. They have to look to secure a zone. A, it is just too hard to break this early.
Oh my, Weeman! How is he winning some of these gunfights? 3 in a row again. He is just hitting every single shot in some of these impossible situations. Classic, you're spotted. There's number 4. And back on B, Omid EU will go. Second segment just about locked in. Weeman is putting pressure on every single member coming off spawn right now for Good Hearts.
If he won that fight versus Prolude, I may have just chanted the Lisan Al-Gaib. But Capsule 21-13, keeping Good Hearts in it. Couple clutch plays there from the rest of the team, and they hold on to this A zone. B should be secured. 1 minute and 33 seconds. Lives just about even, I'd say. Arcitys a chance to really bring things back down to size, and Omid still battling for this 3-0 win.
Still a chance to hold on here. You can really force Omid's hand to have to make the play. Just need clean trades to follow. And, well, that's an aggressive move from Capsule. Punished for it. Vortex able to put together 2 in a row now. Looking to track down this third member. That's a good win from Classic. Gets a good read on the play. But now needs to try to play his life and stop some of the members from getting across, which he's going to be able to do again.
Omid have a chance here to blow it up. Weeman, 20-16. Team nade onto Capsule, and now Weeman looking to fly here, see if he can punish some of these players. Prolude heads up play to read your spawn. He's gonna find Weeman, shut him down. All eyes forward for Good Hearts.
A little scary there for Classic. Still keeps the spree alive. 4 in a row. And that nade will find a very swift trade. 10 lives, all evened up. Problem, the clock. And nobody's really in a position outside of Mythics, who has been able to slip behind enemy lines.
With 25 seconds, Lives even at 9. 2 wipes. And Good Hearts could be looking at losing this one to Lives as well. Mythic's going to jump on, stays alive. Time stopped at 19 seconds. 2 life advantage for Omid EU. 3 go down. Now it's up to Prolude to make the play.
Everyone just has to sprint off spawn, but they're going to stack it. They're going to stack it for a 3-0. This is unbelievable. You're going to have to fly. You're going to have to go, and the kills just keep on raining in one after another here. Omid EU holding on. How about it? 2 offensive wins and invasion control.
And life sparks on the main stage there from Omid for a second. What a performance from Omid. Constantly pressuring this A zone, constantly finding the kills. 18-16 from Hixie. He's going to find that last kill, but Weeman, 20-18. Just keeping Good Hearts really at bay throughout that whole third round. Pressure through the middle of the map. They had so many routes to run over towards B or to A. They keep the time in their favor as well towards the end. Mythics makes the full play through gas, hops that A zone, and just like dominoes. I mean, this side of Goodharts, these aren't like terrible players, but you just look at the numbers that they're putting up in comparison to that hard point that they had. It just didn't seem like they can really get it going. Capsule had a fantastic map number 3, 24 and 15, really putting the team on his back there. But for everybody else, for Goodharts, you almost expect them to find more than what we saw there.
We definitely do, and I feel like it really just comes down to the teamwork, right? Everybody feels like they're interlocked with each other. They have an idea of how they're moving around the map, and it's all about, okay, how can I help that person get forward? How can I help you get to the zone? And that was a huge part of it when we were talking about some of these offensive rounds. They were on top of it, and they were not losing these battles, but you saw it from Caps, man. He was doing everything he possibly could. It's just his teammates could never get with him because he was just finding the respawners time and time again.
It just felt like he was on an island. It felt like really the Cap show at time for this Goodharts team, and he just needed the rest of the help to get there. He needed that support in some of those key moments, and I mean, he finds an 8 spree in Laundry, and they still don't cap his own off of this one. It's just things not going right for Goodharts in that map number 3. It's okay for this team. They're going back to their bread and butter, and the hard points have looked fantastic for Goodharts. So there is a real chance to send this towards a map 5 if you are Goodharts. Still, you're not out of this whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you take a punch to the chin, but I mean, these players have been playing for so long. I'm sure they're okay with it.
Absolutely. That ain't no glass jaw, that's for sure. These guys are more than capable of being able to bring it back. And we will be jumping into that Karachi hardpoint to see if, in fact, they can actually get us to a Game 5. I would love to see another S&D between these two because the first one was fantastic, the way they were playing it, the adjustments that were coming through, everything was electric. So a Karachi hardpoint, have to hit a bit of a regain, but like you had pointed out, one of the big factors we've seen, at least in the hardpoints here for this Goodharts squad, is that they have been slaying heavily. You can do that on a map like Karachi. You can create a lot of opportunities for, you know, some big potential points on some of these money hills.
I mean, you think about the difference to Rio and Karachi. The slaying seems kind of stays the same when it comes down to the potential for this Goodharts team, but then you add in the chances of money hills to this map. You don't really get that in Rio like you do in Karachi, and you look towards the, you know, the rotations from P2 to P3 and then the rotations to P5, and if you're looking at this Goodharts team who back versus Lore on the main stage back in our first series of the day was just constantly finding the rotations, winning those battles and breaking within 15 seconds, I mean, this team could bounce back immediately on this map.
Absolutely, they can. Well, Omid EU, they've certainly taken the wind out of the sails here of this Goodharts roster. But as we keep pointing out, veteranship, experience, all of it really plays a big factor, especially in moments like this where you're down in the series and you're looking to stay alive in the upper bracket. So let's kick it off, Colin. Here we go. Map number 4, over to you. They could end it here.
Now let's get it on. I think ProLoop, 2 hard points today and a 1.91 KD. Ridiculous numbers. That sounds very illegal. You can't do that to just anybody here. Well, it's going to be Omid off to a good start. 3 kills in a row. Flawless to break in towards this P1, and they have Vortex with the Rival 9 in top third.
Love the opening. Great setup. Able to get some of the top third control. And Vortex will continue to stay alive up here, but that's a good shutdown. ProLoot will be able to find the eventual trade. Still 25 seconds up for grabs, but Weeman's not going to let anyone touch this hill without a fight.
Weeman 3 in a row, looking for number 4. Good damage there onto Cap, but he's going to get away. Sneak in towards the church. Now a chance to flip this one on a dime. Shots on the Mythics are good. Looking for more. The help has arrived in the break for Goodharts. It's only scrap time, but it's going to allow them to move and set up for P2.
Yeah, that came at a great moment there. As soon as P2 was basically about to pop, they go 4 down. And yeah, Vortex doesn't want anything to do with that. He says, nope, as he peeks over the top and actually wins a pretty unreal battle from the low ground here with the rivals. So that's going to now give them a chance to maybe attack from top plat. Over the top, Pixie says hello to Caps as well as he picks off his head. And now this P2 hill is completely open.
Pixie giving haircuts, straight buzz cuts with the Rival 9. 33 points for Omid, and they've broken right back in after losing the rotation over towards P2. A little taste of your own medicine, they say, and now for the full setup, can Goodharts break in? Cap, ProLoot, they're making the plays in. Cap's going to be in for the time. Classic's going to find the third onto Weeman. Hixie's the last one standing. He's frying right now. Let me tell you, Hixie's here to play.
Yeah, that was a hell of a double up. Now reinforcements on the way after he clears out a couple of the members in and around the point here from Goodhearts. But are the kills enough? Classic looking for one trade. Vortex throws himself in the hill, but Classic, he comes away with the double. That should lock down the remaining couple seconds as it's just about a 6-7 point differential as we head to new.
Yeah, look at the spread here from Mythics. He's going to be playing over towards Clock Tower. A chance to find some rotational gunfights his way. Shuts down Prolude, so now Cap has to really limit his pressure through Coop. Almost gets the kill there onto Vortex, but now that Vortex stays alive, he's going to reposition, and the full setup into P3 for Omid. It is going to be a break from 4 separate angles from Goodhearts.
Good read in the corner. Vortex overwhelms. Need trades now to follow up here from Omid EU. Weeman, how about the Chow? Able to take another one down here, locking down the right. The hill will go neutral. One player able to slit through for a second, but that is red. Arseny's now the last one pushed forward, trying to break in himself, but he is just so overwhelmed. Weeman is now up to 5 in a row.
Early chance for a streak from Weeman, 11-5 to open up this Karachi. Oh, Prolude, gotta be careful, hits the deck, not able to get away. Cruise missile for Weeman heading into P4. And a chance to just keep that in your arsenal for the P5 rotation. Omid are off to a fantastic start on Karachi.
The slaying has certainly shifted here for our second hard point in this best of 5, and you are seeing it at the moment. Prolude, those big numbers we talked about, haven't seen it just yet. And it's really nobody that's really stepped up in a big way so far for Goodhearts. But Weeman hitting Diffie. Need to find a way to shut him down if you're going to win this and force it to a game 5.
Hixie is in such a good spot to punish some of these kills off spawn. He's losing teammates, but because he's here, nobody on Goodhearts can safely get into the hard point. Hixie going to dance around, somehow still alive, finally locked down by Prolude. This is some good time that Goodhearts really want to grab.
Yeah, not the easiest to grab, but they're doing a pretty solid job of it. And Classic's actually working for a bit of a streak of his own. Early rotation in the back. I don't think he's going to read this, and he's not. So that's a nice little pickup there from Vortex early on the rotation to P5 as Prolude in the back now. A lot of work needs to be done. Couple players in front of him. Doesn't get a read on Hixie, and they'll be able to follow up quite nicely with some of the players rotating early for Goodhearts.
It's about a tie game here, but Vortex, again, just kind of like Mythics earlier, looking for some space around the map, playing like a rat in a corner. Capsule, no chance to read that one. So Omid, chance for an early setup here. Nice. Unless Arsenes makes shots like that, easy kill there onto Hixie. It looks like at least now not able to get anything more done. Vortex going to trade it out, but pressure from the front from Goodhearts.
Yeah, Vortex, lot to look at here. Has to pick his gunfights well. Does good for the first one. Swaps to the AR, ready for the secondary Chow. How about the assistance? It's Hixie in the back, able to clear out another one, and 3 players going to drop down. Everyone respawning now in and around P2 and try to cut through the middle of the map, as this has been a lot of time secured thus far.
This is a lot better from Omid when it comes down to the hard points. Last time on the Rio, he just really didn't see the rivals putting up the numbers like we get here on Karachi. It's something that we're not really used to talking about on Karachi either. The rival 9 players making so many plays on rotation. Goodheart, they just cannot keep track of it.
Hill will go neutral. Prolude wants to move in. Dip a toe in, maybe, or not. We'll just give up the remaining 15 seconds. That will go to the clock. The last couple are actually going to be grabbed from Mythics. So through the first set, we will see just about a 20 to 30 point differential now. P1 pops, and Classic already set up anew.
If you want to beat Goodhearts, you have to deny Prolude and Classic of all the momentum that they seem to find back on Rio. Flying from the top ropes, the P1 gets broken. And again, we see Omid with an early break and an early setup.
And this is where things get scary. It feels like when Omid EU get the setup on some of these positions, it's really difficult to break it down. It's a big difference from the Rio that we're seeing now on the Karachi. And their lead is starting to grow larger and larger. Needs something for Prolude from the side. He's able to entry in with one. It's a good snap, and you see the follow-up from Capsule. 2 players going to drop for Omid EU. And this is your chance now to start stacking up some time and maybe allow an easy rotation to P2. But Omid EU, they're fighting back with some key kills themselves.
Rival 9, or if it's the MCW, Hixie is shooting straight on Karachi. 135 to 99 on rotation. Prolude now looking for some pressure in towards Mail, but the read from Vortex. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to beam the player out of the top, or the head glitch there, but it's going to be a good setup here from Goodhearts. They need to hold on to this. You have no flanks, but it is a player slipping through the side door. Mythics gets shut down.
Vortex in a pretty good spot, waiting for his teammates to get with him. The kills, though, looking pretty favorable up until the double. Hixie challenging for 3. Weeman with a trade. It's fighting back and forth, but in the end, Goodhearts will hold on, and they still have that close spawn.
RCD starting to step up here, 14 and 11. Prolude working through the back. He's going to clear out Mythics, and in the setup now, Goodhearts starting to claw this lead back. A chance to actually flip the lead here if they they can find another wipe. Arcades is on 5 in a row. He's holding down P2 single-handedly.
That's the Arcades that we saw from map number 1. He is waking up here on Karachi now. The lead change looks inevitable here at P2. Nobody's going to make any final moves. They're simply going to have to set up and try to lock down some money hill at P3 and get some critical time.
V-Man underneath with Renetti able to clean up Classic on rotation. The setup towards P3 last time, Goodhearts, they didn't break this at all. Arcades maybe denied a little bit of time, but it was a solid about 40, 50 seconds for this Omid EU team to push to the lead that you see now. You have that setup again over towards Clock Tower, but Arcades is going to back them down. Hixie still wins the fight versus Arcades, but the trades are out. Vortex now through Coop. Classic gets a big 2 inside the hill. Mythics under pressure. Wee-Man alongside him.
Might have been a bit of a sound cue. It's a heck of a double from Nicky D, giving his team a chance to break in. A couple players able to slip through, and Classic does manage to get to the back from the side. It's now going to be Capsule alongside Prolute looking to break into the hill. Battle through mid. Back and forth we go. Prolute can't win it. And it's still Classic who's been able to play his life quite well. He is up to 4, and he's soaking up time.
Yeah, Wee-Man, a player that you want watching over this hill, but that's if you're in the hill. Classic, 4 in a row, locking down some of this time. He's going to take down Hixie on the cross, and Goodhearts are going to hold on to this, I guess, lead that they garnered off of that P2 rotation. Heading into P4, Classic is 1 away from getting that cruise missile. Omid, again, going to have a chance to set up, but this is a very scrappy hill. You don't expect these teams to get a lot of time off of it.
20 points separating the 2, and that is going to be a clean wipe. Chance to push forward, get some map control. Arcades needs to be dealt with up top. Fight comes to him. He says no problem. Takes out Hixie for a double. He has completely turned this game around. Gets good team shots there alongside Prolute to rip one off the hard point, and now there's a chance maybe to grab a couple of points off this P4 hill.
20 and 16 from Arcades from 9 and 9. Really stepping up for this Goodhearts team when they need it. The subs given time to heat up, but Omid fighting from the top ropes, finding 3 kills in succession. They're going to fight from the front now. Hixie finds Arcades around the outside there, finds the trade with the Semtex. Only 15 seconds of scrap time. Big battle here over towards P5 for Mythics.
Everyone in position, it feels like, right now for Omid EU. Arcades wants to cut the map, come right through mid. Player behind him, he's going to read that. How about the read? Gets a good stun off, but will be quickly finished off. Classic from the side, try to bob and weave. Fight comes to him again, and it will be Vortex that finishes him off. Hill gone neutral. Both teams still in proximity of this hill, but it feels like the spawns at the back could be huge here for Omid.
It's an absolute war through Karachi between these two teams, and this hill could separate them. Goodhearts, cruise missile, not gonna find anything. Capsule still tucked away into towards Secret. Jumps down. Oh, Cap finds 2, and now into the hill for Goodhearts. They're looking for 200 plus.
200 plus, 30 seconds still remaining on this P5 hill. Wee-Man wants to keep everyone off of it. It's Classic just laying prone, trying to find kills. Arcades through the back, has a huge gunfight versus Wee-Man, and he's simply going to lay down, wait for the regen. And this is a big moment for Omid EU to make sure those remaining 20 seconds did not go over to Goodhearts.
Third set of rotations, Austin, and I mean, it's just about a 10-second game between these two teams. Really could go either way. It is going to come down to some big individuals to step up on either side. Prolute 15 and 24. If you see him heat up, Goodhearts can take us to a map number 5. Omid on the other side, you're looking at Mythics or Vortex and these Rifle 9s to separate them.
Arcades, huge moment here on the fountain side. He's got to watch over just about all of top 3, but someone's able to slip through. It's Vortex that gets low, so that actually causes the break, and Vortex turns for another one, almost snaps for a third. Finally denied and shut down, but the time now starting to go the way of Omid EU, and there is still plenty of time to fight for on P1.
At 30 seconds, this could put them in striking distance of the whole series, Austin. Capsule is going to find the first to open this one. Classic, a second one. Now the pressure is out for the break back into this hill where you need it if you're Goodhearts. Congestion, Hixie laying down 65, not able to stay alive. And that is 17 seconds. Goodhearts fighting back. P2 rotation is in their favor.
They're just barely hanging on to the lead as well. 10 seconds left on P1. Capsule going to slide on through, looking to secure it. Couple players coming his way. He does enough to slow them down just a touch. Now coming to what looks to be the end of this hard point on Karachi. Everything looking like it could stop here at P2, and it's Goodhearts with the setup.
2:32, 15 seconds for Goodhearts. Everybody setting up for Omid EU. One hit together, but they're not able to get together. Classic and Capsule are cutting off the rotations. 7 seconds, you gotta go.
Someone's gotta fly. Someone needs to get in. They gotta get through Proloop. They gotta get through Capsule. It's Hixie, the last one up. Nobody can be found at the hill for Omid, and we're going to a Game 5.
I can't believe this. I mean, Omid, they led that whole first set of rotations into the second set, then all of a sudden it's like a flip switch for this Good Hearts team. A team that you really can never count out, no matter how far down they are in the score. I mean, not the best map out of Prolo, but into the third set of rotations when you really need to see him. Some big kills on rotation. Capsule again stepping up in the slang after that invasion where he was carrying the team 30 and 21 out of Capsule. And then you have Arcitys throughout so many rotations, locking down the hill, locking down some big time in the second set, back at that P2. And then the cherry on top, when you have Classic playing the way he is today, I mean, you know he's ready to go back-to-back in tournaments.
He wants it, man, and he is looking pretty solid for it if he can keep up the performance. It's a lot of the critical kills that came through for Classic, especially at that P3 hill that made sure that Omid just didn't have full security just to hold, to lock down their power positions. But my goodness, Capsule, Arcitys both bringing it back there in the second half as well, especially Arcitys. He had a slow start, but as we got to that second set, it felt like he really turned it up a notch, and that's exactly what they needed. And now we are going to the Game 5. First Game 5, I think, all weekend that we've had on broadcast as well, right? Because we had the best of threes yesterday. They've been all 3-0s, so we're going to be in for a good one. But for now, we are going to throw it to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go too far. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our game number 5 here between these two squads. Omid EU going up against these Good Hearts and Colin. This has been a banger series. We just got an excellent close there to the map number 4. The S&D was also very close the first time around, but only one team's going to be able to take it here and move on in the upper bracket.
I mean, you and Andy, when we were announcing, who was casting this tournament, you guys said you were looking at the script. You guys cooked with this one. You cooked with this matchup.
All night.
Game 5 versus Omid EU. Good Hearts. I think this team right now for Good Hearts, they are really setting the standard, for coming down and creating this team into challengers and really showing that no matter what seed this team is, they're here to win. And I mean, you got Classic, who came off of a win over and towards Miami, now playing really, really well on this Good Hearts team. Arcitys frying off that Seattle roster. And then when you have, Capsule playing like that invasion control and the Karachi, you have the kind of whole team just working in such a rhythm together that it just doesn't seem like they're losing a lot of these rotations and the hard points. But when you see Prolute kind of struggling, some of those he picked it up towards the back half of that hard point. You have to kind of look into the search and destroy after Omid EU kind of shut down Prolute towards the end of that Rio search and destroy. We didn't see Prolute at his best through that invasion control and even in that Karachi hard point. And heading into this map 5, I mean, we've been talking so much about how good Prolute is, but I feel like he's kind of slowing down again.
It feels like he has slowed down maybe just a tad bit over these last couple of maps, but it did feel like he was bringing a lot in the search and destroy. We saw that gnarly 3-piece that he pulled off in the middle of the map, and I think we need to see that same Prolute, that Prolute and Caps that was working well off of each other. The only reason I feel like they really lost that search and destroy was because of some of the team calls that were coming through with, the 3-hit flanks to follow up on this B play that was really difficult to shut down and was working for them throughout their last series as well as just about through the first half of this one. So we'll see what happens. It's a high-rise search and destroy, as you alluded to here, Colin, and this is for all the marbles in this round to try to stay alive in that upper bracket, move on to winner semis.
Yeah, winner goes forward to the winner semifinals. Loser has to battle through the gauntlet of the lower bracket, and I'm sure neither one of these teams wants to do it. The lower bracket is stacked with teams. I mean, Lore, Houston Spartans down in the lower bracket. What is happening? I mean, it feels like this tournament is just flipped on a dime all of a sudden on Saturday, but here we go. Good Hearts, Omid EU. Last time those adaptations came behind Hixie, who dropped 11 kills in the Rio S&D. Mythics, a fantastic Karachi and Invasion. Now to see if those two can step up again here in the search.
Prolute able to get a forward position on the attack. Top Propane, Weeman gonna spot him. And he will wisely back down, expecting maybe some nades to come through, and that is the case. So Prolute able to play his life quite well. No first bloods as of just yet, 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we see back on that Rio 4-on-4 retakes? Neither one of the team wants to give up a first blood. Vortex is going to spot Prolute and send him down from that Propane. Still no first blood, but Caps going over the top. He's looking to be sneaky.
Caps wants to do something a little mixy here, and I like it.
Omid.
He's got a sub in hand, so up close, obviously, he's going to be great. And, well, he does find the opening, but, he doesn't finish off Hixie. And, oh, no. Does he actually even finish off the kill? He has to backtrack as the bomb goes down.
Bomb planted, and it's all down to Capsule now. They know he's somewhere around blue. Smoke's going to give it away. Wayman watching one side. You have Vortex on the other side. Everything is locked down for Omid. Fantastic round number 1. Really coming off the back of Wayman again. Really opened up that first round of the Rio Search and Destroy with a triple kill to kick off that map number 2. And here again, finds the player rushing down the B street in his spawn, snaps back, helps Hixie, wards off Capsule, and finishes off the round.
Wild stuff here for the first round. You got to imagine if Capsule finds that kill just a little bit quicker there onto Hixie, or at least finishes it off, he's maybe able to get involved in some of those trades in and around the site where his teammates drop. But not the case, not to be. Omid EU coming out and grabbing the very first round. And now we'll take a look at what their very first opening offensive round will look like.
Hixie down into blue with the bomb. You got Mythics sitting back in the spawn, I'm sure with an MCW out. Wayman down low, but it's going to be Vortex with the MCW over towards Heli to open up that first blood onto Nicky D.
We're able to shut down this Propane position from offense and defense here so far. It's been a problem for them. And Prolute now will try to hold on to B long, but there's a lot of players lurking underground in pit right here. And will they decide to make a move onto the site? That's the question. Prolute is ready for it.
Yeah, Prolute just waiting for somebody to climb the ladder. Actually disengages. Omid have room to kind of work through this one. Prolute's going to spot it again. Do they fly at this one? It looks like the player's up the ladder. Hixie's going to land a nade onto Capsule. Prolute's getting the information, but he needs to find this kill as well. It doesn't seem like they know Prolute is there, but I cannot believe Hixie won that.
Prolute waited so long, showed a lot of discipline, but it does not matter. Omid EU, I mean, they just take their time, they work the angles, and they just force you into some of these gunfights that you don't want to take. And Hixie, I mean, just blows Prolute away in the 1v1 as well.
And that was kind of like the search and destroy on Rio as well, where you saw constantly on the offensive side, this team of Omid EU worked through bridge. As soon as they get that first blood, they didn't fly to get the bomb planted. They didn't, try to force another kill. They just sit and they wait for this really aggro Good Hearts team to make the next play. And, for this Omid team who has that patience, who shows that even when they're negative in games, when it comes down to their numbers, they're still winning. It's just because of the patience and the discipline from these players out of EU.
Well, you need this one here in round 3 if you're Good Hearts. And they have yet to find some of those openings, those first bloods that were really working out for them in some of those Rio searches. You need to find a way to get involved in the high rise, but that's going to be a big nade, big propane explosion. But it won't find the kill. Good information also with stuns over the top. This is what Caps did last time. We'll see if he can get away with it again.
Has to finish his food though. Vortex is going to be killed. That's Arcitys. Capsule still hasn't given away his position, but he's got a Rival 9. You can't leave these fights.
Can you?
All right, my bad. Capsule's going to win that fight at range with the most absurd shots of the Rival 9, and Mythics now with the Renetti out, seeing if he can stop this plan.
Mythics, 3 kills in a row. He's got a couple players in front of him. He's going to spot the gun, challenges out, and it's clean. Doesn't take any damage in return. Sets himself up well for what could be a 1v3, but needs to win this one too. Caps brings the fight right to him, and that is a dangerous one because he was isolated. He loses that. There is a big chance for a 1v3.
And the Mythics would have been on 5 in a row and a potential to go get that cruise missile. I mean, this shutdown for Capsule, not only is he winning his individual fight, but that is such a big kill to find onto Mythics to deny that potential towards that cruise missile so early in a high rise where, like, let's be honest, like, where do you hide on a high rise? Maybe in your spawns, maybe in bottom blue, but as soon as that cruise missile is called in, you're really limited on where you can stand on that map, and that's going to give, you know, the side of Omid so many chances to push you up. But no, Good Hearts, they stop it. Capsule finally making those plays through the top of Heli. He finds 2 in that round. Prolute gets his as well. We flip sides once more.
Information certainly called on the cross. Prolute this time gets to a more forward position in the second elevator, but he's spotted. Nades will come through. Propane blows again, but he's able to play his life, and he's now going to be set up on the site.
Cheeky spot from Vortex. See if you can find the information on the player towards the back window. This doesn't see Classic, so it should delay this push from Vortex, but he is trying to find a timing. He just does not feel confident in it.
What's the decision going to be? Last time we saw how well Omid really did utilize their time and almost forced Good Hearts to get antsy. This time around, they try to make the move, but Capsule's there for the kill. Up top, it's going to be Arcitys laying down on Propane, and this is a much better round. Good Hearts now in a 4v2.
Winning their ones, Hixie around the outside of Propane. Looking to flip things around. He's going to spot Arcitys up top. Big trade there, 3-on-2, 23 seconds to work this map. Prolute's going to turn around, and that's bomb down now. All the kills going the way of Good Hearts. We got ourselves a tie game.
I like that. That was a lot more disciplined, right? Not giving away too much information on where maybe the setup actually takes place. The only info they really give is Prolute that's playing in the elevator, but you have Arcitys that was also paired with him who can easily follow up with a trade if needed. And that time around, they just don't let them work the map. Wild stuff coming on through here.
I would like to see a little bit more of that from Good Hearts too on their defensive side, where they don't feel like they need to make these hero plays, where they don't need to like jump into the faces of these Omid EU players. I mean, these players are seasoned in Surge, they're seasoned in Call of Duty in general. You know they have what it takes to clutch up, and Good Hearts, they're showing it.
Nades back and forth. Prolute looking for an opening first blood, finds a connection, but not the elimination. And now they might slowly shift over, but Vortex, he is in a very forward position, and he might be able to pick off a kill.
He has a player watching his side windows, so he is nice and comfortable perched up here. But unfortunately, Arcitys not going to go down before taking down Vortex, so to trade a kills, Capsule's going to get caught before the smoke plumes. Advantage towards Omid EU to see if they can take back their lead.
All right, 2v3. They're able to get forward, but it's not a good spot. You have to win some battles, and Prolute does get one. They have eyes on Classic for what would be a 1v2. Stun gonna lock him up for a second. He is so limited, he is pinched, he's got nowhere to go, and well, they finally finish him off. Omid EU, they make sure they will maintain the lead in high rise.
Everything trickles down as soon as Arcitys gets that first blood. Yeah, he's traded, but that is just the green light to go. As soon as you know there's 2 players so far pushed up that B Street, fly at A, why not? And I think for Omid, the reaction was just enough as soon as Capsule pushes just before his smoke actually goes out. And you catch Cap in just that no man's land. It really turns things on a dime there. I think Good Hearts, they had the good play. I think they were just a little too far ahead of it.
So what will the response be? Omid EU, they've been a little bit tactical on some of their opening offensive rounds. They've been good at just getting a lot of information gathering and then utilizing it well. Thought that was almost a stick with the Semtex there for a second. Prolute will actually drop first blood. He's able to get involved in the play early, and that's going to give a nice man advantage on the defense.
Mythic's down in the pit. Classic opens up with a kill there onto Vortex. That's 2 down for Omit. The helicopter to 9. Mythic slides back out. Oh, wow. Big win onto Cap at the MCW, but Prolute adjusted all the way back to the spawn. It's all down to Weeman.
Yeah, and Prolute also drops low in pit, so Weeman can't get the trade. He's just trying to run for the hills. But the glass will stop him in his tracks, and if that kill didn't happen, well, Prolute was right behind him. So very well done, and that is just a nice overextension play from Prolute that just finds the window to push through. This time around, no one's really holding it and watching it.
Yeah, and I want to know the company who installed those windows. You can't throw a trophy through it. You can't run through it sometimes. I mean, those things are impenetrable.
Sturdy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good window. Well, so for Omit, they tie us, or Good Hearts, they tie us back up there, denying that height, denying the pit control. Prolute making the adjustment all the way through B Street. And Prolute, who was a little bit worried switching over towards this MCW, has been very patient, and that discipline paying off for him now, finding those kills, starting to heat back up in the series.
Hixie down low, waiting for his moment to pounce. As Good Hearts start to work closer and closer to this B site. Nade's gonna come out, not gonna find anything. Vortex does the jump. He'll start to clear out this left side of the map here, and now he challenges out shots to try to track Arcades, can't finish it off. Meanwhile, Hixie is the one to even up the odds as we go 3v3.
8 HP. Hixie's gonna close the door. Now see if he can fly. Vortex does end up falling eventually, so Prolute again gonna give numbers over towards this Good Hearts team. Classic's gonna try to move this bomb! Oh, Mythics in 4K! 2 HP! I cannot believe RCDs is still alive.
Oh, that one is brutal. That one is, you want to get that one back. Mythics thought he was dead. He stopped shooting. And that is just something that you can't let happen. That is also a pivotal round when you talk about now them going up 4-3 here. This Good Heart squad, they could roll with this momentum.
I mean, I'm going to start to see, I'm sure, Mythics' face on the side of a milk carton. He was missing at the end of that gunfight. Wow. Lost. Now they need to be found here. That's Good Hearts putting a sequence of rounds together now, just succeeding in a lot of these individual battles. Omit trying to get fancy with a lot of those plays. You saw, Vortex working his way up towards the top of Helicopter, misses the shots onto Arcades, ends up staying alive, and Prolute 6-3 on 4 in a row, really putting this MCW to work.
Just can't let that round define you if you're Omit EU.
No.
Certainly a tough pill to swallow. Arcades doing the jump in the back. You'll get info on one player in blue. As he just shows us his little bunny hops. Hixie down low, he's been crucial in these positions, but this time it's Mythics that's actually able to finish off this one. Yep. He'll be able to find Prolute. Classic though, will they read him inside of the elevator? He's just looking top heli, and he's in a good spot to stop B if they decide to go for it.
It does, but the trade's continuing for Omit. This number's now Weeman. Gonna find Capsule. Mythics does end up going down to Classic over towards the elevators. He's gonna reposition through mid. Hixie's in trouble. 77 just trying to finesse his life. And look at Classic as being so dynamic. He's dropped down into towards the pit. He's trying to hunt down this player, but unfortunately he jumps right into the arms of Weeman.
All down to Alec for a 1v2. Bomb will likely make its way over to A, and Alec doesn't see the cross, I don't believe. So he's going to be checking over the top here. Quick little peek. Not going to be able to see anything. It's a setup in the back with Weeman watching over Hixie.
I mean, Weeman is set up for this round to go his way. Hixie, all you need to do is really sit through mid. Nate not going to land, so Arcades still lots of work to do here. Rival and an MCW, it seems. 5-5. Can he clutch up in the 1v2? 25 seconds.
Got to beam Weeman, and you got to get a read on Hixie. And well, the shots are just going to make it so unlikely. Hixie around the outside, and a little pop up there with a pistol. Says, no, you don't. And Omit EU, they do respond, and they will tie us up at 4.
Okay, we handshake a couple rounds now. Heading into the back half of this Search and Destroy, this is when, every kill matters for these teams. And, it kind of brings me back to this Omit team playing very tactical in a lot of those offensive rounds that we saw towards the start and really paid off, trying to force the issue from the side of Good Hearts. But Good Hearts have adapted to this one. They're playing a similar kind of slow play style. You have Classic playing over towards the B Street, Prolute kind of lurking in and around him. With those MCWs together, they're opening up so much of the map for Capsule to kind of look for those openings and pick off these Omit players. On the attack, I need to see something similar from these players. See if Classic and kind of Prolute can work together again, find that first blood. I need to see Capsule fly with nothing but confidence to take these players down. Capsule actually falls back into an MCW.
Yeah, he does. He's switching it up just a tad bit. Smoke through the middle. That's going to give him a chance to cross. The stun does connect onto him as he just searches for the player that just dipped out of the sight, but can't lock him down. Right underneath him, shot's going to come through, and Capsule at least plays his life, but the reach out from Hixie, what a double!
Charlie Hixie, 3 in a row, how about that? Finds the right time. Capsule a little lost in the sauce there, sliding in, chasing that player. Smoke again, creating just enough chaos for Omid to punish. Prelude 1 versus 4, 37 seconds. I mean, have yourself around here. Good luck, have fun.
Prelude gets one, but they're in every direction. Not gonna get a lot of auto aim through the fence, but good tags, and well, eventually he falls as we expect in the 1v4. Omid EU now on series point here in the Search and Destroy. One more round would seal their fate to the next round in winner semifinals.
I mean, no matter what way you paint this, whether it's Good Hearts or Omid who fall into the lower bracket, you don't expect them to fall fast after this one. These are two dangerous teams looking to make a run towards the finals. These are two teams that, you know, have a real chance of being in the grand finals. And whether it's Omid winning here, putting a stake through the heart of these good kids, will not matter for their run in the long term, but I'm sure you want to stay in that winner's bracket here for either side.
All right. Play call for Omid EU is to start leaning over towards A, at least initially. We'll see what Hixie decides to do. Remember, he is the bomb carrier. Everyone fishing for information. Classic in the back, just simply trying to watch crosses, and might actually lean back to these double windows and start doing a couple of the hops here just to figure out what's going on. And they do spot Hixie. Hixie is low, but he's tucked himself away in the corner. He should be A-okay. And now it looks like the call was the backtrack as they might start working over towards B instead. 50 seconds on the clock.
Arcitys going for the jump up towards Propane a little late into the round, but if he can, if they won't read this at all, you're going to have to overlook this one if you're Omid trying to work this A side. They're down and towards blue, and Weeman goes down.
Weeman drops. 4v3 we go. Good Hearts with the man advantage. Time becoming a factor. Omid EU are going to have to make a decision. B looks to be the call. Hixie for one. Reads one on the site. Hixie can't lock down the second. Is Caps that wins the battle. 1v3 for Mythics. Has to do it all by himself.
He's going to slide right in. He's not going to find the kill, and that's going to take us, I wouldn't have it anyway, to round 11.
Going the absolute distance here between North America and EU. Everything is decided in this final round. One team staying alive, one team dropping down to the lower bracket. Pressure is on Colin.
This is it for both teams in the winner bracket. I mean, you win, you move on, you lose. You got a lot more games to play today. Trying to get to top 6, trying to get to Sunday. It's all down to this. Stats out the window, notes out the window. Gloves are off. It's round 11 time.
Oh, it's a fist fight, all right. And it is Omid EU back on the attack. You got to think about how methodical they were through their opening rounds on their attack. But a lot of that has been shut down over the second half of this game.
Stack over towards B for the defensive side, trying to work in top heli again as Vortex. He's lost these battles again and again, but they're still trying to work through blue. Mythics and Weeman down onto the B side. I mean, this is a very split setup for Omid.
Everyone taking their time. No one wants to misstep. Give away that first blood. Caps with a little information. Down low again in pit is exactly where Omid EU are. Hixie has been just so good around the site as he slowly creeps over the top, tries to work in. Shot's gonna come through. It's Caps that draws first blood.
Hixie's isolated, and they know that. They don't chase this one because they don't want to get evened up. Capsule a second one. Now they can collapse. Hixie's in trouble. Capsule above. Arcitys looking to put it away, but it's in Vortex 1v3. Not going to happen. And Good Hearts move forward.
It's the Vets that get the job done. EU's #1 seed. The #1 seed here for the Toronto Open falls just short in the round 11, and it's Capsule that gets 3 out of the 4 in that final round. Unbelievable stuff. What a series between North America and EU. My goodness, it quite literally doesn't get any closer than that, man. What an absolute banger.
Big Cap making big plays across the control, the hard point, and the S&D. Have yourself a back half of this series if you're Capsule, because you were playing incredible. You even lose the control, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he's putting unreal stats up for this Good Hearts team. Capsule again, I mean, across his old run through challengers this year after dropping back on down into the Tier 2 side, this performance is just single-handedly the best I've seen him. My favorite performance out of him.
Capsule with 11. Holy, incredible stuff. Hixie on the other side, I mean, you saw how impactful he was in some of those close quarter gunfights in and around that B site. He was opening up with 2 pieces, offensively and defensively. But in the end, it is just all clean the entire way through there in that final round. Nobody really giving them anything. Not hesitating, just sticking to the game plan. And you take a look at some of the replays that have taken course over this 5-game series, and my goodness, there are so many amazing moments to look back on here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both of these teams, just pick a team. Either one of these could have been moving into the next round of the winner's semifinal. It was so close all throughout this whole best of 5 and into the Search and Destroy. I mean, Good Hearts, they were leading for majority of that Search and Destroy back in map number 2. It's just the adaptations of this Omit team, the resilience out of them to constantly make these changes, be proactive, and find ways around these players. Having a chance to see, actually like Hixie and Mythics really step up in those sub roles for that map number 2, shut down Prolute, shut down Capsule. It's kind of that turning point for this team. They head into the control and they absolutely pick Good Hearts apart. I mean, the invasion control for Omid, if you're looking at this has to be a veto when you're playing against them because they looked flawless on this map.
2 offensive wins. I mean, we do not see that very often, especially at this level and this, late to the tournament. So I'm right there with you. It is a problem potentially going forward here. But the hard point was close. The S&D goes to a round 11. I mean, it was just such a tight series between these two. Very possible they even match up against each other again at some point in time through this tournament. But oh my goodness, Good Hearts, that veteran experience really paying off, especially at some of these end game moments when you talk about the Karachi and High Rise.
I mean, just to talk about a couple of these Omit teams, the players that just really caught my eye throughout this series. I mean, I keep talking about Hixie and Mythics, but the fact that both of them also flexed over towards the AR at so many different times for this Omit team, it shows the changes that this Omit EU team are making to compete on LAN here in Toronto. You can see that everything is on the line for a lot of these players, just trying to find that LAN win here in the 6. And if this is the day that we're getting, if this is the tournament that we're getting, give me more.
More and more and more. And well, we do have more for you guys. Our next matchup will be coming up on main stage here very, very shortly. So we will throw it to a break. When we come back, again, more Call of Duty action coming your way. Don't go too far. That was a good series.
That was a really good series.
I just wanna turn around, I just wanna have fun, turn around, I just wanna have fun, turn around, I just wanna I wanna turn around, dance, I just wanna I wanna
hold that shit, bitches.
Gatorade!
Okay. So, stage 2. Mini play. That was the first thing we did. You guys had a little thing going.
The most awkward thing ever. Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was fun.
Look at that, man. It's so cheese. Yeah, so we went party pudding.
Party pudding.
Some crackhead tried to join in.
I was literally sitting there putting, right? On like a hard ass course. Tweaker just pulls up to me, just like steps in front of me, sets his ball down and starts going. And I'm like literally at the tee. I was mind blown. I was already checked out.
I guess it's your hole now.
Yeah, I guess it's yours. I'm like, I walk back and I look at Sean, I'm like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in a simulation.
Me and Jamie had a little internal competition.
Yeah, I won, by the way.
Some of the holes were some cheese, but we'll give them the win. But had a little bit of fun with the team, just going out.
Building some chem, we need it, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, damn, we're looking rough.
Here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
He's crying, laughing.
Wait, are you putting your mouth on camera?
Yeah. I'm keeping that shit.
All right, yeah, you can keep it in your mouth, okay.
Yeah, everyone loves that Bell walkout. I mean, Scrap's kind of fruity and all of them. It's just really weird. It's just really odd.
Scrap was really into it, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. He was hugging me and stuff like after. It was weird.
You, grip in the back. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we just did the Miami ones. I'm a lifeguard and stuff. I mean, if you're drowning, let me know. You know, I got you.
It's good crack though.
Yeah.
The fans enjoy it.
Yeah, they're always the best ones. Like the one where we do some weird stuff.
The dumb ones.
Yeah.
The dumb ones is what the fans like. They live for it.
If you go to Miami, you might see me on the beach in the same outfit, you know?
I hope. I actually might pack it. I might bring it.
What, the cap on,
yeah, I might bring
whistle
it, yeah.
in?
I'll bring my muscle suit.
I'm down.
I'm looking like a Chad in that video.
But
curling 20s.
Yeah, people are gonna enjoy that one too, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy that
just
one.
a bit of fun.
Bit of banter, you know, bit of banter. Bit of banter.
You understand the rules, Scrap?
What?
You understand the rules, right?
You gotta explain them. I have to explain them.
You have to explain them.
So where do we start? How do we start the game?
You understand the rules?
No, yes I do.
What's going on, guys? Today we got an obstacle course that we're gonna be playing for you guys. Obviously, we got two captains starting over there, Ryan and Joe, obviously the two coaches. We're gonna be going through a little bit of obstacles that's gonna see what team is the best one. Starting off, we got beer pong. It's 3 cups. All you have to do is make 3, you move on. Number 2, there's gonna be a guy blindfolded over here. All right, he's not over here, but just imagine someone over there. You know, he's gonna be blindfolded, spun around 5 times. I forgot the rules.
I've been subbed in to finish off the rules. So once the person over there is blindfolded and spun 5 times, they're going to navigate to the other side of the TD lounge and they're going to try to pick up the Ultra sticker roll. Once they do that, we're going to proceed back to the ping pong table and we are going to play Flip Cup. And then if you win, you win.
Let's begin.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, Ryan gets first pick.
I'm taking Scrap.
Okay, Ryan first picks me. Ryan first picks me. Joe, who we going first pick?
I'll take the subs, both of them.
Oh, he's taking both the subs. Both the subs. So that means we get last pick, Jamie Craven. You ready? I go first? I'll go first. Dude, this is
I can't hit you.
Oh my God, it's a disaster. Yes, here it is. Yes, you're asleep at the wheel.
When he is breaking, look, it's not centered, he's tweaking.
Yes.
Keep going.
You're racking the ball. I'm not holding the ball. I just have no obligation to retrieve the ball, bro.
All right, Jamie, straight. Jamie, run straight. A little bit left. A little bit left. A little bit left. Run straight now, Jamie. Straight, run.
I'm getting ready for the flip cup.
Run, Jamie, run. Run, Jamie, run.
Full
Jamie,
speed.
Run. Keep coming towards me. Towards me. Straight now. Straight. Running straight. Left. Right straight now. Straight. Oh my God. Yeah. What do we do now? Here, bro.
Man, I can flip.
Wait.
I can flip.
Sean, look at him. Sean, look at him. Look at you. You're good.
Yes, we got one. We got one. Yes!
You're good. Jamie, watch the wall. Jamie, watch the wall.
Jump in.
The first pick paid off.
The absolute closer.
He was looking like Tony Snell at the start, but he clutched up at the end.
Coming back, 4th quarter player. That's all I was to say. Look at these bums.
There's 3 courses. It didn't even get to me. So my teammates really let me down. I think Joe and Toby. Jesus Christ.
Didn't even get to me. And then the second time now, we catered it to you guys because you were crap. So we win the first round. Shock. Crybaby Cheese is coming in from the other team. Whatever. We'll change the rules then. Basically, it's golden goal now. Whoever hits it first wins a 10-second advantage for the second round of the spin. And then the game's the same from there.
I mean, Joe's looking unlikely right now.
Oh! Scrap, forward. Straight forward. Forward, Joe's right behind him, guiding him. What the fuck? There's some cheesing going on. Scrap, the table's there. Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Run left. Left, forward. Forward hard. Forward, commit forward. Commit forward. Yes, man.
Breaking.
There's one. Yes. Oh my God. The cup. Oh my God. Yeah! He tried to cheese it as well. He went, you can't go, you can't go. He's got a stickers, man.
He's going backwards.
The other time I'm blindfolded and Scrap's boxing me out with a blindfold. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, all I know is that there's a ping pong table and a couch. What's in front of me? Fucking sabotaged.
We've been having some fun this past month.
This is the TV wall. This space is perfect for player-coach feedback sessions.
I feel like my acting's come a long way from my first ever video in Ultra. They love it that much, they keep coming back for more.
Even though I practice, jeez, do it again, start again. Even though a lot of my time is, this is where I practice hand-eye coordination. Even though I spend a lot of my time behind the monitor. Next time, use your back end.
He's laughing while saying it.
Sean,
I mean, I think you could have done pretty well, but.
Yeah, Jamie's carrying us through the content. Shout out Jamie. But I had to show up in the business suit, you know. I had to pitch. It's out the window. No one liked it, so.
Something that makes people smell like good.
Yeah.
Not dog shit.
Land after party spray.
But yeah, shout out Jamie Craven. Guy carried us through the lines. Made it quick.
And today you guys finally got your own podcast started up after what seems like 3 years of trying to get it started up. We finally got on board.
Yeah, we're now Crucified. Obviously, you know, Optic created podcasting about 3 generations ago. So, you know, might have to be giving up some revenue towards them.
I think it's just cool as well, just for the fans and stuff. It's actually like the actual, excuse the pun, the insight that people want to see. Like, just us sat there bullshitting about how events are going, how online stages are going, shit like that.
Professionals.
Yeah, I mean, professionals, I mean, you know, shout out to the producer too. I mean, and good topics. I mean, that really makes a good podcast.
No, that is true though. That is true. If you gave us nothing and we just started talking, I'd be like,
damn, what are we talking about now?
40 minutes now.
It's been 15.
How long have we had? 25 minutes. Oh, God.
I mean, first 4 matches.
First 4 are a blur.
First 4, fucking snooze fest.
Yeah, second 2 matches on the left hand. They went out the fucking window.
I mean, one of them was a watch party. Enjoyed that. Love having the fans here.
It's good for the fans, you know, good engagement.
That makes the online games a lot more exciting, thank God, because they are
Makes you
boring.
feel something at least. Almost got reverse swept though.
Yeah, almost, but yeah, bit of excitement, you know.
It's for the storylines, it's for the fans, you know, they came down, gave them something to like.
I think the series was just good. It was good. It was good for sure.
We went 3-1 with Vegas, right?
Yeah, 3-1. They 6-0'd us.
Yeah. Some 6-0s this stage, let me tell you. Oh my God.
You know, sometimes you find yourself down in the series or whatever happens. Or
well, the other
0-2
two
on
things
the.
like that. I mean, New York said they beat LG and they said no one's ever going to give us a good rep.
I got beat up, picked up, fucking fuck off.
That's what I mean. And then obviously you go into a series against FaZe Optic, and yeah, I mean, they play different, they play faster, they're just generally better. So.
And then everyone reacts like it's like they've just won the Champions League.
Might as well be called champs. Who cares? It's online.
I thought the tests were out the way. And then
More tests coming in for you.
Here comes FaZe Optic. Jesus Christ, I'm even 6-0'd. But
I'm excited to play online.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's around the corner. We got LA Thieves last.
Yeah, we'll get Cam's Revenge. How about that?
Jeez. Listen, that's like a headline title, that.
Headline title, Cam's Revenge.
And then Doped Up. We're back in Miami. First time since 2019.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
People are going to talk. People are going to say, "Oh, Ultra terrible."
I mean, I'll take it. You know what people are going to do? They're going to underestimate us a little bit.
Yeah,
that's always good. I'm not going to go clapped and land, which is.
Woo, Toby.
I mean,
Toby.
do we not agree? Let's be honest.
Some serious headlines coming on there.
Headlines.
Some serious clickbait titles. I can see them.
Is it going to come out before the major? I don't care. But
It is.
If it is,
We're going to clap them on land.
clap them on land.
Dash. Kleenex.
Dash. No specific team. Maybe.
Yeah. No, feeling good.
Yeah. Just always land. Land's fun.
looking like a real angry beaver right now. Like.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challengers Open live from Toronto. It's time for yet another matchup, and this time around we've got FC Black going head-to-head with Exceptional Gaming, an NA versus EU face-off, and oh boy, it's going to be an exciting one. Now, it might seem like a mismatch at first glance, but let me tell you, there's a lot more to this match than it first seems. FC Black, obviously a roster that's been through a lot of roster changes to get to this point, and let me tell you, it's a lot of roster changes. And an Exceptional Gaming squad that did pretty well at Toronto last year, so this should be interesting.
Yeah, they did. I mean, as individuals are concerned, but you want to talk about across the entirety of the stage, there's two rosters that have seen a multitude of different changes. If there's one team on the stage right now that has probably had a little bit more static when it comes down to the roster, funnily enough, is actually FaZe Clan Black, and that is going to be a continuation of the conversation. Asim is now back into the mix. Purge is now playing with an Omit roster, so it's kind of going all over the place. You have 3/4 of the team that won the Boston Open way to start off the entirety of the year. Dylan Rex as well. This team just got second, getting reverse swept at Florida, so I'm sure that they're trying to rectify that situation. But to your point, that Exceptionals team, they're pretty damn good. You let these boys start to cook, they can absolutely take a few maps off of FaZe Black for sure.
Yeah, you know what's funny is we were having the conversation about Exceptional. We were like, you know what, actually last year, you look at what Henry, Rafi, and Dizzy did on that, I think it was the Team Strays team, right? Back in Toronto last year, and we're like, maybe they'll do it again. Maybe they can get to top 6 once again. I didn't actually realistically think it would happen, I'll be honest. I love Europe, I'm a biased caster for European challengers, but...
Really?
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, would you? But Exceptional Gaming did not think they'd be able to beat Omit Brooklyn in the way that they did. Now, granted, they had to go to Game 5, and I only saw the first couple of maps in the series, but Exceptional looked exceptionally impressive. Yeah. And, I think just looking at the composition of the roster as well, you've got just such young talent that I think go underrated in a lot of different circumstances, but the guy I always look to when I look at Exceptional Gaming is Rafi. Rafi is just an incredible talent, I think. Again, just one of those underrated guys in EU challenges, and he's definitely stood out on that Exceptional roster.
Well, I mean, you go back and you just think about Rafi's historic run through a lot of different Call of Duties, right? Search and Destroy is his wheelhouse. You go back to even back through Vanguard, what was it, like the originals roster, playing with Nile and Furious as well. Like, Rafi was always a very consistent player. But FaZe Black, names that we have seen continuously throughout the entirety of the year, topping leaderboards throughout the elite stages, Surely, Exceed, playing a longtime duo of Brack. Funnily enough, were the Vanguard Challengers champions. And Brack is actually the team that he was representing for that Shady Kings roster. It has a nice little banner right above the main stage, playing alongside Asim and Rex like I was talking about. But again, stylistically, this should be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, those are the teams. Let's take a look at the maps then in this best of 5. There is a way in for both of these teams, and here's a look at the map set that lies ahead of us. So we're starting things off on that Karachi hardpoint, Invasion, Search and Destroy, and then a triple Rio to finish things off.
Rio Control doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was thought for a second, I was like, That can't be true.
So what I got from the admins is that we got 2 Karachis to start off, then an invasion in the middle for control, and then it's a double dose of Rio for the hardpoint of the search and destroy.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
So interestingly enough, if those vetoes are on the correct side, there we go, good update. If those vetoes are correct on the 2 different sides, Exceptionals actually got rid of FaZe Black's hard veto, which is the Vista hardpoint. They don't like it, they never want to see it, so then they got rid of their next worst map, which is Subbase, and that's tough for me to say because I was talking to Caden yesterday, and he was like, look, outside of Vista, we have no bad hardpoints. If there's anything, if you don't know who Caden Exceed is, that boy do be confident, though, with the backwards hat included. So it's going to be very interesting to be able to see how Exceptionals do kind of stack up against FaZe Black. I will say this much, that the series should become incrementally easier for them if they can make it to that Rio hardpoint and the Rio search and destroy. This team of Exceptionals, when I was over there, and for what little I got to actually see in their Map 5 banger, they love to live in the mix constantly. You talk about Dizzy, Henry, you can get them into a mix-off versus some of FaZe Black. Might actually catch them by surprise. So that Rio hardpoint, if they can get there, might be very good for them.
Yeah, I think it's a really weird one for me, right? Because you look at Exceptional, you look at the names on the roster, you look at Rafi, for example. I mean, that's the one that jumps out to everyone. And you think, these guys have got to be S&D gods. And that's just not the case. You look back towards Season 2, and Search and Destroy is where they faltered. So if they can kind of fix that here, that might be a way into the series. But their biggest strength was hardpoint back in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Yep. So that, to me, is where, you know, you are looking to start the series strong on Karachi. The problem for me is you're going up against a very well put together hardpoint team in FaZe Black, and it's so difficult to ask to beat FaZe Black in the first opening game of a series. But I guess the shining star to this point, right, is, well, you've beaten Omit Brooklyn on a hard point, and they're a pretty good team, so maybe you could do it against FC Black?
Yeah, just do it again versus the #1 NA team. Again, number 2 seed is FaZe Black coming into this tournament, and #1 seed is Omit EU, who we actually just saw lost in a Map 5 on High Rise. So things being shaken up every single direction. Who would have expected that to happen, as it's always a banger here in Toronto. Again, 3rd iteration for the Challengers Open. We always get a lot of good surprises, a lot of good competition as well. And we're just about halfway through this day again. We're kind of giving the call here for the Exceptionals to really do a hard deeds work. And that's not only to be able to take a map off of FaZe, but to make sure that they're maintaining honesty. Because FaZe Black haven't been tested this entire bracket so far. This is going to be the real big step. And I feel like there's something that we didn't actually talk about when it comes down to the Exceptionals. They were actually the benefactors from Journey actually being picked up into 5 Media Clan, because Sukri actually hasn't been having a terrible season.
Yeah.
That guy's been setting some pretty historic pace, especially for his career.
Yeah, perhaps 5 Media Clan won't like me saying this, but I was kind of a bit bewildered in a way when they dropped Sukri for Journey. Now, I think that was a good trade-off ultimately. I think Journey was a really good pickup for 5 Media Clan, so it's fine. It kind of all turned out well. But Sukri always felt like kind of the 3rd man. You know, we always talk about, when we talk about 5 Media Clan, we always talk about the likes of Super and Rencor constantly performing, and they're always looking for kind of like that 3rd player, right? And this season, on LAN in particular, that had been Sukri. Sukri was coming out and playing well, and we were kind of very impressed with what we saw from him at Boston and Miami. So for him to be dropped, I think, was a massive shock for me, at least. And now he's coming into this Exceptional Gaming roster, and I think he's fit really well in with the rest of the team. Again, this trio that did so well last year here at Toronto. So honestly, I think Sukri is an incredible pickup for this team. I think it is also super underrated. So I think we're going to see a lot from him in this series.
I think if there's one thing that you cannot lack when it comes down to the Exceptionals going up against FaZe Black is confidence. Because if there's one thing that's oozing on the right side of this stage right here, I can feel the aura actually just seeping over to the caster booth right now. It is confidence. Again, when it comes down to the long duo that is both Brack and Exceed, those guys, if it's not on Twitter, it'll be constantly chirping in any way, shape, or form that they just got to win everything. Those guys are on a mission to get back into the league, though the same thing could be said for Asim, who was in and out of Boston and then brought into Vegas through the stage, dropped by Vegas, now back over here on FaZe Black. Rex is looking for his first run in the league as well. As an AR flex, very difficult to do, but I mean, these guys have a mission, and this is something that we talked about at Boston, and that is create a championship winning team and just win everything flat out. Obviously not the outcome that they wanted in Florida. The same thing could be said when they went through that entire change with getting Lunars onto the team as well through Elite Season 1. Just trying to find out what the best pieces of the puzzle could honestly be to make sure they don't get reverse swept in the grand finals again, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those stories, right? We always talk about these kind of, we have the one every season, and this season it is FC Black, where you've got a roster of players that for the most part are just trying to get back into the CDL from what we'll call, I think, lackluster performances, right? And I think that's fair to say.
You got like 3-4 teams like that right now.
Yeah, well, exactly. But I think FC Black are kind of the ultimate team for that conversation, just because you've got teams that, or players that not only maybe have been in the CDL and haven't performed as well as you would like, but also have played in challenges a lot. And when they do play in challenges, they are the the Challengers Reapers. Like Bracken Exceed, I think we can always talk about those guys for just how much they've done in Challengers. I mean, you talk about Shady Kings as a roster, right? But let's talk about Ironblood Gaming, for example, towards the end of 2022. I mean, that's a hell of a roster for Bracken Exceed. Even before that as well, I mean, those guys were doing so well in Challengers. Whenever they are in Challengers, they always find themselves in a top team, and they're just on the cusp of making it in towards CDL and actually, you know, performing when they're actually in the CDL as well. So,
like, where are they at now with that Ironblood team? Because I mean, like,
amazing,
Nicky D's here. The only player that's actually not competing this weekend in Challengers is Mohawk. Yeah, that's the only player.
Yeah, it's tough. I want to see Mohawk play again, man. I want to see more 1v3s from Mohawk in the pro-ams, dude. We're all just waiting for the return of Mohawk. It would be fun to see him back in a competition again. But again, this FC Black roster is extremely stacked, and for that reason, a lot of teams consider them the teams to beat. You look at what they've done this season. You mentioned the fact that they're able to win Boston. Again, Asen was actually on that roster at the time. They also made it to Grand Finals in Miami. I think that was with Joe DeCease, if I remember correctly. He was on the team at the time.
And then they got reverse swept by 0-4.
Yeah, we don't. I didn't want to mention that.
I've already brought it up like 3 times already, and I'm going to continue to bring it up.
But that's wild, right? Because you think about kind of the performances and the players that got picked up there from that roster in the Grand Finals, right? From 0-4 and co. And it's like, that could have been FC Black. That could have been their opportunity if they were to actually win the event, right? If they were able to come on top, perhaps they do get back in the league. So it really is. I mean, winning these kind of events, having solid performances here in Challenges is everything for these guys on their journey to return to the league. And FC Black, they'll want to do it. But they have to get past an exceptional gaming roster. And again, I think it's worth saying that these guys cannot be underestimated. No. It is wild to me that we're sitting in a position here with, you know, we just saw Omit EU unfortunately fall down to the lower bracket. I believe 5 Media Clan are now in the lower bracket. I think Team War are still fighting right now. Last I heard, I think they were like
they're in the lower bracket now too.
Oh, they're in the lower bracket. Yeah. Man, that's sad. I was going to say they were up versus Spit and Demons, but apparently not anymore.
They lost that 3-1.
They lost that 3-1, man. So I guess my point here is that Europe is trash again, man. Exceptional gaming here.
Still a lot of COD left to be played,
the ones left in the winners bracket for Europe, and I think, you know, again, it would be wild to me, again, given the fact that Exceptional Gaming did so well at Toronto last year, got top 6. They could once again be one of the best European teams.
It's pretty impressive how hypocritical you've been on saying that you're a biased European caster, and then you just start slamming the entire region.
I feel like I have to be like more critical of Europe though, just because I'm from that region.
You expect so highly of them.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Secretly, I just think
their best finish throughout the entirety of the year was at Florida, and it was the top 3 for 5 Media Clan.
Yeah, and Omid got 4th, right? I want to say 11.
I think 4th.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
That feels like it was forever ago, but like even we've been talking about this since the beginning of Boston, right? Is that 5 Media Clan were actually the team that did place highest again for Europe. That was a top 6 performance, and then they got 3rd at Florida. So it seems like they're progressively getting better and better. And every single time that we reach the online stage, and specifically for Elite, we were talking about this with the War and Clutch Rain matchup, is that was the battle for like the #2 European team. Well, the Omid EU team unarguably is the #1 European team, but have yet to translate that to LAN. We're waiting for a European team to be able to claim the prize, and candidly speaking, we got that last year in MW2 when the Awubabubs came in and cleaned house.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Europe's in a bit of a weird spot at the moment. Maybe Exceptional can provide some clarity. We are going to have to wait a little bit longer to get that, though. Right now, we're just resolving some technical issues, so we're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, Exceptional Gaming, a David versus Goliath situation. They go up against the powerhouse roster that is FC Black. All right, folks. It is time here for Exceptional versus FaZe Black. Again, I mentioned it before the break. This is a David versus Goliath scenario. And we kick off this best of 5 on a hard point here on Karachi. Again, we mentioned it before the break. This is a map that you have to feel Exceptional has to come out firing on all cylinders. They've got to win this one if they want any chance of taking down FaZe Black.
I'm sure everybody at home is probably witnessing the elephant on the scoreboard. Challenge 102 is in fact Henry. Don't worry about it. We don't have to go into any details whatsoever, but that is in fact Henry playing on a Challenge 102 account. So favorite side of the map is where FaZe Black will be starting off this entire endeavor. And you're absolutely right. Exceptional need to come into this like a bat out of hell. They cannot relent at all. They need to make sure that they keep FaZe Black honest, and that's a great kill to find for yourself. You are Sucre, hopping for the time, kind of force FaZe Black out in the open.
A good start from Exceptional, but FaZe Black just starting a little bit better. More accurately, I think Dylan Rex, the guy that was a statistical god last year, he was the #1 player, I think it's fair to say, in North America, perhaps even globally in Challengers, and he was rewarded with a spot here on FaZe Black this season. Now on 5 in a row, going to find the 6th fifth for the cruise missile. Dizzy perhaps on the platter for a 7th. Is Rex going to read him up? Not just yet. Shots going out. Dizzy here going to have to walk away momentarily. But Rex is very comfortable just holding this angle at this point in time. You have no real reason to push this one. Finally, Rex goes down. There goes Asim as well. So now Exceptional here, perhaps on the way to breaking towards next as well.
Not going to upset the spawns, but now you effectively have a 4v2 around the hard point as long as you can isolate the kills. And Rafi, Henry, going to be able to clean house there in the diner. But again, now you can focus your attention. Effectively, it almost feels like you're capping a B zone on control. Good break for Exceptional, even better hold.
25 seconds left now. Again, it's one of those timings where it's just like, look, there's no point putting anything into this.
Sure.
Just go always towards new, and that is the plan, the strategy for a FaZe Black. But there might be some bad timing here. Black going to turn around and now just turns away from the gunfight. Doesn't matter. Henry is dead to rights regardless. Big kills, big gunfights being won now by FaZe Black. They have ascertained the rotation.
And the setup is looking like a good one as well. Asim's actually looking for a couple of exits, can't find a single one, but he's still spawned back P3, so all is fine. Brack has a lot to do from this position over by Junk, repositions, almost gets the 2-piece, but now an avenue potentially for Exceptionals to work their way in.
Now, trophy system not going to help. Exceptional.
Love that
there.
5th player.
Yeah, 5th player, bro. I mean, to be fair, it's not really like FaZe Black Media, the way that they play in this game. Exceed going to find a 2nd kill this game. Now effort around the backline here, coming out from Henry and Rafi. Former goes down. Rafi's going to find a kill, though. Exceed now facing the pressure a little bit, sat in the corner. Dizzy overwhelms inside the hard point, and to be fair, there is still a wealth of time to get off this hill. Given the fact that P4 is generally speaking a hill you don't see a lot of time given away from, there's no real reason for FaZe Black not to try and take this time away from Exceptional, and the pressure they're applying now from top second, it is doing exactly that.
Talk about a solid win condition out of Exceptional, right? I mean, the same thing for P2 just happened over by P3. It just came through for a couple quick kills and forced all of FaZe Black to effectively defend from the very far back of the hard point. Same thing happened there on 3. You're able to get the break. This game is only 7-point difference. Might as well be a tied game as we go over towards P4, where not a whole lot of time can be accrued.
Yeah, it was a fun one trying to figure out how much time actually gets given away on this hill.
Not a lot.
Not a lot, I'll be honest, mate. But
if you can get more than 30 points on this map, you are a god.
Well, FaZe Black, we know how godly they can be, so don't be surprised if they do manage to pull off such a heist. Already, they do get a fair bit of time off the first 20 seconds or so, but now you're starting to get players from Exceptional GM in some of these power positions. More accurately, look at Rafi up top inside Castle, causing problems here. Rex was just chilling inside the church, now trying to outplay a player, looking to push through that area. That's Henry also having a deal with Sucre there, and overwhelmed is he. But again, there is actually a fair amount of time that FaZe Black do actually get off that hill.
So one more player. Asim loves to hit for the scrap time. And keep in mind, Rex still has a cruise pistol to be playing with, should they feel the pressure to do so. 8 seconds, might not be fully conceded. Dizzy doubles back down for it to be over at about 70 points. So 70 to 80 as we rotate over towards P5. And Sucre, again, this guy's been setting pace all year. Is able to isolate Rex, gets the read onto the next player coming outside of Red, trying to win the 1v1, has some assistance from Rafi. Wow, Exceptionals get it done early as soon as P5 pops.
Now they'll have a grace period as well. FaZe Black will take a while to hit this hard point. Sucre soaking up all the time inside. Henry, I'm not too sure where in red they're currently sitting there, but they do get found out regardless. Now Sucre and Rafi dealing with some of the players flanking. Streak going to be brought down here, I believe, from FaZe Black. Rex is going to use it to take Rafi out of the play. That's going to isolate now Sucre towards this hard point, and you know they're going to be playing around the huts. I don't think they've actually played for the gunfight just yet, though. They're waiting for players to come out of the woodwork around the flank. Now finally see an activation from Sucre. It wasn't good enough. Not too sure if that was team shots because it didn't feel like Brack put a hell of a lot of bullets in towards that player, but it doesn't matter anyway. FaZe Black, they managed to break on through for the last few seconds, but as we do approach the second set of hills here, Randy, Exceptional, they are being pretty competitive.
Pretty competitive, a 2-point lead. It's a dead even game going into the second set. And again, all of that is on the back end of Exceptional being able to get that break for 30 seconds on P2, doing the same thing for P3, keeping P4 very, very scrappy, and then the immediate break over by P5. So yeah, I mean, FaZe Black got some explaining to do off of their setups to get broken up the way that they did from Exceptionals. And Rafi, again, as far as their other series is concerned, was absolutely frying for his team, looking to be a continuation here in the winner's bracket, currently sitting at 14-8.
Rex is just that guy, man. He's just that guy, and he's been consistently that guy for FaZe Black all season long. And now he's providing coverage for the rest of the team up top. There you go, Sucre. See you later, Alligator. Another kill for Rex. Finally does get shut down now. Henry looking to double up on that, but unfortunately does get cut down from Bricks. Nice coverage out from FaZe Black here. This is a lot of time off the back of P1, and Exceptional once again in a position now where they have no choice but to just chalk this one up, go towards New. This is a big hold here for Exceptional. You can't afford to give this away.
Dizzy has a lot to do from this position as well. Is able to at least get the stun on a Rex, goes for the reposition, and a little bit of a challenge. Rex gets caught with the tack out, but knows that he tagged Dizzy as well. This would set up a phenomenal pinch to try to get in through from Red, and Nassim has already cleared house inside of Male, but Rafi's playing an off angle, able to find two. Still Red players nearby.
Oh, no, not great timing there for Sucre as Brack manages to install himself in the backline here. Rex, perfect timing as well, coming out from bottom desk. Now you've basically removed most of the threat from the hill. The only player in close proximity would have been Dizzy. Now Rafi coming from Red. Can he do anything? No, goodness me. Asimazam for breakfast. And now FaZe Clan Black looking for the remainder of this time. And we talked about it, right? This is big time to give away. You have no choice but hit this if you're Exceptional.
Yep. I mean, from where you're spawning, right? You have to hit through this whole time and maybe try to get through Red. I mean, even Sucre still spawns in effectively for P2 and P4 as well for Henry. But now Brack can just soak up the scrap time here. 10 seconds to have for yourself. Exceptionals want nothing to do with it. And even though Asim died over by P1 barrels, he's going to be able to get the information that this is in fact a hit that's starting to manifest through Coop. But I like the route that's being taken from Dizzy to maybe try to set up a pinch. Brack needs to be prepared for it.
Dizzy, yeah, going to get caught out. Also keep an eye on number 7 on the minimap as well. That's Exceed for FaZe Black. Rex might be well watching the cross here, but it won't be long before Exceed causes problems for the rest of the players. Henry did manage to install himself around the backline though, but he is not long for this world. Exceed, I mentioned him, is going to be surprise for Henry and not a nice one at all. So FaZe Clan Black now starting to walk away with this game, starting to be an insurmountable lead between themselves and Exceptional. There hasn't been much in the way of movement this entire second set. Big reason, the coverage from a player like Brack who finds a double around the flank now. That is 6 in a row, a cruise missile ready to go. And again, look at how far you spawn out now. If you're Exceptional, you are nowhere near challenging this scrap time.
Points might be inflated, but Brack did drop a 1.54 in a single hardpoint that he played earlier today. That guy was absolutely moving different. 20 and 13 during that hardpoint, 20-11 currently. Cruise missile to your point there, Brody. And keep in mind, you at the end of the first set of hardpoints, it was 92-90. It is now currently sitting at 200-106. You can tell by the camera in my voice that is a very steep scoreline that FaZe Black have been able to put up for themselves. 1, 2, and 3. Even breaking in towards 4, holding it from the front. They could do no wrong on this second set.
And it just continues as well as we get into the second, next hill, excuse me. More kills being done. Look at the time they're getting. Any attempt to try and flank is immediately neutered by FaZe Black. Brack still going, 22 and 12. Now make it 23 and 12. Finds another one up top. Every single route that Exceptional taken to try and break this hard point, it is being cut down. Brack continues on this spree now. That's 3 in a row. Yeah, Exceptional, you've got FaZe Black out of the time. Well done. You want a sticker, but you ain't getting any more than that. No time for you. And look at the rotation too. Brack just continues. What is that from Brack? Brack surely not another one. Almost gets it with a Renetti, but still, it doesn't matter whether you get that or not if you're Exceptional. FaZe Black again have the rotation.
I mean, you're spawn trapped over there by P4, like you were talking about. You want a sticker, a consolation prize, you can barely even move out of your spawn, that you're forced to try to hit all the way through P2 courtyard, where Exceed is playing cutoff, up top inside of Red. Spawns to reinforce, Brack still has that cruise missile, 26 and 13, should he feel the pressure to do it. Dizzy needs to be the tip of the spear here. We'll be able to find the first alongside Sucre, should be setting up a break.
Oh, almost plays his life there, does Dizzy. Now, perhaps is that enough? Yes, it is. Enough of a distraction so that Henry and Sucre can follow up with some kills here. So a crucial moment, big play from Dizzy that is going to keep Exceptional alive. But now they need to hold back the waves of FaZe Black players from this Cafe side. Investment from Brack, cruise missile. She isn't actually going to connect there. I think it just taps to the top of the hut.
Yeah.
But now the kill is being followed up by Exceptional as well. So they not only weather a cruise missile here, they are weathering the force that is FaZe Black. Still, no longer an opportunity to close out this game now for FaZe Black on this hill.
No, but they can continuously put themselves closer. Nice little snap hit coming through from Brack. Raffi for 2, though, immediately traded. It's a 2v1 for the time. Henry only able to go 1 for 1, so the 5 seconds will be conceded because you're forced out of the hill. FaZe Black, 233. It's a 100-point differential going in towards a 3rd and final set. So much to do for Exceptional. So much has to go your way, but it's going to have to be done by brute force, you'd feel.
You're looking for a miracle if you're Exceptional. Let's call
something,
it for what it is. Yeah, it's not looking likely. FaZe Black, just 12-second side victory here, and once again, that same potent positioning that happened so well for FaZe Black on the last rotation on this very kill. You have players up top. The AR presence for FaZe Black is domineering, to say the least, and Exceptional no choice but to filter through one singular lane. FaZe Black will punish you for that, and they silence an Exceptional GM that was, well, pretty loud in the first set. The second set, I don't think they were even in the room.
You remember when it was 92-90 at the end of the first set?
You remember when I said it was competitive?
Yeah, it certainly was competitive, and was being the key term there. Past tense, everything else included. That is a 250 to 139 scoreline following a 92-90 at the end of the first set. So you go ahead and do the mathematics for all of you sitting at home and in the crowd as well. That is a crazy turn of events coming through from FaZe Black. 2 cruise missiles earned, 1 from Dylan Rex, 1 from Brack as well. Exceeds up there making faces at Dylan Rex because they know that they absolutely had their way at the end, or through that second set, excuse me. It's just the fundamentals, isn't it? I mean, you're constantly just seeing it being produced on the mini-map. Brack's always trying to hit the rotation very quickly, and once they know that they have at least a 3-player strength setup, the team's just going to go be a nuisance over by Old. He doesn't have to find all the kills in the world, but even going 1 for 1 and making sure that not all the scrap time will be soaked up by Exceptionals, yeah, you're going to be sitting in a pretty damn good spot. It was a hell of an effort. 24 and 19 out of Raffi in a losing fashion with this scoreline is no easy feat whatsoever, but you could just see where the slaying differentials really were taking place. Both Brack and Dylan Rex, 29 kills each, respectively.
And the difference there, I guess, is just in the presence of the ARs, right? You talk about Brack and Rex and, you know, the kills that they get, almost 30 apiece in that situation. But the thing is, they're not just getting those 30 kills. These aren't just useless kills. A lot of what they're doing in this situation is ultimately they're picking up kills that are keeping people on Exceptional away from the hard point.
Correct.
So, you know, Exceed could just pick there and pick up all the time on the hard point, right?
Yep.
And, you know, again, it's just something that I don't think is necessarily there for Exceptional TM. I mean, I know Raffi is picking up gunfights, but, you know, all right, he can get kills. There's no follow-up from Exceptional. They're not picking up time. They don't have any map control. Certainly nowhere near the level of map control that FaZe Black are able to put together off the back of that AR presence. It is why FaZe Black are such a dominant roster. We talk about, you know, Rex being this absolute god back last season. Again, the #1 player in North America by far. And he's now joining a roster of players that are so experienced. And, I mean, the Challengers Demons. What more can you ask for?
For them to win more events, I guess. That's what this entire team was made to do, right? And they have a chip on their shoulder following what happened over in Florida yet again, but this is going to be a good step in the right direction, you'd feel, for FaZe Clan Black. Again, as far as this tournament is concerned, they've only played 1 other series on the day. It wasn't exactly a test, I will say that much, which is why I was kind of coining this to be their biggest test. We were talking about how good Exceptionals can be at hardpoint, but it's just a little different of a monster when we're talking about just how good FaZe Clan Black are as a community, as a full-on team. I feel like this does completely segue the conversation into what their back house actually does look like, and that is from Mayhem. I mean, there's so many different documentaries that you can actually go watch from the FaZe Black side that actually, like, you see them in hotel rooms, like they're going over VOD, they're talking about hits, how to make things better for themselves. It is a good conditional formatting for a team to be able to have themselves so prepared for every single series, for every single map mode combination, barring maybe a few when it comes down to those vetoes. But you feel like that makes things even more alarming when we talk about the search and destroy, the transition going in towards a Karachi search and destroy, how fundamentally sound they are, the play calling from Asim as well. This is going to be a tough one for Exceptionals, to say the least.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the point I talked about at the start of the series, right? In terms of, you look at a roster like Exceptional and you look at what they've historically been good at. I mean, Raffi in particular, and it's like, surely they should be good at search and destroy. Just naturally, you know, with Raffi leading the squad, he's most certainly going to be the IGL on those search and destroys.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't know why that hasn't really translated to success. I mean, you look at kind of the performances across the board, and Raffi and Henry, I mean, they're really bringing it in S&D. That much has been clear, even throughout Season 2 of Challengers Elite. But beyond that, it just hasn't been successful for them whatsoever. And I think, you know, coming into Toronto, I would have liked to have imagined that is where they're going to be putting the majority of their practice, just making sure that their search and destroy gets a hell of a lot better comparatively to what it was like back in Season 2, because, you know, it's a whole different ballgame as well, right? I mean, back in Season 2, they were struggling against European teams. Here, they're struggling against some of the best teams in Challengers, full stop, right? I mean, North America is a whole different ballgame. So Search and Destroy has to improve. Need to see something better coming out from them here as we get into the Karachi Search and Destroy, because if they don't win this, their chances of winning this series, I think, are pretty slim.
Well, yeah. I mean, then you have to try to reverse sweep FaZe, which, again, like, if you let those boys start to cook, they start to feel, well, rather cocky. Yeah, very hard to squander that flame. But, hey, Laura Gold did it in Florida. Yeah. You know, I'm going to keep bringing it up. I'm sorry. They're going to hate me by the end of the weekend, but that's fine. I'm always going to be on Exceed's good side anyway. But regardless of the matter, it's one of those things that, like, you have to sit there and ask yourself, how much practice was Exceptional able to get in Search and Destroy? There's so many European players that I've talked to specifically for Search and Destroy, and realistically, like, the best practice they always get are those cups. That SGP 2K, always very good to be able to get some real Search and Destroy practice, versus here in North America, I mean, you see tweets almost every single night, people looking for chows. I mean, everybody's always tweeting, I know that. RCDs is always tweeting it out. I know that ProLoot's constantly looking for it, Draza as well for Atlanta FaZe. There's just constantly different S&D tournaments that are happening, and it always kind of asks, you have to ask yourself that for European teams, it's not like they're going to be screaming each other for like top 4, top 6 teams, because then they're going to have to face each other in the elite inevitably, and they don't want to be giving away all those strats naturally. Yes. So it's very questionable to be able to see, like, how can you produce to be better at Search and Destroy? A lot of that comes through from the trust. A lot of that comes through from just the core fundamentals that we have seen from these 4 players of Exceptionals in COD's history. Sukri, Rafi, you've already talked about, Henry as well. Dizzy being a nuisance on the map, just a chicken with his head cut off. That's exactly what he needs to do on this map. He needs to match the pace of FaZe Black.
Yeah, and I guess the advantage they do have, I don't know if I can call it an advantage, but certainly is something to speak of when it comes down to Exceptional, is the fact that these guys have a lot of experience playing with one another, right? So I guess it's just a case of, you know, just trying to translate that into success, into strategy and Search and Destroy, you know, working on that as a team. Again, that's what I need to see from Exceptional. Again, you look at the players on this roster, you look at what they've been capable of in Search and Destroy in the past, you expect them to be pretty good at Search and Destroy, and they just need to fix a few things when it comes down to S&D, and they will be a good team. Now, again, I don't know if that will really matter against FC Black, because this is a really tough good team. Black, It's FC Black, but yeah, still, we need to see something in this game mode. If not, they will be in deep doo-doo, as it were, because I don't know if there's any way to win the control. That control is going to be really difficult, because FC Black, I think, have proven to be a very good control team. I mean, regardless of what composition of roster FC Black are, which is hilarious, by the way, because I think every time we've seen FC Black in a competition this season, it's been a different roster.
Yeah, I mean, ever since that Boston Open, right? Because I mean, you go back to Boston, they win it with like a Seam and Krem, and then like Krem goes to LA Thieves, Seam goes to Boston, and it's just like we're just trying to figure out like how to we're trying to figure out like how what we're going to be doing here. Like especially like that Elite Season 1 team with like Lunars, I felt like was probably like the lowest grade that we have seen FaZe Black finish. Like was like top 6 in playoffs or something like that. It wasn't too good. That was probably where their Search and Destroy was at their weakest. And I mean, it's hard for me to say that there's any plot holes whatsoever in the armor that is FaZe Black. There is a reason why they are highly regarded. And realistically, every single time that there's a team that comes here and is like, oh, who do you want to play? Everybody always ends up saying FaZe Clan Black, because these guys are the real deal, and they want to shut Exceed up, which is very difficult to do in the hardest of times. So Karachi Search and Destroy up on the docket next. Fist bumps are out, ready to go.
Have to have it if you're Exceptional. This has to be a map victory here for them in Search and Destroy. If they do not, they're requiring a reverse sweep against FC Black. That is a tall order for any roster, let alone one that I don't think expected to be in this position here at Toronto. It has been probably one of the most interesting stories of Toronto thus far, but will the fable end soon? Exceptional GM now going to start things off on the defense here, and they do not have the first blood already. This is going to make things super tough here as far as getting this bomb down. What seems to be over towards B.
Oh, look at the reaction as well. The moment that FaZe Black get that first blood, just double swing through mid. Okay, we got nothing. We got bridge control. Exceed starting to take more space away inside of red, and he's going to find Dizzy lacking. So, yeah, even though the stun connects, you have so much of the map control for yourself if you are FaZe. Just lock down these sites.
It's just so difficult. You've got no map control whatsoever, and it's difficult enough when you've got 4 players up to get through here towards Clock Tower side. Rafi's at the very least going to find one. If you want anybody in the 1 versus 4, it would be Rafi, but he's not going to find any value whatsoever. And yeah, just losing that first blood, not winning the second fight after that as well. Any attempt to try and bring it down to even numbers goes all right. safe start for FC Black.
I know that these are just a whole bunch of random numbers because we don't have any of the representation to talk about it, but I mean, Henry was an absolute nuisance in the 2 and the 5 versus Omit Brooklyn in their previous series leading into this one. He is walking into this one at a 1.43 KD with an SMG through 2 S&Ds. No easy feat, especially versus that Omit Brooklyn team. So we'll have to see if that could be any sort of momentous change. Again, challenge 102 is in fact Henry. 3 in that round previously coming through for FaZe Black, which seems to be a seam now. Just picked up on that.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Yeah, what is going on? You know what? It's just because, you know, it doesn't matter what he's playing under. He's going to do well regardless. But it is going to be Henry to open up with first blood here, recognizing that FaZe Black have overextended in towards Chicken Coop. And now this is super awkward here for Rex up top. He really does want to pick up Henry before making the move down for the bomb. The problem is there's just so many little nooks and crannies in which Henry could hide down here that the retrieval of the bomb is nigh on impossible. But Rex is pretty good. If he gets involved in an honest gunfight, he might well win it. But unfortunately, the MCW not better than the rival 9 at that range. Not winning it's the hand of Henry. So now another 1 versus 4. This time it's FaZe Black. This time it's Asim.
He's got an MCW to do it as well. So you'd feel like it's the right weapon for the job, so long as he can keep everybody at range. But he's got a frag grenade, no dead silence, no time. Maybe a dream? Asim, you got a dream up there, pal? Because it seems that it is inevitably going to be ending via the clock, because you'd love to sit on this 3 spree and maybe try to get a good couple of baits going in towards the next round. Oh, he's right underneath his crosshair. Run for your life, Asim. Can't hold on to the 3 spree at all. I mean, that's a veteran move right there. Look, you're halfway to getting a cruise missile. Might as well try to play for it. But first blood plus an extra coming through from Henry around Chicken Coop. Wonderfully done just to stave away what was going to be an onslaught coming through from FaZe Clan Black. Tied up, 1 apiece.
Honestly, if I'm Asim in that situation, I just keep my head straight down, bro. Yeah. I'm just laying down, staying well out of sight.
Anything,
yeah, not challenging anything, bro. I know 3 in a row is I mean, it's halfway to a streak, I guess. You're still going to get 3 more kills. So, you know, it's still slightly out of reach, but still, keeping that alive would have been nice. 1-1 we go. Last time around, exceptional. Lost that first blood and kind of faltered from there on out. This time, the look is very different here. Straight through the middle of the map. It would be nice if we can pick up that first blood against Asim. You can see the rest of the FaZe Black players now reacting here, immediately pouncing on the action in the middle of the map. It's Exceed now who picks up that first kill. It's Dizzy, and unfortunately, that's the bomb carrier.
Yeah, the bomb's dropped actually inside of the jump into red, so right above the staircase where that kill was found. And well, Asim just hitting up towards top of the scaffolding. Sucre will double down, forces out a 1v2. Can Brack clutch?
Does he get timing here? Oh, no, he doesn't. No,
he gets timing, but it's bad.
Good timing. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. That's tough. And you know for a fact you're going to be watching this kill cam back now. You're going to be like, are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Look at this from Rafi's POV. Oh, my goodness me. If Brack looks at that for like a second longer, he'd get to that kill.
No, I'm looking at Carson. He doesn't care.
It's early on the S&D. Those are gimmies.
Yeah. This is all just learning experiences again. I mean, you know, talking to Mayhem, he was talking about how like he got to watch a lot of the exceptionals in that matchup versus Omit Brooklyn, so he's kind of got like an understanding, an idea. These guys do a lot of their pre-match huddles and even during the breaks as well, just trying to learn as the game goes along. Again, coaches cannot be by your side. You just have to learn as you go. So offense again for FaZe Black, not liking what they saw over by B. Exceptionals were expecting it this time around as a 4 flood hit over towards A.
Well, Stunted Utility go out, but they're just out of reach of Dizzy. Dizzy goes unnoticed, so he draws that first blood. Immediate trade coming up from Brack now. So 3 for 3 we go. Sucre revealing his position up top. Soda going to have to retreat. He knows that somebody is going to be challenging him. Soda, Ali, the read is good, but the gunfight is not. Exceed's going to win that one. And Exceed goes straight for a second as well. Almost manages to take Rafi out of the round. But no, we go to a 2 versus 2.
Bomb's planted in between the bomb itself and the bus. And Rex gets gunned. 1v1. Henry versus Brack. Smoke grenade's going to come out late from Brack. It's going to cause a lot of doubt, but it kind of gives you the situation on where do you try to play. And Brack's just going to play a one-off angle outside of lights.
Henry the snap! Oh, I thought for a second Henry was going to get him, and he makes the play call correct, right? You know, jumping down behind, he recognizes, hey, the one place I haven't checked here is going to be lights, so let's just check it, but go for an unconventional turn. And oh my goodness me. You want to look up the definition of snap in the dictionary? That right there.
I just love the transition that we have. Like, obviously, like the changes of the smoke grenades, they blossom a whole lot bigger. And it's we've been seeing this. We actually called the same thing in the war matchup earlier, where you use the smoke almost as a bait, right? It's such a late piece of utility that it's just like, all right, Henry, I know you probably got a sub. You want to run through the smoke, buddy? You expecting me to just be landing it? He's just playing on a one-off angle, waiting for it. Good reads, good snap coming through as well. They're in a 1v1, tied into round 5.
That was a big round, but Exceptional not able to steal away. Look at this aggression coming out from Henry at the start of the round. Exceed's going to read it perfectly and win that gunfight. And I think more pertinently here, Exceed does not get immediately reach-out by Exceptional. So back up to full HP he goes, and he is getting a ton of information off his utility as well. He knows now that Exceptional are still pushing this A site.
Look at player number 8. Look at Asim. He's hot on the flank right now. What's the information even look like? Because you got one player that's lurking inside of red. That's Rafi. Henry's been first-blooded, so you effectively have everybody trapped around Diner. Brack's going to take down Rafi. It's all falling apart.
I kind of wonder what the play call here is for Exceptional. I kind of maybe thought that this would be a rotation straight over towards B, that this would be a double hit, but they've split up in this situation. I don't really know if that's the play call here, because now Sukri's pinned towards the back of Cafe. You're reliant on a heroic save coming out from Dizzy, and he is not able to produce anything. Sukri peppered up from multiple different angles there, and I feel like the fate might have been different if they had actually just stuck together.
Well, and it's tough to really gauge, right? Like what like the play call was in that situation. Was there a miscomm coming through? Like was the call for Sukri just to hold the iron and maybe try to force somebody out from Mail to blindly chow him on the backside of the alleyway while Dizzy caused distress inside of top red? It's just all very difficult to be able to gauge. Obviously, being down here, we don't have the player comms in our ears. I have to listen to this British man talk. So, yeah, here we are. I think that is just one of those things that Sukri maybe didn't enjoy the timing to maybe try to cross to get over the dumpster. Maybe there was a timing that he could have gotten pitched by a FaZe Black member. Regardless, it is 2 in a row for FaZe Black. They have that 1-round lead again. Brack's on 4 in a row, by the way.
Yeah, just by the way, casual.
Yeah.
Casual Brack play, 4 in a row. Almost made it 5 there. Sukri's going to cross over towards AC safely. And the stun check, he knows he's still there as well. Elsewhere though, first blood drawn for Exceptional. Now make it second as well. Team shots good from Henry and Rafi to take Rex out of the round. And this is a situation that is not dissimilar to those of us who have been keeping track of this search and destroy thus far. This time it's FaZe Black stuck behind Chicken Coop in a 2 versus 4.
And that red dot that's going to be giving away Brack is also the same position that Exceed is going to be playing in with an SMG. Climbs up top second. Can he get away? Yeah, he can, but Sukri was back up there, top yellow. Brack gave up the angle. He would love to preserve this 4 spree, but it's a 1v4 situation. And can Brack do what Asim was unable to do? And that's maintain his life here with this 4 spree and maybe get a couple more kills, because, I mean, look, no harm, no foul. Things are going to be even going into round number 7. So he's just going to play all the way back here on the P3 dumpster and see if he can catch a timing. But you can just look at all the blue arrows on the mini map. They don't want any part of it. I can't blame them.
Honestly, I wouldn't even sit here if I'm Brack. I would get as far back. I'd get in the Benjay Nassim
spot,
you know?
Okay, all right.
Just like,
I don't know why Ben's catching strays here.
Just get into a spot where no one will ever find you.
Sure.
Because if he dies here, I'm just
taking the round.
Yeah, here we go. See, he heard me, bro. He heard Benjay Nassim. He's like, yeah, all right, bet. I'm on it, bro.
He doesn't know you low, bro. It's fine. Yeah, he's going to preserve this 4 spree. I didn't even know you can get back behind that dumpster.
Ah, that's cool.
Stinky.
It must smell there. You know what?
Musky.
Brack's fine with it. You know, I'll endure the smell just so I can preserve that streak.
But again,
4 in a row now. Yeah,
it's the right call. Right. You want to be able to maybe try to get a couple first bloods going into this round. And realistically speaking, you know, the biggest problem for FaZe, and we'll talk more about this again as they get onto their other offensive half, it has actually been Henry. I mean, like, Henry's been putting himself in very lucrative angles, just being able to pick these players off, sometimes turning it into a second as well. Rafi is 7-3. What would you expect? It's a battle of ARs right now, Brody.
I feel like that was always going to be the way the series fell apart, right?
For sure.
That's where these guys are strongest, for sure. Rafi now needs to pull off something special in Search and Destroy. Has just spotted out a seam to open up the round, excuse me. Sukri's going to be player to work off the back of that information for the kill. Now this is going to open up a lot of options here for Exceptional. How do they want to play this one? It feels like a rotation through towards A. The biggest proponent in this play for FaZe Black would be Exceed, but I don't think he was spotted out. Well, now they know he's here.
Yeah, no, he definitely saw him upon that. I want to say it was a shoulder, but it was a full half-body throw there from Exceed. But yeah, the timing is going to be terrible because the last known positioning, you had a player inside a rubble. They're thinking that this might go over towards B. There had to have been utility that Rafi threw over the top because Rex is still holding it, but this A bomb site is very open.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of coverage here whatsoever, even if you're Exceptional, right? Getting this bomb down. Now Exceed coming in from behind here. He's playing this one silently. Does he get the good timing is the question. There's a lot of different angles that Exceed has to check before actually jumping down for this frag, and also has to time it with the rest of his squad. And yeah, just gets caught a little bit while checking one of those angles out. But he is still playing time here, trying to waste him away while Brack makes a play over towards Church site. And Exceed gets shut down now. Brack is making... I don't know what he's doing. I think he's running a marathon right now, to be honest with you. 1 versus 4 again. He's still on 4 in a row.
He's still
the
on
best
the 4
thing you can do is just preserve it.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe it was too passive coming through from Brack. Maybe it was too aggressive for his team to get first blooded the way he did. But I will say this from Exceptionals. Everything that we have on our paper right now is meaningless because they're making really good adaptations in Search and Destroy. Their comms seem to be absolutely on point. Maybe there is a certain amount of hesitancy on Brack trying to be able to get this cruise missile because it is very good on a map like Karachi, post-plant, being able to open up bomb sites. But the more time you give that boy Rafi to cook and understand how you're playing Search and Destroy, you see them calming in between Sukri and Rafi right now on the screen. They're trying to figure out what they can continuously do to keep FaZe Black at bay. Now you got another 1-round advantage. So again, we go back to what FaZe Black need to be prepared for on this offensive attempt, and realistically it's the damage that's being found from Henry, who loves pushing over by Coop. He's already kind of setting himself up to do the same thing on the opening salvo of this round number 8, where FaZe Black want no part of it. Like, they're going back to that 4 hit over towards A.
And this is fast as well from FaZe Black. They want to get this bomb down before Exceptional even get a look over towards the site. Stun check out towards the other side of the bus. They know nobody's there now. They are going to go for the nade, and oh, it's just going to tap Dizzy, but the EOD is going to keep Dizzy in the round. And all of this, no first blood yet for FaZe Black, means they are not comfortable enough to get the bomb down just yet. Finally, there we go. Asim's going to open things up. Exceed in danger here. Going to have to go down towards bottom red, but Hugh is in wait. Well, it's going to be Henry who finds the double. Another kill coming through from Rafi, and that is Brack down for the count as well. No streak. 1v4 for Rex, now making it 1v3.
Yeah, no, this round is chalked. I mean, that A push just got stuffed off the information Dizzy got all the way through lights and pillars. And look at all the last few players, both Rafi and Henry, longtime duo playing alongside each other here on the main stage. Going to do the right thing, just hold each other's hands, just try to gracefully waltz through the rest of Karachi, whatever that may be, through all this rubble and debris. But Rafi's now up on a 4 spree. Dill's got to recover the bomb, plant it, isolate these 2 players. There's going to be one up top yellow, and yeah, Rex just got scouted.
Yeah, and that's Semtex next as well, so I would be shocked if Rex survives any longer. Couple of rounds now for Exceptional here in a row, and you know, again, you talk about those adaptations coming out from Exceptional on the whole, and it's just been, well, brilliant. I'm not going to say the word exceptional, we've done that too much, but big kill coming through from Rafi, 10-3. He is having a hell of a game.
5 in a row now for Rafi, and on this half coming through, he has, I want to say, first blooded ASIM like the past 2 times. So you really do have to be on your toes here. 10-3 is a crazy stat line, but I mean, would you expect anything less? Look, if you haven't been watching European COD, this is Rafi, peak form, 5 in a row. Can he get that 6, get the cruise missile, and tie up the series?
If he gets this first kill, this round is done.
Oh, for sure.
This round is 100% done. There is no escaping a cruise missile. It depends where they get the first blood, though, right? I mean, if they can get the first blood into a player that's not Rex on Clock Tower, then the
oh, wow, what a reach out.
Oh, goodness me. All right.
The
Ignore
stones.
everything I just said because Rex has just drawn first blood. There is no chance for a cruise anymore.
The stones on Rex to take that reach out. I mean, you are on a Godheady in between 2 palm trees in the middle of a desecrated Karachi map. So Exceed there for the second. That was the island player of Henry trying to maybe cause a little bit of a pinch, some distress. Now the last 2 players, Dizzy, Sukri, trying to get this bomb planted over at B. Dizzy just slides right into the barricade. Looking for an opportunity, maybe try to take Rex down up top, but the Renetti's better than the Rival 9, apparently.
I mean, it is.
All right.
Renetti's the best gun in the game.
I don't want to say it.
I thought Sukri was actually about to attempt a 1v4 with the Renetti. You know what? He might have had a good chance, but
maybe.
Certainly not there. And that round just completely falls apart. They lose that first blood again. It's a situation, a tale as old as time, right? You're on offense here on Karachi. You lose that first blood, and there are just very few ways to actually
get it. Really
just
just feels like any map in MW3, like how emphatic like you can lose a round by getting first blooded. It's very rare, and why we always like really grace a lot of these players and teams to be able to come back in like these 2v4s, 2v3 situations. And you know, that goes back to the entire conversation of having those that practice, being forced into those 2v odd situations. So 10-4 for Rafi. No cruise missile will be earned. It's going to have to be the old tried and true trial of the West. Got to get it done by your gunny. And FaZe Black, again, 4 stacking. Nobody through mid, all trying to go through B, but they want to maintain top 3rd position as well.
Yeah, this is really peculiar, actually, on the whole here from Exceptional, right? They've got nobody over towards the clock tower. That's going to enable FaZe Black to actually just run straight towards the site. And, well, Henry, I think he was gambling on some kind of positioning up top 3rd. He gets shut down. A double stack towards apartments and church is really weird from Exceptional, and you've given up the entirety of the bomb site. Rafi up top though in church. I think just a little bit of too much of a seam there was given away. So all of a sudden, what was a really weird positioning might actually be beneficial. Keep an eye on Dizzy on the flank as well.
Yeah, and Exceed has to drop back down to be able to recover the bomb. Rafi's going to get gunned by Rex. Here comes Dizzy on that flank. Again, last known position because he did get that kill. So now Brack, Exceed, long-time duo. Can they force around 11? Late smoke, not going to cover the bomb site, but it's trying to bait out a challenge maybe from Dizzy on the flank. Sucre and Dizzy are not near each other at this moment of time, so if Brack and Exceed can try to isolate them, might be able to get it done.
I think they're playing for a rotation over towards A here. I think that's the entire play, right? They're going to kind of bear around on the fact that maybe FaZe Clan Black are just a little too nervous to actually get the bomb down over by B.
Exceed might try to late hit this over towards A. He has just the slightest bit of time.
Oh my god. Oh, Dizzy survives. And that's information here for Sucre in the play. Sucre's just going to play this one so patiently. Oh my goodness me. That is perfect from Sucre. There is no time here for Brack to make it over towards the bomb. And they know Exceed's going to be the one that was carrying it. Well played, Exceptional. And we said we needed to see Search and Destroy prowess from the Europeans. There it is.
Got ourselves a guaranteed map 4. We will see more than just 3 maps in between NA's powerhouse of FaZe Black and Exceptionals, who again, they come down to the 6 here for Toronto's major Open Challengers tournament, and they show absolutely up. Rafi, 11-5, 10 non-traded kills with just under 1,600 damage. About 1,900 damage from Sucre, by the way. And it's like I was saying, like, it looked further past where his presence was in the past few titles. You know, playing with that Rocker Academy team way back when, playing alongside La Nave del Mysterio even. All of these teams, like, we have never seen this much aggression from Sucre, and this is a new form of confidence that looks really good on the kid.
I mean, when was the last time Sucre was playing on a non-Spanish roster, right?
A long time.
It was a long time ago.
If ever, honestly, yeah.
Has that ever? I might ask him. I was like, when's the last time Sucre has played on a non-Spanish team?
Yeah, where's Ant?
Yeah, Ant will know something. He knows things every so often. Yeah, I mean, it's just an incredible team in Search and Destroy again. And this is what we expected, right? I mean, you look at the players in Search and Destroy,
Sure.
historically speaking in Search and Destroy, how good these guys have been. It should be a good Search and Destroy team. This should have been what we saw all the way back in Season 2. And you can tell at the very least from, I know it's only one map. There's only so much you can take away from one map, but still, look, that is what we wanted to see back in Season 2. It looks like they've made the improvements that we wanted to see as well. So, Exceptional, we said they needed to Search and Destroy to find a way into the series, and now they have again. Still up against it though, FC Black are looking pretty good, and next up we have a Control. It's going to be a good one. These guys, 50-50 in Control. Who's going to come out on top? Find out after this break. All right, folks, it's time here for an invasion control. Exceptional able to steal away a search and destroy from FaZe Clan Black. They've made the series interesting. Now, can they take a lead versus the Titanic Challengers roster? Time to find out.
And we did get confirmation, of course, talking to the brand account of Ant in the crowd. The last time that Sucre played on a team that doesn't primarily speak Spanish was all the way back in Cold War. He was playing with Nile.
Long time ago.
It doesn't feel like that long ago, but it really is.
That must be like pre-Mavericks.
Yeah,
whoa,
dude.
Pre-Eric
Your face
just lit up, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, that actually does feel like a long time ago. FaZe Black on offense first, and I love the no funny business whatsoever. It was a standard rollout through mid, the stack over towards B, and they already have Brack causing a nuisance over towards A.
Well, it's not just Brack, right? I mean, look at Asim's positioning as well. I mean, FaZe Clan Black have got a lot of different players here, looking around a lot of different positionings, and it's worked out so perfectly because Asim off that flank is able to pick up a couple of kills. Sucre the only player to say anything about this, and look, I mean, B is about to go. They have to focus on making sure they don't lose A, and yeah, finally Sucre and Rafi did pick up a couple of kills here, but that is a lot of damage early on coming out from FaZe Clan. I mean, in lives, in ticks, in map control, that is a hell of a start from FaZe Black.
I mean, already getting a segment over at A, that's good progress to potentially get a round 5 defense, because let's be candid here, that's what Invasion is really all about, just trying to get that round 5 defense. If you can square away an offense, a la New York subliners, then maybe you might be sitting pretty. 24 points up against 21. Exceptionals have been able to find trades. They've been able to stabilize somewhat through the middle of the map, and Sucre is all the way up bottom America, just trying to cut any players off the spawn the moment that they do.
Yeah, I mean, look, my Sucre might be there, but I mean, you look over towards FaZe Black and what they're attempting to do right now. They don't really care about that positioning. They're just running straight past through Ice Cream towards the B Street. Exactly. Yeah, kills now starting being made by Exceptional, but that is the entire game plan. They are not dealing with Sucre whatsoever.
But look at the reposition, because where Sucre was previously is actually forcing him to spawn next to the half wall of Ice Cream, but now backing all the way up towards this pickup truck, he's actually going to force him to spawn inside a Palace, right where Brack just spawned just now. So you have to isolate Sucre. Now, luckily enough for you, Dylan Rex is trying to set up a pincer, but he will be scouted out inside a Laundry by Rafi. The Renetti will get the job done, but still the push is manifesting through A Street.
Yeah, double child coming through. It is basically all on Henry here. Can he stop it? Has no help from his friends because they've been dealt with towards Laundry side. Nice double chow from Asim and Exceed, and now here we go. One tick already through from FaZe Black. Coverage being provided on the cross as well. Can anybody from Exceptional touch the point? Well, Rex is facing a little bit of pressure and goes straight back for the kill on towards Dizzy. Someone has to stop the players inside, and Rex is not allowing it. Rex almost finds a third kill there. Sucre was damaged enough, though, that kill could be closed out, and this round can be closed out as well. An explosive start from FaZe Black.
It just really does come down to the opening break-off, right? You talk to any top Call of Duty player, you talk to any coach in the scene, when we bring up the word control, it's like, oh, dude, it's so break-off dependent. Because it absolutely is. And you saw what happened for FaZe Black immediately. They won every single gunfight, maybe barring one through the opening engagements. They get the stack over towards B. You get Brack that push all the way up towards A. And then the moment that Asim knew that that B zone was good enough for FaZe to take for themselves, he got right into Laundry to set up a pinch. And that equated to a single segment being captured today, which again, I know just the number one is so small, but when it comes down to evasion control, if you know, you know.
Well, I think FaZe Black knows something.
They do.
I'll tell you that much for free. Exceptional's response, I think it's much more of a standard affair. Attempt for the middle of the map from Henry is cut short. Good read from Exceed, and now information that isn't actually, I mean, if it is displayed over towards Asim, he certainly didn't act on it. Now Exceed perhaps, nope. Good team shots coming through from Rafi and Dizzy there to take that player down. And all of a sudden here, Exceptional look pretty good on the challenge over towards B, to the point where I think FaZe Black here, the positioning on the map here, Andy, they look as if they're bartering towards that A control already.
But they can see the progress on B. They know that if they can try to get a couple more kills outside of Blue, which Brack is going to be able to deliver on that, maybe you can try to get yourself over towards B. That's exactly what the call was going to be for Brack and Exceed, but Rafi pieces them both up together. Doesn't have many bullets left in his MCW, wants a favor towards the reload, waiting for the regen as well. It's going to get the isolated 1v1 inside of Blue, just trying to play whack-a-mole versus Asim. Will finally be able to take him down. So now Rafi up on 4 in a row. B-zone will be captured. How much pressure can Rafi manifest here from the back? Can he get the 5 spree? No, Exceed takes him down. So you can stabilize, even though 60 seconds just got added on towards the board.
Well, look at the positioning from FaZe Black here, Andy. It's not that dissimilar to what we saw from Exception on the last round. This time it's Brack that's pushed all the way up towards the flag. He's the one that's causing problems here for Exceptional. Spawn's still going behind Ice Cream as well. Brack is just trying to keep these guys at bay, but a lot to deal with here. Oh, not even going to find that first kill versus Dizzy as well. So there we go. First threat dealt with now. If you're Exceptional, you can start to make the move forward, but oh, well, you know, it happens every so often, doesn't it, mate? Carbon.
How that Jeep lasted so long.
Yeah.
Anyway, at least you got players out from your spawn. You are Exceptional. And look at the amount of time that they have on the clock. And this is what I do appreciate from Exceptionals. They're opting in to try to take a route, to try to keep these players trapped or FaZe Black in the middle of the map.
Dizzy trying to make a play here through mid. Also has a little bit of help from DVD side. Getting shot through the wall, though. He's going to have to retreat in this situation. Rex, well, he's going to chase that kill all day long. And he's also after another one as well. But it is information for the rest of your team. Hey, look, there's players going around the backside of Rugs. I think that player did just get spotted out by Exceed as well. So Henry's going to be forced to try and play his life as much as humanly possible. I'm not sure if they know about Sukri's positioning either. Now they most certainly do, as Sukri gets the melee kill on the other side. Now players starting to make their move towards the point. Good read starting to come through, and there's the kills as well. They've got all the players in the right spots here, Randy.
One player over by B-Dom. Dylan Rex is going to get traded out by Dizzy. You got players inside of Laundry, though. A lot to do for Henry in that situation. Is able to find one. Is able to actually combine for two. So hold on a second. That first segment's locked. There's more help for the stack.
And these players around the flank are still being dealt with as well. Henry is just being such a massive nuisance inside the gas station. Now players spawning out over towards blue, and every single challenge that we see from FaZe Black is cut down. How about that? Back-to-back offensive victories here for FC Black, and now Exceptional.
Just want to make sure we're on an invasion control, right?
Yeah, I think
so, we just see two offenses?
Yeah.
And this isn't rank play?
Yes.
Got it. Strange. I mean, again, like that's just a heads-up maneuver, right? You clear all of FaZe Black out from your spawn. You get up through Water Street. Sukri is not being challenged, is not even being peppered with bullets, so he could just touch the zone. All while that is happening, you have players working along that pinch that I was highlighting because you had the time to do so. And it gets Henry inside of Rugs of all places, which is just such an annoying place to try to deal with an SMG. He goes on that force spree there, and he's going to be able to carry that going in towards this next round. Good stuff if you are Exceptionals to square up for an offense.
FaZe Black, not that dissimilar to what we saw from last round, right? Again, they've got a little bit of push over towards B. Rex is the one currently capturing this point while also sending a couple of players over towards A. So Brack's going to stop the clock over upon A, distracting a couple of players from Exceptional while the majority of the push does happen over towards B. Brack actually finds a fair bit of value over there as well, but towards B, things are not going as sprightly as FaZe Black might like. A couple of players do go down. The B progress going to be stopped. Now those two players, though, inside Cafe, drawing the attention of Exceptional towards them. And if they can also find the value here, find the kills, it is nice, but look at this triggered splint coming through from Exceed. Works out the timing perfectly. Can he find the second, though? No. Preoccupied with making the cross away, he gets cut short.
Single life advantage coming through for Exceptional. Got Brack stalling out the clock again over by B. Mr. Do-It-All, it would seem, but assistance needs to be coming through, and that assistant's name is Asim. Going to be able to take down Sukri, able to get inside of DVD, just trying to hold out the trigger, but Rafi just slides in and rips his head clean off. So the B-Zone's still being worked on very slowly here by FaZe, and there's a lot of presence over on this side of the map, and Exceed off the spawn is trying to maybe put together a push over by A all by his lonesome, but he should be dead to rights here. Just too many numbers. Exceptional is completely fine with chalking the B zone. They're just trying to play for a couple of exit kills and set up for a full hold.
Yeah, I can see Henry there on the minimap, maybe making a route through Dark. He finds that one kill, player over challenging out of B, but as you said, B is now gone. Extra 60 seconds on the clock here. Things will calm down somewhat, and this time around, Exceptional don't have a player pushed up all the way towards Water Street. Sukri's not in that power position, so FaZe Black will have a much easier time getting out of their spawn, but getting through the middle of the map is an entirely different story. Henry, unfortunately, gets cut short, and I'm kind of surprised by Asim through the middle. Dizzy now going down as well, and all of a sudden here, FaZe Black, not only have they crossed the middle of the map, but they're sauntered their way on towards the point. There is nothing in the way of a defensive holding for Exceptional. They're all by blue.
Yeah, this battle through B-Dom is actually everything. The fact that Sukri was able to find that kill, reset his life as well, breaking cameras. Golly, Dylan Rex is going to be able to take down Sukri, but you still have one more player to deal with over on the A zone. That's going to be Exceed, dealt with. Rex last alive. Dizzy finds that trade. That could have gotten hideous for Exceptional, but they stabilize through the middle of the map. They get the kills required.
Still, though, the fact that FaZe Clan and back are even able to get there at all is kind of concerning here. Yeah. There are holes in the defense for Exceptional, and this might be one of them as well. Sukri running laps around the tanker, down to a third HP, and Exceed is going to finish off that gunfight. So yet another chink in the armor for Exceptional, a hole in the defense, and now all of this reliant on Rafi, sat inside the point. Is he ready for this gunfight? Brack for the slide out here, putting some warning shots away. He needs a little bit of help from players now on the flank. Raffi will know. Attempted reposition here. Yeah, Raffi finds that first, but again, he is going to get overwhelmed by the second. You have to wonder whether Asim is able to actually pull this one off. He is all on his lonesome. Ideally, just one that gets this second tick through, but hang on for a second. Exceed elsewhere is able to find two. Asim is going to get the gunfight inside the point, and now this is favorable to FC Black.
Yeah, look at all the presence. You got Rex just playing cutoff inside of Clocks as well. Is going to fly out towards the fire car. Dizzy's forced to take the one, but it's a 2v1. Exceed takes him down. Here comes the stack. Third segment captured. What a hell of a play coming through for Asim, being able to play his life as long as he did. And look, he knows that it's a big breath of air that he just took at the end of that round. He just did God's work over on that A zone. Assistance soon to follow as well. And it's just slowly poking constantly through the middle of the map for FaZe Black. It's the same exact thing that they did, give or take, in their previous offensive attempt as well. We continue to go offense for offense. 3 straight offenses now is exceptional. They did it once. They got to square up again.
Imagine we go offense for offense for offense for offense, bro.
It wouldn't be the first time.
One of the weirdest invasion controls we've casted all year.
For real.
To be fair, I don't think we've casted that many of them, but nonetheless. Exceptional GM here. Do need to pull off another offense. They managed to do it once, you said. Now they've got to do it again, and it's going to be a standard B hit from them. Control of this power position is crucial, though. Dizzy knows it as well, but I think if you're Asim, just hold your irons. Again, the veteranship, you can see it in his gameplay, but does Dizzy have the gunny in the situation? Stunned up is Asim, all the way down to 2 HP, just looking to get the hell out of dodge and outplay with the positioning. Now he has help from Exceed as well. Finally takes Dizzy out of position, and while all that's gone on, Exceptional haven't done much, I was going to say, in way of actually capturing B with 3 down. Surely, unless Rex pulls off something special, that point should be theirs.
To take it down Brack along the way, though. Look at Sukari's positioning again, just trying to play for the future. Oh, that timing's not going to be good, though. Rex was still lurking around inside. Dark goes for the challenge versus Raffi, because why not? This guy's feeling himself. 16-11. You think he likes it. 19 and 17, respectively, in between Exceed and Asim at the same point in time. So the B zone's going to get chalked. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Just about that even as far as lives are concerned. Can FaZe Black find these exits?
Oh my god, the timing for Rex at the moment. Great communication coming out from FaZe Clan Black. Yeah, all right, Exceptional have managed to capture B. But the way that FaZe Black is setting themselves up at the moment, I'm slightly concerned that it's going to be for the spawn trap. Dizzy will not allow such an idea, though. Almost gets the second on towards Brack, but the Renetti is better in that situation. So FaZe Clan Black, they're going to hold for now. Exceptional at the very least don't have to worry about anybody towards that Water Street site. They do have to be preoccupied with those in AS and D, though. And you got to imagine this is going to be a double chout coming out from Raffi and Henry here in this situation. A lot of pressure is being applied towards this A Street. It's just so difficult. There goes Henry. And I think Raffi now again, I mean, every time you lose a player on this double chow, you have to wait for another one to come off spawn. Yep. Time is being wasted off the clock.
And that's exactly what FaZe Black's plan is, right? Just slowly suppress the clock down all the way to 0. It doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to make sure that Exceptionals feel the pressure of making sure that they have to double, sometimes triple chow a lot of these points in time. And also just look at the spread of the defense as well. I mean, Rex is pushed all the way over by B Street, and he's got some assistance all the way inside of Dark by way of Brack, who finds 2. I mean, this setup is immediately set up to rectify how Exceptionals were able to get the A zone in the last time. It was a long work around from the already captured B Street, and then a pinch over by A. FaZe Black have no holes in this defense thus far.
And this is that oppressive spawn trap that we haven't seen really at all so far in this game, just because of the fact that these guys have managed to get away with the offensive victories. But down goes Asim. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room here to Exceptional. But Rex now backing away through DVD. He's going to get chased down by Sukari here. So now, last chance. Hurrah on the flank. Brack gets shut down. The shot's not as crispy as he would like. Big kill there for Henry. And now, Exceptional. 20 seconds on the clock here. Sukari's been peppered up. Good read, good call from FC Black. Just down to Dizzy. And well, I was going to say Henry, but Dizzy is now literally the last one left alive. 10 seconds left. And while I don't think there's a single pair of sneakers in the game that will get you there fast enough to touch A here, folks, I think this one is done and dusted. FaZe Clan Black win a very, very weird invasion control.
Yeah, it was strange just because, again, we went 3 straight offenses, which, again, if you've ever played, watched Invasion Control, or just knew of its existence, not very rare that you see that many offenses happening the way that we did. But again, it goes back to those adaptations that FaZe Black were able to find for themselves, right? You go back to what makes this team so good. It's the ability to learn, adapt, and then overcome. It's kind of like the same thing that why we highly regard their search and destroy, albeit that they lost to Exceptionals, who were trying to do the same thing. But understanding that once that B zone did get completely chalked, you cannot allow anybody to work up through B Street like that. You cannot allow the middle of the map to be as vacated as it was in their previous defense after the B zone got captured. So they put themselves in a position for Brack to be able to work inside of Dark, for Rex to also be playing across that B Street to deny the long pinch. And as you were talking about, Brody, it exhausted so much game clock that by the time you're down to about 45 seconds, you're just forced to sprint through Courtyard. You're forced to sprint through the A Street where it's multiple crossfires for about a 3, maybe 4 AR setup continuously for FaZe Black. The numbers were definitely suggestive of how the map had concluded. A lot of good kills, a lot of good trades coming through, a lot of bright moments for Exceptional GM, but FaZe Black will eke it out. They will take a 2-1 lead here in the series.
Yeah, I think it really is just a couple of things, right? I mean, first and foremost, you talk about the team play from FaZe Clan Black, the way in which they've got a lot of trust in one another.
Sure.
To, kind of keep all the angles as a foursome. And, and beyond that as well, you see these individual plays from the likes of Rex, I think, particularly in that last round, right, where he's just running around. And it's so irritating to deal with, where he just knows the timings perfectly, knows, when he's going to get a player from behind and take them out of the equation. And it's just constantly frustrating to deal with a player like Rex in that situation. Again, one of the best players from last year, by the way, in challenges, and he's
one of the
showing
most
it
consistent
here
players this
in
year,
this
by
one.
the way.
Yeah, and this year, I think it's fair to say on FaZe Clan Black, he's been a really good addition to this roster. And yeah, well, formidable team, our FaZe Clan Black, now 2-1 up in this series. I don't think it's going to be long before we actually get into the Rio hardpoint here. But again, we talk about kind of the state of affairs for Exceptional Gaming when it comes down to hardpoint. It was their best going way back in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. So this is where we expect them to get into the series. But I mean, they were up against it, and going back towards that map number 1, Andy, it wasn't great. We'll say that much, yeah?
It was a 92-90 at the end of the first half. It was competitive, but it just comes down to a pace differential. And again, this is where you need Henry to be able to show those bright spots that we saw there in the offense for Exceptional the first time around. This is where you need to see Dizzy become rather loose. Third SMG, you feel like would probably be Sukri. Actually, he was running it quite often when he was playing with the other Spaniards in European Challengers. So we'll have to see what it might end up being. Favorite side of the map will be there for FaZe Black. They will be on the P2 side of the map. They win the opening salvo, albeit a little bit shaky. They'll be soaking up the initial time.
I think it is going to be important here for Exceptional to have a good start to this game. They really don't want to let FaZe Black come out the start, hot out the gates, and really put them down before the game can even get started here. Dizzy not going to check that corner there. Gets cut short by Brak. Coverage now for Rex on the other side of the vending machine. Sukri peppered up by nades. Nice double coming through from Asim. Exceed going to finish things off here. And this is not the start for Exceptional that's good whatsoever. They are spawning in a not so great spot for the rotation either. They lose 30 points off the back of P1. You have to make sure you win some of these opening engagements towards new. And Rex is just so damn frustrating to deal with on the heady. Able to take down one with the Semtex player spawning out in Narnia.
Yeah, which heady do you want to try to chow Rex from? Bananas? Cop car? Then you got to be worried about Exceed playing over by the Glizzy stand. Like, there's just so many different head glitches you got to be worried about. And even by the time you try to take a route, you can see what it means for Henry. Like, he has no information what's on the other side of this P2 lobby. He needs his teammates to find success through the ramp, but Rex will shut it down. 4 in a row, traded out inevitably.
Yeah, players now starting to come through info, though, for Exceptional. So they've got away in towards the hard point. Nobody actually there to soak up the time for the back of it, though, just yet. Finally, Rafi makes his way through ramp side, and the trophy's now going to start to be down for Exceptional as well. So if you do manage to garner the back 30 away from FaZe Black here, that's not the end of the world. You're actually in a pretty favorable position now. Still looking for it, though, will be Rex. He gets peppered up by a couple of different players. Perhaps Exceed can steal this time away. Dizzy on the other side of the cop car. Exceed wants to put him to rest, and he's going straight for the gunfight. Exceed as confident as ever. He is feeling it at the moment, taking long-range gunfights with Rafi. Not going to take that kill. It's instead going to be Asim that does it, but still, I mean, you're denying time away from Exceptional. They should have got that back 30.
They really should have, and it was a big 30 seconds for them as well. I know that it's still early days as far as this Rio HP is concerned, but we're continuing on with the narrative that Exceptional's GMs, they need to get hot sooner rather than later, because if Exceed continues to cook, he's going to be a different phenom to deal with. Looks like Asim's trying to pick up where Exceed previously left off, thinking that he wasn't going to be coming through the side window anymore, was Rafi, but it's this mixiness that I really did feel like that Exceptionals should be absolutely feasting in. It's FaZe Black coming out on top of a lot of these squabbles.
And that's ultimately the problem right now. Again, those trades for FaZe Clan Black are just so potent. Exceptional don't really have much of a response for it. Similar situation here, right, where FaZe Clan Black, they just continue to spawn up around the back line. Exceptional are sending bodies towards the hill, but they are not winning the trade situations. This is time going FC's Black's way. Exceed, egregious challenge once again on towards Rafi through Eskies. Finally does get shut down as Rafi on the attempted escape. But this is a good look now for Exceptional. We move over towards the rotation. It should be Exceptional touching first. Spawning coming through from Rafi is going to catch Asim off guard. But this also might catch Exceptional off guard as long as players on the other side can start to do something. Brack looking for the kill, will find one. Now he'll start to come through for FaZe Clan Black.
Too easy to dissect. I mean, you saw just a moment's notice coming through from Henry. Is like all of this hold essentially was in the backside of the garage. Had to go up through boxes and got into a square-up gunfight versus Dylan Rex, who is just playing very well right now. 9-6, 10-7 for Brack, 11-7 for Asem as well. And everybody's soaking up hardpoint time when it sees fit. But that setup was not a good one for Exceptionals. They got in first, but nobody was pushed up to be able to stop any of the pushes. Exceed lines up 2 more inside of bathrooms. That is 3 in a row for Caden.
Yeah, no, what's funny is that Exceed is currently just 8-8. I know, say just 8-8, but every single time we've been on board with him, he seems to be like getting involved in some Grecia's gunfight, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. He's doing a lot for the roster right now. His kills that he is getting are important. Now Exceed wants to provide for the next hill as well. Big 1v1 here against Sukri. Stun being thrown out from Sukri. It's not going to connect. I think it just connects with the wall and bounces away. Exceed still in the power position. Goes for the drop shot and not going to win that one versus Henry, but it is laughable. The fact that he even goes for the challenge here. Constant presence towards the hard point to FaZe Clan Black have. Now a couple of players moving forward, and Brack up top and gets a kill with a Semtex. Now up top, he's providing the cover to the AR as well. Finally going to get shut down gear, but again, Exceptional. They had the rotation, now they don't.
It's getting from bad to worse to whatever might follow after that. I mean, it is still 27 seconds that you need to soak up for Exceptionals, but even if you get that 20 seconds, like you're still a whole hard point behind on Rio. Brack for 2 at the end. 16-10 now for Carson, as he's just letting everybody have it. Asim has come into a new stride for this Rio. This guy loves it. Will be traded out by Henry going in towards the second set. It is almost a 100-point lead that FaZe Black hold over Exceptionals' head.
Well, hey, maybe we can have a kind of a flip of the script from what we saw in the first hard point, right?
I don't know,
Exceptional
man.
play competitive for the first set and then got dominated in the second. Maybe they get dominated in the first set, they play competitive for the second. Hey, any other? No, you think? All right, never mind then. All right, regardless,
They're going to have to make some pretty potent arguments about that one.
I think, big changes. I think going in towards the second set, you have to not only get the rotation, but you have to actually hold it, because getting broken in the first 20 seconds of these hills isn't good enough at this stage of the game. And I tell you what, you don't even get the opportunity to get broken, because right now it is FaZe Clan Black in control. Exceed trying to play his life around this middle area, and you are content with a congestion. You're trying to force Exceptional out into the open so that the rest of your team can do that. Exceed is taking egregious challenges left, right, and bloody center, and he's winning them.
Yeah, you think he's playing confident?
I think, mate, yeah, just a standard sequence.
Brack's on 5 in a row now. Again, this is all just a bait play. FaZe Black can just play whatever hardpoint is available. They've broken every single setup that Exceptionals thrown their way, and when they're inside the hardpoint, you have to contest if you are Exceptionals. It is a 130-point difference and growing more for FaZe Black and Brack on this 5 spree, all the way around the back. Rafi spawns in, dead again. Gonna be spawning all the way out, I'm sure of it. Actually getting a player to pinch right from behind. So you got this cruise missile if you are Brack, but the rest of your teammates for Exceptional are coming up absolutely empty. Red arrows all over the minimap.
Oh, okay, well at the very least, Dizzy's gonna take away that gunfight. Back spawns here locked for Exceptional. Now they need to follow up some kills. Sukri finds the first with a drop shot. Rafi with a Semtex over the top will remove Brack from the hard point now. Rex is on a really difficult heady to take down. Dizzy doesn't really care at this point. Why not just throw yourself at players and hope for the best? And, well, it will result in a kill that will give them control of the hard point, following up with some more gear for Exceptional. If they can get this back 25, I think that's pretty nice, especially considering the fact they've already got a player on new as well, Andy.
It's the step in the right direction. Upward trajectory for Exceptional. Invest in the stocks while you can. Rafi's on 3 in a row. He's also soaking up the scrap time. He would love to be able to get a cruise missile. Would be an emphatic resource to use maybe on this rotation, but Brack will gun him, who still holds on to his missile. 22 and 12 now for the kid. And now you're rotating all the way in towards what is a back spawn for FaZe Black. This has to be a lot of gunfights won up front.
Have to have it. Rex once again starting to feel himself. We'll find one as Pinstripe kill feed. Exceptional now looking to push this one through the front. Has Rafi been found out by the street? Well, if he hadn't, now he most certainly has. Rafi finds one before falling, and removing FaZe Clan Black from the hill is simply not good enough at this stage. Exceed is just pushing out of the hill, surprising Exceptional when they do not expect it whatsoever. Now Exceptional, can they do anything? Players laying in wait on the challenge. Rafi is actually going to find some value here. It's Henry who finds the double. Exceptional, again, they are in for the back 20 seconds, and we are actually seeing a much more competitive second set, but that leader's advantage from the first is just daunting them.
I mean, but you even look in between the second set to where we were, and you wipe away what that scoreline was. Exceptionals are currently leading on the second set thus far. They will get over to 100 points. It's still an 80-point differential. Now we're probably going to see FaZe Black kind of take a step back a little bit, make sure that they're clearing all of their fundies, because this rotation over towards 4 has already been won. cruise missiles being called in as well for Brack, getting all that information, forcing all these players to play rather safe around the buildings, but who's in a position to even try to get closer towards the hard point? All the kills are still lighting up in blue.
Exceed, he's been confident all game long, surely not the second as well. Exceed for 2! It removes Exceptional from a hard point they desperately needed, and Exceed still playing his life, still wasting time so the rest of the team can make their way down. And yeah, all right, Henry finds a 2-piece that's going to give Exceptional away towards the hard point, but FaZe Clan Black not giving them a lot of time on a rotation that was theirs. Brack still holding on here towards this one, still looking for the challenge. They're still pushing this time and time again. And as Raffi finds a double now, this is actually an okay positioning for Exceptional because they might well have rotation as well.
They might have it. I mean, you look at the top center of the map, already bridge controls coming through from Dizzy ever so slightly. Henry's also right there as well. Exceed, trying to uproot them from a very powerful position, is going to be able to find one, has no idea that the second is there. 3 players now over here for FaZe Black. They need to be able to get around this time and cannot allow Exceptional to break up again.
Well, it's going to be a while before Exceptional touch this hill. 60 points down in this game. Anytime you take away from FaZe Clan Black here is good time, but you have to time this pinch perfectly in this situation. Exceed not going to allow it whatsoever. The rest of the players on the other side, can they find any value whatsoever? No, just going to be Henry up top, but he is alone, really. I mean, yeah, you got a little bit of coverage from Sucri on the street. Henry, though, doesn't really care. He runs straight down towards the kill, as does Raffi. Both of those players going to get cut short, and Brack is the one doing it. 4 in a row now for Brack, and Exceptional nowhere near this hard point.
Looking to get a second cruise missile as well. There's not enough time for FaZe Black to close it out here, but finally some life was being shown for FaZe Black as Exceptionals were able to get almost 100 points here on the second set of rotations. And you're going to force the chalk this. I mean, it's 10 seconds you might be able to fight for. You got to maybe try to get these players off of the hill. But if you do, you are challenging Brack. 30 and 17, 5 spree. Looking to get kill number 6. He's going to get stunned up. Nobody's going to be challenging him. 225 to 131. Exceptional up through the center of the map. Needs to be a damn near perfect hold.
Yeah, that hill might well have been the dagger here in this game. Man. Maybe this is it right here. Bracking having to go to the Renetti to get it done. It doesn't matter. Get it done, he does. Brack is once again got that cruise missile. He's still on this 7 spree. 15 seconds now, and FaZe Clan Black move on to top 6 here at Toronto. Exceptional. Have they got any cope, any life left to speak of? Now the root coming through you. All in the last couple of players. Henry going to find the double. Raffi going to get cut short. It is a seam that puts the final nail on the coffin. Can anybody potentially touch? The contest comes through from Sucri. Anything from Exceptional left in this game. Rex with the double, just 2 seconds away now. Every single time that Exceptional get towards the hard point, there are just too many FaZe Clan Black players to deal with. And just like that, FC Black going to close out the hard point. A second one in the series in indomitable fashion.
It was almost a very similar scoreline, barring just 3 points for Exceptional that we saw on the Karachi hardpoint. Some signs of life coming through from the second set, and we do love seeing that smile out from Sucri. Look, it was a tough loss for sure, but there's a lot to learn off, especially given that you can even go back immediately after this before your lower bracket match and being able to learn quickly, because you are quite literally going up against one of the best teams that we have here at this event. I mean, candidly speaking, they are the number 2 seed. They are clearly the favorites. Everybody wants a piece of what FaZe Black is offering, but if you are Exceptionals, you got to hold your head high, because that was a very, very hard-fought battle. I mean, again, just moments away from maybe trying to hold one more round defensively on the evasion control. Very much so could have been a winning situation for them, being able to take the Karachi search and destroy as well. And these numbers are massive. I mean, Brack, again, like, I don't know how many times that I'm going to have to sit here and talk about Carson, because this guy was just absolutely frying from beginning all the way to end. It felt like every single time that we were watching Carson play through the entirety of this series, and as we go through these entire highlights, I would love to know how many cruise missiles this young man actually got, because I'm pretty sure that it's closer to 3, if not maybe 4. But even Asim having a very good map number 4 as well, just everything firing off on all cylinders, going back to the chalkboard, trying to figure out what works for FaZe Black. Can they win another championship this weekend?
I want to see Brack's KD at the end of this series. Like, I want to see the whole thing. I'm going to have to go on afterwards to see what kind of numbers Brack actually put up in this best of 5, because honestly, Brack is just on one at the moment. And I think you knew that coming into the series. Like, you look at FC Black as a roster, and you know that the vast majority of their firepower is going to come from the likes of Brack and Rex, especially when it comes down to the hard points. And I think that was most certainly shown out there, especially going back towards that map number 1. I do want to give some credit to Exceptional, right? Because ultimately they did manage to take the Search and Destroy away, and they look pretty good in the Search and Destroy. They look pretty well composed, and it does feel like they have made improvements coming off of Elite Season 2. But then there are other moments in the series where the hard points don't look even remotely close. They don't look remotely competitive. And the control, I mean, look, when FaZe Black immediately took control in the control, I'm sorry, I'm saying control too much here. When they actually took control in the control, I think there was no real attempt at response from Exceptional. They just kind of fell out of their depths, and I'm not really surprised by that whatsoever here, because FaZe Clan back, I mean, they are just such a good team. This is a mammoth team here at Toronto. We expect them to be the team that performs, and well, they just did.
Yeah, I mean, hey, business as usual. You even hear there at the end, and I believe that was none other than Caden Exceed saying, "You can't beat me," as he loves to let all the European know, and all Spanish players apparently, nobody could beat Exceed unless you're Lore Gold and Dak, and then you can reverse sweep him on Florida. You got reverse swept to Florida. Figure it out, buddy. So, I mean, look, FaZe Black clearly coming in number 2 seed, well-rehearsed. They're going back to what does work out wonderfully for them, as ASIM is going back into the project for FaZe Black, trying to get that another chip again. Rex looks to be on top 4, and I mean, Brack, when he gets pushed against the wall, that dude just goes absolutely AWOL. This team firing off on all cylinders when it matters most.
Yeah, FC Black looking pretty good. We wondered what they would look like post-roster change, and I mean, to be fair, we kind of knew they looked pretty good. But how good is the question? They've reached the heights of top 6. How much further can they go? Well, next up, we're moving further on in the winners bracket. We're going up to the winners bracket semi-finals. We've got a couple of matches left before we end out the stream today, so don't go far, folks, because after this, we've got more action from the winners bracket here at Toronto.
Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash.
What did they say? Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash. Today we have 4 races taking on this grueling obstacle course while they're strapped into the brand new Blacklight Athena chair. Each player will complete a solo time trial to determine their starting position in the final race. The winner gets bragging rights, the loser shamed forever. The rules are simple. Complete the course as fast as possible. If you touch a pylon, we'll add 5 seconds. You touch a wall, we'll add 5 seconds. You go backwards, and you're disqualified. We've taken over the whole office for this race to put the players and the chairs to the ultimate test. First, we start with a mad dash through the player lounge on hardwood floors with a sharp turn into the limbo challenge. Then the racers will have to try to build up as much speed as possible on the carpet, but make sure you're precise. You don't want to damage the chair or the door on the way through. Finally, we have the pylon slalom to the finish line. First up, Scrappy Popo. Counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. What they say. He's moving faster than Uncle Tony at a cannoli shop.
God damn, this is hard.
Man, he turned that corner real tight. Man, he really put that recliner to the test. He got low. Oh, slow down. Don't want to get yourself hurt.
Oh my.
Oh, don't do that. Wow.
This guy's a pro.
That was a solid run from Scrappy. We added 5 seconds for touching the wall, but that's okay. Up next, we got Dilly Willy. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Dude,
look at those feet move. He's like Fred Flintstone. Yabba dabba doo.
I'm happy, Pete. Jesus, I'm losing control. How low can I go?
Somebody call a doctor. He got low. He's practically horizontal. Don't you turn around. Don't make me turn this chair around.
You got more in ya.
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh, this door's gonna get it.
How can you move so easily and look so comfy at the same time? It's all in the hips and the wheels.
No.
Uh-oh.
Come on. Not as clean as I want it.
Uh-oh. Dilly Willy had an oopsie poopsie.
5 seconds,
We added
man.
5 for hitting the pylon. A strong finish from Dilly Willy. Up next, we've got Jamie Wamey, Bo Bamey, Banana Nana, Fo Famey, Fee Fi, Fo Famey, Bobo. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get those clickety-clackers clickety-clackers.
Wheels, mate.
Oopsie noodle.
Oh, you roll down. Get it lower for you, Kramer.
He reclined so far back I could take a nap in that chair. You can dance. See that guy? Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queen. He's moving smoothly. He's gaining speed on that carpet.
You know, there's a cone in my way.
Better be careful. Man, I gotta get me one of those chairs. I could do anything in that. How'd that chair move so smooth on that? Those wheels turn real easy.
My breath, mate.
It was a pretty clean run from Insight, but he hit the doohickey on the way through the hallway. Last but certainly not least, the tissue with an issue, we've got Kleenex. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get out of here.
Okay, Gary, shut up, bro.
Is that a gaming chair or a race car? I can't even tell.
Did you just lower it? He lowered it. He lowered it.
Somebody called a chiropractor because he almost snapped his back in half. I've never seen wheels turn like that before. Do. Max Verstappen. Bo.
Go backwards, right?
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Man, those things are durable.
No way. I just fumbled it.
That chair can move.
That's what he said.
Flawless run saw Toby come in first place, followed by Scrap, then Envoy, then Insight. Let's move them all to the starting line for the final race of the Blacklight Chair Dash. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
No. Hey, yo. Wait, no holding, trust. You mean no holding?
Uh-oh, traffic jam. I thought I was gonna have to get a magic eraser, but there's no marks on the floor. Uh-oh, the fire's on.
I'm waiting if there better run song.
Hey, is the chair okay?
No.
Is the chair okay? How does the chair move so easily on hardwood floor, carpet, and the tile? Tell me this. And your champion, Kleenex.
You guys are
If you're not first, you're last.
How have you done that? I just shoved him.
All right, guys, that was the Blacklight Chair Dash, and obviously Toby came out on top. Scrap was our loser today, and me and Jamie were right in the middle. So with the durability of these chairs, anything's possible, like you guys just saw on the obstacle course. So yeah, comment down below who you think did the best and who cheated the most.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Open here at Major 3. We are continuing the action, of course, in the upper bracket. And taking you through it will be myself, Visions, alongside Seymour. Boy, oh boy, we're in for another treat. It's been a fun time so far today. We've got a lot of bangers. We got the Game 5 in our last series.
Yeah.
And this one I expect is also going to be right there with it.
Got a little bit worried for FaZe Black for a second. Didn't look as composed as I kind of expected to see them when they were on the main stage, but they clutch up in the control. It was a kind of win a defense challenge impossible for a second. I didn't think I'd see that on an invasion control today, and then it was kind of like business as usual in the response for that FaZe Black team. They continued their run through the winners bracket. I gotta give some respect over towards Rafi's team there, exceptional GG, because they are putting up one hell of a fight against a lot of really good teams here in the challengers bracket. But we've had quite the shakeup across the pit, kind of outside of just the main stage as well. Team War eliminated by fourth space. That is some kind of crazy things. You see the Houston Spartans reverse sweep earlier. I think that was against one of the EU teams as well. I'm not 100% off this one, but it was insane. For a second, I thought Houston was going to bow out as well pretty early. There's a lot going on here in Toronto. I mean, there's never a dull moment at a Toronto Open, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our rosters and set up this match here for you guys, because this one is also a chance to move over to that winners final. And this is obviously going to be a massive one here. Goodhearts up against Omit back-to-back. You can see it. Prolute, RCDs, Capsule, and Classic. We've been casting these guys every single time, every single game so far today, so we know what to expect. We've seen a lot of their highs, and then on the other side, you have Purge, Ys, Awakening, and Cammy.
Are we the good luck charm?
We might have to bring it up after this one. If so, they're going to have to take us out the next one for Goodhearts or something. It's rigged for views.
Gonna be looking at my PayPal later. Goodhearts. Waiting for it to come through. But this Omit B2B team, I think we gotta talk about this team a little bit coming onto the main stage, and I feel like it's a little bit of redemption for some of these players, especially you're looking at Cammy and Ys, the stage 1 champions on that Boston Academy team. You bring Awakening in, not the placings that you were hoping for, but alongside 2Real, they get 3rd place in stage 2, now minus 2Real plus Purge, and you kind of feel that this team is on that upward trend. Purge coming into this team, you talk to their coach Mystic, and you hear that Purge, what he brings to this team when it comes down to the small talk, alongside Ys when they were just champions last year on that Omit roster back in Las Vegas. There's a lot of chemistry here within this team, and when you put Purge into this roster, when you have that kind of leader mentality when it comes down to how vocal Purge is, I can see this Omit B2B team only getting better.
I like that, and I think everybody just about firsthand has also heard what Purge can do, with some of those live listen-ins that we saw, with Vegas throughout the season when he was on that squad, and it does, kind of feel like he's a human UAV at times. He's always calling, he's always telling you exactly, what the next step is, where people are, and that has a massive effect when you talk about having to win in 4v4 competitive gods. So we'll see what ends up happening. Either way, I'm very excited. I also want to keep an eye on Ys here. I think this would be a massive one for him.
Yeah.
And you got to match some of that pressure, because we've seen Caps and Prolute absolutely pop off today.
Yeah, Ys always in the conversation at the top of challengers. Not really getting his shot. You hate to see it, but when it comes down to playing in Toronto, wherever Ys is, he is always here to play some good Call of Duty. So hopping in, and you know what? I am surprised. We're going to a Rio Hardpoint map 1 for Goodhearts. They have barely dropped any numbers here. Back-to-back wins in their Rios to open up their series on our Game 1 and Game 3 of the day. Now versus Omit B2B, looking to make it 3-0.
All right, can they make it 3-0 on the day? RCDs and Prolute, also important to know, they've basically been double positive every single time they played Rio, so we'll see if that continues as the engagements start taking place in and around P1. Awakening controlling the outside of the bridge for some of these longer battles. We'll go for the secondary jowl, and that's going to be pretty critical. Manages to eliminate 2 of them, and that's going to allow some freed up time here on P1.
It's going to be a little bit of a step up, because Wake, Cammy, and RCDs all used to playing against each other when it comes down to those AR battles back in the CDL, and now you look at teams like Awakening and Cammy on that AR line. It's not going to be easy for players like Capsule and Prolute to make those rushes like we've seen in the past 2 of these games. I feel like Wake and Cammy are going to be a little bit of a kryptonite for these SMGs, and I think for Omit might be what they're looking to use.
Fighting for the remaining seconds at P1, but it's Goodhearts that managed to come out with 27 seconds. Capsule over the top. That was gross. Clean shots will make sure that the bottom area does stay safe. as he's now positioned inside of Garage, but everything really happening through the back. It's going to be just about a 3-man hit. Yeez flies on in. How about the double? Able to break through, and now the setup no longer really looking strong enough here. Good Hearts 1 by 1 start to drop, and the break is good.
He's already looking good when it comes down to these breaks. Purge alongside him, 3 in a row, 5 in combination between the SMGs of Omit, B2B. Yeez on the front line now. That's going to be 3 for him, as they're just racking up these kills, now looking to flip this lead in their favor with the P2 setup. Yeez going to back down. Arseny's going to open up this lane. And now for Good Hearts, they're looking to flood through the front line and see if they can break this hill. Trade's coming through.
Shots in the back, might be good enough, but Cammy's able to get one. Cammy actually got the second there. Right. So it was looking like it might have been a decent enough break, but that will allow them to actually funnel out of their spawn and start making moves out on the map. But Awakening finds another huge kill to stop some of the players from just slowing them down, making their way to new.
So into the rotation, Good Hearts should be able to get this first setup. Arseny's going to take one last look over towards P2, but he's going to fall now. Classic under pressure. Shut down Yeez now taking box control, and this is a good time for Omit to set up a little bit of a pinch. You take down Arseny's. Now you're threatening the spawns, Austin.
You sure are. Chance to get to the back. You'd have to get through Classic. He's done a great job of getting one, but Cammy will get the best of him with the Renetti up close. Arseny's now top S Yeez. No shot, no way in. The only kill they get is Yeez onto his teammate, and Prolute wants to try to maybe get the numbers advantage to go his way, but he's not going to win his one-on-one in boxes. So now you're starting to see everything tighten up a tad bit more. Omit back-to-back, looking solid here for some more time, but Classic and Arseny's, they break in 2v4.
Yeah, we talked about kind of Prolute across both the real hard points that we've seen him in, a 1.91 when it was done with that second hard point. He's been putting up numbers on this Rio, and so far not so good for him. 2-7 starts of this game to see if he can turn it around. Prolute has been kind of the X factor for this Good Hearts team, especially against that Omit EU squad. Definitely a big difference when he's fired on all cylinders. Here's Arseny's under pressure, see if he can get the kill on the box player. Awakening shuts him down, and Omit now looking to set up.
All right, setup is in. Have to attack this from some of the high ground if you're going to be able to break in. You need some clean shots over the top. Classic looking to lead the charge. Purge just patiently waiting down low. Lots of tags, lots of damage being poured out. Finally, the trade's coming in. Purge tries to pounce. He is shut down. Now a big 1v1 in the hill. RCDs can't lock it down fully. Cammy might be good enough to hold on, and that will be a big double up for him.
As another double kill from Cammy to hold on to some time. Cammy has been shooting so well so far at the start of this hard point. 93-42. Good Hearts finally going to look for the break for some time here on P4. Classic swings across, 12 health. Won't be able to stay alive. It's another double kill from Cammy with the last 15 seconds. Big foot race over towards P5 as does look like player number 6, Wake, is going to be the first one to set up alongside Yeez. See if they can ward off these 3 players from Good Hearts.
47-97. Omit back-to-back clearly have done some of their homework when it comes down to the real hard points, because Good Hearts are almost always leading this map mode combination. Through the side will be a big win again for Classic. This is maybe a good moment here. Start seeing if you can grab some middle map control, hold on to this bridge lane. You might be able to grab yourself a bit of time.
Finally, a little bit of a break here for Good Hearts. Oh, the trophy onto Classic. That's going to take them out the hill. Yee's going to follow up with a double kill through mid. Prolute with all the trouble in the world in front of him. He's going to get some information on Yeez now, trying to slip the net, huts him down, shuts him down. No kills for Good Hearts really to fight back into this hard point. They're going to take one last swing at it, Austin. They need to take this time away.
Classic's been great so far. You know, he's been 17-9, and we talked about Arseny's and Prolute having just about a 2.0 KD ratio when it comes to real hard point alone, but both of them are currently double negative. That's been the big factor. Omit back-to-back have been shutting down the key slayers, and it is showing on the scoreboard by just about a full hard point as we go back into the reset of new.
It's both times we've seen this real hard point for Good Hearts. It's Arseny's and Prolute who are putting up like plus 70 kills combined. So when you take that out of the equation, what kind of a Good Hearts team do we get when they face adversity? We're going to have to see the adjustments heading into the second set of rotations. Well, Omit B2B look on fire here with a change of bringing Purge in. This could be their chance to shut down some big Titans.
Still lots of time up for grabs. Awakening just trying to grab himself a bit of an angle to work in for this push. And there's some shots that will come out there, able to take down Arseny. Wants to fly forward, lots to deal with, gets 2 and was almost ready for the 3rd, just can't get the pistol out in time. 28 seconds left, Omit back-to-back. I mean, this is incredible time to get if you can grab the rest of it.
Classic 21-11, almost a 2 KD. It is a 2 KD for Mr. Nicky D here into the second set of rotations. If he's riding like this, you're just waiting for the rest of the team to wake up as well. Arseny's going to lose his battle for scrap. Over to rotations, Caps a little too far forward, and now Omit putting some pressure again to the P2 rotations. You have a flank from Purge, not going to spot Prolute. Easy cleanup there, staying alive.
Prolute just needs to play his life, and he's watching over on Big Gunfight in the back. That is Awakening. That's going to win that battle on the Capsule. That's going to threaten the back spawns, and that's going to keep just a couple of the defenders around the point watching just about every single direction. Awakening now will make his move through the back. He's got health. He's going to find Prolute. Secondary Chow, no good. Classic again, good. He's now 24-12.
Classic not able to stay alive. Capsule trades it. Goodheart struggling to get their feet in the hill. Capsule pushing forward for space. Nice kill onto Yeez. Can you find more? Lots of stuns coming through. Awake trades it. Barrage control. P4 control. Now Prolute's turn to start pushing the issue, but backs up actually, just looking to secure this hail time. 20 seconds that Goodhearts desperately need. Unfortunately not going to be able to get the rest of them. Yee's going to run through. Big pinch there from Omid to make a little late break, and they have the rotation set up.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect, right? Purge takes the route. He comes around the back. He gets some of that P2 time, and this rotation is not intact necessarily here for Goodhearts. They are fighting from a very tough position. Prolute's going to have to break his way in, and while the Chow comes to him, Yee just flies at him. Archdis knows that he can't take the Chow, but the Chow comes to him, and my goodness, just like that, Omid back to back. Feels like they are really starting to take over this game.
Cammy, 20-18, Awakening 18-14. The ARs are frying, but it's down to, you know what, Purge and Yeez are pressuring out Goodhearts, and you just don't get that same magic that you had in the past. Purge living over towards Bridge, still struggling to move across this map is Goodhearts, but the kill there onto Cammy. Now they're looking to push forward. Purge is going to shut down Archdis. A double kill there. Prolute through the staircase, trying to hop into this hardpoint, but nobody looking over towards Purge, and he's just able to hop back into this hill with the help of Cammy.
Oh, 20 seconds that you don't want to give over if you're Goodhearts, but you got to start focusing to new. And yeah, the streak is in play, of course. 5 in a row. Looking for number 6, might get it, but the timing not there. Doesn't see Prolute cross. No chance at a streak. It's 100-point differential right now, and this is a massive play coming to new. I mean, you need to win this if you're Goodhearts. If not, it could be game.
Shoes on the other foot there with Prolute shutting down the streak. After he is not getting it together here when it is the SMG battle versus Omid B2B, but finally a setup for Goodhearts and a couple kills there. Oh, Cap off screen. Shuts down the flank through Eskies all on his lonesome, and now he's ready to take the fight to Omid.
Capsule on 4. This is what you needed. You needed somebody to really start taking over, have a big moment, swing the momentum. And Caps is going to hit the flank. There's 5. Goes for 6 with the pistol, and it's all Caps in the kill feed of the last 30 seconds. He's now looking for 7. Finally, Purge shuts him down, but the streak is earned.
It's a job well done from Capsule, and I feel like all 6 engagements were all from Cap. Just across the map, 17 seconds. Now Omid going to fight through P4, see if he can flip things out yet again. They're going to fight for the scrap time and break. Winner's advantage is going to let them happen. Cammy, another 2-piece, almost making it 3. Classic going to shut that player down. Over towards P5, Omid, B2B, the first ones here. Staircase, he's destroyed by Prolute.
Yeah, it's a huge win because you are short-handed technically on this play with Classic hitting that just with a few seconds left, but it looks like you've done everything you needed to if you're Prolute. He's now found 2. He is back into this game, and well, you'll see if you'll be able to hold this. Not the easiest hill, but you also are Classic at a pretty strong position here. You can watch the cross.
I feel like I've been talking about Prolute in a negative light, but even what he's doing for this team is enough to start this comeback. Only down by 40. Now you've seen Prolute really come alive. Classic's going to hit the flank. Classic, the perfect timing. They line up there. Yeez goes down. Back into the hill for Goodhearts. Only down 30 points.
Playing like he's 18 and cracked right now. There's a secondary cruise missile now in play for Goodhearts. This game not over just yet. Might have started with Omid back-to-back, but now the second set of rotations have favored Goodhearts just a tad bit more. We'll see if they can try to transition this over to P1. Capsule already set up. He's up to 30 kills. And again, they still got cruise missiles to work with.
And Classic's making me feel young again watching his POV. All around, fantastic play style here for Goodhearts making this comeback. Combined 64 kills between Classic and Capsule. Almost a mirror of what we've seen in the past from this Goodhearts team. 2 players stepping up when they truly need to. Capsule in the front line hops up looking for 2. It's going to be the help from Prolute to get rid of the second one. Capsule spins around, not able to get Wake. Wake's going to break back in, but it's Nicky to hold on.
Classic is doing it all right now. He might actually reach 40 kills in this hardpoint. And Goodhearts are still clawing back into it. Classic down low, does overextend a tad bit, doesn't finish that one off. We'll see if we can try to turn this into another kill, but it's going to be Capsule that needs to go big, and he will be shut down. Big scrap time potentially on the table for Omid.
Yeah, that's Omid containing their lead. Heading into this P2 rotation, Goodhearts with the better spawns. Arcitys just continuing to find some exit kills here. Double kill from Arcitys to shut down the push through info. Still one player to worry about, it's Purge, but Arcitys gonna find him with the Renetti. All eyes forward for Goodhearts with this setup. Time to change the lead potentially.
That was a little ambitious. Classic maybe thought he had Cammy with the stun connecting, but Cammy gives them a chance to fight this from the front. Big 1v1 through the middle. Awakening is going to win it, so he has a chance to pinch up this hill at P2. Looking for a second. He shuts down Arcitys into the hill. Purge is able to get through the front. Classic now needs to go big, and he can only get himself one, but there's still spawns in the back right now for Goodhearts.
Bruise Missile from Cap is going to find a team kill into Arcitys, and the close spawns from Omit. They're still fighting for this time. They jump back on a 30-point lead. They can win this here. Goodhearts, another streak. This time Classic giving way for the rest of the team to fly.
Oh my goodness, they have broke back in. And now with 15 seconds left, we are absolutely going to go to at least one more hill. Big scrap time, Goodhearts, looking to try to lock it in. And they will actually give this one last look. Purge manages to get in for 7 seconds.
I mean, Omid, they're just trying to put the nail in the coffin here. It's a 2v2 for rotation. Capsule's going to find it. Prolut's going to have second with a kill there onto Cammy. 9 seconds left. Goodhearts trailing. Arcity's going to jump into contest. It's now or never.
Arcitys looking for some big kills around the hill. Challenge coming to him. Yeez will find him. Capsule gets the trade. Spawns in the back though. Coming through for Omen. Up until this point, now they're spawning out. As you'll see everyone with Goodhearts in a position to set up, lock it down. Now they got to play perfect cut.
They can win this. There's plenty of time for Goodhearts to flip this one around, and I'm sure Omit know that. You're looking at the nades, the stuns, anything to get through. Capsule's got an MCW watching through bridge, but Cammy's still being an issue over towards the boxes. Capsule's got to find his kill. Prolute behind him. Prolute finds two. They're still in it.
They're still in it. Looking for another 15 seconds. You have to contest. Yeez, has he done enough to be able to get in? Both teams now flying to New, but you can win it off this hill. Somebody needs to make the move. Look at player 7. It's Cammy. Cammy gets in. Is it enough for a contest? The last second should be good. Nobody gets there. And they were down, but not out. They bring it all the way back.
What is up with this team in Rio Hardpoint? I mean, down for the entirety of this map until it clicks at the end there. Just slowly but surely you have both Classic alongside Capsule putting up generational numbers for this team. And it's just long enough for Prolute to find his rhythm. It's long enough for Arcitys to start putting together some kills. And inside of that second set of rotations towards the end, inside of that third hill, you just get the right break at the right time. You have that hold. And I mean, it is sometimes impossible to break through that hill. All you needed was 7 seconds at the end of it. But look at those numbers, 42 and 26. Happy birthday, Classic, 18 and young.
Rio Hardpoint, man, does not disappoint, does it? At least it hasn't for us today. It has been electric and Classic. You said it, man. 42 kills. Like, he was cooking. And Prolute and Arcitys took them a little bit to get online, but once they did, then they started finding some of those really big, impactful kills. But before that, it was Nicky D on the flanks, hitting the routes, making the right play at the right time. And we all know it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And, well, these boys, they finish strong.
Yes, they do. Oh man, I mean, that one's gonna sting a little bit. You had Purge and Yeez just together putting the hurt down onto the sub duo of Goodhearts. That whole map throughout Rio, you just could never really see Prolute or Capsule get things going towards the start of it, but Capsule starts to get heated up. Classic is giving them that time. Suddenly Purge and Yeez aren't making those plays as often, and I mean, you had Wake and Cammy putting up lots of kills for the team, but it just takes one moment on Rio, I feel. It's just one of those maps where you can break into P3, spawn them all the way back over towards P2, and just before you know it, this game is just kind of running away from you. And I think for a team like Goodhearts, who, you know, we've already seen them play that Rio Hardpoint, I didn't expect them to lose it a third time. So they start their series off with a win, leading now into the Search and Destroy, which looks like it's taking us to Invasion.
Looks like it will be an Invasion Search, and yeah, we're jumping into it like right away here, so there's not really going to be much of a regain, and actually, we jinxed that. That is not the case. Players will reset, so gives us a chance to still take in everything that just happened there throughout that map number 1, because it was fairly intense, and the tipping point really was the end where Capsule was able to win that 1v1. He buys time. I think it was Prolute that immediately follows up after that, and he gets the trade, and without that, I mean, They die, they just end up dropping, and it feels like they probably hold on for another 10 seconds and get the dub. So just critical moments happening at some really clutch times there for them. And that's what we've constantly seen throughout a lot of today, even their round 11 win versus Omid EU.
Yeah, it was just like Capsule making the plays from that invasion control all the way into the high-rise search and destroy, and everybody else kind of following behind this one. This time, I mean, you thought like Classic this time was just making so many plays on that map. It has me excited to see this invasion search and destroy, because if Classic is playing like this, and, you know, I think for this team, I think Classic has been the one in the search and destroy that has been kind of really on point for a lot of those first bloods in this team. It's going to be scary if you're Omid B2B looking to bounce back in the search and destroy, especially for something like Invasion, where you're trying to get that bomb down as quick as possible over towards B. If you lose a member on that cross to Classic, it's going to be tough.
It could be very tough. Also, eyes on Prolute. He had a couple of pop-offs throughout some of our search and destroys, but we have not seen them play Invasion so far.
No,
as
we haven't.
We've stuck with this team. It's been the Rios, it's been the high-rise, but this will be your first look at Invasion. So let's get into it. Good Hearts looking to come away with a second one. Omid back-to-back, looking to tie us up.
Shot straight through middle. Nothing crazy, though. Yeez is on the run. He's got to get away. Capsule's chasing him. Wake's not able to do enough, but Cammy's there. So the trade, not the bomb down. Cammy's looking to retake some space over towards B, and Prolute is in trouble. Arcitys, though, all the way through water. He's in their spawn. He's in their spawn.
He's going for a route. Alec in the back, spots one, and now this is not what you want. You also lose Classic in the process, so Arcitys might feel a little bit isolated here, and Purge is there to cut him off. Tags into both. Stun's going to connect, and I imagine Alec will be finished off here from the side, and that one's tough. You feel like he gets that kill, that whole round completely changes.
I can't believe they lost that. I mean, Alec had a chance to find that kill towards the player in Dark, and if you find the player towards Dark, you can just call an audible towards Hay right away. Isolate Purge, that's the round, but Cammy finds 3. He gets the help onto that player that was crossing. I'm pretty sure that was Yeez trying to get in towards Cement. And with that first kill, or that trade at least, it brings this whole team to a halt. Arcitys is forced to make that hero play. He doesn't find the kill, and it's a 3-on-2 for the players that are pushing in towards B. Omid P2B. They completely bounce back after losing that hard point. Take round 1, and Cammy on 3 in a row.
Cammy looking to build for some potential early streaks. Capsule, little movement. Smoke is going to allow him to get right to top treehouse. Looking for a trade to follow. Capsule's ready for it. And he might be able to finish this player off too. Oh, he just barely gets him. Must have had single-digit HP after that gunfight. But you feel like enough has still been done. Good Hearts are still up by 1.
That's definitely a set smoke onto the top of the white van. It just blocked Capsule enough. And he shots down the street from Cammy. 3-on-2 for Good Hearts. They still have numbers off of that play out of Capsule, and Classic's going to find Yeez all the way pushed up through that fire truck. So Awakening in a 1v3. He's stuck in the cafe. He's going to make some noise, see if he can bait some players out. And he did. It was Prolute, but Prolute's been shooting pretty good.
Yeah, the bait came in, the switch did not. And so far, so good. I love that set play call, though, right? Get Capsule forward, just get right in your face, and you start feeling the pressure as soon as you kick off the round, essentially, right? You don't even really get yourself into broken or near that control zone that you do see on that street. It's just immediate gunfights. Cammy's not expecting a gunfight like that to happen top treehouse, I can't imagine. And the smoke was perfect. So, very nice round to bounce back here. And it is Cammy that was on a bit of a spree, but I believe will be shut down, so very nicely done.
So we go round for round out of the defenses. Classic leading over towards A. Same with the bomb in Laundry. You have player number 3, Capsule, just waiting for a chance to strike onto this mid-tank. Smoke goes down, and this could be it. He's in DVD. He's waiting.
Oh, the nade connects to right at his feet. Capsule has to hit the pause button. Just for a second. Stun check. Oh, no. Smoke out. Oh, he's on top of the tank. This man is schmoove, and he's trying to make a play. Fairly aggressive. Prolute's trying to follow up with a trade. He does get it, but he's not safe by any means.
With the smoke, actually, look at this. Purge uses it to his advantage. He's going to push out. That's finding bomb down. Prolute going to continue this trade fest, but Purge already down towards the cafe. Prolute's going to be in a 1 versus 2. Not able to take the trade versus Purge. And that is another good round from Omid.
Wow, the timing almost just worked out perfectly for Prolute. He was able to slip inside a DVD just as Purge came through the outside of mid and just missed him. And Yeez loses that battle, but in the end, Purge gets back there, gets the eventual trade, and they're able to play some pretty clinical COD right through mid, right? You can see Capsule wanting to get aggressive, wanting to do something different, but that one feels a little ambitious on defense.
I agree. He's been using the smokes a lot, even versus that Omid EU team.
Likes it.
Just trying to create a little controlled chaos in his own element there. The smokes, though, they don't work, and Purge, you know, he says, if you're going to use the smokes, I'll use your smokes. Don't worry about that. Purge now on 3 in a row, and it looks like they're leaning over towards this. He's going to do the jump spot, see if he can get eyes on these players.
Hello.
Prolute has no idea what is going to hit him. Shots are out. Prolute's still alive, but the chase is on. They're looking to get this first blood.
Yeah, they get control of Cafe, and that's going to force the defenders back. Play a little bit more of a passive angle here. Meanwhile, Capsule's doing what Capsule does best, get forward and try to push inside of Broken. He's now got this entire lane cut off if they decide to wrap back.
He's got to worry about Cammy, though. Cammy's on the other side of the treehouse. He's going to spot out Capsule, so now you can't start this flank if you're Good Hearts. He has to rotate back out, and Purge finds Prolute. It's Classic and Arcades to trade this one, but it's a 2-on-2. Chance for Capsule to trade me, but onto Wake, and he will. That's bombed down.
All right, Cammy was spotted initially. Capsule's going to drop, so Cammy with a huge opportunity to clutch up a 1v2. Make it a 1v1. Has to grab the bomb, though, or has to find the kill. Classic, right to the courtyard. Cammy spots him, and Cammy pulls off the 1 versus 2.
That's back-to-back rounds for Omid. I'm finally understanding what the B2B means in their name. It comes down to the Search and Destroys, I guess. And Cammy, 5-1. Starts off this game 3-0. Yeah, you know, he loses his life to Capsule, who makes that play all the way up in towards Treehouse. But big clutch 1-on-2. Capsule gets caught in the mid-tank, and Cammy just playing stone cold over towards AS&D, even with the bomb down. No panic coming out from Cammy. And with this lead now up to 2 for Omid B2B, they can start to feel a little bit of comfort here and, you know, trying new things. It looks like they're going to still keep up with a 2-2 split into Cafe.
Oh, big challenge right in the Cafe, and Awakening is unable to transfer onto the second, gets a good look at it. 2v2, 15 seconds in the round. This one is very explosive. Stun check on Tank. Prolute not going to see anything, and he's going to immediately drop the bomb.
Yeah, this is confident. This is good out of Good Hearts. Haven't seen that quick plant just yet, but they're going to set up over towards that Water Street. You have Arcades inside Rugs. It's going to be a tough read. Lots to check if you're Omid.
Runs right by. Arcades says, thanks for the freebie there, Cammy. He's now smoking play, needs to win this battle.
Oh, that's tough.
And she's going to be spotted. Problem also the time. 25 seconds. He's desperately looking for the second player, but they have doubled up, and they are just simply going to play a trade. Prolute with the shoulder, knows bomb is good. He's playing against everything. The odds are just simply against him. And without that 1v1 win through mid, you feel like this one is just impossible. And that is the case. There will be no round win, and a big one here for Good Hearts to get back into the game.
And no time for Yeez to get it done. Finds the 1 kill. Maybe it's just consolation at that point, but you know, Good Hearts with the quick plant over towards A, getting that bomb down. You set up over towards Rugs. If you're Arcades, you catch the player rotating through mid, unaware of everything. I mean, a map like Invasion, once you get that bomb down, and if you don't have the information on where the post plan is leaning to, there are so many angles to check on this map. It's tough. It's really tough to retake that A site if you have no idea where those players are. And is that a glitch, or is that a 3-on-4 that we're looking at here?
We still got it, baby. We're good.
Looks like he's still in the lobby. Yeah, Purge. He's just, you know, maybe he's the real ninja here.
All right, he's going to do this again, and, well, why wouldn't you? It worked out quite well, and it forces the exact same situation where you're no longer going to have that Cafe control on defense. Classic, also playing pretty close on the tank here. He's forced back, but has the trophy to keep him somewhat safe. It's Capsule, though, that finds the opening and takes down Yeez.
He runs right through Dark into DVD. He's going to be traded. Purge is going to re-clear it. Cammy, nice shots there onto Arcades. He's actually catching Arcades, trying to get into Treehouse, but now it's Classic's turn. Gets away with his life. And he's able to actually start a little flank of his own. Classic is working really fast here.
I like this. He's been moving a little diffy this series. And Awakening looks like he's concealed enough, and that's not going to give away the plant. But Prolute's in a pretty prime position to get a read on what this setup is going to look like. So one inside the offices or ice cream, whatever you like to call it. The other one just sitting right in the site.
Just like A. Lots of check here. Purge, though, not able to win the fight through the windows. Awakening now in a 1v2, and now they know exactly where he is. He's going to jump into Ice Cream, 26 seconds. Tough fights for Big Wake. He's got to run, stay alive. Renetti not gonna seal the deal. Lots of time for the defuse. Good Hearts tie us back up.
Yeah, credit to Nicky D in this round because he finds that one inside of Dark, and if he gets traded, then everything looks completely different. We know how difficult it can be to break those 2v1 setups on the site where you almost just have to fry the first guy in order to get control, but not the case. Both are attacking from the opposite sides of the map. They collapse beautifully, and Prolute isolates and wins that battle versus Awakening. So very great stuff. After losing a couple of early rounds, they are right back into this one.
Let's see if they can keep things up, too. A down 2 rounds, that's 2 in a row. Make it 3, you're back into the lead of your Good Hearts. And it looks like they're going to take a swing over towards this B site. 3 players leaning towards its Suns and Nays. No trophy, so it's going to bring them to complete halt. They don't even get into Broken, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. This time, they're able to keep them further
Purge
back
is in
onto
their
the
spawn.
site. But you said it. Purge is flying. He finds a kill. He's going to play the annoying position of when is this guy going to flank me? And it's the matter of do we deal with Purge or do we try to attack another part of the map here? And they are searching for him, so they come right into the web, and Purge says, thank you very much, a secondary chow. They do eventually get him, but you get so much information here on the defense.
You're only down to 47 seconds now. 3v2. That is a major hit to take. And Castle's going to be spotted over towards Treehouse, still leaning towards this B side. It's a double stack. Cammy alongside Yeez. Cammy has the reinforcement, so he's going to be feeling comfortable in these challenges, feeding the information towards his teammate. The crossfire is good. Cammy finds the first one. Chow's out. Oh, Cammy's feeling it.
Yeah, that was a chow. I don't know if he was weak or not, but either way, he took it confidently. Jump chow around the corner, just absolutely fries him. My
like
goodness.
Cold War Cammy.
Cold War Cammy. He hit a little diffy.
9-3 out of Cammy. Alongside him, I mean, just looking at this team when it's on like paper, even with Boston Academy, having Cammy and Wake next to each other in that AR role, they're just like 2 pillars that is just hard to get past because they shoot so straight and they hold those lanes.
Shots over the top. Purge is going to try to get a little info on that cross. He's been rocking his sub at the beginning of every single round here on the attack, it feels like. He's just trying to get that cafe control, and he's been doing a great job of it. This time around, the setup slightly changes. Nicky D not going to play on top of the tank. He's going to play a little tighter with Prolute and see if they can just try to work them off the site if they decide to work in with trades.
Very patient at Omit. It seems like they're trying to force the hand of Good Hearts, but it seems like Good Hearts are saying, you know, if you want to play this wait game, we will wait alongside you. A little rotation over towards the cement cinder block on that white Jeep. Mid control is here. Purge has to be careful not to go down, and he will escape.
Challenge! Oh, what a slide, but Prolute will have none of it. Backside now, Classic cut on the reload. Is it a secondary kill? Oh, it's Yeez that gets in there. And now we go 3 versus 2. 30 seconds on the clock with really 1 left, and now you're going to have to try to clutch up and go big, and they read the mid push through. Omit with another.
Yeah, Cap's going to be spotted there. It really comes down to Yeez and Purge, the way they work that A site. You slide out through Freezer, you have Purge hit through the Water Street together. They collapse onto those 2 remaining players on the site. Bomb goes down. Capsule left alone in a 1v3 all the way over towards Treehouse. And you know, I don't care how good you are at the game. I mean, this is Invasion we're talking about. It is not a map that you clutch up on. It's not a map where really anybody clutches up on anymore. Omit now, map point, looking to tie us up in the series, guarantee us a map number 4. And they look great here. Cammy on 4.
Yeah, Cammy has been fantastic here in the Search and Destroy, taking confident chows. And you watch his POV, and you can just tell he is feeling himself at the moment. It's a problem. Gonna need to solve it quickly because you need 3 in a row if you're Good Hearts. And you're also on the attack as they lean this bomb over towards B.
Cammy just jump spotting, shoulders it. A couple shots there, a little bit of damage, nothing to write home about, but this is all setting up for Mr. Yeez that's waiting around the wing for a chance here. Purge as well. Everybody is set. The trap is here.
Time becoming a factor. They have not been able to grab a whole lot of control or push themselves forward, and now Purge is going to get the info. Goes for a second, but Cammy's there to follow up. So both teams just going to lose 2. But again, the time becoming a huge factor. Cammy will lose that streak, so at least you don't have to worry about the cruise missile if you can clutch this round.
Awakening.
Big.
Classic's going to bring this into a 2v1, and Yeez drops. Good Hearts. They bully their way through. They trust their guns, they trust their gut, they hold their grounds, and they continue to see this invasion through. 5-4 we go. Arcity's there finishing the last one. Nice shots there on the E's too.
Absolutely.
Arcity's been playing good today.
He's
he walked
been
past
good.
us today. He said, I don't belong here. And I said, let's see it then.
Golf claps all around for that round. That was just about perfect. Everything just absolutely becomes chaotic, but they stay composed. The trades look good, and the 2v1 is played very well on top of it. So this is now a very good position to be in as you are still only down by 2. Goodhart's looking to bring it back.
I think Cammy got the streak. I think he did. He was on 4 in a row, and he got a double kill in that round, so he has the streak. 13-4 out of Cammy, and this could put the round away. He's looking to invest it here.
All right, so you do have it. Let's see what he can get with it. And that player that's hovering around Dark is going to be forced inside of Cafe, it looks like, and we will see no kills come through with it. It is purely information, and Arcity's going to have to really play his life.
Arcity's in trouble. Double pre-fires, not gonna take down Purge. Opening blood though, Capsule's gonna trade it now on the flank. Awakening, getting pinched out, still finds one. Chow's out for 2, Capsule brings it into an even 2-on-2.
1v2, Capsule, he's been doing so many impactful clutch plays. That was ambitious.
Wow.
And they say, no, you do not, Capsule. No clutches here. And Omid, they will grab map 2 to tie us up.
6-4 win there, 1-1. We get a map 4, Austin. As they, you know,
about that.
I have no issues with that at all. I mean, these are the 2 teams, again, quite like I said earlier for this Goodhart's team versus Omid EU. These are teams that I expect to go the distance. When we're in the winner's bracket, this is a chance to go to that winner's final, I'm pretty sure, tomorrow. So there's a lot on the line between these 2 teams. They know that. They're going to be playing at their best. And you just got to, like, this guy right here.
Yeah, Cammy.
What a game from Cammy. The cruise missile amounts to nothing, but it gives space for Purge to push all the way to Ice Cream.
Exactly.
Find that kill on Arcity's, and you force the hand on Capsule, rush through DVD. Awakening picks off the guy through Dark. I mean, they are just flowing right now like water.
Yeah, the key really was getting the streak. We missed it there at the end, but he's able to grab the double up right before that chaos was kind of happening with all those trades. And like you said, it plays a really big factor in getting the information and getting them forward to B, because you know you're getting into that site uncontested. And, well, we know how difficult it is to play retake even when you do get that bomb down. So it becomes a problem, but very well done. We'll see what happens going into that map number 3, which will be coming right up after this break. Don't go too far, fans. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Open. We are currently in Game 3 here between Omit back-to-back and Goodhearts. This is for the winner's final if you're able to take this. You're not out of the tournament if you lose, but you certainly would love to guarantee yourself Sunday, Colin.
Oh, of course. You want to be in that winner's final on Sunday. You want to have that chance to make grand finals before everybody else. We're getting a first blood at a big wake here, trying to work over towards B. They're going to get on for a little bit of time. Yeez pushes forward. Perch is going to take down Prolu, and that's 3 down for Goodhearts off the respawn. Good chance here for Omen to get some good progress at B.
Yeah, a little scary with ease forward. Good pickup. Doesn't overstay his welcome, and will back right back up. Try to put together 3 clean shots. Yeez is finding just about every single kill right now. Trophy system now down. He's looking for 4, and Yeez is just on a tear.
My bad, Yeez. I didn't know I was going to expect this one. Yeez. Looking for the cruise missile. Oh, Yeez! 6-0 to start the control. Omit looking to put the back-to-back in B2B. After taking that search and destroy, Purge push forward now over towards A. They're already on that second set and take a progression. Purge is on 3 in a row, and everybody in Goodhearts coming off the respawn.
Holy, there's only been 2 kills so far here for Goodhearts. They need to hit the regain and hit it quickly. Yeez and Purge are taking over this game. It was a 6-0 start for Yeez, and now Purge has just taken the baton, and he's done it himself. That was the fastest round of high-rise I've seen.
Look, I got a magic bullet at home, and it makes good smoothies, but it's not as good a blender as that right there. Wow. Omit coming out with fire here. Purge 6-0. Yeez 6-0. Already 2 cruise missiles off an offensive win for Omit B2B. And that's coming off of
an invasion, Colin.
I mean, like, you pick your poison here for the side of Goodhearts. They did not look good on the invasion control. You switch it up to the high rise. You let this come through, and now you're allowing Purge and Yeez, who had a fantastic map 1 back on that Rio hardpoint, could very well be a 2-0 lead for Omit B2B. But now Goodhearts need to bounce back with an offense of their own.
Deep breaths here. Cruise missile in the back pocket of Yeez, cruise missile for Purge. So there's going to be a lot of problems that will come out at some point in time during this map, and so far the breakoff has looked pretty solid. They finally dropped 1, but Cammy's there for the quick trade, and nobody's been able to make a move to a point so far for Goodhearts.
Over-under on Wake going 6-0 now.
Over.
Well, here we go. 5 in a row for Wake. Looking for number 6 with Renetti. Oh, Capsule. You just lost all your money there, Visions. But Cammy's going to find the trade over towards A. He bounces off. Arcity's dropping down from Heli, looking to locate this player, but it looks like he's chasing Ghost right now. Because Cammy is looking at these spawners yet again. Classic's going to finally put him down. And Wake now looking to work out of his spawn. See if he can stop this pressure at A.
Oh, that's a snap and a half there from Awakening. These guys are just shooting a little bit diffy. They're lasering their opponents. But Goodhearts have worked themselves back in a tad bit, and they make sure the lives aren't too out of reach. However, they're going to have to make something happen on B. Camby wants to contest it as he flies in. Makes the gunfights a tad bit tricky for them, but they still manage to keep presence here. Purge hoping for a chow, but he's losing his teammates behind, and he knows how important it is to play his life and hold his position.
You don't want to you want to be put in the blender like what you just did to Goodhearts. So Purge is going to look to hold position. Arcity's, oh, nice shots from Purge. Not good enough, though. 37 HP. Arcity sneaks away with that kill. Now working over towards this A-zone. Awakening, pushing through blue. Renetti's out, and Prolute's going to win that fight. 3 down again for Omit B2B as they're looking to hop on A.
And at 35 on the clock here, they will stall it for a second. Those are still solid kills coming through for Goodhearts, and Classic also gets a forward position. Cammy looking for the big kill, and he's able to find the head of Classic over the top of the window. Can he put together another? More players coming through, and Awakening's able to clear off the second player on the point, but Arcity's is still pretty far forward.
You got to think, do you use your cruise missile if you're Omit B2B right now to break out of your spawn? Arcity's is looking to prey on some of these respawning players. You can see that Omit are checking everything, looking to clear things out. Well, Purge is fighting for his life over towards this A-zone, just looking to stay alive. Finally, Arcity's going to be spotted. Omit working out of their spawn. Awakening finds a second onto Capsule as well, and it looks like Omit B2B now stabilizing on the map.
High ground for Purge. He can now pounce from above if he needs to. Stun over the top may give them a bit of information, but Arcity's puts together a double, and Prolute now has managed to make his way through. Doesn't even need to clean up that kill, so he can still now play for the spawners, but Purge, that position we talked about, he's able to come away with 2. Prolute, what can you do? Only good for 1, and now the lives certainly in favor of Goodhearts with about 45 seconds left.
7 playing 11, 43 seconds. Classic over the top. He's going to be spotted. Has to play his life. You have a player working the flank over towards B. It's going to be Cammy spotted and shut down Purge. The nade connects. You have a player doing the jump up. It's Arcitys looking to make the play now on the flank, opening up the lanes, but he's not able to find a second one. Finally pops up. Oh, Arcitys almost get Yeats as well, but big shutdown there. 20 seconds left.
Well, we need to be careful. They only have 4 lives, but you have to stop the clock here if you're Goodhearts. Prolute in a pretty good position to hold back some of these players here on the left, but Yeez manages to find Caps. More pressure on the offense as you see Classic stop the clock, making his way to the zone. Little ring around the rosy. Surprise, surprise, he finds Yeez. 6 seconds on the clock. 2 playing up against 4. You have to flood. You have to touch. Is anybody here? The answer looks to be no, and they just barely hold on for the dub.
I mean, that's one of those situations where, yeah, you're going to drain all their lives, but you have no time yourself. You needed to hop on, stop that clock, and put some pressure onto the defensive team to work out of their spawn, because if you're just racing to the point, it allows these ARs to just set up on those lanes, pick you apart while you're trying to run to the objective. And at the end there, I mean, Omid, it gets close. You almost lose the defensive round, but now you're up 2-0 in the high rise, and you're looking to hand this Goodhearts team their second 3-0 in control. Back-to-back games. Goodhearts, they just do not look put together in these controls.
It has certainly been their crutch so far over the last couple of series, but have to have a better break off at the very least here defensively. Can't afford to be going 10 down in a row, it felt like last time around, and this so far not too bad. We'll be able to find a couple of the Omit players. Classic still holding on to a nice position in Outer Propane. We'll look for Awakening, but Awakening will get the best of them, and now there's a chance to make a move for one of the zones.
That's 3 down yet again, and Austin, I mean, if you're Goodhearts, they lose this round. That's 2 controls in a row where they lose 4 defenses. And that is a stat that you don't normally see, even on like a hard point and invasion for themselves. Omit's going to be on this B zone, working on this first segment. It's going to be locked in. Now working on the second side. Capsule trying to do the jump up through the pit. He could be the one to shake things up. He needs some time here. He needs to make a play.
Looking for that final tick. Capsule looks to pounce, get some good takes onto the second. Almost there to look at the third, but Awakening will get the trade. And now he wants to finish off the capture for B, but Prolute might have something to say about it. Top of the ladder, no. Purge, I think, from behind, able to get some good tags in. And now Classic left out the dry. Team shots are good. Cammy cleans up another. Minute 50 to work with for the second zone now.
Chow there from Wig, trying to fight for that mid-window presence. B's going to get captured. Purge now in the spawn. Can he do it again? He cannot. Prolute's going to win that fight. Stun onto Arcitys. The nade's going to connect. 2 down for Omit, but still fighting through the mid.
Cammy just trying to wait for some information before he makes his move and almost gets destroyed, but we'll get a bit of a team kill that ends up coming in there. And Prolute does line up 2 immediately after. That'll slow down the offensive attack just a tad bit, as Purge needs to hold an iron, wait for his teammates to come back off respawn so that they can make their move heading into A.
In through pit. Arcitys trying to flip this map a little bit. Lots of presence over towards the helicopter. Prolute not going to win the fight versus Cammy. Good team shots there. Cammy gets 2 from the Propane. Arcitys still looking to make this flank through bottom blue. He's going to run into Awakening. Purge now jumping into the spawn. See if you can cut down these lives. Purge in a great spot to shut this down.
Oh my goodness, Purge. She is just threatening every single spawner. Capsule is quickly traded out, and this almost feels like it is done. 7 lives remaining. They also stopped the streak of Prolute, so they don't even have that to bail them out. And it was almost Cammy that was able to get another one before Awakening takes them out. They're on the zone. Awakening looking strong, waiting for the reinforcements to come through, and there it is. Purge finds another. Second tick locked in.
Oh, Prolute. 49 seconds, 3v10. Nade's going to keep this one alive, and Arcitys beautiful shots of the players at the top heading. Nobody threatening the spawn. Everybody coming up the respawn for Omit. Not done just yet. It would be a miracle. We've seen miracles on the main stage in the past.
Prolute needs to win this battle, and he does, but he can't slip away. And now Arcitys up against the world. Has to defend. Will he be able to come up with another one? No, he cannot. Another 3-0 in the control. And you'll see Omit back-to-back take the lead in the series 2-1.
Yeah, that's kind of scary for this Goodhearts team when you're kind of looking at, you know, what weaknesses does this team have potentially going into Sunday. It seems like the control has a lot to desire. And they just do not look good in this game mode. That's back-to-back maps where they lose 0-3. This time, Omit just punished them constantly off the respawns. Purge, Yeez, both of them starting off 6-0. I think combined, Purge, Yeez, and Awakening were like 17-0 to start the game, which is unreal stats in a control, let alone any game mode whatsoever when it comes down to the respawns of Call of Duty. And this Omit B2B team, they look dangerous in this map mode combo. Purge 22-13, Awakening 18-12. I mean, we talked about Yeez at the start. He went 6-0. He barely went positive, but it still seemed like Yeez and Cammy were having that impact around the map, just constantly finding players off the respawn. Cammy in that last round sitting top propane gets the double kill to allow Purge to again jump in towards those windows. It just seemed like Omit were walking all over Goodhearts in that map.
It was certainly a problem, and it also felt like Purge was just almost like spawning in the opponent's spawn like every single time. He was just there finding kill after kill, and he was not getting traded the majority of the time. And that is just creating so much space because you're just stopping the respawners from ever reinforcing the the defense that's already out onto the map. And if you just trade those guys out, you're making yourself an easy path laid out going into the zone, and that's exactly what happened on both of those attacks. So that was incredible. And listen, this is the second time that we've seen this team, Goodhearts, actually lose control 3-0 in the last series as well as this one. Obviously different maps, but it's a bit concerning. This has definitely been their weak point. This is the one that they're going to have to try to fix. The only good news about being bad at control is that you only ever play it once in a best of 5, but it has certainly been a problem, and you're seeing teams exploit them here for it.
Well, luckily for this Goodhearts team, their hard points have been good. It comes close into the Rio hard point, and I'm sure you're looking at this if you're Omit B2B, and this could have been a 3-0 sweep. I mean, look at that Rio hard point. It was only 7-point difference. You had the rotation over towards P3. You get broken, and Goodhearts, they clutch up. You don't get that same clutch factor in the Invasion Search and Destroy, nor do you see it in the high-rise control, and that's leading into now a Karachi hard point. Similar to our last series that we saw on stream for this Goodhearts team when they're playing Omit EU. They go to the Karachi hardpoints, and they didn't look that good on this map either. They barely scrape away towards the end. You had to see some clutch individual moments from ProLoot to kind of set up over towards P2. The slaying wasn't as strong as we saw over on their Rios, and now when you look at this team, when they're struggling against the Omit B2B back on that Rio hardpoint, it's just, where do you start here at the building blocks for this Goodhearts team? It comes down to seeing if your ARs, again, can find some presence when it comes to the height that Karachi allows to you. If you can lock down those high ground angles, if you lock down those power positions, get comfortable on the map, allow Capsule to do these Capsule things that we see him doing in these past 2 series. I mean, Capsule has been such a difference maker for this team. And if Classic can drop another 40 bomb, I mean, I feel like that's casual. That's asking a lot for him, but he looked good back on Rio.
He looked gnarly.
He's the reason, I'd say, that they won that Rio hardpoint for sure.
Agreed.
And I'm sure Classic, he's one of those players who's just going to shake off a loss like that. You're looking at the Karachi hardpoint now. Everything else, it doesn't matter.
Well, the start needs to be better. That, I think, is one of the key elements coming into this hardpoint. And you can't start the control start this like you started the control, where you're just getting absolutely beamed right away. So we'll see what they can do. Facing elimination once again. Goodhearts have been here before. Last time they iced up, they clutched up, they got it to a game 5. Now it's required once again. Let's get into it, Colin.
Let's get this thing going. Early shots out from Yeez, jumps back up. Arcides is beamed off that heady. Classic is going to trade, and ProLoot's going to hop this time. Capsule, some nice shots there with the rifle. Helps out ProLoot. It's another 2 down, and Capsule is providing some good overwatch with this Rival 9. You have Purge slipping the net, see if he can get in behind.
Purge, looking to take a route. Red, Capsule, make sure that top AC will stay safe. Arcides with a little peek from Red will be able to find that trade, and he throws himself right on the time where Goodhearts are going to soak some up. Still 20 seconds up for grabs. Cammy, though, looking to fight for it.
Yeah, Cammy up top. Can he find these kills? Not knowing where Arcides is at first. Couple shots with the Renetti. Capsule trade now Awakening into the hard point. Finally, Omit getting some time off this first hill, but Awakening needs to fly forward. He's going to take down Classic, and now looking to find some players over towards P2. Yeez is here. ProLoot goes down. Yeez gets 2, and Omit on Roto. They got it locked down.
Yeah, man, Yeez makes an early rotation, completely catches them off guard, just tucked away, just in that same corner that you just saw him in. Purge up top. Able to finesse, and doesn't read that there's actually a second one right on him. And we lose connection to host. I think the players did as well. So it was pretty early into the game. So I think that it would probably be a reset, but
yeah, it would be
it's going to be a little bit frustrating, I think, because you know that you just won a huge moment there. But either way, I believe that we'll probably get back into it here very shortly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for sure. Things happen. That is like what the first time that's happened today.
That's right.
I had to knock on wood real quick so that
hopefully this is wood under the cloth.
I don't know. It's a mystery. We're gonna have to see if it works, though. But what I was kind of like excited to see there for the side of Good Hearts is that the fact that Arcitys finds that kill on towards Purge, they're able to work out of their spawn. And yeah, you know, P2 is not an easy hill to break after you lose that early setup, but we've seen teams like Good Hearts break that hill in the past. We actually saw it in their last series versus Omid EU.
Sure.
As they started off very well. They had that high ground control. You saw Capsule was shutting down the routes that Purge was looking for, and Arcitys was winning some key battles behind Classic, just laying down some early damage there. So you can see that, you know, off of a loss in that control, Good Hearts, their hearts are not too broken just yet. So heading into this Karachi hardpoint, they've already looked like they're making that bounce back, and we're going to get a full reset. It happens.
It happens, is what it is. Again, we're not too far into the game. When something like that happens, when there's, you know, you're into the second set, that's when it gets a little bit.
Those P2 guys.
Weird, but we're all good. We're all good. We're jumping back into it very, very soon, guys. So now it's more important, you know, for the players to come back and to reset. Because, again, that was a huge moment for Yeez, who had made an early rotation, had set them up for what could have been a really strong hold at P2. Now you're going to have to do it again as we jump back in.
On the less preferred side, Yeez actually broke off with the MCW to fight Arcitys in that early engagement. Wonder if we see something similar. As it was Capsule to take over towards ACs with that Rival 9. It was a fantastic beginning for Good Hearts, and now they get a second chance at it. Yeez, MCW again looking for these early engagements. Prolude going to be shut down. Arcitys trades it over towards the bridge. Cammy's got to be careful not to lose his life on the chase. There is Capsule and Classic finding kills through mid.
Well, last time it was Good Hearts that were able to have a very nice start to the hardpoint. Got themselves about 20 to 30 seconds. Capsule still holding on to some of the high ground will be dealt with. Yeez, big double up, and he's going to throw himself into the time here. Chance to soak up just a bit of these remaining 25 seconds, but you might get one more look, one more push coming through here for Good Hearts as they start to swim around, and one player I think is flanked through. He's just looking for the lineup on Yeez, and he finally gets it.
Yeah, Purge now over towards P2. 3 go down, so he's on an island. Capsule, the heads-up awareness to kind of read that there's a player missing. They hunt for Purge, they take him down, and, you know, Good Hearts bouncing back after that reset. They got broken over towards that P2 setup. This time they're going to have a chance at this early P2 setup for themselves. So this is Good Hearts now looking to extend this lead early on, see if they can put a little bit of a cushion between them and Omid.
Prolude now making his way off the spawn, help watch the cross. Classic down low. He's waiting for the first person to run in front of him, and, well, Yeez finds him with no problem. Capsule inside the hill, almost needs something big out of him here, at least one. He's able to come up with that. His teammates, though, looking for desperate trades, will be able to find him. Arcitys now on top of the time, looking to do the same.
Yeah, Arcitys and Classic, good team shots there onto Cammy. Off the respawn, 26 seconds, so Omid are going to hit this one more time. You have player number 2, Purge, trying to make a route over towards this closet. Awakening collapsing together. Purge goes down. Awakening's going to get caught. Still wins the fight. Yeez gets in for the break. Can he stay alive, though? No, he can't. Classic's going to find that kill. Back in for this time. Good Hearts pushing their lead up 40 points.
All right, so a lot of that P2 time going the way of Good Hearts. Going to give them a nice cushion heading into what is a very difficult hill to break oftentimes, because you can see the positions, the forward positions on either side. Cammy's got a lot to deal with. Almost everything coming his way, and he's going to get a different angle. Good shots on almost every single member. He's somehow still alive, but the nade finishes him off. But that's just the first line of defense. You still got to get through. Some more ARs, and the spawn should still be good in the back as well.
Yeah, you got to get through Big Wake now. He's on 3 in a row. Trying not to feed him streaks either. He's going to have the chance to reach, and Cammy all the way from Tools has to battle through. Classic and Arcitys only able to find the one. Wake still waiting for a chance to pounce. 5 and 4. Here comes the traffic. He's going to spot Classic. Good shot. Stun's going to shut him down for a second, but he's got Purge in his wing, and Purge is shooting all the way across the map with a Renetti and an MCW. Omid's looking for a full 60.
And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. Nobody gets a look at this P3 hill for Good Hearts. And now you've got Purge in a position where he actually has them boxed in a little bit here. He's going to make his return back to red, picks up the Rival side by side with one of the Good Heart members, but he's unable to come up with any kills. However, he does slow them down, get some good information, and it is still tricky for Good Hearts to even get any good map control as they move into Church.
Another slow start from Prolude on Karachi hardpoint, 2 and 7. Started to pick it up throughout that Rio. See if he can do it again. Purge not going to let it happen just yet to go down for Goodhearts. Looking for a third one. Capsule in the bottom of green. He knows Awakening's in the corner. That's not the nade you're looking for. He's going to have to back up, go back in. Cammy's going to find another kill. He's on 5 in a row. And Cammy's going to get actually that streak. They're going to find Capsule down low. Yeez, another double kill for Omit. They spawn them into the back. 3 players coming off spawn for Goodhearts. And you have a little lead here for Omit now.
This is a big moment. Need to try to make sure some of this time goes neutral at the very least. You would love that. But more importantly, making your way to new. And take a look at Awakening. He is now at the back of the new hill, ready to find some kills. And you got Purge who's still kind of making his way in and around the map. So this is looking a little bit tough right now. Goodhearts are on the back foot. They're not really making those early rotations. We're not seeing the proactivity out of them, and it could cost them if they don't start cleaning it up or find a quick break.
Yeah, Purge is everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. Yeez going to take that early gunfight. Oh, Yeez gets both up close and personal. Hello and goodbye. Purge cleanup crew come through. 3 in a row for himself. 42 seconds for this one. Arcity's going to finally track him down, but this is a lot of time that Omit are getting.
He's just very happy with his position right now. He knows his teammates are all around him watching over. And this is really your final attempt if you're Goodhearts to try to break into P5 right now. Shots over the top. Purge able to get some good tags in. Awakening follows up with 2, and maybe that's enough to get them off the time. Cammy, the last one up, wants to make his way over to P5, but it would just be scrap time as he struggles to get himself through some of the terrain. Now over the top here, just simply fighting for what is scrap. 10 seconds up for grabs, and it will be Omit that managed to get in there for the remaining 6.
You got to climb over the chairs. You can't go through the chairs. You don't just clip through them. Silly, silly Cammy. Yeez, big win there. Bottom red into the second set of rotations. 125 to 75. 50-point lead for the side of Omit. Sounds like a cruise missile now from Cammy. Arcity's going to get tracked down into the hill, potentially for Omit. Cammy's looking to slide on. He's on 3 in a row, so looking to double up on his streaks now. Into the hill, though. Classic finds an angle, so Cammy's going to be shut down on that streak. Yeez going to trade things out again, back and forth through the middle of the map. Both teams just looking for some map control.
Purge down low. Looking to hold on to red control, and he's finally dealt with. He was searching for Capsule for so long, but he's there to clean him up. Capsule flies over to new. Cammy gets the read. 14-8, almost picks up number 15 with the pistol. Not the case here, however. Again, scrap time up for grabs, but more importantly, what's going to happen at P2? You can see Capsule. He's in a good position.
Capsule, chance to shut down a lot of these players. Heading in over towards red. Purge is going to be caught. Everybody funneling through this P1. So Omit, they're going to hit through the middle of the map, see if they can flip things out onto Goodhearts. And Cammy's going to actually get shut down there. It's Yeez. Capsule pushes forward. He's going to be tracked by Awakening. Prolude in trouble. Has to play his life with a Renetti. Cammy not going to let that happen. It's a set of kills for Omit. Now they're looking to flood forward.
Need this time if you're Goodhearts. Cammy through the middle. Big gunfight. Gonna lose that one. Up against Capsule. Arcities gets a good read through the front, but needs to now take some shots through the back door, and all the wall bang is there onto Yeez. Yeez just can't work the angle. The spawn in the back now going to be here for Omit back to back as they have to start flooding over this half wall. They're coming right up this alley, and they're not even really going to be given a chance to. They're almost forced to rotate to new, and you can already see where Capsule is. He is chilling, ready for the rotation.
I mean, Rio, it took them 3 sets of rotations until we saw the lead flip in favor of Goodhearts. They get it done now in the second set. As they're going to have a minimal lead change here. Capsule in a great position to punish a couple players. Cammy's going to trade out. Now looking to get them back of P3. Cammy has to play his life alongside Purge. And it's going to be Yeez tracking this player on the inside. Classic goes down, and Omit now set up.
All right, they are able to break through the setup. That really was only a 2v4, but it did get a little bit dicey. Now a collapse all around the point. You got a player out front. That was Arcities. He had a chance maybe to open up some space. Not going to be the case just yet. A chance to really grab control of the game once again. If you're Omit back to back, positions are locked in. Spawn's looking good in the back. Just need to slay out.
Swing out for Capsule. Awakening's going to be cleared. Now it's Yeez. Lots to do here. Damage onto Classic, but it's Capsule for the bait and switch. Another set of kills. Goodheart with a near flawless break in towards this hill. Purge with a lot on his shoulders to get done with this Rival 9. He's going to find a timing, slides on in, finds one, looking for 2. Wow. Capsule swings around, shuts down the rest. Can you get Cammy 2? No, Cammy still fighting for this time.
Fighting for it. Cammy, 4 HP in a dream. Trophy system going to go out. And it looks like he might be able to grab the remaining 10 seconds fairly uncontested as everyone starts flying to new and, more importantly, flying to the high ground. Purge ready to pounce. Over the top, he's able to win that huge battle onto Arcities. You got one more player in the fountain. Purge is going to read that, but he's not ready for the battle. Prolude will win it, but he's only got the sub.
Just about 20 seconds separating these two teams, Austin. A very close game. Good Hearts are keeping this one competitive, but they need a rotation to go their way, and so far that has been the issue. Cammy's going to be caught aggressing over towards Prolude. It's a trade of kills, two split. Prolude's going to be under some fire, and Awakening's going to track that clock tower, positioning down. So 4 in a row for Awakening. Off the respawns, Good Hearts. They're going to be in the back of the zone, so they are going to keep this one uncontested.
About 25 seconds separating the two, but it is still Omid back-to-back that have been leading the majority of the game. Capsule slides on in, almost finishes it off with the Renetti, but 15 seconds. Looks like it potentially could be collected. Cammy might give it one more look just to get him off the time, and that will be the case. Make sure nothing is going over for free as we get later and later into this hardpoint on Karachi.
Saw Yeez here last time. Very cozy when it came to the setup that Omid had. Nades, stuns, everything almost connecting. Yeez has to turn around. Capsule with yet another big win. Cammy over towards the clock tower. He's going to find a second one alongside Awakening. 3 go down. Prolude, you know where he is. It's just staying alive here. Your positioning is key if you're Omid. You have the spawns in the back, and you can reinforce Awakening setup.
Awakening just looking for angles to shoot and fire. Meanwhile, he's just also trying to bob and weave and try to make sure he isn't taken out of the hill itself. You take a look at the spawns in the back. Still here for Omid back-to-back. So the break, gonna have to come to the front. Can't afford to really give over 25 seconds for free. Good shots from Arcides. He's able to get himself to first. Need to follow up. Yeez in a great position down low. Good team shots gonna follow up from Cammy. Anyone else to follow? Nobody can break on in. One final attempt, and that's another one for Yeez.
Yeah, chance to go even closer to winning this series. Omid gonna be up by a total of near 50 points at the end of this. And they have Awakening already rotating. You have a couple players of Good Hearts working in towards the coop. You have a player in Classic sitting over towards the clock tower, but this positioning is not good enough. Omid are happy to soak this time.
They sure are. They're trying to fight for the high ground, take some routes. But is it going to be too costly? It looks like the answer for now has been no, until Yeez gets up there and throws himself back at the point. High ground was cleared off for a moment. 1v1 at the point, caught on a reload. Capsule's able to take advantage, and Classic also gets involved in the play. Both players now positioned up top for Omid back-to-back, just trying to see if they can get them off the time.
Awakening, top third. Positioning is known. Classic with some
Huge
nice
win.
shots there. 24 seconds. So Omid, they can no longer win on this hard point. It is going to be a P2 rotation, and Yeez is already setting up for new. I mean, this is the most chaotic setup that I've seen from both teams. Nobody combating Yeez. Arcides is still winning some key gunfights, but it is just Christian Yeez looking to put this game away inside this P2 setup.
Now remember, this is the big factor that allowed them to get the early rotation last time. Yeez moved early, but he's only able to come up with one inside of red. And now the rest of Good Hearts making their way over, but Cammy making it difficult for them to stay alive as he puts together 2. Gets help on the 3rd. Over the half wall they come, and Cammy's getting tags in every single one that moves through.
You have to be careful not to go down here. If you are Classic, he's going to be cleared, and that's 3 down. Only 17 seconds left, and you are trying to break what is one of the hardest hills to break, Austin. Omid, they're looking for the winners finals here.
They want it. They want to make it to Sunday, and they might do it with a bang. 5 more seconds for the victory. 1 more player over the half wall. They are denied entry, and Omid back-to-back will advance to the winners final.
Omid shut down Good Hearts. They move forward. Good Hearts now going to play a couple more games on this Saturday before they see Sunday, and their run gets a little bit more difficult. Austin, we said, you know, coming up here, maybe we're the good luck charms for this team, and Omid say, no, don't worry, we are the kings here on stage. And this change has looked good for Omid B2B, bringing Purge into them. I mean, the rotations were on point. You can see their setups, the communication, the follow-ups, everything was flowing through for them since that Rio hardpoint where they realistically could have won this series in a 3-0 sweep.
Sure.
This Omid team, this Omid B2B team, look unreal.
They did. They cleaned up a lot of the mistakes that we saw the first time around in the hardpoint, and that played a pretty critical factor when you talk about winning some of those key rotations. Just being on top of their P5s, I think, was really one of the driving factors, right? That was one of the hills that led to a huge majority of their points. And we take a look at some of the replays here over the course of this best of 5 in these last 4 maps. It was a competitive one the whole way through. Again, a lot of really close rounds, a lot of really close hardpoint maps, but Omid back-to-back, just a little bit better on the day.
I'm not going to look at this replay and not tip Nicky D. 40 kills in the hardpoint. Wow. What a game from Classic in that Rio hardpoint. You see, I mean, the side of Good Hearts, they kick things off with a very loud start to that Rio. Big game, 7-point difference between the two. But into the Search and Destroy, you started to see Omit, B2B really start to make these plays, the adaptations into a lot of those early rounds. The 1v1 clutch from Cammy. Cammy going on to get that cruise missile towards the end as well. Big plays coming out from this Omit team. A lot of trust here in the Search and Destroy. And behind the back of Purge, who is just opening up a lot of those routes for this team on the back of Cammy, finding a lot of those kills. They are just flowing here, and I don't know what else to say on this control other than the fact that Purge, Yeez, Awakening, 17-0 start on that high-rise high-rise control. It was insane.
Very competitive, very fun the whole way through. And a lot of players stepping up in a really big way here for Omit back-to-back. Yeez and Purge back on the same team together alongside a lot of veteranship here with Awakening and Cammy. And, well, they are meshing beautifully at the moment. Looking really solid in the control. They showed a lot of great strats, a lot of great looks in that S&D that they were able to clutch up with. So incredible stuff here, Colin. It's been an exciting one, man. We've had a lot of banger matches. I was almost kind of, hoping this would maybe go one more, get another game 5, but we got spoiled today, man. It's been great.
It has been fantastic, but today's not over, Austin. We still got lots of games before it is done, and I think that we're kind of leading in towards the top 6 of tomorrow. A lot of these games leading forward are going to be games where teams are going to be trying to qualify for that Sunday, qualify into the prizing. And now we're kind of leading into a lot of these elimination games at the end of this day where we're going to be saying goodbye to some of these teams, Austin. You never like to say goodbye, but Toronto, the Open, it is always one of the most cutthroat challenger tournaments that you ever get to see. And there's not much time left for some of these teams to make changes.
No, definitely not. It's been fun, but I believe we still got one more matchup coming up here for you guys here to end the night. So it's going to be another banger. We'll see if they can try to move on. But either way, we're going to throw it to break. When we come back, again, more Call of Duty coming your way.
A big 1 versus 3 clutch there from Insight. Insight gun in the lobby. My goodness.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Scuff Play Like a Pro, where today I'm going to be talking through my settings, my loadout, the whole shebang. Let's get right into it. So I've actually finally got my first Scuff, start of AW, so 2015. It took me about a whole year to convince my dad that I needed one to play video games. He finally caved in. He got me it when I was 15 years old. And then when I finally got it, I just felt like a new person, felt like a brand new player. Currently, I'm using the Scuff Reflex Pro, the PS5 controller. Previously, I was using the Impact, but I made the upgrade. I've got the new PS5, the latest and newest tech. It gives me that 0ms delay in game. Honestly, the most comfortable controller I've used, and it's a controller I probably see myself using for the next few years. For me, it's also like comfort is key in gaming. Some people wear joggers, some people wear slippers. I use the Scuff Reflex Pro because it's just super comfy. It also gives me that edge in game, like I said, the 0ms delay. Paddles also being on the side, so it's also giving me that extra comfort in game. If you were to take away my controller on game day, maybe in a finals or whatever it might be, I definitely would struggle. Scuff is one of those things that's ingrained into my brain now. I've been using paddles for years. Take that away from me, I'd be in game trying to jump, trying to slide, trying to do that kind of stuff, and I'd look like a bot on the map. It's just something that, like I said, I've been using for almost 10 years now. So yeah, to take it away from me, it'd just be, I don't know, it'd be abysmal. The gameplay would be terrible. All these little things, they all add up in game, and as a professional player, you're always looking for that extra 1%. So Scuff's giving me that extra 1% in game, which is just helping towards my championship runs, in the past with my other controllers as well. So yeah, that's just Scuff's just super reliable, and they're always there for me. Let's get straight into my controller settings. The first page is pretty bog standard, not really much going on. I'm a default player. I don't flip my L1 and L2. Controller vibration's on, but my controller has no vibration, so that makes no difference whatsoever for me. In the past, I did play with vibration, but not anymore. Dead zones, I've got 1 on the left stick. I've got 70 on the left stick max. It makes it, for me anyway, maybe it's placebo, but I feel like I sprint a bit faster in game when I have this on. Right stick has always been 2 of my PS5 controllers. It just feels nice, to be honest. I don't change frame on the right stick max. And then my left trigger and right trigger is default because I have the instant triggers on my controller, so I feel like it's instant anyway. I don't feel like I need to touch that. Going into my aiming, this has been my sense since I can remember. dating all the way back to Black Ops 4, I think. It's been 6.6. I feel like it's a pretty universal sensitivity. Some players in the league obviously will have different ones, but for the most part, they'll be 6.6. Don't know why, but I guess that's just the sweet spot. ABS multiplier, none of that, don't touch that. Make sure aim goes skew whiff, feels weird. Going down to this one, this is a big one, dynamic. Dynamic is one that a lot of people use ever since it was introduced into Call of Duty. I just feel like compared to standard or linear, it just gives you the best like aim curve response. I feel like every pro uses that. Maybe there's one or two that don't, but everyone uses this one. It just feels the best. Gives you the best of both worlds, I guess you could say. And then going down, obviously I use the aim assist default. I don't do Black Ops, don't touch that. I did in Cold War, but that was a Black Ops game. So that's my logic. You know, I go with the default. Whatever the engine's made, that's what I go with. I feel like that's coded best for the game. Could be placebo, but hey, that's what works for me. Motion sensor, don't touch any of that. And then going down to gameplay, obviously we're running the double tap. That's the GA. You know, you can't break GAs around here. Double tap doesn't give you an advantage. It's as bog standard as it gets. And then grounded mantle is off. The airborne mantle is off. The ground mantle off. I feel like when I'm bouncing around on my paddles, you know, if I have these on, I'll start climbing on random stuff. So this makes it so I have to double press when I climb. It's just so, like I said, when I'm jump shotting maybe over a dumpster or a wall or whatever it might be, it stops me from climbing over. And then slide dive behavior, slide only. This is because slide only, it gives you the fastest slide possible. And on this game, I feel like diving's not really a thing, so we're just going with the slide only. Most pros use that. I think maybe a couple might use hybrid so they can do both, but slide only is for me. And then going down, I feel like the rest of it's pretty like default. Some of these settings I've never ever seen before. Some of them for Warzone, I think, like, I don't even know, quick C4 detonation, you know, not gonna use that in the pro play, so skip over that. And then, yeah, that's that for the settings, but then let's just quickly jump into my, you know, my field of view. My field of view is 96, affected. You know, affected is definitely one that's used by, I'd say, 95% of the pros. This is so when you aim in, it doesn't change how the gun looks. Like if you have independent, it brings it all the way to 80 FOV or something, I think. So it's really zoomed in, whereas affected stays to whatever FOV you've got. And 96 for me is like, as an AR, I like it to be a bit closer to the screen. You know, maybe see people long range a bit closer. Compared to maybe a sub using 105, so he's getting a bit loose close range. So 96 is what works for me. And then obviously we've got the weapon field of view is on wide, so this makes my gun look a bit wider, a bit longer. It just looks cooler, to be honest. You know, you can pick whatever you want for that, whatever looks best. And then motion blur is off, obviously. You don't want motion blur, you don't want film grain, none of that on. And then first person camera movement's on 50%. This is so when you're sliding around, it doesn't look like you're actually in war. And then that is that for all my controller settings. You know, this is what I use. You know, this is what works best for me. All right, let's get straight into my loadout that I use in every single pro match. You know, obviously it's the MCW. Let's get straight into the attachments. The barrel, the optic, and them two are always the given. They're always the ones that people use. I use claw grip. This gives you the gun recoil control and recoil control. Obviously, as an AR, we want a gun to shoot as straight as possible. This is the one that I use, a lot of pros use, but some people will take this off and put on a stock. I think a lot of people use the precision heavy, but I don't mess with that. I'm using claw. And then we go to the DR6. So this gives us sprint to fire, movement speed, aim walking speed, and aim down sight speed. Basically, it's to make the gun a little bit more nimble than what it is on default. Gives you better strafe speed, and obviously when you're in gunfights you want to strafe left and right, maybe you're on a head glitch, you know, that kind of stuff, so you want to be moving left and right. But alternatively, some people do use the Phantom. This is a bit stiffer, it helps with more recoil control. You know, if you feel like DR6 is bouncing a little bit, whack that one on. For the muzzle, I'm using L4R flash hider. I use this because it does not take away from my bullet velocity and range, whereas billet it does. which, you know, that's a big thing for me. I feel like on LAN specifically, I feel like my bullets hit better and stronger on LAN. I don't know, but some people do use billeted. You know, this one definitely helps with your recoil. So if you're struggling with the L4R, whack that one on, but L4R is for me. And then, yeah, that is basically my AR attachments. Pretty universal across the league. Like I said, there'll be some people that use different stuff, but for the most part, everyone's using this one. And then going into my pistol, pistol was a bit more like straight up. You know, we're only allowed to use 2 attachments on it. The short barrel, which gives you movement speed, and the Eclipser grip, this also gives you movement speed. So, you know, we're going for a movement pistol, not a pistol that can do it all. It's just there to clean up a few kills and make you run faster. I whack on the slate reflector because I just feel like it just looks nicer and feels nicer to use, but you can just use an iron sight if you want to. And then go straight into my tactical. I use a stun grenade. This is all I'm allowed to use. You know, maybe an S&D, you can put on a smoke, but, you know, flash grenades, Jade. So we're stuck with a stun grenade, but this is good, you know, slow the people down, throw at them. If they've got flak jacket on, they're stuck in the spot, it's a free kill. And then lethal, I mean, this one you can change up. So some people use Semtex, some people use frags. I use frags because I'm an artist, right? I like to throw cool nades, throw them over buildings, you know, that kind of stuff. If you use a Semtex, you just throw it at your feet. You're kind of boring, to be honest. So I use a frag. Like I said, I'm an artist. And then going into my field upgrade, I've got the trophy system. This is because I'm an AR player. I'm the one that's on the power positions. Maybe I'm in hill. You know, I'm a hill kid, so I need someone on my feet that can protect me for a little bit, keep me alive for an extra second on them power positions. So that's why I use trophy system. And then going into gloves, you know, people use a lot of different gloves. Some people might use assault, marksman, quick grip, ordnance, but I use marksman. This is so I get the less flinch and reduce sway. So when I'm ironing people long range, my gun isn't bouncing up when I'm getting shot. When I'm strafing left and right, there's no sway. This just helps with my overall gunfights. You know, some people use quick grip though. This is so they can throw trophies faster and nades faster, but I like making sure that my gunfights are locked down and good to go. And then going into boots, I've got lightweight boots on. I use these in respawn, and in S&D I'll use covert. Covert being eliminates footsteps, so you know, self-explanatory, it helps you from getting sounded in S&D. And then in respawn, I just want to get to places faster, get to hills faster, rotate faster, beat someone by that extra like half a second. So I'm using lightweight, makes me run faster and all that good stuff. Get to spots faster, basically. And then gear, I'm using the EOD padding. This is so I take reduced grenade damage, basically. So when someone's throwing grenades at me, I can take 2 instead of 1. But you know, if you're a sub player or something like that, you want to get a bit loose, use tap mask. So when someone's stunning you, it basically does nothing to you, so you can keep running, get to your spots faster, create pressure on the map. So yeah, this is basically my class. This is what I use every league match. All right, guys, that was Scuff Play Like a Pro. That was my classes, my settings. You know, let me know what you think. Let me know what you liked. You know, maybe you didn't like Smut. Let me know in the comments. I'll read them all. I'll be there, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? It's time now for more challenges. It is the final match of the day here live from the Passion Pit in the Toronto Ultra Open, and we have got a banger for you. It is time for a return, another look at FaZe Clan back, but this time perhaps a more worthy opponent on the line. It's Spitting Demons, a roster that is, I think it's fair to say, mate, been quite controversial.
You know what? For all the wrong reasons, absolutely the case, with Rooper and Mock joining the likelihood of the longtime duo of both Noisy as well as Bink. Always love to be able to see those two teaming together. Of course, Mock and Rooper, for those, just to quickly do some housekeeping, were a part of that roster that was supposed to be playing with two others. Now they're no longer doing that. They're playing alongside Mr. Tyler Bailey and as well as Bink. So I think that this roster is very, very good. They've been playing Upset Central throughout the entirety of the bracket so far on this day. That map 5 versus Houston Spartans was a sight to behold. Their comms are insane. Search and Destroy. Ice is certainly there. And then they 3-1 Team War. But look, we know what you're going to get out of FaZe Black, man. This team is godlike, albeit losing the Search and Destroy earlier to the Exceptionals.
Yeah, I think it was a weird one, right? I mean, I think in every other map, it looked like FaZe Clan back were in dominant control, certainly in the hard points. It never really felt like beyond like a early, I think it was map 1, Exceptional or competitive. Beyond that, though, it was all FaZe Black.
92 to 90 at the end of the first set.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, it's a really competitive. I'm really surprised. And then I think we might have just cast a cursed Exceptional out of the map. But regardless, yeah, FaZe Black were really competitive. They were doing their usual things in that series beyond the Search and Destroy. I am pleasantly surprised by Spitting Demons. I'll say this much again. You know, it has to be stressed just how last minute of a roster this actually was. You know, I guess it's of their own volition, right? Sure. I mean, they proactively chose to team with Bink and Noisy instead of Mamba and Dimensions, but at the same time, like, with such little practice, these guys have managed to kind of put it all together in such a little space of time.
This is almost kind of like lore gold-esque of what we got at Florida, right? You have two duos that are stacking up with each other. Again, Noisy and Bink, talking to them in the crowd before we actually ended up watching a couple games side by side with each other, was how they're kind of splitting the duties. You know, like Bink being the overall IGL as far as the macro is concerned. Noisy's there kind of managing the micro. And it allows Rooper, who's been playing out of his mind this entire event so far, on an SMG, by the way, to absolutely just run rampant throughout the entirety of the maps. That's the pace that you do need to set. Again, feels like we're a broken record when it talks about how the hell are you supposed to deal with this FaZe Clan Black roster, and it has to be with meeting the pace. Someone has to do it. We're going to be looking to Rooper to step up for that cause.
You know what's funny, actually, is, you know, remember last year when we introduced Rooper for the first time, it was the
HiveX Street Mob,
HiveX Street Mob roster, right, the full Mexican team, and it's like, it was wild to us because he was a really good AR player, right, and they made that role change late onto the Modern Warfare 2 season. He became a sub, and we were like, ooh, I don't know about that one. It was a bit of a weird choice, but immediately he proved us wrong. Immediately it was like, hang on. All of a sudden, Rooper is a better SMG player than he is AR, and I think since then, every time you put an SMG in this man's hands, Rooper is a serious threat, but the rest of the team as well, not to be underestimated again. They might not have had the best season so far, but perhaps Spitting Demons is the best roster they could put together here at Toronto for a real deep run into the bracket. Well, I believe they are ready to get underway here in just a second. I think we're going to have maps for you guys first, though, and here is a look at the best of 5. Now, look, I got a deal for you folks at home. If you love tanker explosions, boy, is this the map set for you, because we've got both High-Rise Search and Destroy and High-Rise Control. Oh, goodness me. What's the Michael Bay film? Is that the reference you got?
Pick one. Yeah, pick any Michael Bay film. Yeah, that's literally High-Rise incarnate with all the explosive barrels, 2 giant propane tanks on either side of the map. So we're guaranteed to at least see a handful of explosions coming through, as that is the 2 and the 3 Control, Search, and Destroy, respectively. Starting off on a sub-base is an interesting one for me for a lot of intents and purposes. Again, it calls for a lot of ARs. Typically, you won't see any SMGs being played throughout the entirety of it, but the real hard point is going to be interesting for me because we saw FaZe Black play that versus the Exceptionals, and they looked rather loose on it. They were in the flow state continuously, Brack dropped a bombshell of a performance, and then the Karachi Search and Destroy. Should we get that far, but I do fear this for Spitting Demons. Their probably best bet to try to stop FaZe Black, it almost has to be a Nezla, you'd fear. They have to take the 2, 3, and the 5, which, given how the maps were kind of panned out and how they were picked, coming out here, full gate swinging, even if you lose it, going to be looking pretty good ahead of that High-Rise map 2.
You know what, honestly, mate, I'm going to give Spitting Demons a little bit of hope here, because you talk about kind of sub-base as a map. This is the map where, generally speaking, you're going to want 3 ARs out. We mentioned that Rooper has moved over to the SMG, but I anticipate that he's going to be the one playing that 3rd AR when it's required. And guess when it's required, mate? It's probably going to be now. Rooper is still a pretty good AR, even though we hyped him up for his SMG skills. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be bringing out that 3rd AR here for SD Gaming or not. Right now, worth saying, by the way, that the team names are flipped. We will hopefully get that fixed for you guys at home. But I'm really proud of myself that I recognized it straight away, to be honest, mate. It's very rare for me.
You've been watching Challengers for quite some time. You saw Brack exceed and Dylan Rex, and they're not being represented by FaZe Black. Well, then yeah, I don't know where you've been the entire year. Challenge 107, naturally speaking, I'm sure everybody probably sees it, will be Asim playing on a house account, so just keep that in mind for whenever we're talking about Asim. He is on the map right now. So FaZe Black going to be getting the favorite side of the map to start off the opening salvo here as far as sub bases are concerned. And well, so far, so good. I mean, Spitting Demons have only been able to accrue 3 seconds. The couple kills do come through the way of bottom server, but just because you're able to get inside P1 doesn't mean you can get past the crossfire that is set up over by P2.
And you can see those players right now just watching from top snow, top warehouse side, making sure, trying to ensure at the very least that no players do manage to get by, but Noisy has done so. In behind enemy lines, he's going to give it a bit of real shock to Exceed, taking him out of the equation. And now, if anything, just wants to be a nuisance here. He doesn't actually have that much in the way of backup. It is just Mock alongside him. Doing a good job at keeping FaZe Black at bay for the moment here. Gunfights being won. I really thought we were going to wait for the explosions until high rise, to be honest, but apparently Mock doesn't want to wait. He wants to bring one out and take a team kill already.
Yeah, a lot of people do forget. It's kind of like the fire extinguisher in Terminal.
Oh, yeah.
When people start figuring out where that bad boy is. There is a little electrical box that is down there over by the small room of P2 that does explode. I think it does maybe 10 damage or something like that. Probably something less, but... Semantics aside, Spitting Demons going to be putting themselves in a situation maybe to try to win this rotation over towards P3. You almost feel like that it would be required. FaZe Black, though, might be setting themselves up to try to break early on as they are going to be closer to 60 points over Spitting Demons, who only have 19.
This has been a stellar start for FaZe Black. SD Gaming, no real choice here but to rotate away towards P3. This is that hill where the spawns at the back can be extremely sticky, and top snow control is everything. Exceed knows it, that's why he's challenging for it already, and Noisy backing away, gets chowed out. Exceed from up top, goodness gracious me, it's a move straight from Batman's playbook. From up high, he takes a player down, and already SD Gaming, I mean, they've been bullied out of the hard point.
I mean, look how far back Mock was also playing right there, just knowing that at least an angle could have been taken outside of the warehouse water area, and also was able to get Exceed off of that force spree. This is good so far for SD Gaming, but they would love to be able to soak up more time. Maybe getting some more spacing inside of Tunnel is going to be the answer for that, as Noisy is looking to be the one to do so. Gets gunned by Rex up top inside of P2. And well, FaZe Black might be sending a couple players to try to get a couple kills here, but look no further. They have the rotation over towards New. They're just trying to contain all Spitting Demons on this side of the map.
And you're fine with this if you're FaZe Black in this instance, right? I mean, you know how much of a money heal. I know there's a lot of money heals here on Subbase, but there are a lot. But we know how much of a money heal this one can be, right? So getting control of it early on is super duper important. But there is a couple of routes that you can take, and Noisy is doing one of them right about now. It's very difficult to find out the players that have managed to make their way towards water, and somehow, so way Noisy is avoiding them, but not for long enough. Brack is able to pick up that gunfight with a almost turn on in a way, and FaZe Black, they do hold for the initial gear over towards New.
You ain't swimming, you ain't winning. We're to Parasite on Hydro. Go and get so many opportunities to do that here, but hey, rotation for FaZe, good. Force TK, gonna be that much better. I mean, you look at how far back Exceed as well as Rex is playing on this side of the map. You're not gonna upset these spawns, but this is a realistic chance for maybe SD to try to hold this and contest from the front.
Oh, they're certainly going to try. Player up top secret is going to get shut down. Rex over towards Waterside, picking up a double is probably not going to help situations. And, well, Bink, the last one left alive. Not really much he could do there with no help from his friends, no distraction towards the Waterside to give him a chance to get on towards the point. So if the plan was to get a full 60 on that hill, well, the plan's been executed pretty darn well. Mock will actually go for some scrap time here, but over towards New, it's the Asim already trying to get involved. Him being shut down, I think, will slow things somewhat for FaZe Clan Black, but power positions now starting to be attained here. Rex up top in P2 window. That's a big kill to get. And those spawns for SD Gaming that they're currently getting, Andy, can sometimes not be that beneficial.
No, they really can. It just all depends on how these next few gunfights go your way. I mean, the biggest player you're going to be watching out for is going to be player number 3, right? Bing's all the way top snow. Can also help things out inside of top office. Ruper's doing the devil's dance around P5. He's going to get crossed up through the middle of the map. An opportunity maybe for FaZe to contest and break.
There's the kills coming through. Rex on 5 in a row does get... And does continue on that spree, excuse me, at 13-6 now. I mean, I want to say having a hell of a game, but it's Rex. He does those things. He does get shut down before. Yeah, it's just Rex things. He does get shut down before he can actually obtain that spree, I believe, that streak. So that's something to talk about for SD Gaming here, but you have been broken away. FaZe will be looking for the last 15 seconds. And again, I don't want to jinx it, because I said the same thing when we were talking about Exceptional and FaZe Black, but this has been a competitive game thus far. SD Gaming are keeping pace with FaZe.
It definitely could have been a lot worse, given how Spitting Demons had to really fight tooth and nail, at least for P3 being broken from the front, being able to contest P2 as long as they did as well. But FaZe Black going to have themselves that minor comfort as far as a 40-point lead is concerned, or just under it. Gonna have to rectify a lot of these different situations, and a lot of those situations just most comes down to you just gotta stop Rex from getting these 2 pieces. He's double positive for crying out loud. 15 and 7. Gonna work out wonderfully for Exceed to be able to find his 9th kill. And it just feels like that they are quite literally everywhere. They're getting every single lick of information are FaZe Black. That Spitting Demons just are struggling to work their way into any power position possible.
Well, this is time right now that it is going Spitting Demons' way, so they'll be content with this for the moment. 25 seconds is actually quite a lot of time to give up, especially when you look at the minimap as it currently stands, where, you know, FaZe Black are actually positioned on it. Bink winning a crucial one early on towards P2 as well. That's going to make FaZe Black rethink any potential hit towards Old, unless it is from an individual player like Brack, who is actually going to pick up 1 kill on the Old. But again, Bink is the player of the moment here for Spitting Demons. Wants to try and garner some control, gets double teams around the backline of Garage here. Perhaps Noisy can be the next hope. Better weapon for the situation. Does not matter when you're going head-to-head with Exceed, who will burn you just like that. 40-point advantage now for FaZe Black and a chance to grow it.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the setup as well. The only opportunity maybe taking down a Seam over by Water Street is to maybe try to maneuver your way all the way through Maze, but it's taking way too much time. Like, Brack's still top Snow, playing Crossfire, and just playing a whole bunch of exits around here inside Office. He'll finally die, but look at all the time that it took. We're down to 30 seconds over by P2. And if you're Spitting Demons, you're kind of forced just to concede this and play for the money hill that's going to be P3. But because there's so tunnel vision over by Warehouse, the Seam found a route.
Yeah, Seam's route here, I think, could well be the dagger in this game if that last hill wasn't enough. I mean, again, it was a 40-point advantage before we got onto that hill, and that has grown to, I don't want to say unmanageable levels, but it's still so difficult. Now, these spawn outs here towards Warehouse should give them an idea that somebody's hanging about towards the back. It's whether or not they actually identify where Asim is, because he is stuck in a corner where, generally speaking, you do not anticipate a player ever being. They don't think he's probably going to be in Garage here. Is the timing on Asim's side? The shots certainly are out towards the door, just trying to cause some havoc for these players in the backline here, and his teammates about to be on the way as well.
I'm just not the biggest fan of the way that Spitting Demons were kind of jostling with the idea, hesitating to maybe try to go break the old time for about 13 seconds. They got 9 off of P2. And again, with the Seam's route, just staying alive on a 3 spree. They bought an open ticket to just rotate through water, through tunnel, and it's a convincing kill feed again for FaZe Black. 5 in a row for Asim, looking for a cruise.
And if he gets hit, this might well be game over, to be honest with you.
Feeling like
if they get this rotation, it might well be game over, and they're starting to obtain the kills around the backline as well. Gonna make SD super conscious about how much of the pressure is coming around the back, while it might actually be coming through the middle of the map. Look at the route here being taken from FaZe Black all the way through ACs, through Maze. First kill made. Asim continuing as well. He is still on this spree, 6 in a row. Will finally get cut down before the 7th can be maintained. And FaZe Black here, on the initial effort, not successful, but they do have that streak if they want to use it.
Yeah, they sure do, and it's looking like that they're just going to be called in immediately. Brack's standing still on the map. It's just waiting. Cruise missile now being called in. He's waiting for any information that Asim's going to be able to find for his team. Go figure, everybody's playing all the way in towards the back. The cruise missile is going to take down Noisy, so now that's Brack's chance to move forward.
This is so smart, using the coverage of the smoke from the streak to get in all the confusion, and he does exactly that with that 1 kill. They know where Mock is as well through Maze. Surely it's going to be Asim that actually, I was going to say, will act on that information, but Mock will win that gunfight and keeps the hopes and dreams of control over this hardpoint alive. Mock flies towards the hill and picks up Rex. 5 in a row, but he gets cut short of a cruise missile, and it is also not enough to take FaZe Black away from this hill. At this stage of the game, Andy, time like this is huge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even 8 seconds might just be given up to the game clock, but it's 224 to 152. Rotation over towards P5 is pretty good at the moment for SD, and you took Brack off of that 4 spree, so not a second cruise missile to be earned here for FaZe Black, but some would argue that they probably don't even need it, but it was finesse the way that they were able to use it to break inside of P4. This setup has to be a good one for Spitting Demons. They need all of this time.
Gotta have some AR pressure here. The Spitting Demons just hasn't really been here this game. Bink overwhelmed by a couple of players for Garage. Rupee, you're supposed to be watching that angle. You had one job, buddy. And, well, I think he might be on the job market right now. Noisy sat in the corner. He is the last bastion of hope for SD, and he just gets overwhelmed. This is horrible to watch. FaZe Black brute force their way into the hard point. And now SD, they are stuck in a spawn trap they do not want to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to flood through water. Luckily enough, you already dealt with Exceed. Bink spawns all the way back P4. He's going to have a little bit of a crossfire. Finds the first, then the second to get them off the time. Last alive is Rex, dealt with. Spitting Demons still alive.
Yeah, they've just been blessed by the COD gods, with those spawns. But still, it doesn't change the situation overall here. FaZe Black are 7 seconds shy of victory, and all they need realistically is one wave of secure gunfights to get this one done. Convincing. Brack has to be dealt with by the water side, and I think Brack knows it as well. He's going to play his life as long as humanly possible, but not long enough. FaZe Black will spawn away here. And I do wonder how you play this. I mean, you've got a lot of options here if you FaZe Black.
You could try to contest P1, might as well rotate over towards P2, get the favorite spawns, and then start flooding numbers over by P1. And you can tell, I mean, from Noisy's POV, he knows exactly where these players are coming from, but he needs the assistance. Good damage coming through. 2 for 2 trade. Spawn's not flipped, by the way.
Yeah, that is what they're aiming for at the moment, right? They're just trying to brute force their way through P2 to flip those spawns out if they humanly possibly can. Noisy still going here by Old as well. It's still a threat that they could get these 7 seconds on Old. Nice read from Noisy for the spawns. Can he pick up Brack as well? He kind of needs to in this situation again. They could still get the 7 seconds here. FaZe Black do seem preoccupied by Nu, and now they no longer can. Players for Spitting Demons over by Nu. Noisy still in the middle of the map here, still looking for some of these kills. Rex going to find one, Exceed going to follow up with another one as well. And now all of a sudden it's Rooper left alive inside the hardpoint. Rooper, what do you have for us? It's a 2-piece, and Rex is, it's going to be spawned away. He picks up 1 kill. Rooper, still a lot of work to do here. His teammates are on the way.
A reinforcement's starting to come through Stack still, and Rex is going to find the first on a Rooper, but it's a 2v3 on the hill. Reinforcements coming through Maze. Bink has to look right, does not. The break is in. FaZe Black closing the game here.
Yeah, Mott can't do anything in that situation. It is done so. Takes them a little bit longer than they would have liked, but it doesn't matter. FaZe Black get the job done. And they take map number 1. I want to say in convincing fashion, to be honest, because it felt like they were in the driver's seat for the majority of that game.
Yeah, no, it surely did. But that's also just like the byproduct of a sub-base hardpoint, right? Where it's just like you get those P3 spawns for Spitting Demons, and hard to uproot them. You don't want to overinvest numbers, then the spawns flip, and we very much so could be talking about the same thing, but just for the other team, for Spitting Demons. But FaZe Black, with the leader's advantage they've been able to grow for themselves, specifically around P2, the amount of time they've been able to get on both P2s, and keep in mind you, was realistically the difference as far as the scoreline might be suggestive here. 24 and 29 for Mock was leading his team along the way. 20 and 27 for Bink. I mean, the ARs were definitely trying to lay down the pressure, but when you're having an AR player like Rex go 23 and 18, he's not only just gunning you from range, he's also setting pace like he does have a dang SMG in his hands. It just makes everybody's job so much easier. Shout out for Asim with the amount of routes that he was taking. Yeah, 23 and 22, not the sexiest KD ratio that we got in this map number 1 as we watch a lot of these highlights, but I urge you all to watch where player number 5 is constantly on the map in conjunction to where his 3 teammates are. They're just setting up Asim to quite literally pop go ghost, almost pop active camo at certain points in time, and he was just in areas of the map that was catching Spitting Demons off guard.
Yeah, just really well played, I think, on the whole from FaZe Black. And again, it's exemplary team play, like we saw in that last series with Exceptional Gaming, right? Where the reason they were so dominant in hardpoints is just on so many key rotations. They have so much trust in one another to cover all the right areas of the map, right? And just so many crucial plays coming out from the roster there. It's no wonder we consider FaZe Black one of the strongest hardpoint teams in North America. Even with the roster changes that we saw, we knew that would not change, especially since Asim's just rejoined the roster from that Boston winning team. So, FaZe Black looking pretty good. They take map number 1 in convincing fashion. Next up is going to be a high-rise search and destroy, and this is going to be one of those ones that is going to lend itself somewhat a little bit more, I think, to kind of the SMG roots, right? We're expecting those SMGs to have much more of an active role here as we get in a high-rise.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of VOD to go back and watch FaZe Clan Black on this map mode combination through all their different iterations of their roster, but the majority speaking, you feel like that the playbook is remotely be the same. There's only so many different wrenches in the system that you can throw to a high-rise, and that's mostly going to be the jostle over top helicopter for that crossfire to help a teammate get up towards top propane, setting it up an SMG player to be able to get down low. These are all immediate considerations that we're going to be looking towards Exceed and Asim to try to benefit if it is a 2 SMG or even a 3 AR setup for FaZe Black, to benefit from the crossfires that Brack and Dylan Rex have been finding a lot of value with throughout the entirety of their run so far, and, well, realistically for the past few seasons of the Elite as well. All that said, though, again, I gotta flip the conversation back over to SD, right? Because you go back to their map 5 win versus Houston Spartans. Right. Not a lot of people, myself included, had that happening, and a lot of it was all through the S&D prowess. Again, you got to talk about Bink, like how he is the IGL for this team, making the play calls in a macro level. Noisy's kind of directing them in a micro level, and it's just kind of like using Rooper as a gun, directional, pull the trigger, and just watch what that kid's able to do. If they can kind of, I don't know, outbrain and outmaneuver all of FaZe Black, if they can kind of learn, digest, and adapt first, we very much so might be able to get an even series, but you got to be able to get those kills, something you were certainly lacking in that sub-base map 1.
Yeah, for sure. And I am looking to a player like Rooper, who I think in recent seasons of Elite has shown proficiency in Search and Destroy. He's been really good in those seasons, even though maybe he didn't have the best placements, and ultimately it didn't really matter all that much for him in his success. But still, he's really good individually on Search and Destroy, and I think he's the player, if anything, especially given the conversation about SMGs here, that we really need to be seeing playing, just kind of unsettling FC Black in their defensive holds. Have to have it. If you're splitting Demons, have to answer back right about now. I'll see what the strategies look like from them. Where do they go off the rip? What does the information look like? Well, to kick this one off, you see the information. See what the split looks like for defensive players. You now know that somebody at the very least is over by A.
Noisy's the farthest push up as the bomb carrier, all the way bottom blue, just waiting for his teammates. Potential success to come through over by the B lane, but Rex is up here. Gonna get an angle onto Bink, just good damage, gives up the space.
And Noisy under fire here. Getting control of that B-bomb site is so tough. Yeah, I mean, we were worried about explosions. We should be more worried about the plethora of nades and stuns going over the top. Mock going down here. Big 1v1 inside the site. Reaper knows exactly where to look, and Rex is dead to right. And now Reaper has the information there's another player hanging about, but does he recognize that push is coming? It doesn't matter whether or not he does. He's ready for the gunfight regardless. And now Brack for a 1v2. Gets team shotted there in the end. Great start for Spitting Demons.
That's a 3 AR setup, and look, Noisy's laughing about it as well. Reaper just came in and absolutely fried. Talk about the easy read inside the second elevator. That was one thing, but you know, to be prepared for the second down low. Shout out a couple shots missed from Asim Shorely, but I mean, nonetheless, that Reaper was able to convert that into 2 for that round is a massive deal. And keep in mind, that was a single SMG triple AR rollout for SD, and the one SMG was Noisy. And he was also the bomb carrier as well. But that's just, again, the Swiss Army knife that is Reaper. Long-time AR player switching over to the SMG. This guy's skill ceiling truly has no bounds, does it?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? You want to play around Noisy as much as humanly possible if he's the kind of the sole SMG that you've got on the roster. Great start. You know what, though? We'll give him an AR in this round so he can get some good shots against Brack to kick things off and get first blood. You know, why not? It's just SD things. First blood for SD. And the world is their oyster now. FaZe Black. I don't really know how you get back into this round. Just got to try and puncture the defense in any way you can possibly can.
I mean, whatever late utility you might have, that's the stun. That's what I'm talking about. Late utility, able to find 2 quick kills. 3v2, numbers now in favor of FaZe.
I know you have basically full control over the B-bomb site here, unless maybe Noisy can find some kind of route up top. Did they just see him? Yes, they did. See you later, Noisy. Mock for the 1v3, and of course everyone kind of knows, generally speaking, how Mock plays. He's a pretty slow AR player, and you know he's probably going to be playing at the back of the map. Now they most certainly do know that is the case for sure. Gunfight against Exceed, it's not the worst shots in the world. You did need that kill though, because he had to go for the reach, and he suffers for it.
Even like finding first blood, you could just see how it immediately meant nothing for FaZe. They were asking themselves the same thing that you did, and it was the response that I immediately said. You just have to wait for any sort of late utility. You just cannot expunge all of your throwables at the beginning of the round, and FaZe were very aware of that situation. So the late stun comes through because, of course, there's going to be a player playing bottom underground, especially after taking first blood. You want to try to deny as much map presence as possible, and well, FaZe Black being able to get that stun and the double chow as well to uproot that player down there. It's a massive deal for them to even things up here one apiece.
First blood not drawn just yet here in this round. SD, last time around, were reliant on it. Look at that play for number 5 on the minimap, though, for FaZe Black. ACM has managed to entrench himself very far, deep into their own pit. Oh, great read from Reaper, going to trade him out. However, it is worth saying Rex has already picked up Mock, so that is a power position that SD would have wanted control over, and now they most certainly don't have it.
Now these last 2 players, Reaper, Noisy, going to try to stack up together, go through underground, try to get any information. I mean, that's just immediate information. Good shoulder being thrown by Dylan. Gets info on the last 2 players.
Yeah, escape is going to be really tough here in the situation. If they didn't know where they were, it would be fine. The fact that they do is so difficult. At the very least, Noisy does get away with that gunfight. Or lack thereof, I should say. But just, there's just not a lot of places you can escape from here with this amount of time on the clock, right? I mean, you only have so many options in FaZe Black. The veterancy on this team, they are not going to be the kind of team to fall for any silly tricks. Reaper trying to do some damage to the defense here. They're trying to take Exceed out of the power position. Noisy not able to do that. Nice team shots. Good crossfire coming through from Brack and Rex. And Reaper up top here. I mean, he finds a kill. That's nice. It's a big kill to get as well, but still, Reaper winning this round, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, able to find 2 kills in the last of the game clock, which is about 0.6 of a second. So not going to be the case at all. FaZe Black just able to stuff Spitting Demons. And again, that's another round where Spitting Demons gets first blood, but the way that FaZe Black, to your point there, Brody, were able to manipulate, get these high ground positioning, specifically for Rex, battling Mach to be able to get that top propane area. It's just so massive to set up the crossfire with Exceed all the way back by the defender's hut over by A, exhausting so much of the game clock. FaZe Black just suppressing them in these rounds. A combined 5 spree in between Brack and Rex.
Starting to build some momentum here. FaZe Black. Any utility sent FaZe Black's way. He's going to get caught by the trophy system. Rex now having to deal with pressure down low. Is going to get that kill. Has a little help from a teammate as well. Moxie would pick off Rex. So that is one potential streak out of the round. And look at the aggression now coming out from Asim as well. Straight up the ladder, straight for a kill too. That smoke is going to enable him to escape. But is he even going to try and do that? Might just be a little Duke play here. And yeah, it's a delayed escape coming out from him. Bink doesn't know where that player has gone. Asim's away.
Oh, the map is entirely flipped, too. I mean, Asim had to have either gotten a pull from aim assist or maybe saw a nameplate through that smoke. We know that they can be quite jarring on this current patch, but post-plant situation planted over at A. You got one player in defender spawn, that's Exceed. And then Asim trying to fish out a timing. Scouts one over by the B lane.
It's all about information here. I just don't think that Spitting Demons have that much, to be honest with you. Noisy garners a little bit. Asim down low. Has he just been spotted out by Noisy? Is Noisy on the hunt for this kill? Yes, he is, and it's a double chow that will work out in their favor. So now it is just going to be Exceed here. 1 versus 2. Time is a big issue, though. That smoke's going to go down. Bink has no choice but to aggressively chow for this kill. Exceed is trying to play time as much as humanly possible, and he gets the kill anyway! Just Exceed things. I love main stage. I love Exceed on main stage, mate.
Very colorful character, isn't he? Yeah. I think what he just screamed across the entirety of the stage is like, hey, you're a really nice guy, Bink. Good try, buddy. Good luck in the next round. That's probably exactly what he said.
Good translation,
yeah,
mate.
Thank you. Yeah, I speak COD. Yeah, again, for FaZe Black, just being able to get a good read on the entirety of the situation, it mostly just comes down to Asim holding on to that smoke. Had to have gotten information that Bink was still around the elevator area, and then they just immediately flipped the map. Exceeds on a Godheady. Good luck, have fun to that. It's 3 in a row now for FaZe.
Look how aggressive FaZe are getting on the defense here. Look at the B Street right now. Look at the control for Asim and Rex. They are pushed so deep in towards B. And to be fair, I mean, it works out for Bink, right? I mean, he was kind of anticipating some kind of aggression. Nice trade, though. I don't think you ever expect Asim to get that deep in for the trade. So 3 for 3 we go. Asim now trying to retreat all the way up towards B Street. Again, these reads in this round are perfect. Noisy acting on that information greatly. But again, the trade's back in favor of FaZe Black here, and that bomb is now slap bang in the middle of B.
No, there was no assistance to be able to watch that B lane. Got slide chowed and then also got crossed up. Mach, 1v2, player laying her in the corner. I mean, if Brack was going to lose that gunfight, the trade would have been there immediately. 4 in a row now for FaZe, who seemingly can do no wrong, even off the aggressive hit over by B. Like, it's another one of those rounds where Spitting Demons, they got first blood. Bink got that first blood, but it's just how quick these snap transitions are for FaZe to be able to read where these players are, get the kills really, really fast, and they being able to maintain so much power positioning. I mean, SD Gaming, like, y'all need an answer in this round, otherwise it is chalked.
I think it was just how unconventional that push was in that round, right? You never expect a couple of players to push all that way up towards B Street. One, okay, a second player being there, unexpected as hell.
When you have a 3-1 lead, though, I suppose anything is possible.
Exactly, right? You do what you want to do.
Yeah.
I think FaZe Black is certainly feeling that way at the moment. Aggression from Exceed, I think that was top heli in which he fell, so the passiveness coming out of Spitting Demons here in this one is going to benefit them. Asim now, once again, using this smoke to get the hell out of dodge. He really is kind of embracing the Batman persona, isn't he? At the moment, that smoke straight on the ground, I'm out of here.
Bomb's going to get recovered by Brack. Asim's going to get crossed up. This very passive defense for SD is actually working out for them. Numbers advantage, though.
Uh-oh.
Might get traded. Brack, didn't finish the first on the Bink, but we'll be traded as well.
Oh, stunned, it doesn't matter for Rex. However, 30 HP, I think that's pretty much a much bigger problem there. And yeah, a good change of pace, I think, for SD, right? You know, playing that round a lot more passively actually benefited them in the end.
I mean, all 4 players were effectively inside the spawn, right? I get yelled out of my rank play matches for doing that all the time, but it's a very viable strat. You keep running at me, I'm just going to wait for you to get crossed up. And as you were talking about with Exceed getting first blooded up around Helicopter, I think he was actually inside of blue. It kind of forced the retake to primarily be around blue to maybe try to watch where a lot of these winners are located at, but the moment that SD Gaming were able to find that second, they denied more and more map away, being able to lock down Asim, who has just been a slippery devil on high rise thus far. SD Gaming bring this within 2, 1 round at a time.
That's how you got to approach this if you're SD. Look at that stack over towards B as well from SD, with the bomb over towards A as well. This is so peculiar. And again, you're relying on Noisy being the root man in the situation here. That smoke is going to dissipate very quickly. Noisy gets the kill and gets the hell out of dodge. Great play from Noisy. Good follow-ups from SD. This has gone to plan perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the same round one strategy that we actually got offensively for Spitting Demons. The only difference is that Noisy actually doesn't go down through bottom blue. He actually just cuts back through the green tarp, utilizing that smoke grenade to be able to get inside the bomb site. Now, obviously, through Codcaster, we can see all the X-rays. There was about 3 players that were in the vicinity that could have had a crossfire on a Noisy, but because of the ways that the smokes work, Noisy was able to at least see 1 player down low on the generator, was able to lock away that kill, and was able to stay alive at the same time. Had great assistance from Mach, who's now up on 3 in a row. Don't let these boys cook. 4-3 now.
I wonder if we see a change of pace here from FaZe Black as well. And we do. Straight aggression coming out from FaZe Black here. They want control of the B-bomb site. First real hurdle is going to be Rupert. It doesn't matter whether or not Asim or Exceed get that kill as long as somebody from FaZe Clan Black does. Good trade coming out from Noisy. Proactiveness from SD to make sure these trades are going in their favor though. And now all of a sudden it's a 2v1, now a 2v0. Again, we talk about perhaps a change of pace coming out from FaZe Black. It is exactly what we see.
5-3 scoreline now. I like how you said it's like a change of pace, but like, I don't know what you're talking about. FaZe have been aggression this entire, like they're aggression incarnate, but like I feel like that the pace difference for Spitting Demons that time around, instead of playing all the way back inside their spawn, right? Like they actually start to take more of the map away, and it kind of goes back to what we saw a few rounds ago, where it's just easy stuns and nades. Even if it connects onto a trophy, it's still information for FaZe Black, where they just isolate these players, find the kills, lickety split. Now up on map point here to take a 2-0 lead. Spitting Demons, though, could claw their way back. Offense, it's not going to be the same as what just found them around previously. They're just going to be playing around their green tarp, leaving Bink just to watch all of B lane. But it's a Semtex, because of course it is. Finds first blood.
Well, it is going to be traded by Mock.
Ooh.
Noisy, buddy.
Been there.
Failed his gymnastics lessons, it would seem. Oh, Bink, though. Jeez Louise, he ain't failing anything, buddy. 2 kills for Bink. Brack, last one left alive, and you never want a count out Brack in these situations. Flying out through the bomb site. That smoke was the problem for him there. SD, not done yet.
So it was a different rollout offensively for Spitting Demons, but it was the same outcome, right? It's to have Bink watch that B lane, to get Noisy in a position. Would have loved to maybe get top Apache, but I fear that he probably would have been gunned if he actually made that jump. You saw the damage coming through over by Propane where Bink was watching, but it's the same outcome, right? You just got to get that smoke down in the mid-cross. That causes FaZe Black to kind of uproot themselves from a different positioning, and then the crossfire that was set up in between Mach and Rupert while Bink was holding that B lane was just absolutely stunning. So 4-5 now, looking to force around 11 here. FaZe Black back on the offense.
I was curious about what the rollout would look like here for SD on the defense. I felt like with the way you've got 3 players play around B pit, they wanted to push players up towards FaZe's side. Now they don't really need to since they've drawn that first blood. Rex is trying desperately.
How is he alive?
And I have no idea. I think Bink might have paid for like an upgrade to his HP pool or something. He definitely is not on 150. I'll tell you that much for free.
If that was the old patch for the MCW, he died 12 times over.
For sure, dude. Well, things will slow down here. For FaZe Black, certainly. But they, again, they do need to be the aggressors in this situation, and Noisy with the stun check and the follow-up kill as well. That just makes things even worse for FaZe.
Saw the stun come flying down from top Propane. Noisy still has a smoke grenade to use. Brack has the bomb. Is going to be looking to lay it down here. The assistance is mostly coming through from Rex. He's watching the flank, but the timing's abysmal. Brack, 1v4. He's crossed up. Dead to right, surely, is absolutely the case. It is a flawless round number 10 for Spitting Demons Gaming. We are going the distance here on High Rise.
And you got to give it to FaZe, right? I mean, they do try to make that round happen, even after losing that first blood. But as soon as they do, right? I mean, you could see the switch up in SD's game plan right from the rip, right? Their anticipation of, right, we're going to go over towards B, we're going to get aggressive through pit because that is what has worked before for us on these defensive rounds. They draw that first blood, and I'm like, oh no. Let's hit the brakes for a second here, folks, because now we've got that first blood. We do not need to get aggressive here. That's exactly what happens. FaZe fall right into their trap.
The biggest difference for Spitting Demons right now is that Asim has not been able just to kind of lurk through the map and play it how he wants to. And I feel like that's massive for Spitting Demons. Even whether it's a throwable change or just an angle change, they have really suppressed Asim's want to just run through this map rampantly.
All right then, we've seen a lot of different looks from FaZe, but something's been pretty consistent throughout, and it's the aggression, and it's not here for round 11. Noisy tagged up, fails his jump off, almost cloistered. It's not to be though. Noisy's staying in this round, and for a good reason, because that power position he's in right now, Andy, is crucial.
Yeah, it sure is. Noisy almost died from the shrapnel that came through from that propane explosion, so could be a position. He's all the way up top. The crossfire's there, but the challenge from Asim. First blood strikes.
That's why that position is so important, because now the Overwatch on the B-bomb, Rupert has to make the jump up to make it happen. He also has to keep an eye on bottom pit, and now a player has run straight through. That trade is everything, and Rupert's going to lose it. And now just out of Mok, and again, just like this position before, you know that Mok is going to be the player in the backline. You know where he's going to be on the map in this 1 versus 3.
7 and 6. Let's see a Mok 1v3. Would you even reckon that FaZe Black would isolate themselves and not be in a tradable position? So far, the answer is yes. Scouts won top propane. It shoots a bullet. Yep. He should be dead to rights here.
Yeah, they saw him either way. Whether he shot that bullet or not, I don't think it really makes a difference here. But look, I don't want to count him out just yet. 30 seconds on the clock for Mok to do something. There's just way too many corners to check, and it is donezo. Spitting Demons, they make it significantly more competitive towards the back half of that game, but that blazing start from FaZe Black, that was the problem.
It's just insane, you know, when you go back and you watch like a lot of Call of Duty, and like you hear people saying, just like, even if it is a 3-0, it was like at the most competitive 3-0. Like this is a very competitive 2-0 lead that FaZe Black currently have, like slowly scathing away. And keep in mind, what was it, like 4 rounds in a row that they won, 4-1, brought it all the way back to a 4-3, forced out a round 11 at the very least. Like this Spitting Demons roster, albeit just picking up together, about a week ago, honestly, are able to put themselves in a situation to remain competitive with the #1 team that we have coming out of North America. As we take a look at a few of these stats, again, dead even for Noisy, +1 for Rupert. This was a very, very close and yet competitive game of Search and Destroy on High Rise, but usual suspects, like you like to call them there, Brody. Exceed 9 and 7, loves it there on High Rise, and although Asim was able to finish 9 and 9, it was realistically all of the damage that he was doing and getting away with highway robbery with those smoke plays that he was doing for that 4-round stint.
Dude.
It's unreal, like how much ground he was getting away with. Like he was the Hamburglar of High Rise and timings. Like you just could not find where he was located at.
And it's worth saying as well, just on the whole, right, and I know we'll have a conversation about this probably later on, right? I love that we got that in the replay package. It's worth talking about Asim as a player that has just rejoined this roster, right?
Sure.
What would FaZe Combat look like without him? What would they look like without Asim here? Because I know they'd still be pretty good.
Yeah, but with Purge, I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, but you look back towards Season 2 and they got top 4, right?
Sure.
So it's like, are they still going to be this caliber of team? I don't know, honestly.
Probably.
But Asim just joining the roster has rejuvenated them. You can definitely tell now there's a level of confidence to this team that is unmatched. Right now, 2-0 up in the series are FC Black, now looking to close out in a 3-0 fashion for a winner's bracket final spot. Trust me, you guys don't want to miss what could potentially be the conclusion of this series. We'll be back with that after this break. Alright guys, could it be the end of this series? Well, FaZe Black 2-0 up now versus Spitting Demons. I think they will want it to be. We are returning to High Rise, the world of tankers and explosions for what could be one final time here in this one. Control, High Rise, let's see if FaZe Black can get it done.
Hank Hill's Playground, propane and propane accessories. How many explosions are we going to get per round? Good opening salvo actually coming through for SD Gaming defensively. This is about as good as you could possibly ask for, only losing 2 lives, not losing any power positions. B lane control is there. FaZe Black spawning parallel to A, trying to make something happen.
Well, that seems to be the target here for FaZe Black. There goes one tanker, TK for Ping. It is just, it's comedy, honestly. It's like a Mr. Bean sketch. Doesn't matter. Exceed's going to win a gunfight now on towards Noisy. He's basically the entire hope here for FaZe Black to garner some control over by A. It doesn't go their way. Now they're going to switch targets over towards B. Asim opening things up with that kill on towards Mock. Is going to give them an in. And how did he just die? High Rise is comedy.
You know, I've died to a cruise missile while I'm sitting inside the elevator, too.
I mean, I knew about that.
Yeah.
I think they patched that, though.
No, yeah, the propane shrapnel just comes through the ceiling of the elevator. The shaft was left open, just by the way, so that's an opportunity now for FaZe Black to start taking more of this map away, potentially, but the trade's just not that good at all. 20 plays up against 16, running out of time.
Good first build coming out of Bink here on the defense. So far, FaZe Black haven't really done much in way of getting control. Now maybe they have done. They've got top heli control. Well, not for long. Noisy not able to transition for a second after picking up that kill top heli, though. Pinstripe kill feed now starting to come through. Exceed towards the point. Big gunfight. Mock's going to take that one all day long. And Asim's effort there, excuse me, getting control of the map goes all right. This has not been a positive round for FaZe Black whatsoever. And look, mate, it's High Rise, so it is what it is, but still, 1 second on the clock. This has to be a good effort.
Looking for at least one segment would be nice. Not going to be the case at all. It is a full hold.
Yep.
For Spitting Demons there against FaZe's opening offense. And realistically, again, you know, I hate to sound like a broken record, but everyone would agree. Control is just so break-off dependent, especially for High Rise. You load into round number 1 on offense. That's where things become a little bit more head-scratchy. Like, you got no trophy systems. The nades need to be on point. It almost feels like an opening round for Search and Destroy, but the difference is the crossfires defensively for Spitting Demons just so good for them. 9-4 round out of Noisy coming in on this one on a 3 spree, 7-3 for Mock on a 2. Very unconventional round opening there for Dylan Rex. Has been having a great series so far, but 2-6 is not a good look.
Yeah, this is perhaps, I mean, I know it's High Rise control, it's defense, but that was perhaps the most convincing that Spitting Demons have looked this entire series thus far. So hopefully they can continue that if you're a Spitting Demons fan and if you're a fan of reverse sweeps as we get further and further on into this game.
Keep saying that word.
Ah, mate, I'm not entertaining the idea. I'm just saying it could happen. Regardless, Noisy making a bit of noise here, I think, just trying to bait players out, and it works for the first kill against Exceed, but the trade is good from Asim. So FaZe Black here on the defense looking pretty good. They've managed to get full control over B, but the effort now from Spitting Demons is, of course, over towards A, as that first blood now starts to come through in the second as well. The vast majority of those gunfights are not over towards B, though. That's not helpful, really, for FaZe Black on the defense.
Oh, the Semtex from Exceed was able to take the 1v1 versus Bink as the explosion claimed the previous life. And now Asim up to 4 in a row. 8-7 for the kid. Combined 8 spree now as Exceed will tally his 13th kill. There is so much map positioning that Spitting Demons is just missing on the map. They realistically just want to get a single segment because it was a full hold for them when FaZe Black were on the opening offense. Any advantage would be good for a round 5 potential.
This spawn trap is horrendous, though.
Yeah, it is.
It's so horrible to be in. Now you don't want to feed Asim streaks, and while he gets 5, no more than that. Perhaps Exceed can get the cruise missile, though. He's also on 5 in a row. Brack up top is providing the coverage, but all it takes is one Spitting Demon player to get in from behind. Nobody was watching B Street, and, well, Mock just waltzes right down it in towards B. So they've got out of prison now. They're looking for some progress on either A or B. With Bink and Noisy getting kills, they have a real shot at this.
Yeah, they really do. Noisy wants a little bit more space, though. That first segment looking good on A as well as the second over towards B. 3-player stack. If you're FaZe Black, you have no choice. You have to concede the rest of this and just play for A.
Wow, these kills, the reads coming through here from Spitting Demons. All of a sudden, what was a great round for FaZe Black with the spawn trap has gone awry. Brack and Rex picking up kills. An extra 60 seconds on the clock means that, I mean, again, Spitting Demons, they have a lot of opportunities for this. Bink is just staying patiently on the point, and that is a great read from Brack with the Renetti to take them down. Exceed with the follow-up, the Semtex as well, and there will be a moment to breathe here, but for how long? Because Rooper's making this route.
Look at how much time is left on the clock. Spitting Demons only have 9 lives, so theoretically, FaZe Black could end this with the kills, but all it takes is one good hit, you'd feel. Mock's gonna be good for 1. Rooper from behind, able to at least find 1, has a good shot over towards another on the second of Propane, but runs out of bullets in the MCW. Trades to speak of, but not a whole lot of map positioning.
Yeah, Rooper's play at the very least, even though he didn't have the trigger discipline, is going to open up a little bit of space here for Spitting Demons. Bink is going to use that space perfectly for the first kill, but he does need to find more values here. There's not really a lot of lives to work with in this scenario. Exceed towards B. What can he get done? Oh, goodness me! And that is 3 down now. They have 5 lives left, but that might be all they need. A stack might be in here for Spitting Demons to win this offensive effort. Can anybody from FaZe touch? No, they can't! And Spitting Demons take a round they should never take.
Married Men meta is hitting a little different over there for Tyler Noisy. that guy gets loud. That guy gets real loud. That was and I'm pretty sure he was just you know, encouraging Exceed, like, you know, hey, you were super close to getting a cruise missile there, buddy. Good luck in the next round. Kind of trading pleasantries after what Exceed said there in the search and destroy. Really nice guys up on that stage, all 8 of them. So 2-0 lead here in the control for Spitting Demons. Again, if you're gonna start a reverse sweep, might as well do it with an emphatic 3-0, right?
I love the dude. You're going to get a job as like Google Translate or something. Human. Who needs AI when you've got Andy just translating for us? It's great. It's absolutely great. Regardless, Spitting Demons. I said, I mean, that round number 1 was convincing. That round number 2 was a great response as well. Now FaZe Black, though, having a good start to this one. They've already opened things up with the first couple of kills. I think they need a very convincing hit on towards B to start this one.
That surely looks to be the case. First segment locked at B. 2 players stacking it around the zone right now. And Spitting Demons, I mean, they're just trying to make sure that A is fully secure. And then Noisy's going to go on this very hot flank all the way through the spawn. That glass is going to break. Exceed fully aware that there's a player accompanying him inside the spawn, maybe. That second segment's locked. Third segment, maybe. Noisy's looking for damage for the exits, but unable to walk away with anything thus far.
It's just a distraction play, if anything, for Noisy, and it doesn't matter because the trust in his teammate is warranted, right? Brack is the only one who survives the onslaught, and now Noisy is causing some serious issues. These guys starting to get health problems right now, and I think Noisy might be the sole reason. But Noisy being so deep in towards the spawn is going to force FaZe Black now out towards the pit side. Noisy has to realize it as well. Maybe the communication wasn't there. It does not matter. The kills are for Spitting Demons. Finally, Noisy removed, almost not, as Brack will almost fumble that, mind you. It was with the Renetti, but regardless, the kill is through. And there are still players towards B. Exceed slowly but surely capping B. Does get that kill on towards Mock. Can anybody stop it? Yeah, Rooper using the jump up will do so. But FaZe have had some good looks at B.
Yeah, they really have. You look at the lives, it's just 3 is the differential so far. I mean, 1 good hit, and we could add an extra 60 seconds, right? Asim's going to be the first to be able to find 1 on Rooper. Brack for the second, surely. This has to be the hit over towards B to at least extend the control.
They need to do it. Need to capture B. Mock for the double here. All on Brack and Asim. Brack's just waiting patiently, but he's down to half HP. And now it is just Asim here, pushed all the way up. Can he produce something special? Has to wait patiently, but there really isn't a lot of time to make that the play. And I don't think he has enough time to wait for his teammates. He needs to go now. There is the first blood. Rooper waiting behind that tower. There is no AA in this situation. And yeah, I think Asim really needed it in that one. But Brack will find the double. Literally 1 second on the clock here, and they might have just found a lifeline. Rex with the second kill as well, and yeah, they have captured the point. Here we go, extra 60 seconds.
9v14 though. This transition has to be seamless for FaZe Black. Able to at least find 1 over by the left windows. No trade immediately. And Asim is just back to running routes. It feels like the S&D all over again. Kill number 17 there for Asim. Looking for a little bit more. Top helicopter. Can't get down in time. It's immediate trade. 40 seconds remain and a 4 life difference to boot.
Just got to try and play lives here. If you're Spitting Demons, don't fumble this. FaZe realistically only have 1 or 2 good hits left in them, but we know FaZe. That is all they need. First child good from Mock towards the backline. No immediate trade. He will hit the regen for the 150 HP, but a route now being taken from Exceed. The sneaky devil. Can he open this round up for FaZe? 15 seconds though. There you go. First blood for Exceed. A distraction play now. It gives FaZe the chance to get on the point, but Noisy's not falling for it. He picks up the kill. Exceed hasn't been dealt with, but neither has Brack on the point. Can he survive for long enough? No, he can't. Good on Mock for taking that player down. Exceed needs to go huge.
He does. He needs to find so many kills. Everybody's spawning underground because he's still playing inside the spawn. 3v9. 5 seconds remain. Exceed gonna get cut down along the way. Next player would be Asim to try to touch. It's a 1v7 for Brack. Can't even get anything going. Wow, if you told me going into that high-rise control, the way that we have seen the entirety of this series go so far, that it would be a total of 3 segments captured only for FaZe Black through 2 offenses, and Spitting Demons would win it 3-0, I'd call you a crazy man. Being down 0-2 is no easy feat, but it has been a very competitive series so far. All of that accumulated wonderfully for Spitting Demons to show up when it mattered here in the control. Don't call it a comeback.
Can't win them all. Spitting Demons winning that one convincingly, though. And that round number 2, I mean, that was pretty much everything for Spitting Demons, right? I mean, you expect to win the 2 defenses they have in round number 1 and round number 3, but that offensive victory was absolutely wild. And we'll see it, I assume, in the replay package here in just a second, Andy. But, I mean, how on earth does that happen? How on earth does a game like that happen? And you're pointing out the stats right now, but, I mean, great games coming out from Mock, 24 and 14, but you look over towards FaZe Black and the players we normally expect to come up, the usual suspects, the players we normally expect to come and play, just not there.
I mean, but that's now consistency coming through from Mock and Noisy, right? In between the Search and Destroy, the Hardpoint as well, coming into the control. Like, these guys are absolutely beaming. And I will say this much. There is a certain elephant that was on that screen, 9 and 19 out of Dylan. That is the most uncharacteristic scoreline I have ever seen out of Rex. All tournament long, realistically, in any game, I don't think I've seen him go double negative like that, especially on a map that would benefit AR crosses, but they came in and they absolutely let them have it. You could just hear all of the nice things that Tyler Noisy is telling his adversaries on the other side of the stage, but man, don't let these boys cook, because Spitting Demons, the same thing that we talked about when we were watching them versus Houston Spartans, once they start to get the ball rolling, they start figuring things out, the comms start flowing, and the gunshots are definitely beaming.
Man, what a control, and it was necessary for Spitting Demons. Obviously, you know, forehead statement of the year, because if they would have lost that control, they would have been 3-0. But at the same time, I think just in terms of momentum, right? I mean, not just winning the game, but winning it in the convincing fashion that they did. They needed that, given how the first couple of maps went. I know that the Search and Destroy was close, but FaZe Black had such a phenomenal start to that Search and Destroy. It was full 1 before really Spitting Demons got into the conversation at all. That hard point, I think, was very convincing for FaZe Black. Again, for much the same reason. They seem to be very good early on in these games, and then towards the end, maybe they kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit and give the opposition a chance to get in towards the game, but it was not enough in those first 2. But still, Spitting Demons off the back of that control now. They are into this series. Next up, we go to a Rio hardpoint, and we saw FC Black last series on this one, or last, it was versus Exception, excuse me. We saw them on this map, and they look pretty good.
You had your forehead statement, I'll have mine. Look, it's something to behold that Spitting Demons now have to take a hard point off of FaZe Black, and something that we've arguably have said continuously that FaZe Black are the #1 hardpoint team that we do have in North America. Only time will tell. Have the boys cooked enough to be able to come here on Rio and uproot FaZe Black and force a Karachi Search and Destroy. A map mode combination that we saw them versus the Exceptionals, and again, it's a real problem when you get 3 SMGs rolling for FaZe Black, probably wiping the sweat off their brow, just happy to be here.
Oh, FaZe Black. Do they have as a momentous start on this map as they did versus Exceptional? That's the question from me. Trade's going down here. SD Gaming looking for control. Asim from the other side going to catch a couple of players off guard and gets control of P1. There's still a wealth of time to get on this hill, right? With 20 seconds left here, you're still going to want to fight for this one. The way in which Spitting Demons are approaching this, though, it's going to be from bridge, from U site. That is, of course, where they spawned. Asim about to face down 4 different players. He runs right into the line of sight of 2 of them, and is going to get shut down. But you're happy with the contest here. If you're FaZe Black, you've got control of the rotation.
Exactly, yeah. You're already able to win a certain amount of gunfights to be able to put yourself in a situation to maybe get over towards P2. But look at the positioning. The blue arrows on the minimap. Spitting Demons have already been able to cross back over towards P2 lobby. 2 players for FaZe spawn all the way effectively inside of P3. So there's so much to do here for Rex.
Yeah, spawns here, not great for FaZe Black. Ultimately, Rex has been peppered up by a lot of stuns and nades, and well, that regen is going to come just a little bit too late. Wasn't quite ready for the gunfight versus Noisy. Noisy doubles up as well. So Brack from Info, can he do anything to try and regain control of this hill? Nope, not when Noisy is the player inside. That's 3 in a row now for the man he was talking quite a lot of smack in the last game. He is really starting to feel it. And if you're Spitting Demons, you're very happy with this hill. To flip the spawns and get control in this way is huge at the start, and Bink now is starting to heat up too.
Yeah, that boy is cooking. 7-4 now for Bink. Noisy up to 5 and 3, and to your point, yeah, that guy's definitely feeling it. And look at the rotation all the way over towards I mean, FaZe Black, they just got to spawn inside Garage. So you should know that you're going to be pinched in from P3. Rooper, though, looking for 3. Will find at least the damage. Will set up Bink there for the trade. Spawns will not flip. It is a parallel spawn that actually happens very awkwardly enough in between Rooper and Brax. So Brax probably sitting there pissed that Rooper just spawned right behind him and just shot him scot-free. And elsewhere, Bink is just finding more value across the map.
Yeah, Bink is trying to be a real nuisance right now. Good read from Rex to recognize it. Not too sure whether they saw him or not. Rex finds another one as well. How on earth has that happened? But there is still presence in the backline here for Spitting Demons in the form of Noisy. So they're kind of fighting a war on two fronts here. Players around the flank and, of course, players coming from the middle of the map as well. And all of this is mounting in the fact that FaZe Black currently do not have control over this hard point. Spawn's now going to flip in favor of Spitting Demons too. And now they will garner control over the hill. Andy, this is what, the third hill of this game? This game is really low scoring at this point in time. 1 minute 30 has already been drained off the clock.
I was legitimately about to say that I haven't seen this much time being given to the game clock on any P3 for Rio since its inception here in MW3, but scrappy as you like, that is going to be more beneficial for Spitting Demons, who do have themselves a 40-point lead. Should they be able to suck with the rest of the scrap time, and Mach will say, well, so far I'll do it, but Rooper's going to get uprooted via the Semtex. So 55-19, P4 rotation will be here immediately for Spitting Demons, and the setup is good. You have players playing over by bathrooms, waiting for the long flank, players playing over by ramp. Double it up now is Rooper here inside of bathrooms. This is where the push is coming from.
A lot to do if you're a Mott, and you get a lot of information on the back of it, but as you said, Rooper's now the backstop for this play. Is going to find one. Call to be made here for Noisy. Can he find anything? No, he cannot. So this is still all reliant on Rooper. And he's trying to play an off angle inside the garage. Unfortunately, he will get stunned up there. Gets found out. Double chow from FaZe Black will be good enough to remove him from that situation. But close points are still good here for Spitting Demons. Bink and Mach off the back of that will find a couple of frags. Bink now peppered up. And if anything, you are just wasting time so that Mach can move all the way into the garage here for that kill. He does exactly that. Mach is working perfectly in tandem with his teammates. Spitting Demons, they are on form right now.
13 and 11 for Rooper, 12 and 7 for Bink, 10 and 7 for Mach. This is a different level of pace that I don't think FaZe Black were necessarily ready for. Everybody's got a plan until you just get absolutely run at by Rooper and Bink. 13 and 8 is where he will fall. P5 rotation will be here. A lot of red arrows on the mini-map. Big 1v1 up top, though. Mach's going to get gunned by Exceed. So the jostle here, top mall, will be one for the time being for FaZe Black as they soak up more time.
They need to get this hill. They need to get hill control here because 23 seconds or whatever it was before this hardpoint at this stage of the game is not FaZe Black. This is not the FaZe Black hardpoint that we've come to know and love. And this right here is Rex and Exceed combining for 3. This is the map control we wanted to see from FaZe Black, but they need to keep it up. They want a full 60 here on this hill, and they know where Spitting Demons are going to be spawning from. Asim trying to provide some coverage here, just trying to distract these players so they can't put together a good kit through. That trophy system will let Noisy know where that player is located, but you know what? It does not matter because Rex finds 3?
Sure.
What?
Yeah, he's on 5 in a row now, too. He's going to start chowing through U-Haul. He knows that a player's going to be coming up through P3 Eskies. Saw the Semtex and the throwables come through from Mach. P1's going to pop, and this is a much respectable scoreline than what it was looking like with so much time being given up to the game clock. But the answer is here for FaZe Black. I'm sure their breath of fresh air came through in the word of stability. The moment that they're able to find a handful of kills and maybe get themselves any sort of stationary setup is where they absolutely thrive. 6 in a row now for Dylan. Has himself a cruise missile. Semtex comes through. This is the FaZe Black we've known and loved for quite some time.
Look, I know for dating calendars we have BC and AD, right? I think we'll call this one BW for this game because before Rex, FaZe Black were not in this conversation whatsoever. They were 78 points down to Spitting Demons. Rex now with a spree with 178 spree has brought them back into this game. And now they really are starting to feel themselves once more. Exceed, we know what he is like. We saw it in the last series versus Exceptional. We saw what he is like when he gets on form, when he starts to feel himself as well. Spitting Demons, they need to put a stop to this right about now, and this is how you do it. You got to ensure this rotation is yours.
The lead is flipped ever so slightly. The rotation was here, but 2 quick kills came through previously to Brax 2-piece that he was able to find for himself. Look at the push all the way from Info as well. Mach gets scouted out by Asim. And now you can set up everything from the back. Information's going to be found from Asim pushing all the way through Mall. Sees one player. The flank is going to get picked up by Brack. This is taking a lot of time to set up and not a whole lot of kills. So find for yourself. Exceed just flies off the white van for 2. This is a guaranteed 30 seconds, you feel.
This has just been a total flip of the script. FaZe Black are just now doing everything that we know FaZe Black to be. Everybody is firing on all cylinders right now. Everybody is contributing to this comeback in this game. Spitting Demons cannot afford to give this time away. That's why they're building offense here towards this point, and yet they will overwhelm FaZe Black inside. So this will be a back 20 seconds that should go their way. Back spawn's still good here for FaZe Black, so they wouldn't really be foolish to send a couple of players in towards Old, and that's exactly what they'll do. There's no trophy system to protect Bink. It gets overwhelmed. He gets pushed out. I mean, he tries to escape, bless him, but there's no escaping Rex in his current form.
Yeah, can't climb trees on this patch. Can't climb trees on this patch, Bink. But the answer was just to try to hold the door and maybe try to hold the rotation over towards New, but just look at the Augusto that Exceed just flies all the way through P5 in towards the back of the spawns. That is the strength of the rival 9. 20 and 16 will be traded. But that's an open opportunity for the pinch to come through from Rex to try to flip these spawns while the rest of their teammates for FaZe Black work through the middle of the map.
Spawn reach should be good here for FaZe Black. They know that they're going to be spawning around the backline, Spitting Demons, and oh my goodness me, what is that team shot again? It's Rex, the one that gets them. This is his second spree in this game. The second one's going to contribute, and he gets the spree as well. The cruise missile in the back pocket, 26 and 15. Rex, are you kidding me? FaZe Black now, reliant off these sprees, reliant off this energy they have gotten from the last few heals in this game. And Spitting Demons don't even look close to this hard point, Andy.
Oh, this boy's final. Dylan Rax, he still has a cruise missile, even if they do lose the rotation over towards P4, which there are more favorable numbers in a position to maybe try to hold this rotation. You can just use the cruise missile to completely uproot them. Brack under a lot of pressure. One shot, no stimmy. Gonna get traded after Rex took down Rooper, but it's a convincing kill feed, bleeding in red. 166 to 117. Where was the Spitting Demons roster that we had in the first set of hardpoints? Because they have not shown up. It has been all FaZe Black. It has been all Rex and Exceed.
Dude, honestly, I think if FaZe Black had a choice right now, they'd probably just cut the first set out of this game. That did not happen. This second set, though, like. I mean, it is, right? I mean, it doesn't feel like Spitting Demons have been in the conversation whatsoever. Rooper for the double, though. Perhaps they and Noisy, or Amok, excuse me, can start to put something together here on this offensive approach. Nah, never mind. Never mind. Rex is just not having any of it. Absolute nonsense. 31 and 16 now for Rex. I'm going to keep on calling out his KD, mate, because he is on an absolute tear right now. On another... it doesn't even matter. It's not even important, mate, because it's just Rex.
Yeah, I feel like that he has a permanent 5 underneath where it says STRK, standing for streak, naturally. I mean, you just let this guy continuously hit so many different routes. Just chow anything if you're Dylan Rex, because it really does feel like you're not losing many gunfights. On that 5 spree, going to call in the cruise missile, going to keep all these players at bay. Have some semblance of refuge inside the bridge. Mach cannot get away in time. Last 2 players over by the hill. Last one now is Rooper. Has to go God mode.
He does find one. Sun Valley for Rooper. Rooper finds a second as well, but Rex is going to be the player to shut him down. Do you want to get Noisy as well, Rex? Do you want that kill? Yeah, go on then, buddy. You get that kill. Rex for yet another kill. 7 spree. Finally going to get shut down, but that is his 3rd massive spree in this game. Spitting Demons not able to get control. Mott for a double. Bink going to follow up with another one, but there are trades coming through from FaZe Black here in this situation. It is keeping Spitting Demons away from this hard point. Brack for the drop shot to take Noisy down. And now look at Spitting Demons. They are spawning away from this hard point with 15 seconds left. With FaZe Black being this close to 250, this is crucial time.
I can't believe that we have a 100-point lead going in at the end of the second set in towards the third, where this is surely going to have a conclusion unless Spitting Demons can just go absolutely Herculean and being able to get all of this time plus a little bit of extra. You even have a minute of the game clock as well. Can the game clock even survive the amount of punishment that the vacated hill points have been, or hard points have been giving it? Convincing kill feed comes through. Bink's back into form, 3 in a row, 26 and 21. They have presence all the way through top mall, and they have a really good read on where a lot of these players are spawning at, given that Rooper's playing all the way over on the right side of the map.
This has to be something special from Spitting Demons now.
Why not?
To claw back into this game. I mean, honestly, it's been a crazy tale so far. Why on earth not, as you say? Bink on 5 in a row, looking for another 6 now. He's not dead yet. Rooper's going to get that kill inside. There's still an opportunity here for Spitting Demons, but it has to be perfect. Rooper going to get shut down by Eskies now. Push out from Noisy for the double. Bink is still on this spree, but now you're looking over towards New. And Info, it's a push coming through from Asim here. Can he perhaps get that kill? No, good coverage from Rooper. Bink will survive the nades and all the stuns as well. Even 8 seconds here. You kind of have no choice to give this time. Bink now trying to play for this streak. He gets overwhelmed. And oh no, that is 3 down indeed. Spitting Demons to the back spawns.
Here comes the flood all the way through lobby. You got back spawns if you are SD Gaming, but you have to keep them at bay. Noisy's going to find the first, but Exceed lines them up. And that could be the opportunity potentially unless Mach has a massive argument.
What can Mock do here? Big gunfight. No, it's not good enough. Exceed now starting to beam as well. 4 seconds away. Back spawn still here for Spitting Demons. Perhaps Asim can close out this one. Can anybody from Spitting Demons touching time? No, they cannot. And Spitting Demons, I mean, look, they had a good start of that hard point, but at the end, they might as well not been playing.
Oh, there it is. Again, I mean, Exceed just standing up, just telling them how much he just appreciates the competition, just coming through, telling them that, hey, you guys really played super well in that one right there, but hey, you got the lower bracket. Maybe we'll see you in Grands potentially. That's exactly what he said, actually. I'm a COD translator 100%. Exceed's a lovely guy. He would never say anything too mean to anybody.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the first set, going in towards the second, what the hell was that? It just felt like that Rex leaned into his chair, started smelling pixels off of his monitor, and he just started gunning everybody. And then Exceed rallies behind that and just starts obliterating individuals as well. Rupert went 30 and 34. That is a lot of engagements for the L, surely, but what started off really, really well for both Noisy and Rupert just kind of fizzled out. Same thing for Bing, 28 and 23 with a late resurgence, wanted to play for that 6 spree, but Rex was undeniable. Say what you will about the hardpoint time, 37 and 21 is insane given what they looked like at the end of that first set of hardpoints, and then Exceed again rallying behind that 31 and 27. Come on. #1 team NA, of course.
I mean, like, I know I've used this reference before, but I really do feel like that is the perfect example of they had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie, because, I mean, that is just the ultimate example of it, right? Where it's just like, Spitting Demons, you can clearly see off the momentum they built from what was a stellar control. They come out swinging in that hardpoint, and I honestly thought when we started that hardpoint, hey, we are definitely looking at a game 5 here. We're looking at Spitting Demons that's finally in the conversation. I mean, I know they had a good search and destroy, but still, Spitting Demons looked so good. And then it's just like, I don't know, FaZe Black just turned their brains on. I don't know how else to describe it. It's absolutely insane to me that we just saw a totally different FaZe Black for the back 60% of that last hard point. I will give Spitting Demons some props because they played incredibly throughout basically this one with the search and destroy. Obviously, they forced that round 11, and then of course in the control as well with that 3-0. I've got to give them props, but still, you're absolutely right, mate. It does definitely feel at the moment like FaZe Black are the #1 team in North America.
Never want to see a caged animal pushed into a corner. And Rex is absolutely that lion. He ain't no sheep, let me tell you. That boy came out fierce as far as that second set is concerned, going back into that prime form that at least we got to witness. And what a bounce back from the control again. I mean, he went 9 and 19 in the high-rise control, which is where all of these clips are coming from with both Bink and Noisy kind of firing back to the fuego that was coming out of Exceed's mouth. But, you know, it's just one of those things, again, that you never really want to count out FaZe Black because, like you were talking about, something switched in their brains. They leaned in a little bit more. Fundamentals started coming back through. We got to make sure that we're playing for this spawn. This crossfire needs to be on point as well. And then the kill started coming all the way through. It's just benefiting from having an AR player like Rex being able to find 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 different 5 sprees, 2 different cruise missiles along the way in a whole set of hard points. That's insane.
It's not okay. I'm fairly certain there's like human rights against this thing, right? We've got some kind of
not if Rex has anything to say about it. He's going to do what he wants.
It's an absolutely illegal move there. Well, regardless, that does mean FaZe Clan Black move on to our upper bracket final where I believe they face Omit B2B tomorrow. Yep. That is going to be a stellar matchup. Here is a look at the bracket as it's broken down for the top 12, of course. Andy, you and I talked about this very briefly before we got into this series. I'm kind of sad in a way because EU has once again, I want to say relatively disappointed. We still have some teams in the tournament. I believe Omit EU and Houston Spartans are still playing right now.
Houston Spartans are up 2-1.
Yeah, EU.
That's your last hope.
I feel like I've been gutted, mate.
#1 team in VU, and you know, even for 5 Media Clan as well. You know, it's very interesting to say like they got top 3 Florida, top 6 in Boston. They bow out top 12 this time around. The competition at Toronto always delivers, man. And I feel like this has just been a wonderful showcasing of all that as well. Again, Omid EU, the very last team that is alive in for the European nation, if you will, when it comes down to Call of Duty, trying to make that last bark to be able to be taken seriously on an international scale. But that's a lot of NA talent. That's a lot of former CDL pros, a lot of champions still left alive inside of this bracket. Everybody having a target on FaZe Clan Black, on maybe potentially trying to go up against them in Omit, just trying to figure out whatever they need to do to take down those 2 juggernauts. Those are 2 teams that look the best through the entirety of the weekend so far.
Dude, you know what's so funny? We have this conversation every year. We have this conversation pretty much every event, right? I mean, as time passes and, you know, more talent just kind of grows, right, as we continue to get more and more fresh blood coming into challenges, coming into CDL, everything just begins to feel more and more stacked in challenges. And it's never felt this stacked to me at the very least. I mean, just look at the top talent in North America. I mean, coming into this event, you're looking at teams like the Houston Spartans, like the now Omit B2B roster. I mean, there's just so much talent here in North American challenges and, of course, in European challenges as well. You love to see it, and it is very important to recognize because we are really not that far away from the end of the season. It's really important.
We are halfway through the season right now. Again, Toronto into Champs. So we got one more Elite season. We have the LCQ, and then we have Champs, where everybody's going to try to figure out all the numbers, maybe try to auto-qualify so that way they can avoid the LCQ. Happens every year. We're used to it. But, you know, it's just one of those things that there's a lot of competition, a lot more figuring out. But that's just later on down the road. We still have a whole more day to figure out who's getting these bad boys tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be great, guys. You guys don't want to miss it for sure. We've got the top 6 remaining, and all of that action goes down tomorrow, of course. Fighting for the lion's share of $100,000 and this beauty. It's all going to go down tomorrow, so make sure you guys don't miss it. The Toronto Ultra Open is always a fun time, and tomorrow will no different. So make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.